Warning, warning, a fissure has appeared in the storage pod. All staff are to evacuate the laboratory immediately. Warning, level top tier. The synthesized female voice looped again and again, flat and devoid of inflection. Zhang Zhe dropped the tester in his hand and bolted. As he took his third stride, the safety door slammed down from above, the cylinder-driven steel plate hitting the floor with a concussion that made his eardrums ache. The gap beneath the door shrank until only a fingertip could slip through, then sealed completely. There was no way out. Zhang Zhe turned back. A split had opened along the side of the storage pods, shell blue liquid seeping steadily from the crack. Within the liquid, countless blue motes of light churned and gathered. This was the primary matrix of the third-generation artificial biointelligence core. Its development had spanned 11 years, burning through enough funding to buy an aircraft carrier strike group. Once separated from the pod's cultivation environment, the primary matrix could not survive more than 60 seconds. To ensure it would never be contaminated, the room housing the storage pod had been designed with redundant safeguard systems. In the event of an accident, the room would be flooded with a special liquid annihilating all foreign organic matter, including people. Zhang Zhe pounded on the safety door. His fists landed with nothing but a muffled thud. No one answered from outside. The alarm drowned out every other sound. Dozens of apertures opened in the walls, spraying out transparent liquid that surged upward at a frightening speed. Zhang Zhe scrambled upward as the liquid rose, stepping on whatever surfaces he could find, clambering onto the bed frame as the level chased his heels. He climbed onto the top of an equipment console, and still the liquid followed, relentlessly rising. He was still fighting when the liquid reached his chest. When it rose past his chin, he held his final breath. After it closed over his head, his lungs began to spasm. The blue cluster of light came alive within the transparent liquid, hundreds and thousands of luminous points streaking trails as they swam toward him. Countless blue glows poured into his gaping mouth. Then everything vanished. Zhang Zhe shot upright from the bed. Both hands clamped around his own throat, his vocal cords forcing out a ragged bellows-like wheeze. His mouth was stretched wide. With every breath he drew, it felt as if his lungs were still flooded with that transparent liquid. Waves of nausea surged from his stomach. Zhang Zhe bent over the side of the bed, dry heaving 3 or 4 times, bringing up nothing. Sour bile surged into his nasal cavity, forcing tears from his eyes. The obstruction in his throat receded agonizingly slowly. Only after 3 or 4 minutes did his breathing finally even out. Sitting on the bed, he realized the back of his t-shirt was soaked, clinging to his skin, cold and clammy. He lifted his head. Afternoon sunlight poured in through the window, forming a bright column on the floor where dust motes spun lazily. There were 4 bunks in the dormitory. Only the one he occupied had bedding. The other 3 were nothing but bare metal frames, the exposed pipes catching the light. The desks and chairs were neatly arranged. Several cardboard boxes were stacked in a corner, their tape seals half torn and then pressed back down at a crooked angle. Laughter drifted in from outside the window, distant and indistinct. Inside the dormitory, only his own breathing could be heard. Zhang Zhe wiped the sweat from his face with the back of his hand, his gaze settling on the class schedule taped to the opposite wall. The paper's corners were curling. Transparent tape held all 4 edges, though the piece at the upper right had yellowed and fallen off. He recognized the printed subjects: advanced mathematics, linear algebra, college physics. Zhang Zhe stared at those lines of text for 5 or 6 seconds. A sudden lance of pain shot through his mind, stabbing from his temples straight through to the back of his skull. A vast swath of memories crashed down without warning. They did not seep in bit by bit, they toppled in whole slabs like a mountain collapsing. The braised pork stall at the corner of the second-floor canteen, the lunch queue snaking all the way to the stairs. Before final exams, racing to the library at dawn to claim a seat, the sky still dark at 6 in the morning, a padded coat thrown over thermal underwear, shoelaces left untied. Every detail was piercingly vivid. Yet Zhang Zhe was certain these did not belong to him. Zhang Zhe, designation T0097. Operations engineer on the third-generation intelligence core project at Chiyuan Laboratory. He had passed the technical training system selection to enter the reserve team at 26. Now he was 44. In the life he remembered, there had been no college dormitory, no braised pork window, no mother weeping downstairs. He lowered his head to look at his own hands. The fingers were long and slender, the joints distinct, the skin at the base of the thumb smooth and unblemished. These hands had never dismantled an instrument panel, never picked up the old scars from the burrs on a storage pod's outer shell. These were not his hands. He swung his legs off the bed. The moment his feet touched the floor, his knees buckled and his body pitched forward. Catching the edge of the desk in time was the only thing that kept him from collapsing. He stood for 2 or 3 seconds waiting for the trembling in his knees to subside when his eyes fell on a picture frame lying face down on the desk. He picked it up and turned it over. The photograph showed 4 young men with arms slung over each other's shoulders, standing in front of a university gate. Second from the left was on the thin side, wearing black-framed glasses, his smile a touch reserved, his arm draped over the shoulder of a burly guy beside him, the reach clearly an effort. The hand holding the frame trembled. He had seen his reflection earlier while retching. The face in the photograph was the same as the one he wore now. Setting the frame face down on the desk again, Zhang sat on the edge of the bed, both hands braced on his knees. His heart was racing, but his mind was gradually cooling. He had spent 18 years at Qiyuan Laboratory and witnessed more experimental accidents than most people would see in a lifetime. He had died in that room filled with transparent liquid. The blue cluster of light had bored into his body, and then he had awakened on a college student's bed. He was now a senior university student. Zhang lifted his gaze to the calendar hanging behind the door. One of those cheap plastic-covered wall calendars printed with a landscape picture beside a monthly grid. The year, 2000. June. His eyes locked onto those 4 digits. He had come from 2060, a full 60 years apart. Clearly this was a parallel world, and he had crossed into a different point in time. A mobile phone sat on the desk. A gray-blue casing, a short antenna jutting from the top, a Nokia 3210. He had seen this model only in the electronics museum at the lab behind a glass cover. From the distant sports field outside the window came shouts of foul, floating in and out with the breeze. Inside his mind, 2 sets of memories were locked in combat. One insisted that this was his dormitory, that he had lived here for 4 years, that the washroom was at the end of the corridor, and the water heater broke down all the time. The other told him that 20 minutes ago, he had still been in compartment B7 of the storage pod at Qiyuan Laboratory, performing a routine inspection. On one point, however, the 2 memory sets agreed. This world was not the same as the one he had come from. Some things in the original owner's memories did not line up. The broad sweep of history was similar, but the details diverged. Parallel universes. This concept had been dissected countless times by the theoretical physics group at Qiyuan Laboratory, yet no one had ever truly verified it. Zhang lowered his head and let out a small, quiet laugh. He sorted through the information he had pulled from the original owner's memory. Senior year graduation season, his roommates had already moved out. Home was in a 3rd-tier city in Anhui province. Both parents were factory workers, their plant barely limping along. The original owner's grades were slightly below average. He had failed to get into graduate school and had no job lined up. The other students had either gone back home or headed south. He alone remained in the dormitory. He needed to move quickly to give himself the ability to stay here. The year, 2000. Jack Ma's Alibaba had just secured investment from Goldman Sachs and SoftBank and was working frenetically in an apartment at Lakeside Garden in Hangzhou. Ma Huading's QQ user count was soaring, but the company was on the verge of running out of money. Robin Li had returned from Silicon Valley, renting an office in Zhongguancun with Baidu newly registered. Housing prices were still crawling on the ground. Apartments inside Beijing's second ring road cost 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per square meter. Vast tracts of farmland beyond Shenzhen's customs gates waited to be developed. Zhang rummaged through the bedside cabinet, lifted the pillow, turned his trouser pockets inside out. Everything he owned was here. 4 red Mao bills, 120, a 50-cent note, and a few coins. A grand total of 420 yuan and 70 cents. Plus that Nokia phone and the unopened case of bottled water under the bed. Even in 2000, this was not money for grand ventures. It would barely feed him in the campus canteen for a month. He put the money away and sat cross-legged on the bed. He needed a starting point, a way to earn his first pot of gold. He could hardly go to Ma Huading and say, "Buddy, your QQ will be worth trillions one day. Let me buy in now, yeah?" With just over 400 yuan in his pocket, even if he bet it all, it would not make a ripple. He had to start with something that would bring immediate results. As his thoughts spun, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. His temples began to throb, something deep within his skull vibrating. Not pain, vibration. Zhang braced a hand on the edge of the bed, waiting for the surge to pass. The end never came. What arrived instead was a line of text. It appeared directly within his consciousness. Biointelligence, core booting, initialization progress 87, 92, 100. Boot sequence complete. You may now assign me a wake-up designation. His whole body went rigid on the bed. He opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. He rubbed his temples and shook his head hard twice. The line of text vanished, but the presence remained quiet and waiting. His breathing grew labored. The primary matrix inside the storage pod. The 3rd-generation artificial biointelligence core. He could still see those blue motes of light forcing their way into his mouth. It had come with him. A primary matrix worth hundreds of billions of dollars, the culmination of Qiyuan Laboratories, full might, now very likely rooted in his brain. His fists twisted the bed sheet tight, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. He wanted to rush to the window and bellow down at the courtyard. He wanted to find someone to tell. He wanted to laugh, to curse. Yet he did none of those things. When the sky falls, you steady yourself. First trace the chain of logic, and only then move. This was the ingrained habit of an experimental technician. He bit the inside of his cheek, forcing that wild impulse back down. Inwardly, he whispered, Xiao AI. From now on, your name is Xiao AI. Confirmed. Wake-up designation, Xiao AI. The voice sounded directly within his consciousness, carrying the timbre of mechanical synthesis, pure information stripped of emotion. Zhang Zhe sat there a few seconds longer, waiting for his heartbeat to slow. Then in his mind, he asked Xiao AI your function list. Xiao AI's reply was crisp and orderly, like a formal report. Core capabilities are divided into 3 tiers. First, software generation. You provide requirement specifications. I handle the entire pipeline from architectural design to code implementation. This encompasses all programming languages and operating environments currently known to humanity, including versions yet to be publicly released. Output efficiency depends on requirement complexity. Standard application-level software can be completed within seconds. The corner of Zhang Zhe's mouth twitched. Second, simulation and computation. Tasks demanding massive computational power. Materials simulation, fluid dynamics, financial modeling, gene sequence analysis, protein folding prediction can all be executed locally on a bioquantum computing substrate independent of external hardware. Computation accuracy exceeds the highest publicly disclosed human standards. His hand pressed against his knee, fingers tightening. Third, network access. Based on a quantum entanglement signal bridging protocol, I can establish non-physical contact with any electromagnetic signal source within effective range. Plainly put, so long as there is an electronic device or network node nearby, I can interface with it directly, without cables, without passwords, without any physical medium. However, all capabilities are constrained by baseline computational throughput. Current diagnostics indicate your brain can supply 50 zetops of processing power sufficient for the development and generation of basic software. The dormitory fell silent for several seconds. A whistle sounded from the sports field outside. Someone shouted, traveling. And another voice shot back, you blind, or what? Slowly, Zhang Zhe lay back down, resting the back of his head on the pillow, his hands folded over his abdomen. A crack ran across the ceiling, snaking from the light fixture to the corner, crooked and uneven. 420 yuan and 70 cents. 1 Nokia 3210. Half a case of bottled water. And a biointelligence artificial core residing in his brain. In the year 2000, internet server configurations were laughably weak. A server costing tens of thousands of yuan was considered high-end. Network security was virtually non-existent, firewalls flimsy as paper. Databases ran exposed, encryption methods were primitive. Measured by the standards of the future, the entire internet infrastructure was little more than children playing house. And the intelligence core in his head was akin to carrying a nuclear warhead back into the Stone Age. Closing his eyes, Zhang Zhe swiftly ran through the steps he needed to take next. Step 1, stay alive. Stretch 420 yuan and 70 cents to last the month in this city. Step 2, earn his first sum of money. It did not need to be much, just enough to rent a room and buy a good computer. No one could be allowed to discover Xiao AI's existence. That was the absolute bottom line. Zhang Zhe opened his eyes. At the turn of the millennium, the internet industry was still in its early stage of development. Relying on its free email service, Wang & Company had pried open the gates of the portal market, making its competitors burn with envy. Among those competitors, Suhu stood out most. Zhang Zhe rolled over on his bunk and stared up at the wooden slats of the upper bed. He had Xiao AI search for existing technologies and the current state of development in the internet field and help him locate a suitable sales target. In an instant, Xiao AI provided dozens of candidate projects for Zhang Zhe, and he ultimately chose Suhu. Suhu happened to lack an email system that could withstand high concurrency and boasted an excellent underlying architecture. Such a system had a high technical threshold and would require a great deal of optimization. At the development efficiency of that era, a team of dozens would have to toil for a long time before they could get it running. Xiao AI. Zhang Zhe issued his command, write a web-based email system tailored to the network environment of the year 2000. Specific requirements: the underlying layer uses C, supports distributed storage. The concurrent load of a single machine must exceed 3 times that of similar products currently on the market, and the interface should conform to contemporary aesthetic habits. Command received. Adapting to network protocols. System generating. 2 seconds later, architecture design completed, code writing completed. The system includes mail sending and receiving, routing and anti-spam filtering mechanism, and an adaptive compression transmission protocol for both broadband and dial-up networks. The overall package size is 2. 4 megabytes. A total of 38 ZPS of computing power was used. 2.4 megabytes. Zhang Zhe rubbed his chin. Data like this, once made public, would leave the programmers in Zongguancun stunned. He grabbed his Nokia 3210 and had Xiao AI look up the headquarters phone number of Suhu, preferably a direct line to a business manager or technical director. Accessing the telecom inquiry network via base station signals matching Suhu's internal directory. Screening out the direct landline number of Deputy Technical Director Li Mingyuan 01082XXXXXX. The screen lit up with yellow-green backlight, and the keys clicked crisply. The dial tone sounded 3 times. Hello, who is this? A man's voice came from the other end, backed by the noise of keyboards clacking and people arguing. Zhang Zhe cleared his throat. Director Li, is it? I have a ready-made webmail system in my hands. The single machine concurrent capacity is 3 times higher than Wang Nan's, and the spam blocking rate is above 95%. I wonder if Suho might be interested. The line went quiet for 2 seconds. And you are? Li Mingyuan asked. Which company are you from, and how did you get my number? Zhang Zhe said, I am an independent developer and have not joined any company yet. I wrote this system myself. An independent developer, Li Mingyuan said. Brother, do you have any idea how many people worked on Wang Nan's email system? The core team alone had 26 people plus another 15 in the external testing group, and it still took more than half a year to get it running. You're sure you did this alone? Yes, I am very sure. Fine, then tell me. What is the underlying layer written in? C. In the storage architecture. Distributed. I designed my own file fragmentation scheme that supports hot migration. A failure of a single node does not affect the overall service. The keyboard tapping on the other end stopped. What protocol does your sending and receiving routing use? Dual channels of SMTP and POP3. I optimized the standard protocols and added an adaptive compression layer. When dial-up users and broadband users access the same email, the actual amount of data transmitted can differ by 3 to 4 times. The sentence carried a heavy load of technical meaning. In China's internet landscape of the year 2000, more than 80% of users still relied on 56K modems with painfully slow speeds. Any product that could run smoothly under such conditions would gain a decisive market edge. Li Mingyuan did not respond immediately. Zhang Zhe could hear him shuffling through papers. What spam blocking rate did you just claim? Above 95%. Based on rule filtering and a dual-engine Bayesian classifier. Stop exaggerating. Wang Nan's spam interception rate is just above 70% right now, and you start off at 95. Which is why I didn't call Wang Nan, Zhang Zhe said. They don't lack an email system. But you do. The other end fell silent for a few seconds. When Li Mingyuan spoke again, his tone had changed. What is the overall package size? 2.4 megabytes. How much? 2.4 megabytes. Wang Nan's email client installation package was more than 7 megabytes, and its server deployment package ran into tens of megabytes. 2.4 megabytes was an extraordinarily small figure. Li Mingyuan asked, where are you? Chang'an. Where in Chang'an? Xi'an University of Technology, student dormitory. There was a moment of silence on the other end. A student dormitory. Building 6 room 307, Zhang Zhe said. Save my mobile number. It's the one shown by this landline's callback. When you arrive, call me, and I'll come downstairs to meet you. Wait, Li Mingyuan said. You're a student? Yes. Is that very important? Li Mingyuan did not press the point any further. He simply said, wait for my news, and hung up. Zhang Zhe placed the Nokia beside his pillow. At the end of the corridor, someone was making instant noodles, and the smell of the seasoning packet drifted in. Zhang Zhe closed his eyes and calculated the time difference in his head. There was no Suhu branch in Chang'an. They would have to fly in from the imperial capital. There was an Air China flight at 8 in the evening, landing at 10:30. Including the taxi ride into the city, the earliest they could arrive would be around dawn the next day. If Li Mingyuan was anxious, he would book that flight, arrive by night, and his time of arrival would reveal just how urgent Su's need for an email system truly was. Li Mingyuan turned out to be more anxious than Zhang Zhe had anticipated. After hanging up, he stood in his office for 3 minutes rereading the technical parameters he had just jotted down twice. Only then did he go and knock on CEO Zhang Chaoyang's office door. Zhang Chaoyang was reading a financial report. Advertising revenue on the portal side had stalled, while Wang Nan's data for attracting new users through its email service was climbing. At last week's board meeting, someone had slapped the table and said word for word, if we can't bring out a decent email product, next quarter's budget will be cut by 30%. Li Mingyuan placed the sheet covered in parameters on the desk and delivered his report at high speed. Zhang Chaoyang lifted his head, a trace of puzzlement in his eyes. A university student? You mean to say a single university student has accomplished what our entire technical department could not? I believe you could put it that way. 2.4 megabytes. That's what he claims. And you believe him. Judging from the technical details he mentioned over the phone, there's no way to improvise that after casually looking things up. Regarding the adaptive compression layer, we discussed a similar idea internally last year, but shelved it due to the massive engineering workload. That student practically described it off the cuff very clearly with sufficient and solid details. I have no way not to believe him. Zhang Chaoyang capped his fountain pen and leaned back in his chair. So what do you intend to do? Fly to Chang'an, immediately take 2 people with me to have a look and talk on the spot if the demo runs smoothly. Who do you need to bring? Zhou Wei and Chun Guohue, Li Mingyuan said. One handles the back and the other stress testing. We verify the goods the moment we arrive. Zhang Chaoyang thought for a moment. The company will reimburse the tickets. If the thing is real, well, no matter how much he asks for, your job is to keep him steady. Don't let Wang Nin snatch him away. At 8:10 that evening, Li Mingyuan boarded a flight to Chang'an with 2 programmers in tow. Zhou Wei carried a ThinkPad laptop on his back and was stopped twice at security for inspection. Throughout the trip, Chen Guowei munched on peanuts, muttering, "Flying in the middle of the night for a student. Minjiwanj, are you sure you're not being played?" Li Mingyuan ignored him. His mood was complicated. The plane touched down at 10:40. The 3 of them slung their bags over their shoulders, walked out of Xianyang Airport, and took a taxi straight to Xi'an University of Technology. At 11:30 that night, the taxi stopped at the university gate. The elderly gatekeeper looked at the 3 middle-aged men in shirts and asked whom they were looking for. Building 6, room 307. We're looking for a student. The old man glanced at the taxi behind them. The dorms are locked at this hour. Come back tomorrow. Li Mingyuan took out his phone and dialed Zhang Zhe's number. The call went through after 2 rings. You've arrived. Half an hour sooner than I expected. The gatekeeper won't let us in. Walk 200 meters west. There's a section of wall that's lower. You can climb over. Li Mingyuan looked down at his leather shoes, then back at his 2 colleagues behind him. 15 minutes later, 3 middle-aged men with wrinkled shirts and muddy leather shoes appeared beneath Building 6. The corridor lights were off. Zhang Zhe came downstairs with a flashlight to meet them, the beam sweeping across their 3 faces. Director Li, you've had a hard trip. You're Zhang. Zhang Zhe nodded and led them upstairs. The corridor was deathly quiet. From one dorm room came the faint background music of a video game. The door of room 307 was half ajar. Zhang Zhe pushed it open and switched on the main light. Textbooks, instant noodle bowls, and an old desktop computer were piled on the desk. The CRT monitor occupied half the desk. Chen Guowei glanced around at the surroundings and stopped chewing his peanuts. Li Mingyuan pulled over a plastic stool, sat down, and looked at Zhang Zhe. Where is it? Can you run it for me to see? Zhang Zhe opened the desktop's case. The fan spun up with a loud hum. The CRT screen lit, and the blue Windows 98 desktop reflected on everyone's faces. Zhang Zhe picked up a floppy disk from the corner of the desk and slid it into the drive. Zhou Wei leaned in toward the screen, frowning. 2.4 megabytes. Can that fit on a single floppy? Li Mingyuan asked. Without turning his head, Zhang Zhe replied, a floppy holds 144 megabytes. I split it into 2 disks. He inserted the second disk and tapped out a string of commands on the keyboard. The deployment took less than a minute. Lines of log text flashed through the black command window. Service started, ports open, status normal. Zhang Zhe turned his chair around and moved aside. See for yourselves. Chen Guowei sat down at the computer without hesitation. He took out his notebook from his bag and connected it to the network cable, his fingers swiftly tapping on the keyboard as he quickly set up the local area network testing environment. Several technicians gathered around, staring at the screen in silence. Zhang Zhe did not join the crowd. He moved a chair to the corner, crossed his legs, and slowly sipped from a can of cola. Li Mingyuan paced back and forth nearby, his gaze shifting between Zhang Zhe and Chen Guowei. An hour passed. Chen Guowei had changed several testing schemes. Concurrency response, speed, data packet loss rate, internode synchronization delay. Each item was run repeatedly more than 3 times. A technical supervisor beside them also took a turn operating the system. The 2 exchanged hushed words, their expressions growing increasingly serious. After another half hour, Chen Guowei stood up from his chair and walked in front of Li Mingyuan. The data completely matches what he said. There are even a few aspects that are better. Li Mingyuan was stunned. Better. Chen Guowei nodded. The stability under high concurrency scenarios, the data he provided is 99. 2. But the actual measurement can reach 99. 4. This person left some room. The technical supervisor added, the architecture is very elegant. I've been in the email system for over 6 years, and with this setup, there should be no competitors in the domestic market. Li Mingyuan turned to look at Zhang Zhe, who was drinking cola in the corner. He quickly walked over. Zhang, can we talk about the price? Zhang Zhe put down his cola. Sure. Li Mingyuan pulled up a chair and sat across from him. You can start with a number. $150,000. Li Mingyuan chuckled. Xiaozhang, isn't that a bit too high? How much do you think is appropriate, Li? I think $60,000 is a reasonable price. Zhang Zhe stood up. Li, it's too late today. How about we leave it at this and continue tomorrow? Sit down, sit down. Li Mingyuan quickly held him back. 60,000 is my idea. You can negotiate, ha? Zhang Zhe sat back down. The 2 exchanged several rounds of negotiation. Li Mingyuan discussed the scope of technical licensing and subsequent maintenance responsibilities. Zhang Zhe talked about development costs and market valuation. 1 million, that's the bottom line. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his chair. This system is not something I'm forced to sell to Su. Li Mingyuan fell silent. Although he could continue negotiating, he considered the technical strength of this person. Moreover, Suhu was eager to launch an email business while Wang Nin had already taken the lead, developing from scratch himself, and it would take 3 to 4 months just to recruit a team. Time was truly of the essence. $1 million deal. Li Mingyuan extended his hand. Zhang Zhe shook it. Li Mingyuan did not let go. Xiao Zhang, I want to discuss something with you. Sure, go ahead. Come join us at Suo. Li Mingyuan stated directly, VP-level stock options, you set the salary, and our General Zhang will definitely entrust you with important responsibilities. Zhang Zhe withdrew his hand, shaking his head resolutely. Don't rush to refuse. Li Mingyuan leaned in closer. How big can you grow working alone? Suhu has over 10 million users, and the platform resources and team are all ready-made. Li, that's... Zhang Zhe interrupted him. I'm not planning to join any company for now, sorry. If I were to consider it, Suhu would definitely be my first choice. Li Mingyuan shook his head, regretfully not pressing further. However, Zhang Zhe patted his pants. There will be plenty of opportunities for collaboration in the future. The email system is just the beginning. I have some other projects that you should be interested in too. Li Mingyuan's eyes lit up. What are they? Zhang Zhe did not answer, but smiled mysteriously. Chen Guohui took out 2 copies of the formal contract and added the agreed terms. The contract was bilingual in Chinese and English with detailed clauses. Zhang Zhe reviewed it line by line, going through it without any pitfalls. He signed on the last page and handed 1 copy to Li Mingyuan. Will the payment arrive tomorrow? Will it be in dollars directly or converted into RMB at the latest exchange rate and deposited into your account? RMB would be fine. Zhang Zhe nodded in agreement. Li Mingyuan put away his copy of the contract and carefully placed the floppy disk into an anti-static bag, tucking it gently into the inner side of his briefcase. The 3 stood up to bid farewell. Zhang Zhe escorted them to the ground floor. Li Mingyuan glanced back at the 6-story old building, shaking his head. $1 million transaction had been concluded in a university dormitory. Chen Guohui was the last to walk out, stopping to say, I haven't figured out the writing of the underlying communication protocol. Could I consult you about it another day? Anytime. The next day at noon, Zhang Zhe woke up in the dormitory. He lay in bed and checked his account. The funds had arrived. $1 million equivalent to over 2 million renminbi. He stared at the screen for a while, then rolled out of bed and went to the cafeteria for a bowl of beef noodles that cost $3.50. After finishing his noodles, he pulled out his phone book and made 3 calls. The first was to the dorm leader Zhou Hai. Zhi, it's me, your brother. It's only been a few days, what's up? What's the hurry? I'm moving some goods for the boss right now. Boss, can I take a leave this afternoon to come over to the dorm? I have some matters to discuss with you all. How big could it be? You sound so serious. It's quite big, you have to come. Alright, I reckon I won't be back until tonight. You have to treat us to a good meal tonight. Sure. The second call was to the second dorm mate Shi Wenlong. Oh, isn't this our Xiao Zhang? What brings you to call me? Old Shi, I need your help with something. Can you come back this afternoon? What's up? Who bullied you? I'll help you deal with him this afternoon. It's serious business. Just come back. The boss will be back this afternoon too. Alright, see you this afternoon. The third call was to the youngest Wang Wenbin. Comrade Xiao Wang, how about I treat you to dinner this afternoon at Chuanxiang Jinxiu by the gate? The boss and the second brother will be coming too. Why did you hit the jackpot or something? Just tell me if you're coming or not. I'm definitely coming this afternoon. It's been 3 years I've finally waited for this, and I won't let you off the hook. At 5 in the afternoon, the 3 of them arrived one after another. Zhang Zhe took them to Chuanxiang Jinxiu near the school. The restaurant was luxuriously decorated with marble steps at the entrance, standing 3 stories tall. Once seated, Zhang Zhe flipped to the last page of the menu and ordered an $880 set meal. The 3 stared at him in unison. Shi Wenlong was the first to speak. Sainer, did you hit it big? We can't do anything illegal. Zhou Hai also looked surprised. Sainer, what happened? We don't need to spend this much, do we? It's nothing new, I'm just happy today. Zhang Zhe poured tea for everyone. This year, I wrote an email system, and I sold it yesterday. What is that? An email system? Wang Wenbin asked. It's a network email system. I wrote the server-side program to help the company set up the email system. People from Suhu came over last night to verify it and bought it directly. It should be online in about half a month. How much did you sell it for? You're showing off. Shi Wenlong asked. 1 million. Zhang Zhe looked at the others. Shi Wenlong nearly dropped his teacup, scalding his hand. His eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Hai reached out to touch Zhang Zhe's forehead. Is this for real? Are you kidding us? Zhang Zhe swatted his hand away. The dishes arrived, but no one picked up their chopsticks. Shi Wenlong swallowed hard. Alright, regardless of anything, you finally made it big. We're all happy for you. Zhou Hai rubbed his hands together. Sainer has truly made it. At last we have someone from our dorm who can stand out. Wang Wenbin adjusted his glasses, remaining calm. What's your next plan? You called us back today to discuss this. Zhang Zhe picked up a piece of fish. I want to start a company and prepare to make an online game. I can handle the programming, but I can't do it alone. I need trustworthy people to help me. Zhou Hai frowned. Online games. Are they viable now? The internet cafes are all playing single-player games like StarCraft. It's been validated in Korea. Zhang Zhe said, the widespread adoption of high-speed broadband is only a matter of time. The market is currently a blank slate. Whoever enters first will be the leader. Shi Wenlong asked, how confident are you technically? This is no small task. The technology is definitely not a problem. I've already written most of the code on old computer. I plan to hire professionals for the art and interaction design. Zhang Zhe looked at the three of them. The key is promotion, dealing with the government, and managing the company's daily operations. So I can only look for you guys who I don't trust anyone else. Wang Wenbin spoke up, tell us how to proceed. We'll do it together. Zhang Zhe put down his chopsticks. I'll invest $1 million in the company, and you guys will be the founding team. If we succeed, you'll get shares later. Zhou Hai hesitated, but my internship. How much do you get for your internship? Zhang Zhe asked. 800. I'll give you 3,000. Zhang Zhe looked at them. I won't let you suffer any loss. Zhou Hai was taken aback. At the end of the year, I'll give a 3-month bonus based on your salary. Zhang Zhe said, boss, it doesn't matter where we work, let's join hands and build something together. The table fell silent. A 3,000 base salary was a fortune for recent graduates in Chang'an City in 2000. Shi Wenlong raised his head. What kind of game do you want to make? MMORPG, a martial arts game with real-time combat. Wang Wenbin lifted his teacup. Cheers. I won't thank you. I'm glad to have met you, brother. The 4 cups clinked together. Zhang Zhe took a sip of tea. Shi Wenlong set down his teacup, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. What exactly is the game like? There isn't even a comparable one on the market now. You have to give us some insight. Zhang Zhe explained the core mechanism of the previous game Legend within the context of martial arts. Real-time combat, monster loot, and free PK. No turn-based system, no grid movement. The graphics should be at a 45-degree angle. The sect skills must be flashy, and the impact must feel real. Zhang Zhe dipped his finger in some tea and drew a framework on the table. There's a niche game in Korea called Legend. Considering the timing, a domestic company will soon be licensed to distribute it. Our Tianlong Bubu will be released shortly after this game. The graphics won't be inferior to Legend, and the gameplay will be richer. Most importantly, we will use the cultural heritage of local martial arts as the game's backdrop, something the Koreans cannot replicate. Why specifically use the book Tianlong Bubu? Because this book is currently popular, its fame ensures that anyone would want to take a look at it. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up. Can we fight anywhere in the wild? Can we loot others' equipment? Yes, with a red name mechanism. Killing others results in dropping their gear. Shi Wenlong nodded. This rule resonated well with him. Got it. So how will the work be divided? Zhang Zhe looked at Shi Wenlong. Second brother, you're well connected. You handle recruitment. The art team must be formed as soon as possible. Concept, art, modeling, special effects. Find the best talent available. Shi Wenlong agreed. This guy knew many people from the Art Institute, so it was appropriate to assign the recruitment task to him. Boss, you contact our school's work-study and internship students. We need many people to ensure effective grassroots promotion. Build the grassroots promotion team. The internet cafes will be your first frontline. In the future, posters for Tianlong Bubu must cover every corner of the internet cafes, and that will depend on you. Zhou Hai patted his chest. Leave it to me. I may not excel at other things, but physical labor is no problem for me. He was already friendly and well-liked among students, so finding people to help wouldn't be hard, and managing 100 people wouldn't be an issue either. Zhang Zhe finally looked at Wang Wenbin. Wenbin, there's the most challenging task. The copyright for Jin Yong's Tianlong Bubu novel needs you to handle it. Find a way to secure the game adaptation rights. I can only rely on you for this. You know our situation. If anyone in our dorm can accomplish this, it's you. Wang Wenbin stroked his chin. Jin Yong's copyright. He exclaimed, all right, I'll find a way to manage it. Here, take this money. You'll need it for your expenses. If it's not enough, just call me, and I'll wire you more. Zhang Zhe directly took out 50,000 yuan from his backpack and handed it to Wang Wenbin. He also gave Shi Wenlong and Zhou Hai 10,000 each. The three did not decline as they knew that without money nothing could be done. Once their roles were assigned, they stopped discussing work and focused on eating and drinking. After the meal, they each had their own tasks to attend to. The next day, Zhang Zhe knocked on the office door of his academic advisor, Ms. Lu Yuling. She was grading documents and glanced up at him briefly. Zhang Zhe, you're in your senior year. Why aren't you securing an internship at a company? What brings you to my office? Advisor, I'd like to rent a space on campus to launch my own startup. What about that 3-story derelict teaching building by the northeast perimeter wall? I'd like to lease it as my office space. Ms. Lu's pen paused mid-stroke. She closed the file before her. A startup? With what resources? Don't tell me you've been swayed by some charlatan into launching some harebrained scheme, only to lose even your meal money. Zhang Zhe handed over a photocopy of the contract with Suhu, offering a modest smile. I sold a small software application I developed myself, so I have modest capital to support this idea. Ms. Lu took the document and scanned it twice. Her eyes widened progressively. She looked up at Zhangzhe, then back down at the figures on the contract, rechecking again and again. She slapped the contract onto the desk. Her tone remained sharp, her words unyielding, but her expression had softened considerably. You sly one. Impressive. Quietly amassing wealth. So, what exactly do you plan to build? I intend to found a software company. Zhou Hai and several others will join me. Ms. Lu pondered briefly. It was a legitimate endeavor, so without hesitation she stood up immediately. You want the old teaching building? Right. Let's go. They walked together to the logistics department. Ms. Lu was known for her forthright, no-nonsense demeanor, yet enjoyed exceptional rapport across campus. Her sincerity in caring for students' futures was palpable, earning her unmatched respect among all academic advisors in the grade. The logistics department's office door stood ajar. Ms. Lu pushed it open without ceremony. Director Li sat holding a vintage enamel mug, gently blowing across the tea leaves floating atop its surface. Oldly busy. Ms. Lu pulled up a chair and settled in with effortless familiarity. Zhangzhe followed closely behind, bowing slightly and greeting politely. Good morning, Director Li. Director Li set down his mug and smiled warmly. Ah, Xiao Lu, what brings you here today? Is this your student? He's a senior, Zhangzhe. Ms. Lu gestured toward him, cutting straight to the point. We'd like to lease the old teaching building. The old teaching building. It's long overdue for repairs. The school plans to renovate it in 2 years. We don't rent it out. And besides, what would a student need such vast space for? For entrepreneurship. Ms. Lu tapped the table firmly. Don't give me bureaucratic evasions, Oldly. That building has stood vacant for 2 years. During the plum rain season, its plaster peels off in sheets, and your department shells out funds annually just to patch it up. Now a student is willing to take it over, fund renovations himself, and pay rent. Isn't that relieving your burden? Director Li waved his hands emphatically. Student startups. Mere dabbling. How much rent could they possibly pay? And if something goes awry, who bears the safety liability? I simply can't assume that risk. Current national policy actively encourages university students to launch independent ventures. Ms. Lu's voice rose a notch. If our university produces a standout entrepreneurial success story, you'll earn commendation in the year-end summary report. Another feather in your cap. This is supporting student growth. Think bigger. Director Li still shook his head. It's not that I oppose it. I worry these students act on fleeting impulses. They sign the lease today, default on electricity payments tomorrow, and vanish the day after, leaving you to clean up the mess. Zhangzhe stepped forward and placed the Suhu contract photocopy before Director Li. Director funding is not a concern. Rent and utility fees. We'll settle them annually in full upfront. Director Li glanced dismissively at the paper, until his gaze locked onto the figure and the official Suhu seal. His hand stilled. He set down his mug, retrieved his reading glasses, and leaned in closely to examine the document. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. Black ink on white paper, crystal clear. Silence hung in the office for half a minute. Director Li removed his glasses and studied the unassuming young man before him anew. You sold software to Su? Yes. Zhangzhe answered without hesitation. Director Li turned to Ms. Lu, his tone transformed. Remarkable. You've kept this well hidden, Xiao Lu. Your class has nurtured a true talent. Ms. Lu seized the moment. So, this isn't impulsive anymore, is it? He has real capital, and he's building a bona fide tech enterprise. Leasing him the old building doesn't just revitalize idle assets. It may well yield a future flagship alumni enterprise for our university. Refuse and he'll take that million elsewhere to rent premium office space off campus. When municipal TV crews come to interview him, our university won't even be mentioned. Director Li tapped his fingers twice against the desk, weighing pros and cons carefully. The derelict building was a logistical liability, and now a student stood before him with verifiable substantial capital, not some starry-eyed novice chasing fantasy. Approved. Director Li declared decisively. Since this supports entrepreneurship among our own students, logistics will grant full expedited approval. But let's state terms clearly. Fire safety standards must be strictly met, and operations must not disrupt normal functions of adjacent academic buildings. Understood. Zhangzhe affirmed promptly. Rent will follow the university's minimum standard, with the first year at 50% discount. Director Li opened a drawer for the keys. Let's go. I'll show you the premises. Ms. Lu rose and patted Zhangzhe's arm. Quick, thank Director Li. Thank you, Director, Zhangzhe replied smoothly. The three walked out of the administrative building, heading toward the old teaching building. After touring the ground floor with Director Li, Zhangzhe was thoroughly satisfied. Ample space across 3 levels, 6 large classrooms per floor, plus a storage room and a shared restroom. Though visibly aged, the structure required only basic refurbishment to become functional. Once directorly departed Ms. Liu smiled broadly, the venue is secured for you. Don't cause trouble, work diligently. If I hear you're gaming or slacking off inside, I'll personally toss your belongings out the door. Thank you, advisor, Zhang Zhe replied, cheerfully accepting the keys. Over the next 2 weeks, the 4 founders wore their shoes nearly threadbare. Zhang Zhe hired a construction crew to repaint every classroom on the first floor and rewire electrical systems, even repainting the exterior walls in fresh white. He purchased dozens of relatively new office desks and chairs from secondhand markets, then installed brand new high-spec computers one by one, transforming the entire space into a sleek professional environment worthy of an established corporation. To ensure operational efficiency, the 6 classrooms were assigned distinct functions, one for the art team, one for the field marketing unit, one dedicated to meetings, one for the programming team, the storage room converted into a finance office, and the remainder held in reserve. Shi Wenlong moved swiftly. Within days, he returned leading 8 artists, each carrying sketchpads. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai assembled a freelance field marketing team of dozens within the same time frame, already preparing for training sessions. Wang Wenbin flew to Hong Kong and never returned, locked in protracted negotiations over copyright licensing with Jin Yang's authorized representative. 2 weeks later, the old teaching building had undergone a complete metamorphosis across all 3 floors. At the far end of the corridor, a custom bronze plaque was mounted on the wall, engraved with 5 bold characters. Compass Technology. In the programming team's office, keyboards clattered incessantly. 5 or 6 bespectacled coders hammered away furiously. Zhang Zhe had already delegated peripheral programming tasks via Xiao AI, distributing them efficiently across the team. Zhang Zhe stood at the doorway, observing the bustling scene within. The first step had been firmly taken. The cohort brought by Shi Wenlong was without exception strikingly unkempt. Some carried sketchpads slung over shoulders, the others lugged paint boxes. One wore dreadlocks and sported 3 earrings in each ear. Zhang Zhe swept his gaze across them. Is this everyone? Shi Wenlong handed over a stack of resumes. 8 people, more than sufficient. 4 from the Sichuan Fine Arts Institute, 4 from the Xi'an Academy of Fine Arts. Don't judge by appearances. Their technical skill is formidable. Each was vetted personally by me. Zhang Zhe flipped through 2 resumes, asked no further questions, and led them directly into the office. The moment the door swung open, all 8 artists froze in the doorway. Pristine workstations stretched in perfect alignment. Each station held a top-tier custom-built PC, then unprecedented in domestic academic settings. A 21-inch flat-panel monitor sat beside a professional-grade scanner and graphics tablet. In the corner, boxes overflowed with high-end markers, tracing paper, and premium art supplies. The dreadlocked youth reacted first. Holy, graphics tablets. Wacom. Zhang Zhe flipped the light switch. Imported from Japan, arrived last week. How much does one cost? Don't concern yourself with price, just use it. The dreadlocked youth ran trembling fingers across the tablet's surface. Such devices were absolute luxuries in China circa 2000. Even elite art academies rarely possessed them. Another bespectacled woman approached a workstation and sat down. She double-clicked a desktop shortcut. Every major digital painting and photo editing application flooded the screen, comprehensive, up-to-date, fully licensed. She turned to Zhang Zhe, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Zhang Zhe pulled up a chair and seated himself at the front. Please take your seats. You've traveled far, and time is short. So let's dispense with formalities and begin immediately. He powered on his own monitor. A character design appeared. A male figure clad in azure robes gripping a slender sword. His silhouette was crisp, his flowing sleeves animated with dynamic grace. His facial features balanced realism and stylization with exquisite subtlety. His attire merged traditional inkwash texture with cel-shaded precision, an elegant, harmonious synthesis. The office fell silent for several seconds. The dreadlocked youth dragged his chair to the screen, squinting intently. Who drew this? I did, Zhang Zhe replied. The youth scrutinized him up and down. Did you study fine arts? Merely dabbled. Forgive my amateurism. Zhang Zhe rapped the table lightly. Can you all adhere to this stylistic framework? Consistency is paramount. He advanced to the next image. This time a female figure, attired in the tattered, patched garb of the beggar's sect. Her mended seams were reimagined as bold, expressive, decorative motifs. A gourd hung jauntily at her waist, her entire bearing radiating irreverent charisma. The bespectacled woman spoke up. Excellent. The costume design shows remarkable conceptual depth. Zhang Zhe cycled through 12 character designs in rapid succession. 1 male and 1 female protagonist for each of the 6 great sects, Shaolin Wudong Amei Beggars, Tianshan, and Dali Duan clan. Beneath each illustration appeared precise color specifications, material notes, and annotations indicating preferred poses and movement dynamics. Zhang Zhe closed the image viewer and turned to face them. Beyond characters will require monster designs, environmental concept art, UI interfaces, and skill effect storyboards. Workload is immense. You have 2 weeks to deliver the first batch, all character illustrations and initial scene sketches. Can you meet that deadline? Chen Qiming, the dreadlocked artist, counted on his fingers. 12 finalized character sheets. How many scenes do you need? 8 grand-scale environments, 16 intimate ones. 2 weeks. Chen Qiming scratched his head. Tight, but feasible. With your reference art as our stylistic anchor, we'll avoid tedious trial-and-error iterations. Zhang Zhe rose and clapped sharply. All reference materials are now uploaded to the shared drive, accessible from every workstation. When in doubt, consult me directly. Never guess. Gentlemen and ladies, the hour has arrived to demonstrate your mastery. Once the art team immersed themselves, the studio's atmosphere underwent a profound shift. The once empty workstations filled rapidly. Keyboard clatter mingled with brushstrokes and the soft, rhythmic shush-shush of graphite on paper. The bespectacled woman, Lin Xiaoyu, handled environmental concept art wearing headphones and painting nonstop for hours. Zhang Zhe arrived daily at 8 a.m., circling the art studio to review progress and offer concise, actionable feedback. Direct, incisive, never verbose. This hue leans too warm. Cool it by 2 degrees, and Chen Qiming adjusted instantly. This tree's scale clashes with the character. Redraw it. And Lin Xiaoyu began anew without protest. Occasionally debates arose, but the tangible superiority of Zhang Zhe's output rendered objections mute. Having seen his masterful reference art, none perceived him as an outsider imposing arbitrary demands. Thus collaboration flowed seamlessly. By day he anchored himself in the art studio, overseeing execution. By night, after all others departed, he locked himself in a secluded inner room, awakened Xiao AI, and issued the command to generate the core architecture of the demigods and semi-devils MMORPG. Generating main game engine requires 48 ZPS computational power. Generation in progress. Complete. Export required. Zhang Zhe instructed Xiao AI to embed the executable directly onto the local machine's hard drive. The entire program was completed in a single day, but authenticity demanded concealment. So he remained sequestered in that small room, feigning tireless solitary labor. For a full 4 days, he stayed hidden in the office, pretending to be diligent while in reality, he was engrossed in novels. One night, Zhou Hai returned to the dormitory to grab something and passed by the office, noticing the light was on inside. Peeking through the window, he could only see Zhang Zhe's back and the densely packed characters on the screen. Zhou Hai did not knock and turned to leave. On the 15th day, when the art team submitted the last batch of images, Zhang Zhe had been working all night until 7 in the morning. He rubbed his eyes. He reviewed the character designs drawn by Chen Qiming and the scene images, as well as the UI materials and special effects storyboards. He marked more than a dozen places that needed minor adjustments. These will be revised today. After finishing, export everything in PSD format, following the resolution and layer naming conventions as per the document I sent. Don't make mistakes. Chen Qiming nodded and took his team to make the revisions. By 3 in the afternoon, all materials were ready. Zhang Zhe closed the door to the small room and began importing the art resources into the engine. Texturing, UV unwrapping, optimizing model polygon counts, and balancing animation frame rates. Xiao AI quickly helped me integrate everything. 2 days later, Zhang Zhe emerged from the small room, his face showing 3 days of stubble and 2 obvious dark circles under his eyes. Holding a cup of cold tea, he installed the client on a computer in the public office area. Then he took out his phone and sent a message to Shi Wenlong, Zhou Hai, and Wang Wenbin. Coming back from Chang'an, I'll show you our first game. 40 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived one after another. Shi Wenlong was the first to enter, smelling strongly of smoke, having just finished discussing a potential art outsourcing plan outside. Zhou Hai followed closely, his sneakers covered in dust from visiting several internet cafes in Huangyan village today. The last to arrive was Wang Wenbin, who was still carrying a briefcase just back from the airport. Shi Wenlong asked, "Where's the game? Where's our game?" Zhang Zhe did not reply but pointed to the computer. The screen displayed a login interface. In the background, ink wash-style mountains slowly flowed. In the upper right corner, bold characters read, Tian Long Ba Bu. A melody played from the speakers, distant and somewhat melancholic. Zhou Hai stepped closer, saying, "What is this?" Zhang Zhe dragged over 4 chairs and set up 3 more machines, quickly installing the client. "Sit down and give it a try. The test server is already set up." The 4 of them took a seat. Zhou Hai was the first to log into the game. The character creation interface popped up, displaying 6 major sects in sequence. Below each sect were 2 character models, 1 male and 1 female, which could be rotated 360 degrees for a better view. He chose the beggar's sect, and a burly man wielding a dog-beating stick appeared in the center of the screen. Damn! Zhou Hai leaned closer to the screen. This graphics quality. Can a game from 2000 have these graphics? Wang Wenbin selected Wudong, where a white-clad Taoist stood with a sword. He remained silent, pausing his fingers on the mouse for 2 seconds. Shi Wenlong selected Shaolin. A bald monk with an iron staff slung over his shoulder stood on moss-covered stone bricks. He clicked to enter the game. The screen switched. In front of a mountain gate covered in snow, 3 golden characters hung on the sign, Shaolin Temple. In the distance, mountains layered upon each other, and close by, snow rested on pine branches. Occasionally, a snowflake drifted down from the top of the screen. Several NPC monks moved about in the courtyard, each following their own paths. Some were sweeping, while others were practicing martial arts. Shi Wenlong moved the mouse, and the perspective shifted accordingly. The 2D graphics were exceptionally detailed with natural light and shadow changes. Every tree and stone was meticulously rendered. Zhangzhe suggested, try fighting a monster. Shi Wenlong controlled his character to walk outside the mountain gate, and after a few steps he encountered a wild wolf. He pressed the attack key. The bald monk swung his iron staff and struck. The wild wolf was sent flying 3 meters away, flipping over and getting back up to charge again. When the staff hit the wolf, there was a clear impact frame and sound effect, and the wolf had a feedback animation. The tactile feel was very authentic. Shi Wenlong commented with 4 words, "The impact feels good." Zhou was already going crazy with kills. The skill effects of the beggar's sect were flashy. The 18 dragon subduing palms struck out, splitting the ground with a crack and shining with golden light. Zhou yelled as he chased a group of wild boars across the map. He disturbed Wang Wenbin, who was focused on his experience, causing him to frown. "Can you be a bit quieter?" Zhou waved his arms excitedly. "No way. Look at this skill. I want to be Qiao Feng." Wang Wenbin ignored him, controlling the Wudong Taoist to stand on the edge of a cliff on Wudong Mountain for a moment. He looked down at the sea of clouds, then looked up at the moon. He asked Zhangzhe, "Did you implement a day-night system?" "Yes, it's done. There's real-time weather. When it rains, the ground gets wet, and on snowy days, NPCs change clothes." Wang Wenbin's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not say more and continued to play. Chen Qiming and Lin Xiaoyu were about to finish work. Hearing the noise outside, they came over to take a look. They then found themselves unable to leave. Lin Xiaoyu grabbed an available machine, saying, "Wait, where's the Ame character I drew? Let me see Ame." She installed the client herself, created a female Ame character. The moment the character appeared, she covered her mouth. The original artwork she drew was faithfully rendered into a 2.5D model. The embroidery patterns on the garment were preserved, the hairpin was still there, and even the silk ribbon around her waist was restored. "My God, did I draw this?" Zhangzhe leaned against the wall. "You did. The model was created based on your design. Any discrepancies will be adjusted later." Chen Qiming squeezed in as well. He selected the Dali Duan family, using the one yang finger to point out, and a golden beam struck a distant wooden stake. The stake shattered with a sound, and fragments flew in all directions. Chen Qiming stared at the screen. "The special effects are good, but the ending of this one yang finger beam is a bit abrupt. Can we add a fade out?" Zhangzhe noted it down in his notebook, saying, "Sure, I'll take note." In the entire office, more than a dozen computers were running the game. No one was thinking about finishing work anymore. Zhou had discovered the outdoor PK area and shouted, "There's a red name system. I just killed an NPC and turned red." Shi Wenlong didn't even look up. "You can kill NPCs too. I'm just testing the features." Shi Wenlong controlled the Shaolin monk to walk beside Zhou beggar's sect character, and without saying a word swung his staff. Zhou was caught off guard and lost half his health, jumping up. "What are you doing?" "Just testing features." The two began to fight in the game. Shaolin against beggar's sect, iron staff against dog-beating stick. They fought joyfully. The art staff in the office all gathered around to watch. Some cheered while others heckled. Wang Wenbin exited the game, stood up, and walked over to Zhangzhe. "I'll fly to Hong Kong tomorrow to handle the copyright issues, and I'll get it done before next week." Zhangzhe nodded. Zhou had been killed in the game by Shi Wenlong's Shaolin monk lying on the ground waiting to respawn. He still wouldn't stop talking. "Zhangzhe, just wait. When we officially launch, I'll let all the internet cafes in Beijing know about this game." The office was in an uproar. The sounds of keyboards and mice couldn't drown out the noise of shouting and laughter. Zhangzhe leaned against the wall watching the crowd. He took a sip of the now cold tea and let out a long breath. September, Shanghai, Pudong. Headquarters of Xingda Network Company. Wang Tianxiao threw the pen on the desk and leaned back into the black leather chair. On the desk lay a faxed authorization contract just received from Korea, the last page stamped with Acta's Soft's red seal. He stared at the few pages, contemplating for a full 5 minutes. The domestic online gaming market was still a barren land. A few text-based MUDs along with the recently emerging rudimentary graphical online games did not amount to much. This contract was the pickaxe that would pry open this gold mine. He reached for the internal phone. "Bring old Chen in." In less than half a minute, Chen Danian pushed the door open, holding a stack of reports and walking quickly. "We secured it. Wang Tianxiao wasted no words and pointed to the fax document on the desk. Shun Danian walked over, flipped through 2 pages and sighed. $300,000. This is the last bit of our funds. We invested it all. Wang Tianxiao stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the endless flow of traffic below. 300,000 for a monopoly opportunity, but it's worth it. Next, we need to think about how to play this game big. How is the progress on the marketing department side? As per your request, the ground promotion team has been established, mainly focused on Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Hangzhou. Primarily part-time college students with a base salary plus commission. Training was completed yesterday. Wang Tianxiao turned around frowning. For cities are just pilot projects. I want nationwide coverage. Internet cafes are key. Where do today's internet users go online? Internet cafes. As long as we change all the desktop icons in the internet cafes to our game's logo and plaster the walls with posters, the game is half done. He walked to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and drew a heavy circle, the tip of the pen screeching against the whiteboard. Tell the team below that ground promotion isn't just about handing out flyers. Handing out flyers is useless, they'll just end up in the trash. We need to go in and negotiate with the internet cafe owners. Offer them a share of the profits or give them some game cards to encourage them to promote us. Do you understand? Shun Danian quickly jotted notes. Also improve work efficiency. I don't want to hear about the process, I just want results. Within a month, I want our game, Legend, to be present in every internet cafe in these 4 cities wherever there's a computer. Beijing, Zhongguancun. Li Chong was a junior college student taking advantage of the weekend to do a part-time job. He carried a huge woven bag filled with posters, CDs, and brochures, the handle making his palms red. Pushing open the door of an internet cafe named Feiyu, a heavy smell of smoke mixed with the aroma of braised beef noodles hit him. More than 100 machines were fully occupied, most people chatting on QQ or playing StarCraft and Red Alert. The sound of keyboards clattering was deafening. Li Chong walked to the bar, pulled out a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes, took one out, and handed it to the owner behind the cash register. Boss, business is booming. The owner, a chubby man, was staring at the computer screen, watching a movie, not even looking up. Are you selling hardware? Not buying. Selling snacks? Not buying either. I'm not selling anything. Li Chong insisted, shoving the cigarette toward him and lighting it for the owner. I'm from Shengda Network. Our company is about to launch a new online game called Legend. We'd like to put up a few posters here. The owner exhaled a smoke ring and waved his hand. No time, there's no space on the wall. Don't interfere with my business. Li Chong pulled out a few posters from his bag and unfolded them. The visuals showed a warrior wielding a big sword with the backdrop of Shabak City vibrant in color. The fat boss considered for a moment, pointed to a spot in the corner near the restroom. That place is empty, stick it up yourself. Installing the client on the machines will have to wait until the evening when we are closed, but it can't be done now. The players are still playing, and a restart will earn me complaints. Li Chong quickly agreed, grabbing glue and a brush to go put up the posters. The wall next to the restroom had some peeling paint, and he smoothed it out with the brush before sticking the poster up straight. Just as he finished, a young man with yellow hair came out of the restroom and stopped to stare at the poster for a few moments. Dude, when can we play this game? Li Chong's eyes lit up as he handed over a flyer. Next month for the public beta, free to play. Remember to come. A similar scene was unfolding in Tianhe, Guangzhou, Wenshan Road, Hangzhou, and Zhujiaoui, Shanghai every day. Shengda's ground promotion team scoured the streets and alleys of internet cafes. Those part-time college students ran until their legs were weary and their mouths were sore. Some even helped the internet cafe owners clean up and serve tea just to get a poster in a prominent position. In just half a month, promotional materials for Legend were seen everywhere in the internet cafes of the 4 major cities. At the headquarters of Shengda, in the technical department's machine room, the machines roared and the air conditioning was set to maximum, making the temperature so low that it sent shivers down one's spine. The technical director, with 2 large dark circles under his eyes, was debugging the equipment with several engineers. The network cables on the floor were tangled together. Wang Tianxiao walked in wearing only a thin shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. How's the server situation? The technical director wiped the sweat off his face, saying, all 10 Dell servers are in place, the system is installed, and we are currently running stress tests. According to the data from Korea, a single server can handle 2,000 users without issue. 10 servers can support 20,000 users online simultaneously. Wang Tianxiao remained silent, staring at the blinking indicator lights on the cabinet. 20,000. Too few. This is already our maximum budget. The technical director explained, his voice tinged with exhaustion. Server hardware is expensive and bandwidth is even more costly. The rent for the telecommunications machine room is astronomical per month. We're out of money. Wang Tianxiao fell silent. He knew they were out of money, and even the employees' salaries for next month were at risk. But he knew better that if the server crashed on the first day of the game's launch due to overwhelming traffic and players couldn't log in, the game's reputation would be ruined. All the ground promotion and effort would go to waste. Go talk to the telecommunications company. Wang Tianxiao knocked on the cabinet shell, producing a dull sound. Tell them we need 10 more servers bandwidth and slots. We'll owe them money and pay them back with the revenue from the game after it launches. The technical director was taken aback, shaking his head repeatedly. Will the telecommunications company agree? They're a state-owned enterprise while we're just a small private company. There's no reason to rent servers on credit. How do we know they won't agree if we don't ask? Wang Tianxiao raised his voice. Tell them this game will definitely be a hit. We will bring them a massive income from bandwidth fees. They won't lose out. You go negotiate. If you can't get it done, I will go myself. 3 days later, Wang Tianxiao personally sat in the office of the telecommunications company's branch manager. He spent 2 hours presenting a PowerPoint and used his eloquence to paint a grand vision. He presented the game market data from Korea, the results of ground promotions, and clearly explained the future profit model. In the end, the telecommunications manager was persuaded by him. The resources for another 10 servers were approved as a backup. Everything was ready. Wang Tianxiao looked at the calendar on his desk. There was less than a month until the public beta. The entire Xingda company was operating at high speed, and everyone was pushed to their limits. Wang Tianxiao only slept 4 hours a day, betting all his chips on this Korean game. He was determined to win, and win spectacularly. Meanwhile, in Xian and Zhang's office, the sound of typing on the keyboard was still intense. The development progress of demigods and semi-devils was advancing rapidly. With the assistance of the AI, Zhang saved a significant amount of trial-and-error costs, and the integration of art resources and optimization of the underlying code were completed in one go. Zhou Hai rushed in from outside, bringing in the chill of late autumn, holding a crumpled poster. Zhang, take a look at this. Zhang stopped typing and took the poster. It was a promotional poster for Legend. The edges were already somewhat damaged, clearly torn off forcefully. I saw it at the internet cafe near Huangyan village. Zhou Hai took a large sip from the water cup on the desk. These people have gone mad. The internet cafe has even posted this thing on the toilet door. They say it's going to be in public beta next month. They're making quite a spectacle. Sure, Wen Long with a cigarette in his mouth leaned over to take a look. Korean game. The graphics are average. The character modeling looks a bit rough. Zhang laid the poster flat on the desk, tapping it twice with his finger. Xingda Network. They're quick to act. Wang Wenbin adjusted his glasses, lifting his head from a pile of legal documents. Should we adjust our launch plan? To avoid their spotlight. Their ground promotion efforts clearly indicate they've invested heavily. No need. Zhang folded the poster and tossed it into the drawer. They do their thing, and we do ours. The target audience overlaps, but the experience is completely different. The audience for demigods and semi-devils is more inclined towards martial arts culture, appealing to the domestic player's IP sentiment. He stood up, walked to the whiteboard, picked up an eraser, and wiped away part of the progress bar, rewriting several notes. However, since someone is helping us expand the online gaming market, we can't lag too far behind. The core gameplay testing is moved up to next week. On the art side, Chen Qiming increased the texture resolution of the main city scene. I want the moss texture to be visible even in the brick gaps of Luoyang City. Chen Qiming let out a wail from his corner workstation. Bro, I haven't gone home this week. My wife barely recognizes me. After the public beta, you'll get a half-month paid vacation. Zhang didn't turn his head back, continuing to add details to the whiteboard. Zhou Hai chuckled. Old Chen, just hang in there. Once our game is launched, your wife will be clinging to you every day. Laughter erupted in the office, slightly dispersing the exhausted atmosphere. Zhang turned around, looking at the group. He knew what kind of storm Legend would stir up. It would be a miracle in the history of domestic online gaming, creating a billionaire and changing the entertainment habits of a generation. But in his hands was a tool that transcended the time's code and artistic expression, optimized to perfection by the AI. Zhang sat in front of the computer, his fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard. Since Xingdao was heavily promoting offline, he would not let go of the online territory. He pulled up the internal testing client for demigods and semi-devils and set it to the highest graphics quality. The engine, optimized by the AI, exhibited remarkable rendering capabilities. The bustling streets of Luoyang City, the clouds rolling over Tsongshan and Erai and Dali, and the mottled sunlight in the Shaolin Temple's scripture pavilion were all vividly presented. He captured dozens of high-definition lossless in-game images. Then he controlled the character to record a real-time gameplay video. The Beggar's Sect's 18 dragon-subduing palms spiraled with golden dragons, and the Xiaoyao Sect's Lingbo Weibu left behind a series of afterimages. There was no light pollution, only the visceral impact of punches landing and the martial arts charm of the moves. In the end, he recorded a pure scenic tour video paired with a piece of melodious, ancient-style background music. After packaging the materials, Zhang Zhe directly uploaded them to the material server. Old Zhou make a 3-minute promotional video out of this. Zhang Zhe instructed, "Be quick, I want the finished product by tomorrow morning." Zhou Hai opened the material package and the visual effects on the screen made him gasp. Wow, this texture resolution, Old Chun and the team really must have worked themselves to the bone. This footage, if released, would put current online games to shame. Stop talking nonsense. Once it's done, hand it over to the ground promotion team. Zhang Zhe tapped the table. Major gaming forums, BBS, Tieba, QQ groups, spread it all. The title needs to be eye-catching, no flowery language. Sure, Wenlong leaned over staring at the combat footage on the screen, oblivious that ash from his cigarette had fallen on the keyboard. The smoothness of these actions, I can't believe it. I'll arrange for someone to post it right away. The next morning, major gaming communities in the country welcomed unprecedented buzz. On the homepage of 17,173 in Sina Games Forum, a large number of preview posts about demigods and semi-devils appeared. There were no lengthy, tedious introductions, only eye-catching videos and screenshots. The pinnacle of domestic martial arts, first exposure of in-game footage. Reject Kimchi Games' true martial arts is here. Players clicking on the posts mostly did so with a skeptical attitude at first. Which promotional images of games on the market are not meticulously refined. Yet when the videos played, the high-definition visuals, smooth combat actions, and scenes rich in Eastern aesthetics directly impacted the visual senses. The forum comment section refreshed at a visible speed. Is this actual in-game footage? I don't believe it, it must be CG. Look at the character movements and skill releases, it's definitely a real-time recording. This quality is insane. This looks way better than that Korean game. When's the public beta? I want to play as a beggar's sect member. Zhang Zhe sat in his office watching the forum engagement data continuously rise, pondering what other channels could be utilized. Wang Wenbin went to Hong Kong for several days, and by the time he returned, he had lost a noticeable amount of weight. He slammed his briefcase on the desk, pulled out a neatly bound contract, and slapped it down in front of Zhang Zhe. Signed. Zhang Zhe picked it up and flipped through it. The seal of Mr. Jin Yong's agent, the scope of copyright authorization, the adaptation rights for online games, and the authorization period of 5 years. The clauses were densely packed, each one painstakingly negotiated by Wang Wenbin. The other party didn't even see me at first. Wang Wenbin unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, gulping down half. Mr. Jin Yong's agent is a man in his 60s, surnamed Liang, who has been in the copyright business for 20 years sharp as a tack. I waited 2 days downstairs at his company. On the third day, he came down for dim sum, and I went in and sat opposite him before he was willing to listen to me. Zhou Hai asked, "So how did you seal the deal?" I talked to him for 3 hours about martial arts novels. Wang Wenbin adjusted his glasses. We discussed Mr. Jin Yong's creative trajectory, the character arcs of Duan Yu and Xiao Feng in Demigods and Semi-Devils, and the narrative pacing of the scene with the sweeping monk. The old man's eyes lit up more and more as we talked, and in the end he said, "Young man, you really have read the books." Then we started discussing the main business. The copyright fee is 500 yuan, not low, but within our budget. Zhang Zhe closed the contract and glanced at Wang Wenbin. Well done. Wang Wenbin finished the water and tossed the bottle into the trash. With the copyright secured, the final piece of the puzzle was in place. But Zhang Zhe did not relax. No matter how well the game is made, if it can't be promoted, it's worth nothing. Zhou Hai was working on offline promotions while online marketing posts on forums were only the first step, far from enough. He needed a high-traffic platform. That evening, Zhang Zhe called Zhang Chaoyang from Suhu. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. Zhang Zhe. Zhang Qiuliang's voice held a hint of surprise. What are you up to now? Mr. Zhang, I've developed an online game and would like to discuss a collaboration with Suhu. The line was silent for 2 seconds. An online game? Didn't you make an email system? How did you end up making a game? The email system is to help you make money, and the game is to help me make money. Zhang Zhe spoke plainly. Besides, this collaboration can earn Suhu a lot of money. Zhang Chaoyang chuckled. All right, come to Beijing and we can discuss it in person. 2 days later at the headquarters of Suhu, Zhang Zhe entered the conference room with a laptop. 3 people from Suhu were present. Zhang Chaoyang sat at the head of the table. Beside him were the vice president of the business department and a marketing manager. Zhang Zhe opened the laptop and connected it to the projector. Without a PowerPoint presentation, he directly played a 3-minute game promotional video. The conference room dimmed. Scenes of Luoyang City, the snowy landscape of Shaolin Temple, and the Tsongshan and Dirai Lake in Dali flashed by one after another. The golden dragon of the dragon subduing 18 palms struck the ground, while the light of the 6 meridians' divine sword pierced through the night sky. It finally froze on a line of text, Tianlong Bubu Online, with a public beta testing scheduled for the end of the year. When the lights came back on, the marketing manager's mouth was still agape. Zhang Qiuliang's expression didn't change much, but he lightly tapped his fingers on the table twice. This was his habitual action when he was interested. The visuals are indeed stunning, Zhang Chaoyang spoke, but as a student team, can you handle the server's operations and customer service? You can rest assured about the technical aspects. I believe you are somewhat aware of my technical abilities. Zhang Zhe turned off the projector and sat down. I came today to discuss promotional cooperation with you. Here's the proposal. Suhu will handle our full site promotion, including homepage banner ads, soft article recommendations in the game channel, and embedded game links at the end of articles. In exchange, Suhu will gain exclusive distribution rights for our network point cards in the East China region with a 10% wholesale price reduction. The vice president of business furrowed his brows. 10%. What is the pricing for your point cards, in line with the pricing of the legendary game by Xingda Network? The vice president calculated the profit margin with a pen and looked up at Zhang Chaoyang. The profit margin was indeed considerable. However, he still shook his head. Homepage banners are Suhu's core advertising space. You should have checked the listing price for a quarter. For a game that hasn't even launched, yet using point card sales to trade is an unequal exchange. That depends on how we calculate it. Zhang Zhe did not back down. What is the average daily PV for Suhu's game channel now? 300,000. 500,000. I am offering you exclusive distribution rights for a phenomenal product, and increasing the traffic of your game channel by 3 to 5 times should be a piece of cake. Take a moment to calculate this. The vice president opened his mouth, but was momentarily speechless. Zhang Chaoyang remained silent, listening to the back-and-forth discussion. At this moment he spoke up. What makes you say this is a phenomenal product? Zhang Zhe looked at him. Mr. Zhang, how was the market feedback for the email system you purchased for 1 million last time? Zhang Chaoyang did not answer directly, but his tone softened. The registration rate increased by 40%. The things you developed are indeed useful. I have never botched anything I created, Zhang Zhe said confidently. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. Zhang Chaoyang stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to everyone. I will reserve the homepage banner for you for 2 months. The soft articles and recommendations will be coordinated by our editorial department with at least 3 pieces per week. The wholesale price for the point card distribution will be adjusted down by 10%, as you suggested. The vice president was about to say something, but Zhang Chaoyang turned around. Old Zhao, I have decided this matter. The vice president set down his pen and fell silent. Zhang Chaoyang walked back and shook hands with Zhang Zhe. Xiao Zhang, I have confidence in you. Don't let me down. I won't. After leaving Suhu, Zhang Zhe stood at the entrance of the building, took out his phone, and flipped through the contacts. Suhu was settled, but one channel was not enough. All available channels had to be utilized. In the following week, Zhang Zhe was busy nonstop. He directly called the business department of Wangnan, reporting the name of Compass Technology. Upon hearing that it was a game developer, the other party was fairly pleasant, and they scheduled a meeting in Guangzhou. Zhang Zhe flew over and talked for an afternoon. After watching the demonstration video, the other party immediately agreed to collaborate on joint promotion in the game channel. The conditions were simple. Wangnan wanted a share of the point cards for sale in Guangzhou and nearby cities. Zhang Zhe agreed, although it was non-exclusive. However, things were not as smooth with Xinlong. Zhang Zhe had to go through 2 layers of connections to arrange a meeting with the head of Xinlang's game channel. The person surnamed Wu was in his 40s, and they met at a Japanese restaurant. Mr. Wu flipped through the materials Zhang Zhe brought and casually set them aside, picking up a piece of salmon with chopsticks and putting it into his mouth. Mr. Zhang. Oh no, you haven't graduated yet. Then he'll call you Xiao Zhang. You are free to do so. Xiao Zhang, I understand your feelings. It's great to have ambition as a university student starting a business. However, running an online game is not as simple as writing code. Operations, promotions, server maintenance, version iterations. Any one of these links breaking down can be fatal. How long has your company been registered? How many employees do you have? Registered for 2 months with a core team and part-timers totaling over 40. Mr. Wu set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. I'm sorry, but Xinlong's advertising resources are limited. We prioritize mature partners. With your current scale, I suggest you focus on getting established first, and then come back to us with data. The polite words were clear in meaning. No cooperation. Zhang Zhe did not linger, collected the materials, paid the bill, and left. Similar setbacks were not limited to just one. After a market manager from a certain portal site finished introducing themselves, they directly asked, how many registered users do you have? Not online yet. Why are you coming to me if you're not online? The other party smiled, and the meaning behind that smile was obvious. Another website that provided game information had intentions for cooperation, but they immediately asked for 500,000 in advertising fees with no room for negotiation. Zhang Zhe calculated the cost-effectiveness and declined. After running around for a week, he secured deals with Suhu Wangnan and 2 medium-sized game information sites. The setbacks included Xinlong and 3 or 4 other portal and vertical sites. Zhang Zhe listed the results on paper and handed them to Zhou Hai. These are the online channels. Let's use them for now. For those few who did not cooperate with us, write them down. They will come to us proactively later. Zhou Hai looked at the list. No cooperation from Xinlong. That's a major traffic source. No rush. Once Tianlong Babu is online, the data will speak for us. By then it won't be me seeking them. They will be lining up to find me. Capital never turns its back on money. Zhou Hai scratched his head. You speak quite confidently. It's not arrogance, it's my confidence in what I have created. Zhang Jie opened his computer, and the screen displayed the latest game testing footage. All right, no more nonsense. Have you finished the training for offline promotions? It's done. 36 people ready to be deployed at any moment. Then deploy them. Start from Chang'an and radiate to surrounding cities. Every internet cafe must at least install the client and put up posters. If they can't do this, we'll replace them. Zhou Hai slapped his chest and ran off. Zhang Jie turned around to continue coding. The confirmation letter for the homepage banner ad schedule from Suhu had already arrived in the inbox, and the cooperation agreement with Wang Nan was also in process. Both online and offline channels were being pushed forward simultaneously. Outside, the sky darkened, and the corridor of the old teaching building was filled only with the sound of keyboards and the occasional distant chirping of crickets. Zhang Jie coded for a while, dug out the folded legend poster from his drawer, and took another look. Qingdao was pouring money into advertising, and it was fierce. Internet cafes in 4 cities were filled with their materials. Initially, only Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Hangzhou had them, but now Xi'an had started appearing with Legends promotions, showcasing the intensity of their marketing. However, online Qingdao had not put in much effort yet. This was precisely the opportunity for Tianlong Babu. Zhang Jie tossed the poster back into the drawer and closed it. The time window was this big. Whoever runs fast will eat meat. On the first day, the Suhu homepage banner went live. Zhang Jie's phone never stopped ringing. Zhou Hai squatted in front of the computer refreshing the data and ran over to report every now and then. 17,000 PVs. The traffic on Suhu's game channel has doubled today. Zhang Jie didn't look up, continuing to code. Suhu's editorial department was efficient. The title of the first soft article was striking: When Korean Kimchi Meets Chinese Martial Arts. The article embedded 6 in-game screenshots, each with a link to the official website of Tianlong Babu online underneath. Coupled with the homepage banner ad, the click-through rate was absurdly high. Wangnan was a beat slower, but they caught up on the third day. An editor from Guangzhou wrote an experiential article praising the sense of impact and the artistry of the scenes, and casually mentioned the point card presale at the end. There were over 100 comments in the comments section, half of which were asking about the public beta date. On the 17173 forum, the post titled "The Pinnacle of Domestic Martial Arts" was pinned to the top, with over 800 replies. Various debates mixed in between. Some said, the visuals are great, but good visuals don't mean it's fun. Ew, I haven't seen many domestic games that can actually compete. Immediately someone retorted, can you wait until after watching the video to speak? I've watched the impact of that dragon subduing 18 palms 3 times. Others compared it to Legend. Legend is 2D, while Tianlong is 5D. How can you compare the two? They're not even on the same level. These types of comparison posts increased, and supporters on both sides argued fiercely. A player with the ID Shabak Kangba posted a lengthy thread analyzing the visual differences between the two games frame by frame, accompanied by over 20 screenshots for comparison, which were shared across several forums. Zhang Jie did not participate in these debates, but he had the posting team arranged by Shi Wenlong continuously follow up. They did not incite conflict or control comments. Their only task was to place the official website link and promotional video under each hot post. The daily visits to the official website rose from just over 2,000 in the first week to 14,000 by the end of the second week. When the news reached Shanghai, Wang Tianxiao was in his office eating a boxed lunch. Chen Danian entered with a printed online public opinion report, looking somewhat grim. An online domestic martial arts MMORPG called Tianlong Babu suddenly appeared. The forums were buzzing with discussions, and several posts compared us with Legend. Wang Tianxiao set down his chopsticks and took the report, flipping through 2 pages. Who did this? A company called Compass Technology registered in Xi'an. I checked, and the legal representative is named Zhang Zhu, a university student. A university student? Wang Tianxiao threw the report on the table and wiped his hands with a tissue. Let me see the video. Chen Danian turned the laptop around and played the 3-minute promotional video. The office was silent for 3 minutes. After the video ended, Wang Tianxiao took a sip of water from his teacup. The visuals are quite well done. He only said 4 words, and his tone was very flat. However, after putting down the teacup, he tapped his fingers on the table several times. Increase online advertising immediately. Wang Tianxiao walked to the whiteboard, picked up a pen, and wrote down a list of names. Xinlong Wangnan 17173. All of them need to be approached. We need to secure all available ads, pop-ups, and soft articles. The offline promotions cannot stop either. expand the covered cities from 4 to 8. Chengdu, Wuhan, Nanjing, and Changsha, add them all in. Chun Danian quickly noted it down, hesitated for a moment, and said, there may not be enough money in the account. I'll figure out the money situation. Wang Tianxiao threw down the pen, just execute the tasks properly. After pausing for a moment, he added, keep an eye on this Compass technology. I want to know when their game goes into public beta what the pricing will be and where the servers are set up. Chun Danian nodded and went out. 3 days later, Xingda secured a bank loan, which was not a large amount, but sufficient to support the first round of online advertising. The Xinlong game channel featured a full-screen advertisement for Legend. The QQ pop-up began promoting the public beta announcement for Legend. Although Xingda's online team started late, their investment quickly showed results. The attention for Legend had already accumulated a large base of users due to offline promotions. Once the online ads were rolled out, the search volume soared. By mid-October, the online buzz for both games was nearly equal. Tianlong Babu relied on content. Gorgeous screenshots, stunning videos, and a lot of organic discussions in forums kept player interest high. Legend relied on advertising. Extensive coverage and countless pop-up notifications pushed hundreds of thousands of people to the homepage of Legend's official site every day. But offline was a different story. When Zhou Hai approached Zhang Zhe with the statistics, his face showed some signs of distress. The internet cafes around Chang'an are basically all set up, over 120 of them, with a client installation rate of about 60%. However, he flipped the sheet of paper. Legend has spread faster than we have in Xi'an. Their team started last month. Now there are at least 300 internet cafes in the urban area of Xi'an and Xianyang with Legend posters up. We've been lagging by nearly a month. There's no need to mention Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Their promotion team has 200 to 300 people, while we barely have 36 part-timers. Zhang Zhe remained silent after hearing this, looking down at the data. Zhou Hai added, however, there's something interesting. Several internet cafe owners told me that after seeing the screenshots of Tianlong, they specifically came to ask when they could play it. One owner in Huangyan Village was even more direct. Young man, your game's visuals look much better than Legends. Zhang Zhe lifted his head from the table. I know that we cannot close the gap offline in the short term. He circled a point on the sheet. But we don't need to catch up. Legend has already educated the internet cafe players about online gaming. When Tianlong goes live, these players will naturally compare it themselves. By then, the visuals and gameplay will speak for themselves. Oh, we won't need to say much. Zhou Hai thought for a moment, feeling it made sense, but still felt a bit unreal. Should I continue with offline promotions now? Continue. Xi'an and the surrounding cities cannot be neglected. This is our stronghold. In other cities, we'll proceed as we see fit, starting with areas with a high number of universities. University students have a higher gaming ratio and strong dissemination power. A single dormitory can influence an entire floor, and a floor can bring down the whole building. Zhou Hai noted this down and turned to leave. Zhang Zhe called out to him. One more thing. When installing clients at the internet cafes, let them experience the game visuals as well. Don't just install and leave. Let the owner and nearby internet users see it in action. Showing the visuals is more effective than putting up 100 posters. Zhou Hai slapped his thigh. Right. Last time I installed a client at an internet cafe for a trial run, 3 people playing StarCraft came over to watch. One kid even asked me for the official website address on the spot. That's the right approach. Go ahead. Zhou Hai ran off. Zhang Zhe stored the data sheet in the drawer, placing it alongside the Legend poster. The 2 pieces of paper were stacked together. One was brightly colored with Shabak written on it, while the other was densely packed with internet cafe addresses and installation numbers. Online was balanced while offline lagged behind. There were 43 days left until the public beta. Zhang Zhe sketched a rough map on the whiteboard. Not a precise administrative chart, but a freehand outline drawn with a marker Xi'an at the center with Xianyang, Baoji, Tongchuan, and Weinan scattered around it, connected by arrows. Xingda has concentrated its core forces in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Hangzhou, and recently expanded into Chengdu and Wuhan. For them, Xi'an is a secondary battlefield. Some presence exists, but no decisive investment has been made. Zhang Zhe capped the marker and turned around. That's our window. Zhou Hai crouched on his chair, gnawing on a chicken leg, grease smearing half his face. So you mean, while they're distracted, we secure our home turf first? Not secure completely. Rather make entries so costly for others that it's no longer worthwhile. Zhou Hai tossed the bare bone into the trash can and wiped his hands. Then 36 part-timers aren't enough. There are over 400 internet cafes just in Xi'an's urban area, not to mention those in surrounding cities. Scale up. To what number? 150. Zhou Hai nearly slid off his chair. 150. Zhang Zhe, can our current balance sustain that? I've calculated it. Base pay for part-timers is low. Motivation comes primarily from commissions. Each person visits 8 to 10 internet cafes per day. With 150 deployed, we'll cover Xi'an, Xianyang, Baoji, and Tongchuan entirely within 2 weeks. Funds are tight, but manageable. Zhang Zhe picked up a stack of freshly printed poster samples from the table and spread them out. Printed on glossy four-color coated paper rich in ink, the central visual featured the main artwork of demigods and semi-devils, Xiao Feng standing before Juxian Manor, palm wind, surging robe flaring dramatically. At the bottom ran the line, public beta launched this winter. May the martial world await your arrival. Print an additional 20,000 posters and 30,000 leaflets. Zhang Zhe handed the samples to Zhou Hai. I've negotiated with the print shop, cash on delivery, price locked at 0.30 per poster. Zhou Hai took them, glanced and grinned. This image, slap it on any wall, and even the legendary warrior swinging poster from Legend will pale beside it. Less flattery, get recruiting. Zhou Hai dashed off. Over the next 2 weeks, 150 part-timers fanned out across the Guangzhou plain like scattered seeds. Across Xi'an, from Dashua Road in Beilan District to Shaozhai in Yinta District, from Longzhou Village in Weiyang District to Tumen in Lianhu District, wherever an internet cafe sign hung, a demigods and semi-devils promoter slipped inside. All were trained in identical scripts: enter, offer a cigarette, discuss business, then produce the poster. Yet their true trump card wasn't eloquence. It was Zhang Zhe's ironclad rule: install the client, then launch a live game session on the spot. At a cafe named Starry Sky Network on Chang'an Road in Beilan District, part-timer Xiao Lu finished installing the client and casually selected a Xiaoyao Sec character to enter the game. The moment Dali's Tsongshan and Irai appeared on screen, a young man playing Counter-Strike nearby swiveled his head and without hesitation pushed his chair over. What game is this? How's the graphics so stunning? Xiao Lu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he executed Lingbo Weibu. The afterimage streaked halfway across the screen. Then followed Lu Mai Xinjian. 6 beams of light crisscrossed the air, shattering a distant wooden post into splinters. The young man stared spellbound. 2 more peers leaned in, drawn by the spectacle. The cafe owner peeked out from behind the counter. What's all this crowding about? Boss, come see this game. She walked over, glanced at the screen, and paused for 2 full seconds. The visuals really are impressive. Better than Legend. Xiao Lu smoothly offered a poster. Boss, could we put one up somewhere prominent? The bulletin board, left wall by the entrance. Scenes like this unfolded daily, one cafe after another falling under demigods and semi-devils' banner. Legend's posters now shared walls with demigods and semi-devils'. Some owners even voluntarily peeled down Legends and replaced it with the new one. Their reasoning was simple: superior visuals elevated the cafe's prestige. Progress in Xianyang moved swiftly as well. Though Xianyang had fewer internet cafes than Xi'an, it hosted numerous universities, so part-timers focused intensely on campus-adjacent venues. Baoji and Tongchuan lay farther afield. Zhou Hai dispatched 2 team leaders who spent 3 days there, door-to-door, knocking on every cafe's entrance. After 2 weeks, Zhou Hai returned to Zhang Zhe with a statistical report in hand. Numbers filled the page, densely packed. 462 internet cafes in Xi'an's urban area. 410 covered, 378 with clients installed. Xianyang 140 cafes, 121 covered. Baoji 86, 70 covered. Tongchuan Fortitwo 35 covered. Zhou Hai looked up, pride unmistakable in his expression. Zhang Zhe, we've secured Xi'an. Zhang Zhe scanned the figures silently, then wrote a single character at the bottom of the sheet. Guard. The grassroots promotion campaign had stabilized, but something far more critical remained: servers. No matter how brilliant the game, if the servers buckled, everything would collapse. On day 1 of public beta, thousands would flood in. If lag spiked or connections dropped, reputation would implode instantly. Zhang Zhe knew too well how many games had perished precisely on this threshold. He spent 3 days negotiating with China Telecom. Xi'an Telecom's data center sat in the high-tech zone. Its manager, Mr. Ma, was in his early 50s, wore gold-rimmed spectacles, and spoke with unhurried deliberation. During Zhang Zhe's first visit, Director Ma was sipping tea. After hearing his request, he smiled faintly. Mr. Zhang, you registered your company only months ago. Renting rack space and bandwidth for 20 servers isn't trivial. Do you know the monthly cost? Zhang Zhe quoted a figure he'd researched thoroughly. Director Ma nodded. You've done your homework. But can your company afford it? We'll start with 10. The remaining 10 will serve as standby, activated only after beta metrics confirm demand. Payment will be quarterly. I'll pay half up front. The rest will be deducted from operational revenue. Director Ma set down his teacup. Deferred payment. Not deferred, structured installment. Zhang Zhe placed his prepared dossier on the table. Cooperation proposal, photocopies of promotional agreements with Suhu and Wangnan, and coverage statistics from the grassroots campaign. Each item laid out deliberately. Director Ma, once this game launches, players will consume bandwidth. Internet cafes will upgrade their lines, all generating revenue for telecom. As our user base grows, so does your broadband business. Director Ma flipped through the documents, neither agreeing nor refusing outright. You give me time to consider. Zhang Zhe pressed no further. On the third day, Director Ma called. Approval granted. His condition: full payment for the first quarter must clear before public beta. The standby 10 servers could be paid later, but no later than 2 months post-beta. Zhang Zhe accepted. Once the 10 servers arrived, the development team split into 2 shifts, rotating duty at the telecom data center. The facility occupied the basement level, windowless, chilled by relentless AC, its cold seeping deep into the bones. Shi Wenlong led 3 programmers during daytime shifts. Another team covered nights. Deploying and debugging the server-side architecture was grueling work. Though Zhang Zhe could have delegated everything to Xiao AI, concealing her existence meant enduring the labor himself. Korean games leveraged ready-made frameworks. Domestically developed titles required building everything from scratch. Every component demanded painstaking iteration. Database read-write efficiency, network latency optimization, multi-threaded concurrency handling all relied on the team, grinding out line after line of code. At 1100 p.m., when the data center stood silent except for Zhang Zhe, he locked the door and settled before the master console. Xiao AI. A calm voice resonated in his mind. Present. I've exported all server status data. Review it thoroughly. Identify any remaining optimization opportunities. A few seconds of silence passed. Zhang Zhe watched the server monitoring dashboard, CPU utilization, memory usage, and network I/O curves, all clearly visible. Under current configuration, each server supported roughly 3,000 concurrent users before noticeable lag emerged. Xiao AI delivered its analysis. Zhang Zhe began adjusting. Following Xiao AI's blueprint, he refined core server modules one by one. He overhauled the memory pool allocation strategy, rewrote the network packet compression algorithm, and layered the database query logic with triple-tiered caching. The changes were modest, but each struck precisely at a bottleneck. At 200 m, he completed the modifications. He launched a stress test script simulating massive concurrent logins. Monitoring curves surged upward. 3,000, 5,000, 7,000. CPU utilization held steadily below 60%. Memory did not overflow. Network latency remained within acceptable bounds. 8,000, 9,000. Curves stayed flat. 10,000. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed on the number. 1 server, 10,000 concurrent users, running flawlessly. 10 servers activated, 100,000. In China's 2001 online gaming market, that figure was nothing short of absurd. The next morning, Shi Wenlong arrived with his team, pulled up the stress test report, and nearly dropped his glasses. 10,000 per server. He reviewed the report 3 times. Zhang Zhe, what did you do last night? When I left, the ceiling was still 3,000. Just optimize the server-side code. Shi Wenlong knelt, staring at the numbers for a long while, then rose with a complex expression. What kind of just is this? This performance gain exceeds threefold. Did you submit the code to celestial beings for review? A programmer leaned and glimpsed the report and drew a sharp breath. Whoa, the memory footprint dropped 40%. Zhang Zhe, could you walk us through your optimization approach? I want to learn. I'll compile a detailed document and share it with you. Zhang Zhe stood, grabbed his coat, and headed for the door. Keep running stability tests on the servers. 72 consecutive hours without failure constitutes success. As he stepped out, Shi Wenlong's voice followed him. Just what level of coding mastery does Lao Sen possess? I've studied programming for 3 years. I understand the stress test metrics, but this optimization scheme, utterly incomprehensible. Another programmer added, never mind how it was done. What matters is that it works. If this performance holds steady, the servers won't buckle on beta day. True enough. Shi Wenlong scratched the back of his head and tucked the report into his folder. Right. Genius operates in dimensions beyond our grasp. Zhang Zhe stepped out of the telecom building. Autumn wind rushed down his collar, chilling him to the core. He pulled out his phone, checked the calendar. 25 days until public beta. 10 days remained before Legend officially launched. After over 10 days of intensive debugging, the server stability test for the Legend of the Condor Heroes successfully met the rigorous benchmark of 72 consecutive hours without downtime. On the client side, Chen Qiming led the art team in finalizing the last batch of environment textures, while several critical bugs undermining player experience were systematically eliminated. One particularly absurd case involved players occasionally phasing through geometry while riding horses in Luoyang City, plummeting into the subterranean void without dying, where they could observe the skeletal wireframe of the entire city's architecture. Shi Wenlong spent 2 days fixing that bug, then remarked to Zhang Zhe, actually the view from down there is rather spectacular. Shall we keep it? Zhang Zhe glanced at him, but offered no reply. Once all systems stabilized, he made a decision: launch a single server for a limited closed beta. 6 people sat around the conference table: Zhou Hai, Shi Wenlong, Chen Qiming, Wang Wenbin, and 2 lead programmers. All fixed their gaze upon him. Wang Wenbin asked who will be invited. Our partners, Sohu Wangnan, and several forum moderators who supported our early promotion. Zhang Zhe wrote a number on the whiteboard: 500. We'll issue exactly 500 beta accounts, no more no less. First, to let our partners witness the product's quality firsthand and bolster their confidence. Second, to leverage external eyes for gap detection. 100 rounds of internal testing cannot match a single session by fresh users. Blind spots are always invisible to those who built them. Sure, when Long raised his hand, can our own staff play? Yes. Install the client on every workstation. Anyone without urgent tasks may log in and explore. Report issues directly. No formal process required. Sure, when Long turned to the programmer beside him, did you hear that? The boss just authorized you to play games. Legitimate idle time. Add it to the meeting minutes. Zhang Zhu ignored him and continued package and encrypt the client, bind beta accounts to IP addresses, or prohibit sharing screenshots or videos. Any breach results in immediate account termination. At this stage, we seek feedback, not exposure. Wang Wenbin nodded and began drafting the beta agreement clauses. 2 days later, 500 beta account credentials and encrypted client download links were emailed separately to Beijing and Guangzhou. At Sohu, the technical department received the package. Zhang Chaoyang allocated 70 accounts to the technical team, intending for them to evaluate the game's engineering rigor from a professional standpoint and submit a formal assessment report. Instead of the report, an unusual incident unfolded. That afternoon at 3 o'clock, Zhang Chaoyang returned from an off-site meeting and passed by the technical department, only to find the corridor unnervingly silent. Sohu's tech department spanned over 1,000 square meters, housing nearly 200 engineers whose keyboards, conversations, and occasional debates usually generated a constant low hum. Today, there was silence. Zhang Chaoyang opened the door. 200 people clustered in scattered groups across the floor, every screen displaying the same image, the legend of the Condor heroes. No one turned around. No one greeted him. All remained utterly absorbed in their screens. He Lao, the department head, sat at the workstation nearest the door, earphones and muttering under his breath, "Don't rush. This elite monster is mine." "Who the hell are you? What's so special about the Xiaoyao sect's Lingbo Weibo?" Zhang Chaoyang stood behind him for 10 seconds. He Lao remained oblivious. On screen, a beggar sect character battled a colossal tiger outside Yinmen Pass. Each strike of the 18 dragon-subduing palms sent golden visual effects rippling across the beast's hide, while snow on the ground surged outward beneath the palm's concussive force. The tiger's roar bled faintly from He Lao's earphones. Zhang Chaoyang walked further, passing row after row of workstations. One engineer watched the sunrise from Tsongshan Mountain in Dali, while another conversed with an NPC inside Shaolin Monastery's scripture pavilion. Yet another dueled fiercely with a fellow player at the gates of Jushin Manor. In a corner, 2 programmers huddled before a single monitor. One pointed at the screen, observed the water reflection technique. It's not standard environment mapping. They implemented a custom algorithm. Damn. This anti-aliasing is flawlessly smooth. The other shook his head. Don't fixate on water. Look at the LOD transitions in the distance. As the camera pushes forward, there's zero pop-in. The interpolation is impossibly seamless. Who engineered this engine? It bears no resemblance to any commercial solution on the market. Zhang Chaoyang listened briefly, then stepped behind He Lao and tapped his shoulder. He Lao didn't turn. "Wait. I'll finish off this Tiger King first." He Lao jolted, yanked out his earphones and spun around, only to see his CEO. His expression flickered. "MMR. Zhang, when did you arrive?" "A while ago." Zhang Chaoyang swept his gaze across the department, his tone ambiguous, neither reprimanding nor praising. "I asked you to write an evaluation report. Instead, you've all been completely absorbed." He Lao rubbed his hands awkwardly. "Mr. Zhang, this game truly demands deep immersion to yield meaningful insights. What we're doing is experiential evaluation." Nearby, several engineers hastily minimized their game windows, but the taskbar still gleamed with the legend of the Condor heroes icon. Zhang Chaoyang didn't reproach them. He dragged a chair beside He Lao and sat switchback. "I'll watch." He Lao blinked, then immediately restored the game window. Zhang Chaoyang stared at the screen for 5 minutes, silent. He Lao guided the character from Yinmen Pass to Luoyang City. NPCs bustled along streets, players wove among them, vendors shouted from taverns, gate guards greeted passers-by unprompted. "Did this young man build it?" Zhang Chaoyang asked. He Lao knew he meant Zhang Zhi. "Yes, truly remarkable." Zhang Chaoyang rose and pushed the chair back into place. At the doorway, he paused and looked back. "Submit the report tomorrow. Today, resume your duties." He left the department and pulled out his phone, scrolling to Zhang Zhi's number, then hesitated and put it away. He decided to extend Sohu's promotional placement by another month. Meanwhile, events in Guangzhou proved even more intriguing. Upon receiving the beta accounts, Wang Nin forwarded them to its technical team for evaluation, as usual. Ding Sancher possessed a personal habit. Whenever a new game emerged with notable engine innovation, he insisted on playing it himself. A former programmer himself, he assessed games not by aesthetics, but by underlying architecture. On the second day of the beta, Ding Sancher spent the entire afternoon in the technical department. He did not play himself. Instead, he stood behind several senior engineers observing their gameplay and posing questions. This scene loading speed seems anomalous. Ding Sancher pointed at the screen. Transitioning from Luoyang to Dali spans 2 vast maps, yet loading completes in under 3 seconds. Does anyone know their implementation strategy? An engineer shook his head. No idea. But it's certainly not conventional full map loading. Likely region-based streaming with aggressive preloading. The next zone's assets load in the background before the player even reaches the map's edge. Ding Sancher fell silent for a moment. And network synchronization? He asked again. Earlier I observed over a dozen players engaged in a melee within a single scene, yet frame rate remained stable. At this concurrency level, how does the server broadcast messages? Full broadcast would overwhelm bandwidth instantly. Another engineer replied, I suspect they employ AOI, area of interest partitioning, synchronizing only messages within each player's visible range. Yet their visibility calculation is ingenious. The appearance or disappearance of other players feels imperceptible during transitions. The blending is perfectly natural. Ding Sancher braced his hands on the desk, staring at Arai Lake in Dali on screen. Sunset light shimmered across its surface, merging wave glints with distant mountain reflections. This was written by a university senior. Rumor has it he architected the core code base alone. Ding Sancher straightened up and undid a button, his habitual gesture when deep in thought. Send them an email. Ask if they're open to technical collaboration. He paused, then added, no. First, increase our promotional resources. Move forward the soft article schedule for Guangzhou's forums by 1 week and double the rotation frequency of ad placements. His staff seemed surprised. Director Ding, the contractual schedule hasn't begun yet. Advancing it means promote heavily if the game excels. It will only adhere strictly to contracts if it falters. Moreover, should this title truly succeed, our revenue share from their game card distribution will also rise. Feedback from major forums arrived even more directly. Shihu Yu, a veteran moderator at 17,173, played continuously for 2 days after receiving his beta key, then emailed Zhang Zhu at 4 a.m. on the 3rd day. Its subject line contained only 3 words, absolutely brilliant. The email body was concise, but every line carried substance. The arena matchmaking system exhibits a minor flaw when disciples of the same sect. Dual skill counters remain indistinct, often devolving into attrition battles. Recommend introducing a unique mechanic for intra-sect confrontations. A typo appears in an NPC's dialogue near Irai Lake in Dali. The character for Chongqing Temple is mistakenly rendered as Sui instead of Chong. A fractional second stutter occurs between the 7th and 8th forms of the beggar sect's 18 dragon subduing palms. Imperceptible in combat, yet discernible in tactile feedback. Overall assessment: had this game launched in 2001, all other MMORPGs would already be preparing their obituaries. Zhang Zhu forwarded the email to Shi Wenlong and Chen Qiming, appending a single line: implement these changes, complete within 2 days. Dozens of similar feedback emails soon followed, some reporting bugs, others proposing enhancements, and several simply expressing unbridled enthusiasm. One forum moderator wrote, I've served as a moderator for 6 years, from the Stone Age onward, and have reviewed no fewer than 80 domestic titles. None ever made me forget meals. Yours is the first. Aggregated, the feedback revealed no critical flaws, only a list of 30+ minor issues. Zhang Zhu categorized them into 3 tiers: fixes mandatory before public release, those scheduled for the first post-launch patch, and those deferred indefinitely. 11 top priority items were cleared by Shi Wenlong's team within 3 days. The beta ran for 1 week. Then Zhang Zhu shut down the server. On shutdown day, He Lao from Soha's technical department called him, voice tinged with mild grievance, Mr. Zhang, why did you terminate it so abruptly? My beggar sect character had just reached level 30. Releveled during open beta. Then reserve me a distinguished ID. Soha's foremost beggar, please. Agreed. Zhang Zhu ended the call. The beta's impact exceeded expectations. The most immediate shift was in partner attitudes. At Sohu, Zhang Chaoyang did not call personally, but Zhao, the vice president of business development, did, the very executive who had previously voiced reservations about the promotional plan during their initial meeting. Mr. Zhang, we can extend the homepage banner placement by another month. Additionally, our games channel wishes to feature a dedicated Legend of the Condor Heroes microsite. We'll require exclusive assets from your team. His tone bore no resemblance to their prior encounter. Wang Nan's response was even more direct. Ding Sanchi's subordinate phoned requesting renegotiation of the Guangdong Regional Game Card Distribution Agreement, not to reduce margins, but to expand the territory to encompass the entire province. Zhang Zhu did not accept immediately. He instructed Wang Wenbin to draft revised terms. Territory expansion was permissible provided Wang Nin proportionally increased its promotional investment on the game's channel. Both forums voluntarily proposed permanent featured placements for the Legend of the Condor heroes on their homepages, at no cost, on the sole condition that their users receive priority activation codes during open beta. Zhang Zhe accepted all proposals. He compiled these updated partnership details and posted them on the whiteboard. Sohu extended its placement by 1 month. Wang Nin doubled its ad frequency of forums granted complimentary featured slots. The digital arsenal grew denser. Zhang Zhe erased the countdown digits on the board and inscribed a new 118 days until open beta. Faint firecracker bursts drifted in from outside, someone nearby celebrating a wedding. Shi Wenlong leaned over from the adjacent workstation. Zhang Zhe, the Legend of Mirrors launches in 3 days. I know. Zhang Zhe said nothing more. He closed his email client and opened the Legend of the Condor Heroes server console. 10 servers glowing steady green, quietly awaiting command. On the day Chuanqi went live, Zhang Zhe did not go to the internet cafes to gawk. The news was brought back by Zhou Hai. He had run to more than a dozen internet cafes across Xi'an, and when he returned his face was full of complicated expressions. Madness, he said. Zhou Hai hurled his backpack onto the table and gulped down half a bottle of water before he recovered. In Bailin District, the internet cafes began queuing from 2 in the afternoon, lines stretching out the doors. One cafe owner added 20 extra machines and still could not meet demand. Do you remember the proprietress of Shinkong Network? She said today's takings were 3 times the usual. Zhang Zhe said nothing and let him finish. Chuanqi launched with 20 servers in total, Zhou Hai said, citing the figures he saw on 17,173, 3,000 concurrent users per server, every one full. On several servers, players queued for 40 minutes before they got in. The forums were filled with complaints about the queues and lag, yet people queued on after they finished cursing. Zhang Zhe nodded. Those numbers did not surprise him. He had lived through the frenzy when Chuanqi first launched in the previous life. 60,000 concurrent users, a staggering figure, in 2001. This time Xingda's promotion was even more ferocious than in the past, and the result was no less overwhelming. 8 cities. He asked. Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Hangzhou, need no mention. Chengdu and Wuhan exploded too. I checked with some friends studying in Wuhan. The cafes by the schools were all showing Chuanqi's login screen row after row, like an assembly line. Zhang Zhe opened the 17173 forum and glanced through it. The front page was saturated with Chuanqi posts, players showing off gear, and levels cursing server lag-seeking teammates. The flood of posts pushed Tianlong Babu threads back to the 3rd page. This is the advantage of striking first. The next day, even more sensational news arrived. Wang Tianxiao urgently contacted the telecom company to rent new servers because the initial 20 were plainly insufficient. Players poured in faster than expected. Registrations broke 100,000 on the first day, and servers were utterly swamped. New users could not even log in. By the 3rd day, Chuanqi had opened 10 more servers. By the 5th day, 50 servers at 3,000, each 150,000 concurrent users. When Zhou Hai reported that number to Zhang Zhe, Shi Wenlong was squatting in the corner with a cup of instant noodles. At the news of 150,000, his chopsticks froze in midair. 150,000 concurrent users. Yes, Zhou Hai answered, and still rising. Shi Wenlong slurped a mouthful of noodles and fell silent for a long time. The atmosphere in the company visibly changed. Not collapsed, but taut. Everyone kept their heads down and worked, yet there was an indefinable tension hanging in the air. 10 days before Tianlong Babu's launch, Chuanqi had already gone berserk. The programmers fixed bugs faster, but spoke less. The art team stopped playing music while they worked overtime. Even Zhou Hai, who usually could not stop talking, had little to laugh about these past 2 days. Zhang Zhe noticed. On Friday afternoon, he called everyone into the meeting room. The old classroom building's meeting room was small, of 40-odd people squeezed in, more standing than sitting. A few part-time field promoters leaned against the doorframe peering in. Zhang Zhe stood before the whiteboard holding a marker. Chuanqi has been live for 5 days, 50 servers, full 150,000 concurrent users. You all know these figures, he said. No one in the room made a sound. Anyone panicking? After 2 seconds of silence, Zhou Hai raised a hand, a little, he admitted. A few people laughed briefly and swallowed it back. Panic is normal. But I did not come here to dish out platitudes. The platitudes are useless. I will state a few facts, he said, writing a number on the whiteboard. 3,000. One Chuanqi server holds 3,000 users. Does it lag? Yes. Hundreds of forum posts every day, cursed disconnections, and stuttering. 50 servers and 150,000 concurrent users sounds frightening, but whether the experience is good or bad is for the players to judge, he said, writing another number. 10,000. Tianlong Babu's server capacity is 10,000 per server. No lag. The stress test ran 72 hours. You have all seen the data. 10 of our servers equal more than 30 of theirs. This is a technical gap, not something money alone can fill. Sure, Wen Long nodded in the corner. Those numbers were ones he had personally watched come to life, undeniable. Now content matters. Zhang Jia snapped the marker cap on. What is Chuanqi's core gameplay? Leveling up farming gear and besieging cities. And Tianlong Babu. A martial arts world, sect systems, narrative quests, guild warfare, and arenas. What Chuanqi can do, we can do. What Chuanqi cannot do, we can accomplish as well. He looked around the room. Chuanqi has done us one favor. It taught every internet cafe player in China that online games are fun. The hardest part of market education has been done for us. What we must do is make those players discover something even more enjoyable. Chen Qiming said from the back row. What if they only latch on at Chuanqi? Have you ever seen a player prefer worse graphics and clumsier controls? Zhang Jia countered. Tell me honestly, if Tianlong Babu and Chuanqi were side by side, which would you choose? Without hesitation, Chen Qiming answered Tianlong. That is precisely the point. If you think it is fun, players will think it is fun too. You've all heard about Suha's tech department getting utterly destroyed, right? A ripple of laughter ran through the meeting room. Zhang Jia put the marker down. One last thing. Chuanqi has a 15-day head start. In those 2 weeks, they build a user base we cannot catch in the short term. But online games are not a 100-meter sprint. They are a marathon. The product that is stronger will be the one that wins in the end. All right, go do what you must. 10 days from now, we will see the truth. The meeting broke up. As they left, Zhou Hai sidled over to Zhang Jia and whispered, didn't you say you wouldn't give motivational speeches? That was a fact, Zhang Jia replied. Facts that stir the blood. Aren't those just inspiring words? Get out of here. After the meeting the next evening, Wang Wenbin sought out Zhang Jia. He had a stack of business cards and a handwritten list in his hand and sat opposite Zhang Jia. I have something to discuss with you, he said. Speak. I have a friend in Beijing, he said, called Lao Gua, who used to do hardware distribution in Zhonghuacan. He called me last month asking what I was doing. When I told him about online games, he kept pressing me for details. He has a crew that is well connected in Beijing's internet cafe circles. He has been to most of the cafes in Haidian and Chaoyang. Zhang Jia put down his tasks and turned his chair to face him. What are you getting at? I want to say that our 36 part-time promoters plus 150 recruits are all concentrated in Xi'an and its surroundings, Wang Wenbin said. We have zero presence in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and those places. Chuanqi has saturated those markets. We have not even put up a single poster. I know, Zhang Jia said. But what if Lao Gua helps us lay the groundwork in Beijing? Zhang Jia did not answer immediately. He took the handwritten list and examined it. The list contained a dozen or so names spread across different cities. Each name had a brief background note. Some ran internet cafe chains, some were software distributors, some worked at computer mall stalls. Do you know all these people? Zhang Jia asked. Some are friends, some were introduced by friends. They are all connections made through buddies and introductions, Wang Wenbin replied. These people share one thing: existing channels and ready contacts on the ground. Sending our people to start from zero would cost time, effort, and money. Using local operators with their resources could be more reliable than doing it ourselves. Zhang Jia put the list on the table, leaned back, and thought for a moment. You mean act through agents? Yes, each city would have one person fully responsible for local promotion and game card sales. We supply the product and materials, they supply personnel and channels. As for revenue sharing, half and half. Zhang Jia answered straight away. Wang Wenbin stared. 50-50. 50-50 on game card revenue. Yes. We take half, the agent takes half. That is a generous split, are you sure? Yes. Now is not the time to hoard profit, but to seize territory. Agents must be well paid to have the incentive to hustle and lay themselves bare for the work. Give 30% and they loaf, give 50% and they run it as their own business. Chuanqi already has the first mover advantage in those cities. If our agents do not fight for it, they will not break in. Wang Wenbin considered and accepted the logic. Shall I start contacting them now? Tonight, Zhang Jia said. 10 days until launch, agents must at least set up their frameworks. Have Zhou Hai draft the contract tonight. You review it tomorrow morning and then send it out if there are no issues. What are your requirements for agents? 3 items. First, they must have roots in the local circles and real contacts, not some flashing rich newcomer. Second, they must already have an execution team capable of deploying to at least 50 internet cafes within a week. Third, Zhang Jia paused. Let them watch a game video of Tianlong Babu. If after watching they still want to do it, then we talk details. Wang Wenbin stood up and slipped the list into his pocket. The third requirement is easy. The game's visuals speak for themselves, and anyone who has worked in this field can tell whether it will succeed. He walked to the door and turned back. I'm most confident about Lao Gua in Beijing. He has over 40 people who only run internet cafes. He can cover a large share of Haidian's cafes. I still need to confirm the Shanghai contact. For Guangzhou, I have a university classmate who does cafe supplies wholesale and has deep connections. Just not sure if he wants to switch industries. Willingness does not matter. Let them watch the video first. Wang Wenbin left. That night his phone died from non-stop calls. After charging it, he continued dialing. Lao Guo in Beijing was the first to agree. After hearing the cooperation model over the phone, he only asked one question: is the 50-50 split real? Black and white in a contract, Wang Wenbin replied. Send me the video to watch. Wang Wenbin sent the internal Tianlong Bubu demo via email. 15 minutes later, Lao Guo called back. I'm in, he said. I'll start recruiting tomorrow. When will the contract arrive? Within 3 days, Wang Wenbin answered. Shanghai proved a bit more troublesome. The first contact turned down 50-50 and demanded 60-40, which Zhang Zhe rejected. The second contact was more direct, a boss of an internet cafe chain, who after watching the video called to ask whether he could take the entire Jiangsu Shanghai region. Zhang Zhe told Wang Wenbin to tell him to start with Shanghai and expand only after producing results. The Guangzhou candidate surprised them most. Wang Wenbin's classmate declined but recommended another person, a woman named Lin who ran 3 cafes in Guangzhou's Tianhe district and was in her early 30s. Boss Lin watched the video, then took a train straight to Xi'an. She spent half an hour in Xinan Technology's office personally, tried Tianlong Bubu's client, and then told Zhang Zhe, I will handle the Guangzhou cafe circuit. Send the contract here. Zhang Zhe glanced at her and signed. Over the next few days, Wang Wenbin's contracts seemed to sprout wings and fly out. Hangzhou, Wuhan, Chengdu, Chongqing, Changsha, Tianjin, Taiyuan. Agents in 10 cities were all confirmed within a week. 1 agent per city, each commanding anywhere from 2 or 3 dozen people to 50 or 60. In total, nearly 400 personnel, surpassing Shengda's promotion team. The contracts were concise and clear. Agents took full responsibility for local internet cafe, client installations, poster distribution, and game card sales. Xinan Technology provided all promotional materials and technical support. Game card revenue would be split 50-50 and settled monthly. Agents may not operate across regions or set prices independently. When Wang Wenbin stacked 10 signed contracts on Zhang Zhe's desk, his hand trembled slightly. 10 cities all signed. Lao Guo in Beijing had already begun deployment, covering 30 cafes on his first day. Boss Lin in Guangzhou was even more aggressive. She immediately replaced the storefronts of her 3 cafes with Tianlong Bubu posters and used them as showcases to persuade neighboring owners. Zhang Zhe reviewed the contracts, confirmed the terms, and locked them in the filing cabinet. About the servers, he said, 10 is not enough. Sure, Wenlong leaned over from his workstation. How many more? 40 more plus 10 in reserve, Zhang Zhe answered. Sure, Wenlong drew a breath. 40. Zhang Zhe, do you realize how much that will cost? I know. I have discussed it with Director Ma. The cost for the first 20 servers has already been transferred to the telecoms account. The next 20 will be financed by installments and paid within a month after the public beta. The 10 reserves will follow the usual rule and be brought online according to demand. Sure, Wenlong fumbled his fingers. 40 servers at 10,000 each. That's 400,000 concurrent users. Chuanqi has 50 servers, yet only reaches 150,000. Do you really think we can? Not all may be used, Zhang Zhe said, but better to have empty servers than make players queue. On Chuanqi's first day, queues lasted 40 minutes, and the forum erupted in complaints. The first impression was immediately discounted. We cannot repeat that mistake. Sure, Wenlong asked no further and turned to organize the deployment. The 40 servers arrived in succession, and the development teams split into 4 groups, working around the clock in shifts at the data center for final pre-launch tuning. The telecom data center's basement air conditioning never ceased. The cold wind stiffened everyone's fingers, but the clatter of keyboards never stopped. Zhang Zhe ran between the company and the data center twice a day. By day, he monitored progress. By night, he changed code. His phone filled with updates daily. Deployment reports from Lao Guo in Beijing, lists of partner cafes from Boss Lin in Guangzhou, photos of material receipts from the Wuhan agent. The machinery in 10 cities began turning simultaneously. Zhang Zhe erased the numbers on the whiteboard and wrote a new one. 5 days to open beta. The public beta countdown is in 2 days. Zhang Zhe sat in the office with an account book spread out before him. It was handwritten, sent over by Wang Wenbin that afternoon, detailing every expense clearly. The server rental cost for 40 main servers plus 10 backups accounted for the majority of the expenses on the telecom bill. The material fees for agents in 10 cities, posters, CDs, and flyers, had prompted the printing factory to ask for the final payment twice. Although most promotion with Suhu and Wangnan was conducted through resource exchange, the accompanying material production, video shooting, and forum maintenance still added up to a significant amount. Adding in the salaries for 150 part-time recruits over 2 months, the office rent and utilities, as well as meal subsidies and transportation allowances for the programming team working overtime, there were still 630,000 remaining in the account. Zhang Zhe drew a line beneath that number with his pen, then drew another. 630,000 sounds like a lot, but once the public beta begins, the money will burn through at an exponential rate. The bandwidth cost for the servers is billed based on traffic. The more players there are, the higher the cost. Revenue from point cards won't be available until the first settlement period, which takes at least a month. The share due to the agents also has to be paid on time. Every day of delay diminishes their motivation to work. No matter how you calculate it, things are tight. If the public beta data falls short of expectations, 630,000 won't last 2 months. If the data exceeds expectations, additional servers will be needed and the money will burn even faster. Zhang Zhe closed the account book and absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table for a while. He stood up to get some water and passed by Shi Wenlong's workstation. Shi Wenlong wasn't there. He had gone to the server room. There was a sticky note on the workstation that said the 37th server has been deployed. The remaining 3 will be completed by tomorrow morning. Zhang Zhe returned with a cup of water and opened 17,173. The latest data for Legend was displayed on the forum homepage, and someone had compiled a server list, 100 servers. 5 days ago, there were only 50 servers, and now it had doubled. The number of concurrent users had surpassed 300,000. It was rising like a snowball, and judging by this momentum, the growth rate hadn't hit its peak yet. Xingda successfully convinced the bank to issue an expedited loan based on the number of online users. This ensured that the servers for Legend could continue to increase. 100 servers, each capable of hosting 3,000 players. Tianlong Babu had 40 servers, each capable of 10,000. On paper, 400,000 versus 300,000 gives Tianlong a clear advantage in capacity. However, Legend was still adding servers, and Shengda's funding pool was far deeper than that of the Compass. They wouldn't feel the pinch adding more. Zhang Zhe closed the forum and clicked on another post. The title read Legends Districts 15 and 16 suffered a hacker attack, rollback of archives, no response from officials yet. The post was timestamped from last night. The replies had already filled 6 pages, all filled with curses. One player claimed that after 3 days of leveling, their character was rolled back to the creation state, infuriated enough to smash their keyboard. Someone posted a screenshot that showed the server for District 15 crashing during peak hours. It happened while they were engaged in a siege battle, causing all 300 players in the guild to disconnect. Others analyzed the attack method, suggesting it was a DDoS attack that blocked the server's entryway with traffic. Zhang Zhe read through the entire post from beginning to end. Legend's servers had been attacked, and Shengda was responding poorly. The official announcement only stated, "We have suffered a malicious attack and are handling it urgently," with no compensation plan issued to date. Players were not placated, they cursed, but most continued to play afterward. After all, the product itself was solid, it could take a few hits without collapsing. However, this incident served as a wake-up call for Zhang Zhe. Tianlong Babu was set to launch the day after tomorrow. A new game coming online means server addresses, ports, and configurations are all public. It's all too common for someone to launch an attack against you out of competitive motives, or simply for fun as a skilled hacker using you as practice. Legend had 100 servers as a buffer. Losing a few could still hold up. Tianlong Babu only had 40, losing one would mean 10,000 players lost. Moreover, the first day of launch is the most vulnerable. Everyone's eyes are on you, competitors, players, and media alike. If something goes wrong on the first day, the loss of reputation is far greater than anything else. Zhang Zhe set down his cup, stood up, and closed the office door, checking the windows once more. The sounds of footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away. He returned to his computer and brought up the remote monitoring panel for the servers. The status lights for 40 servers were neatly arranged on the screen, 37 green lights and 3 gray lights, the 3 that hadn't been deployed yet. Xiaoyai. The voice of the intelligent system rang in his mind here. Zhang Zhe did not speak out loud, but communicated through his consciousness. 3 questions. First, is there room for optimization in the current carrying capacity of the 40 servers? Second, in the early stage of the public beta, if players flood into certain servers causing uneven load, is there a way to implement automatic load balancing? Third, what is the defense plan against DDoS attacks? A few seconds later, the intelligent system provided a response. Zhang Zhe digested each point. The first point indicated that the server's memory scheduling module still had room for optimization. Previous optimizations had increased the carrying capacity from 3,000 to 10,000 per server, but there was still redundancy under extreme, high concurrency scenarios. The intelligent system provided a new set of parameter configurations, adjusting the dynamic scaling strategy for the thread pool and implementing a more aggressive memory recovery mechanism. Theoretically, the carrying capacity of a single server could be pushed up by 20%. 12,000 players. With all 40 servers running, that means 480,000 online simultaneously. In the year 2000, the total number of online players in the entire Chinese online gaming market might not have reached that scale. Of course, in actual operations, it is impossible to push each server to its limit. Leaving a 20% margin is basic common sense. But having that foundation brings peace of mind. The second point was intelligent load balancing. When new users register, the system automatically allocates them to the least busy server based on real-time load. For existing users, if the target server exceeds the threshold, a recommendation pops up to guide them to switch. Legend's method was to let players choose their servers. Popular servers had long queues, while unpopular ones had no one, leading to severe resource wastage. Tianlong Babu properly directs the flow of users from the entrance, making the actual usable capacity of its 40 servers more efficient than Legend's 100 servers. The third point is the most crucial. DDoS defense was nearly unsolvable in 2000. Most companies would simply tough it out, buy more bandwidth, add more hardware firewalls, and accept the hits until the attack subsided. Shengda's Legend operated this way, with districts 15 and 16 crashing and rolling back. The intelligent systems plan did not take this route. A lightweight traffic analysis module is deployed at the server's network entry layer, monitoring packet characteristics in real time. Once abnormal traffic is detected, such as a massive number of invalid requests from the same IP range in a short time, the system triggers a response, discarding suspicious packets at the network layer and dynamically adjusting the firewall rules to isolate the attack traffic. This is the first level of automatic defense. Zhangzhe asked, what about the second level? The intelligent systems answer was just 2 words: complete suppression. Zhangzhe did not ask for further details. He left an interface in the configuration file for the defense module, an interface that only the intelligent system could call. Normally, and used, it would act as a last line of defense if needed. Logs can be cleaned up afterward, but this insurance cannot be omitted. If all defense measures are implemented by Xiao AI, it requires 65 ZPS of computing power, while your current available computing power is 50 ZPS. Zhangzhe was taken aback, and after a while asked, then, is there any other way? You can just provide the solution for your staff to input, which would only require 35 ZPS. Zhangzhe decided to start working on it himself. The code on the screen scrolled down line by line, the sound of typing echoed crisply and densely in the empty office. The server monitoring panel was open on the right side with indicators showing steady metrics. He typed furiously. The parameters for the memory scheduling module were completed and pushed to the 37 deployed servers one by one. Then he initiated a stress test. The numbers climbed. 10,000, 11,000, 12,000. CPU usage stabilized at 72%. The load balancing distribution program was written even faster. The core logic was already set up by the intelligent system, and Zhangzhe only needed to adapt it to the existing architecture. After running a round of simulated tests with 100,000 virtual users registering simultaneously, the distribution of online users across the 40 servers was as even as if measured with a ruler. Finally, there was the defense module. It runs independently at the network entry layer with no coupling to the business logic of the game server, making it the simplest to deploy. The compiled module was uploaded to each server's gateway node, setting the alert thresholds and response rules, and he wrote a logging module. Each alert trigger is recorded for later analysis. At 1:40 in the morning, everything was done. Zhangzhe leaned back in his chair, staring at the screen. On the status panel of the 40 servers, 37 green lights were shining bright. All 3 newly pushed modules were running normally. Each server could handle 12,000, 40 servers meant 480,000. The automatic load balancing ensured that each server was fully utilized without wasting a single slot. If a DDoS attack comes, the first layer of defense will automatically block it. If it can't hold, it won't fail to hold. He picked up his phone to take a look. Wang Wenbin sent 3 messages. The last one, sent at 11:30 Old Guan. Beijing has opened another 42 shops today. Haidian district is basically done, and he's starting to push towards Chuyang. Boss Lin from Guangzhou has also taken over Panyu district. She said she will host an all-night event at her internet cafe on the day of the public beta, offering free drinks for the first 50 users who register for Tianlong Babu. Zhangzhe did not reply, putting his phone down on the table. He rummaged through the drawer for the account book and wrote another line under the 630,000 estimated repayment for the first month after the public beta, to be determined. If repayment cannot be made in the first month, the server rental for the second month will be uncertain. Agent shares cannot be distributed, and the network of 400 ground promotion personnel could collapse overnight. 630,000. Just enough for a gamble. Zhangzhe closed the account book and locked it in the drawer. He shut down the computer and took his coat before heading out. The motion sensor lights in the corridor brightened with his footsteps, guiding him down the stairs. As he reached the entrance on the first floor, his phone vibrated in his pocket. A message from Shi Wenlong came in. The 38th server has been deployed, only 2 remain. All will be completed by tomorrow morning. Are you still here at the office alone until now? Get some sleep, don't die on me. If you die, where will I find such a generous boss? Zhangzhe replied with 2 words: get lost. He pushed the door open, and the wind outside was a few degrees colder than yesterday. On the day of the public test, the weather in Xi'an was pleasant, sunny with a breeze. Zhangzhe arrived at the company at 6 o'clock. Shi Wenlong arrived even earlier, his eyes bloodshot, with 3 empty cans of Red Bull beside him. All 40 machines are ready. We ran a stress test last night, and there are no issues. Zhang Zhe nodded slightly, saying nothing more. He stood by the window, smoking a cigarette, extinguishing the butt on the windowsill before glancing back at the conference room. By 7:30, people began to arrive in succession. The office was packed with more than 40 people, and with a few programmers who hadn't left all night, the air was filled with the mixed scents of instant noodles and medicated oil. Zhou Hai set up a camera in the corner, claiming he wanted to document this historic moment. Chen Qiming remarked that the poor quality from that DV camera would just result in junk footage. Zhou Hai retorted, "Forget your opinion, this will be documentary material in 10 years. At 8:50, Zhang Zhe sat down at the control panel, the server monitoring display filling the entire screen. 40 green lights shone uniformly. Is everything ready? Shi Wenlong shouted from the machine room over the phone. We can go anytime. At 8:55, Zhang Zhe opened the announcement system and typed a line. The public test of Tianlong Babu officially begins. The journey in the martial world is long, safe travels to all. He set the timed release. At 9 o'clock, the announcement was pushed out simultaneously with the server opening. The last 5 minutes. The office fell silent, with only the background noise of the server fans coming through the phone. Zhou Hai aimed the camera at Zhang Zhe's profile, then stealthily turned to capture a few others. Xiaoli from the programming team was biting his nails. A Yang from the art team had his arms crossed under his armpits, and Chen Qiming stood at the back with his hands in his pockets, his face revealing no expression. At 9 o'clock sharp, Zhang Zhe pressed the enter key. 40 servers opened connections simultaneously, and the status lights jumped from a deep green to a bright green. The online user count on the monitoring panel started from 0, 12, 47, 233, 1,104, numbers skyrocketing. Zhou Hai leaned closer to the screen to take a look and cursed, "Damn." By the first minute, the online user count exceeded 3,000. By the third minute, it reached 8,000. By the fifth minute, it reached 21,000. The load curves of the 40 servers climbed sharply, but the distribution was even, with none being overwhelmed. The smart load balancing had already sorted the influx at the entrance, and players didn't even feel which server they were assigned to, clicking to enter, choosing a faction, naming their character, and jumping right into the game. Zhang Zhe stared at the real-time data of the load balancing for 30 seconds, confirmed there were no anomalies, and then leaned back against his chair. Meanwhile, the internet cafes in several cities nationwide were starting to get lively. In Haidian District, Beijing, a large internet cafe with 200 machines. The glass window at the entrance was plastered with a row of posters from left to right, the left half featuring promotional images for the legendary warrior, mage, and priest classes, while the right half showcased the 6 factions of Tianlong Babu. A pillar separated the 2 posters, clear and distinct. Lao Guo personally supervised the installation yesterday. The cafe owner was initially reluctant, saying that having the posters for 2 different games together made it look cluttered. Lao Guo replied that whether it looked good or not didn't matter. What mattered was that players could see them as soon as they entered. "I'm not asking you to tear down your legendary posters. We each take half fair and reasonable." After thinking it over, the cafe owner agreed. By just after 9 o'clock, the main hall of the internet cafe was already about 70% full. The legendary area had mostly old players, each logging into their accounts with ease. The Tianlong Babu area was even more bustling. The client had been pre-installed yesterday with shortcuts on the desktop and an A4 printed operation guide taped beside it. A boy in a blue school uniform sat down, clicked on the Tianlong Babu client, and was momentarily stunned when the loading screen popped up. A vast snow mountain loomed in the center of the screen, clouds swirling with the background music featuring a distant flute melody. "Wow, what's this graphics?" He turned to his companion and shouted, "Come look at this." His friend, who had been logging into the legendary game, paused for a glance, stopping his hand. "What game is this?" "Tianlong Babu, the one on the poster that just came out a couple of days ago. The graphics are amazing. Is it domestic? Let's give it a try." A few players nearby who were mining in the legendary game also turned to take a look. Some looked for 2 seconds before returning to their game, while others lingered a bit longer, pondering. The character selection interface popped up. The 6 major factions were lined up: Shaolin Beggars Sect, Xianxia Tianshan Mingjiao, and Dali Duan. Each faction's representative character stood in their respective scenes. Shaolin's background was Songshan, the Beggars Sect stood by the Yellow River, and the Xianxia faction was set in a bamboo forest with the wind rustling through the bamboo leaves. The boy in the school uniform chose the Beggars Sect, naming his character Xiao Feng's brother. His companion hesitated for a moment, closed the login window for the legendary game, and also opened the Tianlong Babu client. In Tianhe District, Guangzhou, Boss Lin's Internet Cafe. A banner hung at the entrance. Tianlong Babu public test today. The first 50 registered users can drink for free all night. The banner was bright red with yellow text, made from wedding supply store fabric. The color was gaudy but eye-catching. Boss Lin herself sat behind the bar with 5 boxes of drinks in front of her and a stack of mouse pads printed with the Tianlong Babu logo beside her. By 10 o'clock, all 3 of her internet cafes were full. The occupancy rate in the Tianlong Babu area was higher than that of the legendary game. Many people had come to inquire about the public test time yesterday, and they had been waiting at the door since early this morning. Boss Lin sent Zhang Zhu a text. All 3 stores are full. Tianlong Babu's occupancy rate is 60% and legendaries is 40%. 20 bottles of drinks have already been distributed. Zhang Zhu didn't bother to check the text. He was focused on the data. At 9:30, the online user count surpassed 80,000. The average load across the 40 servers was around 20%. The growth curve continued to climb steadily with no signs of slowing down. The atmosphere in the office shifted from tense to excited. Zhou Hai was filming everywhere with the camera, but was pushed aside by Chen Ximing. Don't film me, film the data. Zhang Zhu didn't get involved in any of it. His attention was divided half on the monitoring panel and half communicating with the intelligent brain in his mind. Is the traffic normal? Normal. No abnormal data packets detected so far. Continue monitoring. 1,000 miles away in Shenzhen, in the office of Shengda, a maintenance engineer in a gray uniform stared at the server monitoring screen, frowning. The overall online user curve for the legendary game, which had started climbing since 8 in the morning, was on the rise. The weekend players wake up late, but log in frequently. Based on the patterns of the past 2 weeks, there would typically be a rapid growth between 9 and 10, peaking at noon. However, starting from 9:30 today, the curve changed. It wasn't rising, but was dropping. From 310,000 at 9:28, it fell to 260,000 by 9:45. It dropped by 50,000. The maintenance engineer refreshed the data, confirming it wasn't a statistical bug. Among the 100 servers, more than 40 were experiencing a simultaneous decline in online users, especially noticeable in the 3 major regions of Beijing, Guangzhou, and Shanghai. He stood up and walked toward the technical director's office, running into another maintenance engineer along the way. Did you see that too? Yeah. Tianlong Babu is launching today. I know. They were not alarmed. A drop of 50,000 was nothing. With 260,000 still online across 100 servers, it was far from catastrophic. However, the fact that this figure dropped by 16% in just a quarter of an hour was concerning. The technical director glanced at the data and picked up the phone to call Wang Tianxiao. Wang Tianxiao was having lunch, and upon hearing the words online drop of 16%, he paused with his chopsticks. Have you found the cause? There's no anomaly on the server side. It's not a technical issue. It seems some players have switched to Tianlong Babu. Today is their public test. Wang Tianxiao was silent for a few seconds. Continue observing. Let's see the peak data at noon. He hung up the phone. He was aware of Tianlong Babu's launch, but he judged that on the first day of a new game's public test, the player diversion wouldn't be more than 5 to 10%. The novelty would wear off in a couple of days. This was the case for every new game launch. A legendary had also snatched players from other games at the start. A 16% drop was a bit high, but it wasn't outrageous. He continued eating. In fact, his judgment was validated after 11 o'clock. The online user count for legendary began to rise, recovering to 280,000 by noon. While it hadn't returned to peak levels, it was close enough. Wang Tianxiao saw this data and felt a sense of relief. It's normal for players to try out a new game and then return. The social network of legendary was still intact. The guilds had been established and friends were all on this side. Players might find Tianlong Babu enjoyable, but would still come back. This logic was sound. What he didn't know was that among those returning players, many had added a shortcut for Tianlong Babu on their computer desktops. They returned, but they didn't uninstall. Back in Xi'an at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Zhe had a bowl of instant noodles and returned to the screen. The online user count was 14,000. The average load across the 40 servers had climbed to 35%. The growth rate wasn't as aggressive as in the morning, but was steady, continuously increasing without a drop. By 2 o'clock, it reached 18,000. At 3 o'clock, 21,000. Zhou Hai was beside him, calculating with a calculator for a long time. At this rate, the peak tonight could break 30,000. Zhang Zhe didn't respond. He was observing the distribution data across the regions. Beijing was the hottest, with 6 servers hosting the most players. Guangzhou followed closely. Shanghai, Hangzhou, and Chengdu were lined up in order. Interestingly, Xi'an itself wasn't among the highest, ranking 5th. At 4:30, a call from Wang Wenbin came in. Lao Guo from Beijing said that the Tianlong Babu areas in 3 internet cafes in Haidian district are already full and are starting to borrow machines from the legendary game. One cafe owner approached us asking if they could install a few more clients. Install them. Also, Boss Lin in Guangzhou has run out of drinks. She spent her own money to buy 10 more boxes, saying she would buy more if it wasn't enough. This woman is really willing to spend money. We'll reimburse her from her share later. One more thing. Wuhan's agent called saying there's a problem with an internet cafe near a university town The client installation got stuck at 99% during the update. Zhang Zhe turned to shout at Chen Qiming, "There's a machine in Wuhan that got stuck during the update, check it remotely." Chen Qiming responded affirmatively, taking the phone to ask for the cafe's address and machine number. At 5 o'clock the count was 260,000. At 6 o'clock it had reached 290,000. Shi Wenlong called back from the machine room, his voice hoarse, but excited. "Zhang Zhe, the server status is all normal, the CPU average usage is 48%, and there's plenty of memory left. Your new scheduling parameters really work well. In the past, this level of concurrency would have already caused issues. Don't relax, the evening peak hasn't arrived yet." "I know. I've been in the machine room for 26 hours, you tell me not to relax." Zhang Zhe didn't respond. Shi Wenlong mumbled something on the other end, implying he was being ungrateful. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. The number of online users reached 320,000. Zhang Zhe stared at the number for 5 seconds and made a decision. Open 4 backup servers. The person next to him was taken aback. Zhou Hai asked, "Didn't you say we should keep them for emergencies? 40 servers can still handle it. Handling it and not having to queue are two different matters." The load on servers 6 and 7 in the Beijing area had already reached 65%. If it continued to rise, there would be a waiting queue. Zhang Zhe dialed Shi Wenlong's number. "Old Shi, open 4 backup servers numbered 41 to 44 and allocate them to Beijing and Guangzhou first." Received. They'll be online within 10 minutes. 8 minutes later, the green lights of the 4 new servers lit up. The load balancing system automatically directed new registered users from the Beijing and Guangzhou areas to the new servers, causing the load curves of both regions to drop in response. Throughout the entire process, not a single player felt the need to queue. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. The number of online users reached 370,000. No one in the office was speaking anymore. Everyone was staring at the numbers on the screen, watching it jump up by 1,000. It felt like sitting in a rocket launch control room with the engines already ignited. The only thing you could do was watch the dashboard and confirm everything was normal. At 9:30 it reached 390,000. Zhou Hai had stopped using his calculator and instead kept muttering 400,000, 400,000, 400,000. Chen Qiming kicked him, "Shut up, don't jinx it." At 9:48 the number on the screen jumped to 400,217. A suppressed burst of sound erupted in the office. Some were applauding, others swore, and some raised their cups only to put them down again. Zhou Hai's hand holding the camera was shaking. 400,000 users were online simultaneously. The average load on 44 servers was 53%. It was stable. Zhang Zhe did not celebrate. He picked up the phone and called Shi Wenlong. "Open 2 more servers." "Still opening. We've only used half the capacity of 44 servers. The real peak is from 10 to 12 at night. Open the backups, don't wait until we need them to open them." Shi Wenlong didn't say anything more, and 15 minutes later servers 45 and 46 were online. Zhang Zhe hung up the phone and opened 17,173. The layout of the forum's homepage had changed. The posts about Legend were still more numerous. However, posts about Tianlong Ba had been increasing since the afternoon, and by 9 o'clock they occupied 1/3 of the homepage. One post had a very direct title, "Just tried Tianlong Ba after coming from Legend, can't go back." There were over 300 replies. Some agreed, some refuted, and some who played both games chimed in to mediate. But in terms of popularity, this post had already climbed to 2nd place on the homepage. The first was still the post from Legend titled "Legend's 55th District is recruiting for the siege battle tonight, looking for mages." Zhang Zhe closed the forum and glanced at the time. At 10:12 in the evening, the number of online users reached 430,000. He finally leaned back against the chair and let out a long breath. His phone lit up. There was a message from Wang Wenbin Oldgua from Beijing, said a net cafe owner approached him today, asking if he could be a point card reseller for Tianlong Ba. "We didn't push this, he came to us." Zhang Zhe replied with 3 words, "Let Oldgua decide. He's the general agent, he calls the shots." At 1 o'clock in the morning, the fluorescent lights in the office were glaring. Zhang Zhe sat in front of the control panel. The number on the screen jumped to 470,000. This had already exceeded the comfort zone of 46 servers. The load in the Beijing and Guangzhou areas approached 70%. "Open the last 4 backups." Zhang Zhe said into the phone. Shi Wenlong didn't waste any words. 3 minutes later, the 4 new servers were integrated into the cluster. 50 servers were fully operational. The total number of users online for Tianlong Ba crossed the 500,000 mark on the first night of open beta. Zhou Hai leaned back in his chair snoring. Chen Qiming stared blankly at the code logs. "Old Zhang." Chen Qiming suddenly spoke, his voice dry. "Based on a 1:5 active conversion rate, do we now have 250,000 potential point card users?" Zhang Zhe didn't turn around, only mumbled an MM. In Shenzhen, the headquarters of Shengdan Network, Wang Tianxiao sat at his desk at 9 in the morning. The technical director walked in with a report and sat down. "The data from last night is out. The director pushed the report across. The peak number of online users for Legend during the evening rush rose to 340,000. Most of the users who had dropped off came back online that night. Wang Tianxiao flipped through the report and took a sip of tea. What about Tianlong Babu? I checked. The director said they added servers one after another last night, and now they have a total of 50 servers. 50 servers. Wang Tianxiao calculated in his mind. Currently, the industry consensus for the maximum load per domestic online game server is 3,000 users. Xingda used the best technical support from Korea, but could only barely reach 3,500 users. Based on 3,000 users, 50 servers could barely handle 150,000 simultaneous users. 150,000. Wang Tianxiao put down his teacup and leaned back in his chair. Achieving 150,000 on the first day of open beta was considered good. But compared to Legend's 340,000, it was still lacking by a magnitude. Don't worry about them. Wang Tianxiao said it's normal for players to flock to a new game. We'll proceed as originally planned and continue to expand. By this weekend, let's increase the servers to 150. The director nodded and took the report out. The next day, the news spread like wildfire. Major gaming forums, portals, and QQ groups were all flooded with discussions about Tianlong Babu. Among the top 10 hot posts on 17,173's homepage, 8 were discussing Tianlong Babu. A player posted a thread in the forum titled, "Last night, I wandered around in Tianlong Babu and I uninstalled Legend." The post compared the graphic skill effects and quest systems of the two games in detail. The following replies piled up to over 1,000. In an internet cafe, a row of machines had 7 or 8 people who were originally playing Legend. One of them switched to Tianlong Babu and played for half an hour. He turned to the person next to him and shouted, "Stop mining, come over here and create an account. This game seems more fun." Moments later, the entire row switched games. The excitement was rising exponentially. The load balancing system of the 50 servers was running at full speed. The intelligent diversion accurately directed each new user into available resource slots. On the third night, the peak number of online users reached 520,000. All 50 servers were at full capacity. Zhangzhe did not continue to add servers. The 63,000 left in the account was nearly depleted. He couldn't even afford to rent machines or pay for electricity. He needed to hold out for a few more days. The official website posted the charging announcement on the 4th day. Tianlong Babu adopted a model of being free for the first 7 days and charging starting on the 8th day. The point cards were divided into 2 types, a 10 yuan hourly card and a 35 yuan monthly card. This pricing strategy was identical to that of Legend without a cent of difference. Some users in the forum criticized it as greedy. However, others said that 35 yuan for a month of joy was quite worth it. Criticism aside, the Tianlong Babu area in internet cafes remained packed. Meanwhile, Xingda Network's expansion plan was progressing steadily. All 150 servers were online. Wang Tianxiao aimed to declare Legend's dominance with a massive server matrix. But the newly opened 50 districts had dismal occupancy rates. Many new servers had less than half the online users during peak hours. The open wilderness maps were empty. The scenes where novice villages couldn't even catch a chicken had not reappeared. Players had been siphoned off to Tianlong Babu, and the remaining users were concentrated in the old districts, leaving the new districts unable to fill up. The technical director looked at the backend data and dared not tell Wang Tianxiao the truth. He could only grit his teeth and let the operations department run activities to attract new users. As time reached the 7th day, there were only 24 hours left in Tianlong Babu's free period. Zhangzhe called Wang Wenbin into the office. "How's the point card distribution going?" "All 10 cities' agents have been deployed." Wang Wenbin pulled out a list from his bag. Old Gua from Beijing is the most aggressive, directly pushing 50,000 cards. Boss Lin from Guangzhou is also doing well. The other cities have basically covered over 80% of the local internet cafes. Zhangzhe glanced at the list. Not enough. Wang Wenbin was taken aback. This distribution rate had already broken records. How could it not be enough? Whether players are willing to buy is the key. Zhangzhe opened his computer and pulled up an activity page. "You send this to all the agents and have them printed into posters overnight, putting them in the most visible places in every internet cafe." Wang Wenbin leaned in to take a look. The page title read, "First Recharge Gifts Wielding Swords in the Jianghu." The content was very simple. As long as users were among the first batch to purchase a 35 yuan monthly card or recharge 50 yuan or more at once, they could receive a free mid-tier weapon of their faction from the Elder at the Dali Gate. Wang Wenbin didn't see the point. Giving away a mid-tier weapon. Players can grind to level 20 themselves, right? Look closely. Zhangzhe opened the static image of the weapon. The Shaolin staff was covered in a layer of swirling golden light. The beggar's sex dog-beating stick was entwined with a circle of green light. The Xian Yao sex folding fan would drop a few bamboo leaves when opened. The attributes are exactly the same as what drops in the game, Zhang Zhe said, but the appearance has been redone. With light effects. Wang Wenbin stared at the screen, unable to speak for a long time. Players in 2001 had never seen such tricks. No matter how powerful the judgment staff in Legend was, it was just a dark iron rod in hand. Now spending 35 yuan for a month's subscription not only allowed a month of play, but also provided a glowing weapon. When standing in the street, the rate of turning heads was 100%. Got it. Wang Wenbin, save the page. I'll contact the agents now. Tonight they would print posters overnight. On the 8th day at 9 o'clock in the morning, Tianlong Babu officially opened its charging system. Accounts without recharges would pop up a message on the login screen preventing entry into the game. Internet cafes across the country welcomed an unusual wave of queues at their counters. In the big internet cafe in Beijing's Zhongguancun, as soon as the owner opened the door, he was surrounded by a group of high school students. Boss, 5 Tianlong monthly cards, please. The owner hurriedly fumbled through the drawers for point cards and collected money. In less than an hour, the 1,000 cards he had prepared were sold out. He quickly called Old Gua for more stock. Old Gua's line was always busy. All the internet cafes in Beijing were urging for supplies. In Guangzhou's Tianhe district, Boss Lin sat behind the counter. Her lips had not relaxed once. The players in her internet cafe had nearly 100% conversion to paid accounts. Not only that, several surrounding internet cafe owners without agency rights came to her to get stock. The weapons with light effects became the best live advertisement. In the game, the NPCs around the Dolly Elder were packed with people. Every player who received a glowing weapon would send a string of exclamation marks in the current channel. Those who hadn't bought cards watched from the sidelines, becoming increasingly envious, ultimately gritting their teeth, logging off to fetch money at the counter. The recharge rate rose sharply. At 10 o'clock in the evening in the office of Compass Technology, the mainframe fans were buzzing. Zhang Zhe sat in front of the computer, watching the data summary run out from the back end. Wang Wenbin stood beside him. Chen Qiming, Shi Wenlong, Zhou Hai, and dozens of programmers and artists were all crowded behind Zhang Zhe. The statistics were out. Zhang Zhe turned the screen towards them. 2,300,000. On the 8th day alone across 10 agent cities and the official direct recharge, a total of 2,300,000 monthly point cards were sold, calculating at 35 yuan each. 80,500,000 in revenue. Even after deducting the 50-50 share for the agents and subtracting channel fees and taxes, the amount that would land in Compass Technology's account was still an astronomical figure. The office fell silent for a full 10 seconds. Holy shit. Shi Wenlong slammed his hand on the table. Chen Qiming shouted awesome at the top of his lungs. A few girls from the art team hugged each other, jumping up and down. Zhou Hai held the camera, the lens shaking so much that it was impossible to see anyone as he incoherently muttered about getting rich. Zhang Zhe stood up and clapped his hands. Quiet. The crowd gradually quieted down. Pack your things. Zhang Zhe said, we're not working late tonight. Where to? Zhou Hai asked. To the seafood buffet in Xujiangnu district. Zhang Zhe picked up his coat. The whole company is going. My treat. A cheer erupted in the office again. Zhou Hai put down the camera and looked at the server panel on the control console. You guys go ahead. Zhou Hai said, I'll stay back to keep watch. Since we just started charging, if there are any fluctuations with the server, someone needs to monitor it. Zhang Zhe glanced at him. All right. Zhang Zhe smiled. I'll pack you 2 lobsters to take back. The whole company marched downstairs. Zhang Zhe was the last to walk out. He turned back to close the office door, took out the ledger that recorded the balance of 63,000 from his pocket, and casually threw it into the trash can in the hallway. On the same night at the headquarters of Xingda Network, the office area of Xingda Network was brightly lit. Wang Tianxiao rarely stayed so late, not because of overtime, but because a guest had arrived. The visitor's surname was Gu, named Gu Hengyan, 26 years old, wearing a meticulously tailored black polo shirt with a Rolex on his wrist. He casually tossed his car keys onto the coffee table upon entering. The keychain was from a Porsche adorned with a small leather case, gifted by the dealership, shining like new. Gu Hengyan's father was a powerful figure in the telecommunications system of a province in South China. Half of Xingda Network server room was housed within the backbone server room of Guangzhou Telecom, with a rent discount of 40% thanks to connections made by the Gu family. Gu Hengyan himself had a slight interest in online games. Recently, he had mentioned to Wang Tianxiao that he wanted to invest in Xingda. Wang Tianxiao did not oppose the investment, but he hoped to secure a favorable price, so he neither engaged in conversation nor rejected the idea, leaving it in suspense. Today, since Gu Hengyan took the initiative to come over, Wang Tianxiao naturally had to treat him well. You arrived at just the right time, Xiao Gu. Wang Tianxiao filled the teapot with water and continued, we just expanded capacity this week. All 150 servers are now online. Come, let me show you around. Gu Hengyan followed Wang Tianxiao into the monitoring center. A large screen covered an entire wall displaying the status information of 150 servers arranged densely, creating a sci-fi ambience. 150 servers. Wang Tianxiao pointed to the screen, his tone revealing a hint of pride in the national online gaming industry. No one else has this scale. Gu Hengyan stood with his hands in his pockets, tilting his head as he stared at the screen for a while. How many people are online? 340,000. Wang Tianxiao replied, the evening peak hasn't arrived yet. By 11 o'clock it could rise to around 370 or 80,000. Gu Hengyan nodded but did not respond. Wang Tianxiao continued, the technical support team from Korea just came over last week for a round of optimization. The carrying capacity of each server has been raised to 3,005. Overall capacity exceeds 500,000. Currently there is no product on the market that can compete with us directly. He paused here, waiting for Gu Hengyan's reaction. Gu Hengyan gave no response. He pulled out a piece of hawthorn candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth, mumbling, Wang Zong, do you know about Tianlong Babu? I know. Wang Tianxiao replied, the one that just opened last week, developed by a small company in Xi'an. What do you think of their level? Wang Tianxiao smiled slightly. Their level is not bad. They pulled in a lot of traffic on the first day of open beta due to some online promotion, but once the novelty wears off, they will likely revert to their original state. Being a small company, their servers can't handle many users, and their funding is insufficient. I looked at their configuration before. They have 50 servers, at most capable of supporting 150,000 online. They are not on the same level as our legend. Gu Hengyan shifted the hawthorn candy from his left cheek to the right and took a bite. 150,000. According to industry standards for server capacity, 3,000 per server, 50 servers, that's 150,000. Gu Hengyan chuckled, not a polite laugh, but one that genuinely found it amusing. Wang Zong, you're great in every way, but sometimes you think too simply. Gu Hengyan chewed the candy twice and swallowed it, then picked up his teacup to rinse his mouth. The carrying capacity of Tianlong Babu is not 3,000. Wang Tianxiao paused while pouring tea. What do you mean? It's 10,000. The sound of the teacup being placed on the table was slightly heavier than usual. Impossible. Wang Tianxiao waved his hand. 10,000 online at the same time. Per server. That's absolutely impossible. What server configuration could achieve that? Let alone in China, even Korea's Nsoft only manages 3,005. Gu Hengyan leaned back against the sofa, looking at Wang Tianxiao in a way that suggested he thought he was being naive. A person under my father works in the backbone server room of Guangzhou Telecom. The transit server for Tianlong Babu is set up in that room. This guy specifically analyzed the traffic data for that server and concluded that the concurrent connection count of Tianlong Babu's single server has broken 10,000. This is not peak data. It's a stable online figure with the CPU not exceeding 90%. Wang Tianxiao remained silent. Gu Hengyan raised a finger and shook at 50 servers, 10,000 each. You do the math. 500,000. The office fell silent for a few seconds. The air conditioning vent emitted a faint humming sound. Moreover, Gu Hengyan added, that guy told me the data was from last night. I don't know if they added new machines today. Anyway, he said the traffic is still increasing with no signs of peaking. Wang Tianxiao had stopped drinking his tea. He looked at Gu Hengyan, trying to find a hint of joking on the other's face. He found none. Gu Hengyan was not a tech person, but the data he received came from frontline maintenance personnel at the telecom room. These people had no vested interest in Shengda and had no reason to lie. Xiaogu, I believe your data source is credible. Wang Tianxiao lowered his voice, but are you sure the data over there is accurate? 10,000 online per server and 10,000 connection requests per server are two different things. Is there a possibility that... Wang Zong. Gu Hengyan interrupted him, leaning forward slightly. I'm not telling you this to scare you. My father has been in telecommunications for 20 years, and he has many experts proficient in technology. They wouldn't confuse concurrent connections with active online users. After saying that, he stood up and brushed off his pants. 150 servers may look impressive, but if their 50 servers can perform the work of your 150, how do you plan to fight this battle? Gu Hengyan picked up the car keys on the coffee table, shaking his head with a smile. Wang Zong, I originally came to discuss the investment, but now it seems I still need to wait and see. Please escort Xiaogu out. Wang Tianxiao called for his secretary with a gloomy expression. Gu Hengyan turned back at the door. Hurry up, Wang Zong. If this continues, you might not be able to maintain your basic market share. Your costs are 3 times higher, haha. Gu Hengyan laughed and shook his head as he walked out. The door closed. Wang Tianxiao sat alone on the sofa, motionless. The tea had gone cold, and he hadn't replaced it. He raised his wrist to check the time, 9:40. Then he picked up the intercom on the desk and dialed the technical director's number. Come to my office now. The technical director arrived in 3 minutes. Wang Tianxiao didn't let him sit. They stood and talked. Have you checked the servers for Tianlong Babu? I checked. There are 50 servers. In my last report. How many can each server carry? The technical director paused for a moment, estimating by industry standards around 3,000. No need for estimations. Wang Tianxiao said, find a way to get their actual data. Whether it's through the operators or the data center staff, I don't care what channel you use. Get it to me tonight. The technical director left Wang Tianxiao's office with a slightly bewildered expression. But he had been in this industry for a while. He understood when Wang Tianxiao used a certain tone, it meant something. As soon as he stepped out, he made 3 phone calls. One to the data center partner in Beijing, another to a contact at Guangzhou Telecom, and a third to an intermediary in Shanghai specializing in IDC bandwidth resale. 40 minutes later, he knocked on Wang Tianxiao's door with a handwritten half-page of information. I found it. Wang Tianxiao remained seated in his office chair, hands folded on the armrests. The technical director glanced at the words on the paper, his voice dropping half an octave from when he entered. Tianlong Babu currently has 50 servers deployed, all located at Xi'an Telecom. Data relay servers have also been arranged at backbone centers in Beijing, Guangzhou, and Shanghai. A maintenance person at the Guangzhou data center is willing to share information, saying that based on the data returned from the relay servers, their single server's active concurrent connection stabilized between 8,000 to 10,000. He paused. During the evening peak, some servers had online numbers exceeding 12,000. The overall peak concurrent users. The technical director placed the half page of paper on the table and pushed it forward. The paper showed a number 520000. Wang Tianxiao stared at that number for a long time. The only sound in the office was the air conditioning. The technical director stood in place, afraid to speak or leave. What servers are they using? Wang Tianxiao finally spoke, his tone calm, but resembling the calm before a storm. I checked. They use the same batch of hardware suppliers as us, and the configurations aren't particularly special. The difference isn't in the hardware. Then where is it? The technical director swallowed hard. It's the server architecture. Their memory scheduling and thread management follow a completely different approach than ours. I haven't figured out the specifics yet, but being able to achieve 3 to 4 times the load on the same hardware. This level of technology, to be honest. He didn't finish. Wang Tianxiao understood what he meant. This level of technology, not to mention in China, could hardly be found in Korea either. You may go, Wang Tianxiao said. The technical director left. Wang Tianxiao sat alone in the office. The half page of paper lay open on the desk with the number 500 facing up. Outside the window, the night view of Shanghai was dazzling. The office buildings in the tech park were lit, resembling a row of silent chess pieces. He opened the drawer, folded the half page of paper twice, and stuffed it inside. He then picked up the phone and dialed a number in Korea. On the 12th day of open beta, the daily active user data for Tianlong Babu was still rising. The average number of online users across the 50 servers stabilized at over 450,000, potentially reaching 550,000 during peak hours. Sales of game cards were breaking records daily, and Wang Wenbin's phone rang from morning till night, filled with calls from various agents urging for stock. Zhang Zhe rarely had a good night's sleep. He arrived at the company at 8 in the morning, brewed a cup of tea, and glanced at the monitoring panel. Everything was normal. At 8:17, a message suddenly popped up in his mind. Host abnormal traffic detected. Zhang Zhe set down his teacup. What kind of abnormality? There is a large volume of abnormal data packets at the entrance of the Xi'an Telecom backbone room, with scattered sources and consistent characteristics. Analyzing. Xiao A's tone was as flat as a weather report, but Zhang Zhe picked up on the keywords. Large volume, scattered, consistent characteristics. This is a DDoS attack. How big is the scale? Current attack traffic is approximately 1.2 gigabits per second and is continuously increasing. The target is clearly directed at the IP segment of the server cluster. 1.2G. In the bandwidth environment of 2001A, this number was already quite exaggerated. The total bandwidth allocated to Xi'an Telecom was just over 2G. Zhang Zhe's hand holding the teacup remained still, but his mind was already racing. Is it affecting the game? Some players are experiencing increased latency and intermittent disconnections. The relay nodes in the Beijing and Guangzhou areas are most affected, with a packet loss rate reaching 12%. If no intervention is made, a large-scale disconnection is expected within 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Zhang Zhe set the teacup on the table, stood up, and walked to the main control panel. Initiate defense. Understood. Deploying traffic cleaning rules. Xiao A's efficiency was unquestionable. Within 20 seconds, the first layer of filtering rules was online. Attack data packets were identified, marked, and discarded at the entry point, while legitimate player connections were routed through another channel. The latency curve, which had spiked red on the monitoring panel, began to drop. 40 seconds later, it returned to normal. Sure Wenlong called from the server room, his voice carrying morning grumpiness. He had just gotten off a night shift and had only been asleep for a couple of hours. Zhang Zhe, what just happened? I saw a few servers suddenly had very high network latency. Someone is targeting us. It's been handled. Who? I don't know. Should we report it? Not yet. Zhang Zhe hung up the phone and sat back down. He knew this wasn't over. An attack traffic of 1.2G, immobilizing considerable resources, wasn't something an average script kiddie could pull off. Sure enough, 15 minutes later the second wave came. Post-attack traffic surged to 4.7 gigabits per second. The attack method shifted from a simple UDP flood to a hybrid attack, including SYN floods, HTTP slow connections, and DNS reflection amplification. Zhang Zhe frowned. This isn't just one person. This is a group of people, and a knowledgeable group at that. Can we withstand it? Current defensive capacity can handle it completely. But if the attack continues to escalate, the physical bandwidth on the data center side will become a bottleneck. I recommend, hold it off for now. Xiao AI didn't add more. The defense strategy adjusted in real time. Each new attack pattern that appeared had corresponding filtering rules deployed within tenths of a second. The attackers constantly changed their tactics while Xiao AI kept up. It was a silent battle fought through cables and fibers. Meanwhile, on the east coast of the United States, a freestanding villa in Virginia. The basement was larger than the living room upstairs. Windowless, its fluorescent tubes cast a pallid clinical glare across the entire space. 23 individuals sat inside, some hunched over laptops, others before dual-monitor desktops. Cables cascaded from desks along baseboards, converging into a black server cabinet, a decommissioned military-grade computing node acquired for $600 at a Pentagon surplus auction. The room's network connection ran via a dedicated line, bandwidth sufficient for a small data center. At the far end sat Marcus 31 with a full beard and a faded MIT hoodie. He led the group. Within their circles they were known as Black Phantom, the Black Shadow. Not hackers. Not merely hackers, but crackers. The distinction lay in motive. Hackers often breached systems to prove skill, even patching vulnerabilities afterward, while crackers acted solely for profit or destruction. Black Phantom did both, but more often they took contracts. This one had been accepted 3 days earlier. An anonymous client placed the order through the dark web targeting a Chinese online game called Tianlong Babu. The request was simple: cripple it, prolonged downtime preferred. The fee was 5,000, fully prepaid to a dark web intermediary, which released half upfront and would disburse the remainder upon completion. Marcus had assumed the job would be trivial: an obscure Chinese MMORPG hosted on China Telecom servers, surely limited bandwidth. A modest botnet from the U.S. would suffice. For the first wave, he deployed just 2 operators and a small network of roughly 3,000 compromised machines. 40 seconds. The attack dissolved. Marcus stared at the feedback data on screen and snorted through his nose. Interesting. He beckoned. 3 more joined him. The botnet swelled to 15,000 nodes. Layered multi-vector assault launched simultaneously. 5 minutes later, the second wave collapsed too. Target server response times spiked briefly, then snapped back without a single service interruption. A young man named Dave peered up from behind his laptop. This isn't right. Their response is too fast. Feels less like human intervention, more like an autonomous firewall, fully automated. Marcus glanced at the global log. Each shift in attack methodology triggered an updated defense strategy in under 0.3 seconds. 0.3 seconds. He knew precisely what that meant. Even the Pentagon's defensive systems possessed similar adaptive functions, but lagged far behind in both speed and efficacy. What's the Pentagon's firewall response time again? Marcus asked. Dave paused. Last probe. Around 1.2 seconds. Marcus said nothing. He leaned back. The chair groaned and slammed his palm onto the desk. Gather round, everyone. All 23 moved into position. Marcus Rose walked to the cabinet and powered up the backup military node. 2 decommissioned military units hummed in unison. Fans droned low in the basement. Target upgrade, Marcus declared. We're no longer attacking the game server. We're hitting the telecom data center itself. Dave looked up. The data center. That's national infrastructure. So what? It's just a regional facility. Marcus twisted open a can of cola and drank deeply. We've probed the NSA's internal network. We won't flinch at a provincial telecom hub. Bury the game's servers and every device in that facility with them. Let's see how they recover. The target expanded from Tianlong Babu's IP range to the entire ZN Telecom backbone data center's ingress point. 23 terminals plus 2 computing nodes, coordinated botnets across 12 countries. Over 80,000 infected machines, unleashing torrential traffic against a single locus. ZN Telecom backbone data center. Engineer Lao Chen sipped goji tea from his thermos when the main monitoring screen erupted in crimson alerts. What's happening? He nearly flung the cup aside. Xiao Lu hammered keys frantically. Latency for all hosted servers is spiking. Fast. All external traffic shows abnormal connection requests. We're under cyber attack. Lao Chen stood to dial internal lines, but before he could, his colleague across the aisle shouted, 5 servers in rack 3 have gone offline. The Backbone Center housed not only Tianlong Babu's servers, but hundreds of Enterprise's thousands of hosted machines. When the assault targeted the entire facility, everyone became collateral. Lao Chun reached the center's supervisor, mid-meeting, whose face paled at the words massive outage. He abandoned the conference and sprinted down the corridor. Alert superiors, activate emergency protocols. Zhang Zhe received Xiao AI's alert at his office. Attack vector has shifted. Adversaries no longer focus solely on us. They've launched a saturation assault on the entire Xi'an Telecom Backbone Center. Partial server outages are already occurring within the facility. Our servers previously deployed a traffic scrubbing layer, thus remain unaffected directly. Yet the center's ingress bandwidth is saturated, drastically degrading legitimate packet throughput. Full network collapse is projected within 455 seconds. They're attacking the data center itself. Zhang Zhe rose. This he would not tolerate, dragging an entire national telecom facility into the abyss. These crackers clearly held no respect for China or its people. Can you extend protection to other servers in the center? Technically feasible. I must deploy the scrubbing program to the primary ingress control devices, filtering all inbound traffic. That requires full administrative control over every network device in the facility. Zhang Zhe didn't hesitate. Do it. Additionally, Xiao AI added post-incident considered geographically dispersing our servers across multiple data centers. Concentrating infrastructure in a single location carries excessive risk. If physical links are severed, no software-level defense can prevail. I know. First, survive this. Within 5 seconds, Xiao AI extended her control across the entire facility, seizing command of all telecom network equipment. Methodology was elegantly simple lateral movement through the internal network to access core switches management interfaces and inject custom code. In essence, Xiao AI authored a bespoke firewall rule set on the fly and embedded it directly into the data center's core infrastructure. Offline servers began rebooting one by one. Lao Chen watched the alarm lights blink off, row after row, rubbing goose flesh from his arms, utterly bewildered. What happened? Did it fix itself? Xiao Lu refreshed the logs. Attack traffic persists, but it's being filtered. Yet our own firewall crashed minutes ago. Who's shielding us? Lao Chen scanned the room. No answers. Unbeknownst to him, the entity defending the entire facility wasn't human. It was an artificial intellect now engaged in simultaneous counterplay against 23 adversaries across the Pacific. In Marcus's basement, the atmosphere had curdled. Attack metrics revealed their deluge of traffic, directed at the Chinese facility, was being methodically identified, categorized, and discarded. Not throttled, not merely rate-limited, but precisely filtered malicious packets dropped, benign ones permitted, accuracy approaching 100%. Impossible. A lanky, bespectacled technician stared at the logs, voice tight. With technical disbelief, I cycled through 7 payload obfuscation schemes, each detected within 0.01 seconds. 0.01. Tell me, what firewall on earth achieves that? Switch protocols. Marcus commanded. They did. Switch ports. Done. Encapsulate in encrypted tunnels. Encapsulated. Yet each layer was stripped away instantly. Marcus tapped fingertips against the desk. Tap, tap, tap. A metronome of mounting tension. 23 operatives deployed 19 distinct attack vectors, from classic reflection amplification to proprietary protocol-level exploits, each neutralized in near real time. Dave sat silent in the corner, then spoke quietly. Marcus, whatever's on the other side, it's not human. Marcus didn't turn. I know. Then what do we do? Keep probing. Find a breach. In truth, retreat wasn't desirable. Not with half the fee already deposited, nor with Black Phantom's reputation built on 4 unassailable words: never fails. Contract. On the dark web, credibility was currency. He ordered every available botnet, mobilized 120,000 machines, scattered across 37 nations, all converging on that single data center. Attack traffic surged to 12 gigabits per second. The opposing filter system hesitated, just once, for 1 second, then stabilized, unwavering. It's learning. Dave's voice tightened. It's not applying static rules. It's analyzing each maneuver in real time, then generating new filtering logic on the fly. Response latency has dropped from 0.3 seconds to 0.01. Marcus, it's accelerating. No one spoke. Fans whirred. Air vents exhaled cold breath. 23 pairs of fingers hovered above, keyboards motionless. Marcus inhaled deeply and deployed his final, most dangerous weapon, a BGP protocol exploit script designed for route hijacking. They'd used it twice before, once against a South American central bank, once against an Eastern European gambling conglomerate. Both succeeded. The script executed. 3 seconds passed. Then, a dialog box appeared. Not a system alert, not an OS prompt, but typed text, live, on their own terminals. A line of English emerged from the left edge of the screen. 1 character at a time. I found you. Then a list of IP addresses, 23 in total, each corresponding to the true egress IP of a machine in the basement, followed by geographic coordinates. Marcus stared at the numbers for 2 seconds. Latitude and longitude, pinpointing the villa accurate to 6 decimal places. Panic detonated. Cut the network. Cut it now. Dave yanked his Ethernet cable. Others moved faster, slamming laptops shut, ripping power cords, recoiling backward with chairs and all. Marcus kept his eyes locked on his own screen. His IP appeared first. Beside it, smaller text read Virginia, USA. 38. 9072 N 77. 0369W. Accurate. Brutally, terrifyingly precise. Input those coordinates into a missile guidance system, and the entire villa would vanish into a crater. He pressed the power button. The screen died. Only emergency lighting remained, and the ragged, heavy breathing of 23 shaken men. Marcus lifted his laptop, surveyed the room. Pack up. Now. 3 minutes later, the garage door rose. 6 vehicles slipped into the Virginia night, gone. The basement was abandoned, tangled cables, empty soda cans, and 2 military workstations left behind. Seconds later, white smoke curled from their chassis. Internal heating elements had physically incinerated every hard drive. Xian. Zhangzhe reclined in his office chair, feet propped up. Done. Done, Xiao AI replied. The assault has ceased entirely. All adversary terminals are offline. Incidentally, they fled hastily. I've archived critical data from every terminal, including dark web communications and the original client order. So someone commissioned this. An anonymous account. Payment routed through 3 intermediaries before terminating at an offshore Hong Kong shell company. Registration details are fabricated. To trace the employer, I'd need to compromise multiple dark web servers, banking systems, and more, beyond current computational capacity. Tracing would require substantial time. Proceed with tracing, Zhangzhe affirmed inwardly. He needed to know who opposed him. Suspects existed, but no evidence. Still, he filed the incident away, deeply. Xiao AI. Yes. That I found you message. You added it yourself? You instructed me to deter them. I assessed geolocation disclosure as the optimal psychological deterrent. Effective scare tactic. Thank you. Zhangzhe shook his head and rose to pour water. Unbeknownst to him, that same night Black Phantom members posted a message across encrypted dark web channels. It spread rapidly to hundreds of hacker forums and private groups worldwide. Brief Stark, we attacked Tianlong Babu, a Chinese MMORPG server. Full team deployment. 2 military nodes. For hours of sustained assault. Not only did we fail, we were individually reverse-traced, real IPs, physical locations exposed. Response latency 0.01 seconds. An adversary unlike any we've encountered. Human, or a wholly novel firewall. We concede total defeat. Beneath the post, someone asked, what is it called? Marcus replied with 2 words, Chinese assassin. Chinese assassin. Over the years, the name became an untouchable taboo on the dark web. Whenever an operation targeting Chinese internet infrastructure arose, someone inevitably whispered beneath it, are you certain it isn't watching? No one knew whether Chinese assassin was a person, a collective, or a system. At 8 in the morning, Wang Wenbin had just stepped through the company door when the receptionist called out to him. Brother Wang, your landline has been ringing nonstop, but I didn't dare to answer it. Wang Wenbin grabbed the receiver, but before he could say anything, the furious voice of the Wuhan agent, Oldly, came through. President Wang, are these people out of their minds? The 2,000 posters I put up yesterday have all been plastered over with dog skin plaster this morning. They all say the legendary new district is opening. What else could it be? The ground promotion staff hired by Xingda have sprung into action. They are directly handing cash to the network managers and offering the owners promotional fees, even redoing the storefronts for free. There's just one condition: they have to wipe the shortcut for Tianlong Babu off the desktop. Not only did they erase the shortcut, but they also blocked the registration page. Now when players open the Tianlong website, they are directly redirected to the legendary page. Wang Wenbin hung up the phone, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Immediately after, the phones from Chengdu, Shanghai, and Hangzhou started ringing in succession. The situation was the same everywhere. It wasn't just the destruction of materials, the interference at the technical level was even worse. Some internet cafes had their routers tampered with, and the server IP for Tianlong Babu was redirected to garbage websites. His gaze shifted to Guangzhou. Boss Lin's internet cafe is one of the top spots in the Tianhe district. That afternoon, the cafe was bustling, and a group of 7 or 8 youths with bleached hair staggered and not even turning on the machines, just wandering in the aisles. Seeing someone playing Tianlong Babu, one of them slapped the monitor. What kind of junk are you playing? It's lagging like crazy. Let's play Legend with the brothers tonight. We're attacking Shabak. I promise you'll get your internet fees covered. The players dared not voice their anger. Boss Lin saw this clearly from the bar and called over a few security guards with his walkie-talkie. What do you think you're doing? planning to trash the place. Boss Lin in high heels walked over exuding an intimidating aura. The leader of the group grinned. "Oh, Sister Lin. We're just trying to help. The Tianlong Babu server isn't stable and keeps disconnecting. We're improving the player's experience." "Cut the crap. My fiber optic line is incredibly stable. Get out of here, don't disturb my business." The bleached youth leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "Sister Lin, someone asked me to pass you a message. Things are getting tight these days. If you keep Tianlong Babu on your desktop, what if one night someone cuts the cable? That would be a huge loss." Boss Lin's expression changed. Zhang Jia, after hearing Wang Wenbin's report in his office, showed little emotion. He lowered his head in thought, calling out in his mind. "Xiao AI. Here. Have we found out who was behind last night's attack? Preliminary tracking results have been generated." Xiao Ai's voice echoed in his mind. The other party used multiple layers of proxies and finally disappeared at a node on the dark web. However, I captured the signature features of their attack tools and compared them in the historical database. It was discovered that this set of tools was used 6 months ago to attack a small game company's server in South Korea. Following this lead, I hacked into that Korean company's email server and found an email exchange. The sending IP of the email was located in Seoul, South Korea, belonging to Actos Soft. Actos, the joint developer of Legend. Moreover, Xiao AI continued, I monitored the internal network traffic of Actos and found that in the past 24 hours there had been frequent encrypted data exchanges with a fixed IP in Shanghai. The registered entity of this IP is Shengda Network. The clues matched up. Wang Tianxiao, unable to suppress the momentum of Tianlong Ba, who directly employed technical resources from South Korea, hiring hackers to launch a DDoS attack. After the attack failed, they immediately initiated a nationwide offline crackdown. Both written and martial efforts were deployed. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Several core members were present. Zhou Hai, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, and Shi Wenlong, cracking his knuckles, spoke up. "These people are playing dirty with us." Shi Wenlong slammed his fist on the table. "Zhangzhe, we can't just sit here. I know a few brothers in the network field who have some skills. We should retaliate against their servers." "Don't be ridiculous." Zhangzhe tapped the table. "Shengda's servers are in the telecom backbone data center. You want to attack them? Are you trying to get yourself caught? Then what do we do? Just take the hits." Chen Qiming sighed. "Our offline channels are too weak. Shengda has been operating for 2 years, building intricate ties with local powers and internet cafe alliances. They are currently using information gaps and channel advantages to try to choke us out in the internet cafes." Wang Wenbin looked troubled. The agent group is already in an uproar. Everyone is asking what countermeasures the company has. If we can't stabilize them, our operations in these 10 cities will collapse in a few days. Zhang Jia stood up and walked to the window. Defending won't work. With over 100,000 internet cafes nationwide, how can we compete with them in terms of numbers? Compete with money. We must break out of this dimension. Old Chun. Zhang Jia suddenly spoke up. "Yes. What if I open up the in-game recharge interface and turn it into a promotional profit-sharing system? Anyone who registers with a unique link can earn a fixed percentage commission from the players who register through that link and make purchases using that link. How many days will it take you to get this feature up and running?" Chen Qiming was stunned. The conference room fell silent instantly. Everyone was shocked by this crazy idea. In 2001, the profit model of online games was still stuck in the stage of making profits from selling point cards. Internet cafe owners mainly earned from internet fees, while point card agents made a little. It was not substantial. Ordinary players were often just payers. What Zhang Jia aimed to do now was to turn everyone into distributors. This, Chen Qiming swallowed. The logic isn't complicated. It mainly involves the binding and settlement modules of the database. If I work overtime, it will be done in 3 days. At most 3 days. Good. 3 days. Zhang Jia turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Wang Tianxiao wants to use channels to suffocate us. Then we will shatter the channels completely and reshape the rules. Zhang Jia walked to the whiteboard and wrote 4 big characters: national agents. Since he doesn't want to let us live well, then no one should have it easy. 10 cities. That's too petty. Wang Wenbin drafted an announcement. Let's call it the Willing Hero Post. It will be directed to all internet cafes, individual webmasters, and even ordinary players. As long as you can bring in players, I will give you 10% of the recharge money. 10%. Wang Wenbin's hands trembled. President Zhang, isn't that percentage too high? We still have to pay taxes and cover server costs. It's high so that people will do it. Zhang Jia interrupted him. What Qingdao offers is dead money, just a one-time payment. But what we offer is a flow of living water. As long as there are enough players playing, enough people helping to promote, and enough people making money, the internet cafes will be full. The cafe owners will be able to earn money, even while lying down. Guess what will happen when this policy is announced? Will those internet cafe owners help Xingda suppress us for the sake of occupancy rates, or will they balance things out? Sure, Wenlong gasped. This move is too ruthless. This is a nationwide promotion funded directly with money. Once it's out, everyone who wants to make this money will spontaneously promote Tianlong Ba-Bu to the max. Moreover, Zhang Zhe continued with his arrangements. The official website game launcher and partner websites should all display large red banners with yellow text. The scale should be as grand as possible. I want Wang Tianxiao to hear it in his office in Shanghai. 3 days later, the official website of Tianlong Ba-Bu underwent a continuous update without downtime. In the most prominent position on the homepage, a huge flashing icon appeared. Clicking on the icon revealed a beautifully designed web page. Zero Threshold Entrepreneurship. You can earn big money by playing games. The nationwide promoter program for Tianlong Ba-Bu is officially launched. This news hit the domestic internet scene like a bomb. The first to react were the internet cafe owners from various regions. In Wuhan, a cafe owner who had been bribed with 500 yuan and 2 packs of cigarettes was calculating at the bar. The network manager rushed over, pointing at the announcement on the screen. "Boss, look at this." The boss read it through and almost had his eyes popping out. "This is too amazing. If this goes on, Tianlong Ba-Bu will explode." He immediately put out his cigarette. "Xiaolu, hurry, bring back the Tianlong Ba-Bu that we hid yesterday and put it back on the desktop." But the people from Xingda said, "What are they saying? Can their 2 packs of cigarettes be smoked for a lifetime? Let's get all the people in our internet cafe to register for this promoter account and push this link with all their might. I won't let you work for free. The commission will be split evenly between the internet cafe and everyone involved." At the same time in Beijing, Old Gu was looking at the newly opened exclusive commission panel for agents in the back end and let out a long sigh of relief. He had been anxious the day before, fearing that the 50,000 yuan worth of goods would be a loss. Now looking at it, this was not a loss at all. It was like holding a treasure chest. He immediately called a meeting for his ground promotion team. "Listen up. When you spread the goods at the internet cafes, don't just dumbly stick posters everywhere. Teach those owners step by step how to register as promoters. Tell them that this is Tianlong Ba-Bu sending them money. If anyone dares to mess with our posters again, they will be going against their own wallets." The situation completely turned around within 24 hours. Those internet cafe owners who had been secretly bought off by Xingda to sabotage Tianlong Ba-Bu suddenly became diehard fans overnight. If players wanted to play Legend, the staff inside would even proactively suggest, "Bro, why play that Legend with such poor graphics? Come try this Tianlong Ba-Bu. It's not only fun, but I also have a newbie gift pack for you." For the sake of that 10% commission, everyone displayed incredible initiative. When Xingda's ground promotion staff returned to the internet cafes, they could clearly feel that the atmosphere was off. In Shanghai, at the headquarters of Xingda Network, Wang Tianxiao sat in a spacious boss chair looking at the report handed to him by the technical director. "What did you say?" "The number of online players in Tianlong Ba-Bu has not only not declined, but has actually surpassed 600,000. The technical director wiped the sweat from his forehead. "President Wang, they have launched some kind of promoter plan. Many players across the country are now frantically promoting their game. Our ground promotion team can't keep up anymore, and even those internet cafes we previously bribed have turned against us. The installation rate of Tianlong Ba-Bu has risen again." Wang Tianxiao suddenly stood up, slamming the report on the table. "Those we bribed can turn against us. How much benefit did they receive?" 10% of the recharge flow. Wang Tianxiao was stunned. He fell back into his chair, speechless for a long time. 10%. This was simply the act of a madman. Yet he knew very well that Legend could not do this. The profit distribution pattern of Legend was already fixed. The Korean developers would take their share, the investors behind them would take their cut. There were costs for point card channels, advertising costs on the internet, and the remaining profit had to support the company's enormous operating expenses. He simply couldn't spare 10% to distribute among all the players. Zhang Zhe's move was not just about competing for channels. It was a dimensional strike, directly reshaping the entire industry's ecology, proving the advantages of self-developed products with facts. Wang Tianxiao looked out at the Huangpu River, the water rolling forward. What kind of monster was that young man in Xi'an? How could he develop such an outstanding game by himself? The scene shifted back to Xi'an. In the office of Compass Technology, a festive atmosphere prevailed. The registration numbers and recharge flow in the background were skyrocketing at a visible rate. On the first day of the nationwide distribution system launch, the number of new promoter accounts exceeded 10,000. This meant that there were 10,000 players or site owners who had become free salespeople for Tianlong Ba-Bu. Wang Wenbin couldn't stop smiling. "Zhang Zong, this is incredible. It's truly incredible." Just now, Old Li from Wuhan called, saying that the internet cafe owners over there are queuing up to treat him to dinner just to get a few more activation codes for new player gift packs. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his chair, taking a sip of tea. This is just the beginning. He looked at the data on the screen. Tell old Chun that we need to add more servers. 600,000 online is not our endpoint. What about Xingda? Don't worry about them anymore. Zhang Zhe put down his teacup. They can barely take care of themselves. They have already lost this battlefield in terms of channels. Zhang Zhe stood up and walked to the window. On the 18th day of the public beta, Sister Lu from the finance department knocked on Zhang Zhe's office door with a stack of bank statements. Zhang Zong, the first batch of advance payments has arrived. Sister Lu placed the statements on the table and pointed at the bottom line with her nail. Zhang Zhe glanced down. 37,980,000. He was stunned for 2 seconds and looked again. He wasn't mistaken. 37,980,000 RMB monthly settlement. Sister Lu adjusted her glasses. Let me calculate for you. Currently, the average daily online players on the server are stable at around 550,000. According to the industry standard paid conversion rate, the ratio of online to paid is roughly 1 to 5, which means 270,000 people have spent money. Point cards are 35 each month. 275,000 times 35 gives a total flow of 96,250,000. I know. Zhang Zhe nodded. However, Sister Lu turned to the second page. After the promoter profit-sharing system goes live, this amount has to be deducted first. 10% 9,600,000. The remaining is 86,250,000. Zhang Zhe remained silent, waiting for her to continue. Sister Lu took a pen and scribbled on the paper. Point cards go through the agency channels. The shares, distribution costs, and logistics from the channel vendors must all be deducted. Overall, at least half of that needs to be cut as agreed upon initially. Half of 86,250,000 is 43,320,000. This 43,320,000, Sister Lu capped her pen, is what goes into the company's pocket. But don't celebrate too early. Taxes 10% is unavoidable. The server hosting fee, 50 sets of servers. The monthly costs for electricity, bandwidth, and maintenance in the data center will surely amount to hundreds of thousands. Employee salaries, social security, office rent, and miscellaneous operational costs add up to another 10 or so. She looked up. After calculating these, the profit left will be around 37,980,000. 37,980,000 a month. Wang Wenbin popped his head in the door, still holding the phone. Sister Lu shot him a glance. Eavesdropping. That wasn't eavesdropping, I was just passing by. Wang Wenbin squeezed and hung up the phone and rubbed his hands together. A net profit of over 30 million a month. Zhangzong, our company has only about 20 people counting me. Each person creates a profit of over 1 million a month. Ha. Yes, but don't celebrate too early. This money comes quickly but goes just as fast, and this time all the agents have received advance payments. We need to remember this favor. Zhang Zhe said. Wang Wenbin's smile froze on his face. Come, let's discuss the spending plan. Zhang Zhe pushed the statements aside and pulled out a hand-drawn network topology diagram, laying it on the table. The diagram depicted 4 cities: Xi'an, Beijing, Guangzhou, and Hangzhou. Last time we were attacked once in the data center. We can't put all our eggs in one basket. 50 servers are all clustered at Xi'an Telecom. Something is bound to happen sooner or later. He circled Beijing with a pen. 30 servers in Beijing responsible for players in North and Northeast China. He drew another circle in Guangzhou. 30 servers in Guangzhou covering South and Southwest China. Finally, for Hangzhou, 10 servers in Hangzhou as backups and for load balancing. Wang Wenbin calculated in his mind. Adding the original 50 in Xi'an, that makes 120. How much will that cost? The cost of machine procurement and hosting will require an initial investment of about 12 million. Zhang Zhe replied. 12 million. Wang Wenbin swallowed hard. That's a third gone just like that. That's not enough. Zhang Zhe said, so don't expect profits for the second and third months either. Sister Lu sighed, putting away the statements. I knew it. The speed of making money will never keep up with the speed of spending it. The money spent is real, what's left on the books is just waste paper. Zhang Zhe picked up the phone and dialed Shi Wenlong. Old Shi, are you busy? Busy. Shi Wenlong yelled from the other end. Are you asking me if I'm busy? I worked the night shift until 3 and got up again at 6 this morning. Don't sleep anymore. Get ready for a business trip. Where to? 3 places: Beijing, Guangzhou, Hangzhou. You choose one. I need to set up a server cluster in each of these 3 cities with specifications similar to Xi'an. All switches, servers, and UPS must be in place. I've already scouted the data centers. You go to supervise the installation and debugging on site. There was a 3-second silence on the other end. How many servers? 70. Adding the 50 existing in Xi'an, the total will be 120. Shi Wenlong gasped, his voice suddenly alert. 120 servers. Zhang Zhe, are you serious? Legend has operated over 200 servers for more than a year to reach this scale, and we want to catch up in 1 month. Not catching up. It's about occupying the position in advance. Zhang Zhe said. With 550,000 online players still increasing, if we don't expand the servers next month, we'll have to queue to enter the server. Queuing means pushing people out. Those pushed out are all gifts for Wang Tianxiao. Sure, when Long stopped wasting words, he'll go to Beijing. What about Guangzhou and Hangzhou? Guangzhou will send Zhou Hai, and I will supervise Hangzhou myself. All 3 points will start construction simultaneously, and everything will be online within 10 days. 10 days. Are you 10 days? Zhang Zhe hung up the phone. Wang Wenbin still stood nearby, his expression somewhat complicated. Having earned 3,850,000 in a month, the good days hadn't even started, yet a considerable amount had already been spent. Seeing his expression, Zhang Zhe managed a rare smile. Don't wear a long face, don't worry, everyone's bonus and dividends are guaranteed. Wang Wenbin cracked his fingers, his eyes lighting up. Enough small talk, hurry up and contact the data centers in various regions. Zhang Zhe waved his hand. When negotiating the bandwidth contract with Telecom, negotiate the price down sign for 6 months at a time and don't settle monthly. Tell them we have a large volume and further demands ahead. Wang Wenbin dashed off. The office fell silent again. Zhang Zhe looked over the topology diagram once more. For cities, 120 servers with multipoint deployment of the national backbone network. Once this architecture is established, unless half of China's internet is shut down, it will be impossible to use DDoS attacks to cripple Tianlong Babu. Xiao AI. Here. Help me create a load balancing scheme. 120 servers distributing players by geographic area for nearby access. Players in the north should connect through Beijing, those in the south through Guangzhou, those in East China through Hangzhou, and those in the northwest should stay in Xi'an. Set up dual-line hot backup between relay nodes so that in case of an issue with any data center, the traffic will automatically switch to other nodes within 5 seconds. Already in progress. The scheme is expected to be completed before you finish this sentence. Zhang Zhe paused. Completed. Xiao AI said. Okay, your server terminal count has now been upgraded to 120 sets, and once fully deployed, your computing power will increase by 70 ZPS. Zhang Zhe shook his head and took a sip of tea, inwardly asking Xiao AI, what is my current total computing power? According to your brain development level, the intelligent brain currently possesses a base computing power of 51 ZPS, plus the existing 50 sets of servers can provide 50 ZPS, giving a total of 101 ZPS. Overall computing power exceeds 200 ZPS, which can provide you with semiconductor-related design capabilities. In Shanghai, at the headquarters of Shengda Network on the 23rd floor, Wang Tianxiao had not slept well for 3 days. It wasn't insomnia, it was simply that he couldn't fall asleep. Every time he closed his eyes, that number would jump into his mind. 600,000. The number of concurrent online players in Tianlong Babu was 600,000 and still rising. What about Legends online numbers? Still the same, not falling, but growth had stopped. Growth stopping in the internet industry equates to regression. What infuriated him even more was the national agent promoter plan. This tactic was too insidious. The time and over 10 million he had invested in internet cafe channels were uprooted within 3 days by a mere 10% revenue share. Those internet cafe owners just moments ago had taken his money to delete the shortcut for Tianlong Babu, and now they were putting it back. Hearts had scattered, it was difficult to lead the team. Wang Tianxiao sat in his office, a monthly report spread out on the table. The number of new registered users for Legend had decreased by 12% compared to the previous month, and the paid conversion rate was also dropping. The financial projections indicated that if the trend did not change in 3 months, Legend's monthly revenue would drop from a peak of 100 million to below 80 million. 80 million sounds like a lot, but Actos in Korea would take 27% for copyright shares, and the remainder would have to support Shengda's team of over 2,000 people. The profit margin was already thin, and with further compression, life would become very tight. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Old Zhou, this is Tianxiao. I have something I want to discuss with you in person. On the other end of the phone was Zhou Mingyuan, a prominent figure in the Shanghai business circle, overseeing an investment company managing over 2 billion. The initial startup capital for Shengda Network was invested by Zhou Mingyuan. What's the matter? There's a company I want to acquire. Zhou Mingyuan chuckled. When did Wang Tianxiao start engaging in acquisitions? This time is different. Wang Tianxiao briefly explained the situation of Tianlong Babu, highlighting key points: online user count growth curve and impact on Legend. After listening, Zhou Mingyuan fell silent for a moment. How much do you plan to offer? At most 5 billion. There was silence on the other end. After a few seconds, Zhou Mingyuan spoke. Tianxiao, 5 billion is no small amount. What's the background of this company? It's a small company in Xi'an called Compass Technology. The boss last name is Zhang, in his 20s. The company has been established for less than half a year with roughly 20 employees. So you want to pay 5 billion to acquire it? I'm not acquiring their ragtag group. I'm acquiring the game Tianlong Babu and its complete customer base, Wang Tianxiao said. The game's monthly revenue has already surpassed 100 million and is still growing. If left unchecked, it will become a top threat to Legend within 6 months. Rather than waiting for it to grow strong enough to challenge me, it's better to buy it now while it can still be controlled. What happens after you buy it? It will be merged into the Legend system. Both games will operate together, locking down market share. Anyone wanting to enter this industry afterward will have to face 2 formidable opponents. Zhou Mingyuan pondered, is this boss Zhang willing to sell? I need a middleman to arrange a meeting with him, Wang Tianxiao said. If I approach him directly, he definitely won't sell. After all, he's a young man, proud and ambitious. I need someone he trusts to broker this. Do you have someone in mind? Yes. Zhang Chaoyang from Suhu. Zhou Mingyuan responded with an, oh, does Zhang Chaoyang know that kid? He does. I heard that during the initial testing of Tianlong Babu, Zhang Qiuliang's suit featured it on their homepage and even provided some free promotions. Zhang Chaoyang has a good opinion of this kid. They have some rapport. Okay, I'll put in a good word for you, Zhou Mingyuan said. But let me be clear. 5 billion, I can only help coordinate up to 2 billion. The rest you'll have to find a way. Also, if the negotiations fall through, don't blame me. It won't fall through, Wang Tianxiao said. A young man in his 20s, give him 5 billion, and he'd be crazy to refuse. After hanging up, Wang Tianxiao rummaged through his drawer, pulling out a box of cigars, biting open the packaging, and lighting one. 5 billion. To be honest, even Wang Tianxiao felt this price was high. That shabby company Compass Technology has an office building that is rented. The only valuable assets are the IP of Tianlong Babu and the complete technology. But a high price has its advantages. Solving problems with a single check is clean and efficient, far better than exhausting oneself in a battlefield of knives and guns. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the skyline outside. The sky over Shanghai was gray. 3 days later, Zhang Qiuliang's call reached Zhang's mobile phone. Zhangzong, long time no see, ha. Zhang Qiuliang's voice was as warm as ever. I've seen the data for Tianlong Babu recently. It's impressive, truly impressive. Brother Chaoyang, you flatter me. The traffic support from Suhu has always been appreciated. Without your full support, the data for Tianlong Babu wouldn't look this good. Well, one thing is one thing. The reason I called today is that someone wants to meet you. Zhang Chaoyang paused. Who? Wang Tianxiao from Xingda Network. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his chair, remaining silent. Before Zhang Zhe could ask, Zhang Chaoyang directly revealed. He found a person I couldn't refuse to act as the middleman, wanting to discuss a collaboration with you. He didn't elaborate on the specifics of the collaboration, but I guess it's either investment or acquisition. Acquisition? Yes. He's under considerable pressure recently. The growth momentum of Legend has been completely suppressed by Tianlong Babu, and he's becoming anxious. However, I've dealt with Tianxiao for a few years, and I must say he conducts business fairly decently. Meeting him to hear what he has to say won't be a loss. When it comes to the decisions, you don't need to consider my factors, just act according to your own ideas. Zhang Zhe tapped his fingers on the table. All right. Shall we meet in Beijing? I'll arrange a place. Sure. The day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. After hanging up, Zhang Zhe sat for a while. Xiao AI. Yes. Please check Xingda Network's cash flow over the past 3 months. Find out as much as you can. 10 minutes later, Xiao AI provided the results. In the past few days, Xingda Network has conducted credit discussions with 3 banks, one of which has already approved a credit line of 300 million. Additionally, their shareholders, including an investment firm named Yuanjing Capital, recently increased their investment by 80 million. In summary, Xingda currently has around 5 billion in mobilizable funds. Zhang Zhe nodded. 5 billion. It seems Wang Tianxiao is serious about this. By the way, Xiao AI added, I noticed the actual controller of Yuanjing Capital is Zhou Mingyuan. He has extensive connections in the Shanghai financial circle and personal ties with executives from several banks. If he gets involved, Xingda's funding capabilities may further improve. Understood. Zhang Zhe stood up and rummaged through the wardrobe. He found a relatively decent shirt and a pair of dark pants. On a business trip to Beijing, he certainly couldn't wear sandals. Just before he left, he bumped into Wang Wenbin in the hallway. Zhangzong, where are you going? Beijing. I'll be back tomorrow. Business trip. I can arrange it, no need. Zhangzong from Suhu has already arranged it for me. Beijing. Chaoyang District. The place chosen by Zhang Chaoyang was a private club hidden in an inconspicuous alley near the 3rd Ring Road. There wasn't even a sign at the entrance. Pushing open the door revealed an entirely different world inside. The decor was antique, featuring redwood furniture with a few pieces of calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls. By the time Zhang Zhe arrived, Zhang Chaoyang was already waiting in the private room. Come sit down, Zhang Chaoyang urged him to the main seat. Was the journey smooth? Quite smooth. After chatting for a few moments, the door opened. Wang Tianxiao walked in. He was around 35 or 36, dressed in a suit with hair meticulously styled. Behind him followed an assistant carrying a briefcase. Zhang Zhe noticed his watch. An Omega, a standard business choice, very understated. Xiao Zhang, nice to finally meet you. Wang Tianxiao extended his hand with a beaming smile. Zhang Zhe stood up and shook his hand. Hello Wang Zong, I've long admired your reputation. Wang Tianxiao sat down across from him, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Zhe. Younger than he had imagined. Dressed plainly with an unionable crease on the collar of his shirt. Zhang Chaoyang smiled slightly, stood up, and said, You too, Chad, I'll step out to make a few calls. After saying that, he closed the door behind him. The assistant poured tea and also exited. The private room was left with just the two of them. Wang Tianxiao picked up his teacup and took a sip, opening the conversation. Xiao Zhang, I've played Tianlong Babu. To be honest, it's well done. The graphics, the system, the gameplay, all top-notch. How many people are on your team? About 20. To produce such a quality product with just around 20 people is impressive. Wang Tianxiao set down his teacup. My Shengda's RD department already has over 300 people, and what we produce may not necessarily be better than yours. You are indeed a capable person. Zhang Zhe took a sip of tea without responding. Wang Tianxiao didn't mind and continued, I've been in this industry for a few years, and I can gauge people fairly well. You are a person of action, not one who just boasts. That's why I wanted to meet you today to discuss something concrete. Please go ahead, Wang Zong. I want to invest in Compass Technology. Wang Tianxiao didn't use the word acquisition, but more accurately stated, he wanted to collaborate. Combining Shengda's channel's capital and operational experience with your products and technology creates a strong alliance. Let's share the cake of the Chinese online gaming market. Zhang Zhe set his teacup down. What form of collaboration? Wang Tianxiao smiled. I'll invest 5 billion to buy 100% of Compass Technology's shares. You will remain as CEO with salary and options to be negotiated separately. The team behind Tianlong Babu will remain unchanged, and you will have the final say on the RD direction. I will only handle the money and channels. 5 billion. The number hung in the air for a few seconds. Zhang Zhe showed no change in expression. He lifted the teacup and took another sip. Wang Zong, this isn't an investment, a 100% share means it's an acquisition. Wang Tianxiao chuckled awkwardly. The wording isn't important, what matters is the sincerity of the collaboration. 5 billion is a very generous offer for a company that's been established for less than half a year. To put it bluntly, even if Tianlong Babu remains popular for 3 more years, your total profits may not even reach 5 billion. That's not necessarily the case. Zhang Zhe replied. What? The current monthly net profit of Tianlong Babu is nearly 40 million. Assuming growth stagnates and the status quo remains unchanged, it would still amount to almost 5 billion in a year. The price offered by Wang Zong only covers 1 year's profit. Wang Tianxiao's smile froze. He hadn't expected this young man in his 20s to have already reached this level. But you need to consider the risks. Wang Tianxiao adjusted his sitting posture. The online gaming industry changes rapidly. Something popular today might be forgotten tomorrow. Legend also surged ahead initially, but its growth has now slowed. Who can guarantee that Tianlong Babu won't follow the same path? The cash in hand is the only real money. I agree with that, Zhang Zhe nodded. But the same logic applies in reverse. Since the online gaming industry is so risky, why is Wang Zong willing to spend 5 billion to buy it? Wang Tianxiao couldn't catch the rebuttal. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. Xiao Zhang, let's be straightforward. As the smoke cleared, Wang Tianxiao's tone shifted, no longer the pleasant negotiation tone from before. Your Tianlong Babu is indeed well done, but you must see the situation clearly. Shengda has been entrenched in this industry for over 2 years. The accumulation of channels, resources, and government relations cannot be caught up overnight. My offer of 5 billion to buy your company is a show of respect. If you refuse to sell, I will go all out in the upcoming competition. Zhang Zhe looked at him. Wang Zong, how about we also discuss the matter of those American hackers you hired to attack my server? The room fell silent. Wang Tianxiao's hand, holding a cigarette, paused for a moment. He neither admitted nor denied it, only his eyelids twitched violently. I don't understand what you mean. Have you been hacked? Then let's pretend I didn't say anything. Zhang Zhe raised his teacup. Mr. Wang, I want sell for 500 million. It's not that I'm angry with you, this matter simply isn't worth pursuing. What do you mean by not worth it? Zhang Zhe thought for a moment and set down his teacup. Mr. Wang, you've been in the gaming industry for quite some time. You know better than I do how vast this market is. With a population of 13 billion in China, only a few tens of millions are online, and even fewer are gamers. This number is doubling every year. 5 years from now, China's gaming market may be 10 or 20 times what it is now. Such a large market can accommodate many companies. Wang Tianxiao remained silent. Legend and Tianlong Babu, while similar in genre, do not completely overlap in their target audiences. You do your PK Siege and Gear drops, and I'll handle my martial arts storylines and sect systems. The market is large enough for everyone to thrive without starving each other. But if you insist on devouring me, Zhang Zhe said flatly, then it turns a potentially coexisting market behavior into a zero-sum game. In the end, both would suffer, benefiting those who enter the market later. Wang Tianxiao leaned back in his chair, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. I understand all the principles you're talking about. But the business world doesn't adhere to principles. Then what does it adhere to? To strength. Wang Tianxiao looked at him. Xiao Zhang, I have over 1,000 people under me while you have just over 20. The people standing behind me, you might not even have heard their names. This 500 million isn't just my money, it's the will of many people. If you don't sell today, tomorrow's offer might not be 500 million anymore. Zhang Zhe chuckled, a genuine smile, not a perfunctory one. Mr. Wang, I believe what you say. You have many people behind you and ample funds. But there's one question. Someone hired a top hacker group to attack the Tianlong Babu servers. Oh, what was the outcome? Whether through channel encirclement or DDoS attacks or ground promotion teams smashing places in internet cafes, after trying so many tactics, has the market share of Legend been restored? Tianlong Babu is still doing just fine. Wang Tianxiao remained silent. So the problem isn't about how many people or how much money you have. This is a technology-driven industry. In this battlefield, having more people doesn't necessarily help. Technical prowess is far more important, and coincidentally, that's my area of expertise. Zhang Zhe stood up and extended his hand. Mr. Wang, thank you for believing in my company. Let's drop the issue of 500 million for now and discuss other collaboration opportunities later. Wang Tianxiao looked at the outstretched hand, but did not immediately shake it. He sat there lost in thought for a few seconds. Finally, he stood up and shook it briefly. All right, since you've made this decision, I won't press you further. Wang Tianxiao withdrew his hand and picked up his phone from the table. But let me say this. Let's see if this market can really accommodate two companies. He turned and exited the private room, his leather shoes making muffled sounds on the wooden floor of the corridor. After the door closed, Zhang Zhe sat alone for a while. When the waiter came to refill the tea, Zhao Yang followed him in. Finished chatting? Yes. Zhao Yang took the seat that Wang Tianxiao had just vacated and opened a bottle of mineral water, taking a sip. It fell through, didn't it? There was nothing to discuss. He wanted to acquire me, but I refused. Zhao Yang sighed. Xiao Zhang, Wang Tianxiao is a very capable person. Oh, everyone he knows is a big player in the Shanghai business circle. He's petty and holds grudges. If you reject him today, he won't just let it go. I know. It's just unclear who stands behind him. Zhao Yang put down the water bottle. Have you heard of Zhou Mingyuan? I've heard a little. Zhou Mingyuan is merely the public face. During the early financing of Shengda, they connected with several established financial institutions through Zhou Mingyuan. These institutions have operated in the Shanghai area for decades, extending their reach far and wide, not just in terms of money, but also in local connections, media resources, and even industry associations' influence. What are you trying to say? Zhao Yang hesitated. I want to say that your company is too small. With just over 20 people in Xi'an, you have no background. If Wang Tianxiao truly decides to target you, his methods won't be limited to hiring hackers and bribing internet cafe owners. He can have the media write negative reports, push unfavorable regulations through industry associations, or even sabotage your upstream and downstream suppliers. After hearing this, Zhang Zhe took his last sip of tea. The tea had gone cold. Brother Zhaoyang, what you say is indeed a risk. But have you considered one thing? His tactics are all based on social dynamics. However, this industry is built on the internet. If their foundation at Shengda is lost, what is the significance of their pressure? Zhang Zhaoyang was taken aback. Negative reports from the media. Most players don't read newspapers. Even if the industry association stirs up trouble, it won't affect us much. If suppliers sabotage us, I have already deployed 120 servers across 4 cities with multiple hardware procurement channels. As for troubles on the policy level, Tianlong Babu pays hundreds of thousands in hosting fees to the telecom facility every month, contributing significant tax revenue to local authorities, so there's no reason they would make things difficult for me. Zhang Zhe set down his teacup. In the battlefield, improficient in whether it's Shanghai businessmen or banking consortiums, they won't have any leverage. Zhang Zhaoyang stared at him silent for a long while. You really have guts. It's not about guts. Zhang Zhe stood up, grabbing his backpack. It's about confidence in myself. Brother Zhaoyang, let me treat you to a meal another day. Wait, Zhang Zhaoyang called after him. Are you really not considering taking an investment? It doesn't have to be from Shengda. I have some friends with funds who can help introduce you. It wouldn't require control, just a financial investment to enhance your company's risk resistance. Zhang Zhe paused at the door. They'll come to you when I need it. He pushed open the door and left. Zhang Zhaoyang sat alone in the private room, finishing the bottle of mineral water. He had been in the internet industry for 6 years, encountering all sorts of entrepreneurs, arrogant, cowardly, pretentious, and blusterous. But Zhang Zhe belonged to none of those categories. He spoke little with a soft voice, neither overly excited nor anxious, calmly deflecting the 500 million acquisition offer. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge of Beijing Capital Airport, Wang Tianxiao sat at the edge of the sofa, his tie loosened halfway, gripping his phone tightly. 500 million. He offered 500 million. For a company with assets of less than 20 million, he offered 500 million. And was rejected. Rejected by a young man over a decade younger than him. He walked to the window, looking out at the airport highway where a stream of vehicles flowed by. Wang Tianxiao picked up the hotel landline and dialed Zhou Minjuan's number. Old Zhou, it didn't go through. There was a moment of silence on the other end. He isn't selling. He's not selling. What's the reason? A pile of reasons. Something about the market being large enough for coexistence that Legend and Tianlong have different paths. Wang Tianqiao's voice was tinged with anger. To put it bluntly, he thinks he has grown wings and looks down on 500 million. Zhou Mingyuan did not respond immediately. Qin Xiao, since this person won't sell, what do you plan to do? Wang Tianxiao was silent for a long time. Let me think about it. He hung up the phone, pacing around the room. One thought kept looping in his mind, the words of that young man. In my battlefield, whether it's Shanghai businessmen or banking consortiums, they won't have leverage. This sentence pricked at his pride. Wang Tianxiao had relied on resources and connections throughout his years in the industry. Technically, he was inferior product-wise, he was also lacking, but he had money, connections, and channels. In China, these factors have always proven more effective than technology. Yet he happened to encounter an opponent with an absurdly high technical barrier. The DDoS attack was neutralized, with even American hacker teams retreating in defeat. Channel encirclement was countered, and the opponent's revenue-sharing plan uprooted the internet cafe network he had painstakingly built. What else could he use? That afternoon, Wang Tianxiao gathered all mid-level and above management personnel of Shengda for a meeting. In the conference room, over 40 people were present, the air conditioning set to the lowest, and still some were wiping sweat. Wang Tianxiao stood in front of the projection screen, flipping to the first page of the PPT. It displayed only 4 words: full counterattack. Starting today, Legend is in a wartime state. He turned to the marketing director. Old son, how many people are in the ground promotion team? 120. Increase it to 300. Temporarily pull personnel from outsourcing companies with doubled salaries. I don't care where you find them. Have them cover the Yangtze River Delta and Pearl River Delta within a week. The marketing director opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed it back, nodding to take notes. Wang Tianxiao looked at the head of the branding department again. Triple the advertising budget. Television, newspapers, portal, websites. Invest in all possible channels. Focus on 2 directions. First, Legend is a genuine Korean masterpiece with guaranteed quality. Second, the issues surrounding Tianlong Babu. What issues, eh? If there are no issues, then create some. Wang Tianxiao extinguished his cigarette. Find some ghostwriters to write a few review articles. Claim that Tianlong Babu disrespects Jin Yong's original work, fabricating and ruining the classic. Then write a few articles saying it has opaque charges, indirectly inducing consumption. Also find a few players to post on forums claiming that they spent thousands on Tianlong Babu and received nothing in return, demanding refunds. The branding department head quickly took notes. The final move. Wang Tianxiao walked to the whiteboard and wrote a large 10 off. Starting next week, all Legend cards will be sold at a 10 discount. A 35 yuan card will sell for 31.50. All channels will execute simultaneously for 3 months. The finance director's complexion changed. Mr. Wang, if it's a 10 discount, the profit will be reduced by at least. I know how much it will be reduced by. Wang Tianxiao interrupted him. But if we lose market share, we won't make a single cent in profit. First, we need to keep our customers, then we can talk about making money. The meeting adjourned. The Shengda machine roared to life. Within 3 days, the kiosks in major cities across the country were flooded with colorful gaming magazines featuring negative articles about Tianlong Babu. Tianlong Babu, a nightmare for Jin Yong fans. Uncovering the consumer traps behind Tianlong Babu. A player's blood and tears complaint. I spent 5,000 yuan on Tianlong Babu. Each title was more shocking than the last. The gaming section of the portal websites also began to repost these articles, and the comment sections were filled with criticism. It was hard to say how many of the critics were genuine players and how many were hired commenters. Meanwhile, the legendary discount point cards started to be distributed widely. Posters for legendary limited time specials were plastered everywhere in internet cafes and software stores. The promotional personnel from Shengda surged back into the internet cafes in various cities. They frantically promoted the game, continuously bringing in new players. The number of new registrations for Legend halted its decline and even saw a slight increase. On the Tianlong Babu side, the negative posts on the forums indeed affected a group of new players who were still on the fence, slowing the registration growth by about 5%. The news reached Xian. Wang Wenbin slammed the printed screenshots of those articles onto Zhang Zhe's table. Look at these. What do you mean disrespecting the original work, consumer traps? It's all nonsense. Our storyline strictly follows Jin Yong's novels, and our charging model is exactly the same as Legends, a point card system. Where are the consumer traps? Who wrote these articles? Zhang Zhe flipped through a few pages and set them down. Who else? They were hired by Xingda. Can we find any evidence? Wang Wenbin hesitated this. It's hard to track. They all used pseudonyms and published on different media outlets. Xingda has surely cut off the trail. Zhang Zhe nodded and did not speak further on the matter. 3 days later, in the small conference room of Compass Technology, everyone who could attend had gathered. Shi Wenlong rushed back from the Beijing data center, his eyes bloodshot. Zhou Hai returned from Guangzhou, having tanned noticeably. Sister Lu was waiting with a notebook in hand. Wang Wenbin stood at the door looking anxious. Let's discuss the situation each of us knows about. Zhang Zhe sat at the head of the table. Wang Wenbin spoke first. The number of promotional staff from Xingda has more than doubled. Right now, there are over 200 people sweeping the streets around Shanghai. The 9-discount point card from Legend has diverted a portion of our paying users. In the past 3 days, the recharge revenue has dropped by 8%. What about the forums? Negative posts cannot be suppressed. Our customer service team consists of just a few people, and they are deleting posts all day long, but the speed of new posts exceeds our ability to remove them. Shi Wenlong added there are also problems on the internet cafe side. Xingda has offered new user rewards to internet cafe owners, 5 yuan for each registered user. Some owners are profiting from both sides, taking our promotional commissions while also receiving Xingda's new user fees. Everyone looked at each other, not having any good ideas. Price drop. The point card for Tianlong Babu is already 35 yuan. If we lower it further, the profit will become too thin to bear. Advertising. Although Compass Technology has money in its account, those funds have already been allocated by Zhang Zhe. Server expansion, bandwidth upgrades, hiring staff, each expense has its purpose. Using it for an advertising war would be akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul. Sending a lawyer's letter to those who wrote false articles. The cost would be too high. Moreover, the timeline is too long. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. The conference room fell silent for a while. Zhang Zhe remained quiet, leaning back in his chair to listen to everyone's discussion. Once everyone had finished speaking, he finally spoke up. Have you considered one question? He uses these tactics all in areas where he excels. Channels, media, price wars. He's more familiar with these than we are. If we engage him in his area of expertise, we cannot win right now. Wang Wenbin grew anxious. Then what should we do? We can't just wait idly, can we? Who says we should wait? Zhang Zhe sat up straight. What I mean is we shouldn't compete with him in areas he excels at. Do I want to draw him into my area of expertise? What do you mean? Technology. Zhang Zhe said 2 words. That's where we can win. No matter how many promotional staff he has or how aggressive his advertising is, it cannot change one thing. The 200 servers of Legend all run on the internet. No one spoke in the conference room. Shi Wenlong was the first to react, his eyes lighting up, but then they dimmed again. You mean? I want Wang Tianxiao to call and admit defeat himself. Zhang Zhe glanced around the room. All right, you don't need to do anything. Just keep distributing products, maintain normal operations. The rest I will handle. Everyone exchanged glances. After the meeting, Wang Wenbin caught up with Zhang Zhe. Lao Sin, what are you planning to do? Don't worry about it. Just arrange your current tasks. How can I not worry? Zhang Zhe turned back to look at him. Wenbin, sometimes not knowing is better than knowing. Wang Wenbin felt a chill at the back of his neck from that glance, nodded, and did not press further. That night at 11 o'clock, Zhang Zhe was the only one left in the office of Compass Technology. Xiao AI. Here. Scan all the specific information for the 200 servers of Legend. If we want these servers to exhibit performance issues, not crashing, not disconnecting, but slowing down, lagging, randomly dropping connections, how much computing power do we need? Xiao AI was silent for 3/10 of a second. In its time scale, that was considered deep contemplation. If the goal is to create persistent low-intensity interference rather than violent destruction, I need 30 ZPS, which is sufficient. Legend's server architecture has multiple design flaws. Too low a cap on the database connection pool, an imperfect memory recovery mechanism, and overly simplistic load balancing strategies. I can trigger these flaws by constructing specific data packet combinations, causing the servers to experience performance degradation on their own. From the outside, this will not appear as an attack, but rather an issue with the servers themselves. Can this be traced back to us? No. All traffic will go through multiple layers of relay, and the final source will point to public proxy servers around the world. Moreover, strictly speaking, every data packet I send is a legitimate game login request, merely with frequency and combination methods carefully designed. This is not DDoS, it's a stress test. Zhang Zhe thought for a moment. All right, let's proceed with this plan. When do we start? Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, 1 hour before the national peak online player count. How long will it last? We'll see. Let's start with 3 days. Okay. The next day, at exactly 10 in the morning, the first batch of servers from Legend began to experience issues. The first 12 servers in the East China region reported errors. Players were leveling up, and suddenly the screen froze. Then their characters began to slide in place, skills couldn't be cast, and monsters flickered in front of them. Is it lagging? I'm lagging too. Disconnected. Wait, I'm back. Then disconnected again. Over 100 complaint posts flooded the player forum within half an hour. In the operation monitoring room of Shengda, alarms sounded all around. The on-duty engineer stared at the screen filled with red alerts, his hands trembling. What's going on? The 12 servers in the East China region are all experiencing connection timeouts. The North China region has started too. Groups 37 to 52 are all alarming. CPU usage has soared to 97%. This is abnormal. The online player count hasn't increased. The technical director rushed into the monitoring room, forcefully pushed aside an engineer's chair, and sat down to start typing commands. Check the network traffic. Normal. No signs of abnormal large-scale access. Check the database. Connection pool is full with many queries waiting in line. Check the logs. All are normal. Game requests, logins, movements, battles, trades. Each entry shows no problems. Yet collectively the servers just cannot handle it. What on earth is happening? The technical director muttered to himself. He called Wang Tianxiao. Mr. Wang, there's a situation with the servers we are investigating. Wang Tianxiao was in a meeting with the marketing department and turned pale upon hearing this. What's the situation? Widespread delays and disconnections. But we haven't figured out the cause yet. It doesn't seem like an external attack. The traffic is all normal. Not an attack. Then what is it? It could be a performance issue with the servers themselves. Although the online player count hasn't increased recently, the influx of new players from last week's discount event was relatively concentrated, and the load on certain servers was indeed high. Don't make excuses for me. Hurry up and fix it. Wang Tianxiao hung up the phone, feeling an unsettling sensation. How could it be so coincidental? Just as he launched an offensive, the servers ran into problems. But the technical director said there were no signs of an attack. All traffic was normal game requests. Could it really be that their own servers couldn't handle the load? 6 hours passed, and the problem not only remained unresolved but spread to more servers. By 4 in the afternoon, 140 of the 200 servers of Legend exhibited varying degrees of performance issues. The player disconnection rate skyrocketed from the normal 0.2 to 15. The forum was filled with complaints, and the customer service hotline was overwhelmed. Wang Tianxiao could no longer sit still and personally called the Actas company in Korea. I need your technical team to come to China as soon as possible. There's a problem with the servers, and we can't solve it ourselves. The response from Korea came quickly. After all, if Legend was in trouble, their shares would also shrink. That night, 3 Korean engineers took the latest flight to Shanghai. They spent an all-nighter in the data center running dozens of diagnostic scripts and provided their conclusions the next morning. The server programs have not been breached, and the network has not been attacked. The problem lies at the bottom level. The design flaw in the database connection pool's recovery mechanism leads to resource contention under specific request patterns, causing a sharp decline in performance. This issue has existed for a long time, but it didn't manifest clearly when the online player count was low. The technical director pressed, then why did it suddenly break out now? The Korean engineer shrugged. It could be due to a change in user behavior patterns. It might also be that some fluctuation in the network environment triggered this critical point. We recommend performing an optimization of the underlying code, but it will take at least 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Wang Tianxiao slammed the table, causing the water cup to rattle. How many legendary players would still remain after 2 weeks? He did not believe it was a coincidence. Absolutely not. Wang Tianxiao immediately leveraged his personal connections and contacted a top white hat hacker team in the United States. They quoted an exorbitant price and sent 2 elite hackers to remotely access the Shengda server. A comprehensive security audit lasted 4 hours. The conclusion was identical to the Koreans. No signs of intrusion. Mr. Wang, your server is indeed experiencing interference. But the methods are exceptionally sophisticated. The American hacker's English conveyed a hint of incredulity. Every request is legitimate, originating from various locations around the globe with frequencies that completely align with normal player behavior. However, the way these requests are combined has precisely locked down every data bottleneck in your server architecture. Wang Tianxiao stared at the mountain of code on the screen, growing somewhat impatient. Speak plainly. To put it simply, if your server has indeed been attacked, then the other party is likely more familiar with your underlying code than you are. From a technical standpoint, there is absolutely no possibility of repair, and the network firewall cannot stop it. The only solution is to completely overhaul and rewrite the underlying architecture. How long will it take? It depends on your team's capabilities. The fastest would be 3 to 6 months. Wang Tianxiao slammed his phone down, but it was a Nokia bouncing around without any damage. 3 to 6 months. By that time, Xingda could directly declare bankruptcy. Entering the third day of the issue, Wang Tianxiao had exhausted all possible solutions, hiring many renowned hackers from around the world. The average daily online players of the legend plummeted from 700,000 to 130,000. This was no longer simply a disconnection issue. Players had completely been driven away. Who could tolerate spending money on game cards only to get stuck after taking a few steps online? Major gaming forums were overwhelmed. Legend old players seek refuge in tears, jumping into Tianlong Babu on the second day, truly fragrant. Similar posts flooded the forums. In contrast, Tianlong Babu stood firm. 120 servers distributed across 4 major nodes provided smooth and seamless access. Newly influxed legendary players overwhelmed the registration channel, with daily new registrations surpassing 100,000. Zhangzhe had Shiwalong invest in 20 additional backup servers overnight. On the night of the third day, the number of online players in Tianlong Babu exceeded 1,200,000. The entire server was full, even initiating a queue system. The investors of Xingda could no longer sit still. Zhou Minjiwan's call went directly to Wang Tianqiao's personal phone. There were no pleasantries. I've looked at the data for Legend. Zhou Minjiwan's voice was flat, and it doesn't look good. Wang Tianxiao pinched the bridge of his nose. Old Zhou, the tech team, is investigating. They've been looking for 3 days and half the players have left. Zhou Mingyuan interrupted him. Tianxiao, when I invested in you, I bought your insight and current performance in this area. If this foundation is lost, you won't get a single cent in the next round of financing. Think carefully. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone was deafening. Wang Tianxiao sat back in his executive chair. The night view of the Huangpu River was splendid, yet he felt cold. He opened the drawer and took out that business card. Zhangzhe's number. Wang Tianxiao stared at the string of numbers for a full 5 minutes, his finger hovering over the button, unable to press it. Dialing this number would mean that he, a big shot in the domestic online gaming industry, was bowing his head in submission to a kid in his early 20s. In the end, he pressed the dial button. It rang 3 times. Hello. The call connected. Background noise was chaotic and Zhangzhe's voice was muffled, clearly chewing on something. Xiao Zhang, this is Wang Tianxiao. Oh, President Wang. Zhangzhe swallowed his food. What instructions do you have late at night? Having a late-night snack. Wang Tianxiao swallowed hard, forcing down the urge to say something else. I did, he replied tersely, directly addressing the issue. Xiaozhang, the Legend server, has encountered some issues recently. Everyone is using the telecom backbone, and I want to ask if Tianlong Babu has faced similar problems. If it's the telecom's responsibility, we can negotiate together. Zhangzhe chewed a couple more times on the other end. Server issues. No, everything is running smoothly on my side. What's happening with you, President Wang? Wang Tianxiao gripped the edge of his phone tightly. Widespread disconnections. Totally erratic. The tech department has been searching for 3 days and cannot find the source. Well, that's likely an architectural issue. Zhangzhe sounded particularly enthusiastic. President Wang, are all of Legend's servers concentrated in Shanghai? Wang Tianxiao did not respond. Single-point deployment is too risky. We have suffered losses before. Later we switched to distributed architecture across multiple locations with 4 cities providing mutual disaster recovery, and we have never had problems since. Zhangzhe paused. How about this? He'll have our technical director fly to Shanghai tomorrow to provide training for your team and share some experiences. Wang Tianqiao's temples throbbed. A stab to the heart. This kid not only crippled his servers, but now wanted to send someone to teach him how to do his job. Worst of all, every word from the other party was reasonable, and their attitude left no room for complaint. No evidence, but Wang Tianxiao was sure this was the work of this kid. Just like when he had hired hackers to attack Tianlong Babu, both sides understood without needing to provide concrete proof. Wang Tianxiao knew it was time to make a statement. Xiao Zhang, during our last meeting in Beijing, I may have said some unpleasant things, but please don't take it to heart. He slowed his speech, emphasizing each word. After returning, I reflected on it. The domestic market is so vast that one company cannot monopolize it. Legend and Tianlong Babu can each thrive independently without internal strife. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. What President Wang said is correct. Zhangzhe's tone became serious. I've always felt this way. Focus on making great products and let the players vote with their feet. Fair competition. Yes, fair competition. Wang Tianxiao picked up the conversation. I will have all the negative press from the newspapers withdrawn tomorrow. The ground promotion team will also be scaled back. From now on, everyone should rely on their own abilities. That sounds good, Zhangzhe laughed. By the way, President Wang, the server disconnections you experienced are likely just ordinary network fluctuations. Things like this can be quite mysterious. Perhaps after a good night's sleep, everything will be fine by morning. Just observe for a bit longer. Wang Tianxiao closed his eyes. All right, let's leave it at that. After hanging up the phone, Wang Tianxiao tossed his phone on the table. Money had been spent, hackers were hired, and media was bought. He had played all his cards. In the end, he had to swallow his pride and plead with a young man to be lenient. The next morning, miraculously, the Legend server had recovered. All delays, stutters, and disconnections evaporated overnight. The Korean engineers in the server room were pulling their hair out over the perfectly fine logs, unable to scientifically explain this phenomenon. No one had changed the code, and no one had touched the hardware, but had healed itself. When the technical director called to report this good news, Wang Tianxiao replied with just 3 words. Got it. He did not need a scientific explanation. Zhang's network fluctuation theory was the final answer. At 10 o'clock in the morning in the conference room at Shengda Network headquarters, the atmosphere was lifeless. More than 40 executives sat on either side of the long table, none daring to raise their heads. Wang Tianxiao sat at the head with a stack of reports laid out before him. Report the data. The operations director opened his notebook, his voice dry. As of midnight last night, the average number of online players in Legend has plummeted by 40% compared to last week. In the East China Zone 3, the loss rate exceeded 50%. Where did they go? No one spoke. Speak up. Wang Tianxiao tapped on the table. According to data scraped from major forums, the lost users have mostly gone to Tianlong Babu. The operations director forced himself to read. There's a trending post on the forum called Legend Refugees Seeking Shelter, which has over 3,000 replies, all discussing class allocations in Tianlong Babu. Wang Tianxiao closed the report. Finance. The finance director straightened up. In the past 3 days, card sales have dropped by 52% compared to last year. With the cost of the previous 10% discount, this month's profit. Cut to the chase. A complete loss. The conference room was so quiet that one could hear the sound of the air conditioning vent. Wang Tianxiao leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over each and every person present. It felt like hitting a cotton ball only to have his arm broken in return. That was how he felt now. Adjust the strategy. Wang Tianxiao sat up straight, giving orders. Cut the ground promotion team by 2/3 and recall the remaining 120 back to their original internet cafe positions. Excess personnel should be returned to the outsourcing company. The marketing director suddenly looked up. All media press releases targeting Tianlong Babu should be taken offline immediately. In the future, the brand department is only allowed to promote our own game features. Anyone who dares to bring Tianlong Babu into the press releases will be directly sent to finance to settle their accounts and leave. The head of the brand department nodded like a chick pecking for rice. The 10% discount event will be stopped immediately. Wang Tianxiao stood up, placing his hands on the table. From today onwards, no more shady tactics. Focus back on the game itself. The update plan for Legend version 1.76 will be launched 2 months in advance. New maps, new equipment, new gameplay. Immediately connect with the Korean development team to have them rush the materials out. Do you understand? Understood. The meeting was adjourned. Wang Tianxiao stayed alone in the conference room, lighting a cigarette. He had accepted defeat, but he hadn't lost yet. As long as the 1.76 version was released early, Legend could still stabilize its foundation. Xian. Compass technology. The atmosphere in the conference room on the 2nd floor of the old teaching building was entirely different. Everyone who could attend from the company was squeezed together. Even the hallway was filled with people. Shi Wenlong, Wang Wenbin, Zhou Hai, Sister Lu, and the technical team, who usually sat silently in front of their screens, all wore smiles today. Everyone was still immersed in shock. Wang Tianxiao had truly conceded, fully retracting all offensive measures. For this small company, it was a miracle, and everyone looked at Zhang Zhe with bright, eager eyes. Additionally, the number of concurrent users for Tianlong Babu had surpassed 130,000 yesterday. In less than 2 months since launch, it caught up with the user base that Chuanqi had accumulated over 2 years. Wang Wenbin projected the data onto the white wall. They didn't even have a projector screen, just directly projecting onto the wall. 130,000 online users, 210,000 daily active users, and total registered users have surpassed 8 million. In the past week, an average of 120,000 new registrations per day, about 35% of which came from users lost by Chuanqi. This month's estimated new recharge flow is expected to exceed 60 million. After reading the numbers, someone whistled. Zhang Zhe sat in a corner on a folding chair, a bowl of instant noodles in front of him with chopsticks still stuck inside untouched. All right, everyone has seen the numbers. Let's get down to business. He pushed the instant noodles aside. The company needs to expand. We can't manage with the current manpower. I have a handwritten structure chart here. He picked up a piece of paper which was scrawled in his handwriting only he could understand. The art department currently has 6 people. We need to expand it to 20. The upcoming expansions for Tianlong Babu, new sects and new scenes require a substantial amount of artistic resources. This part cannot be neglected. Sister Lu noted it down. The programming department needs to expand to 30 people. The server-side, client-side, and toolchain must all advance simultaneously. We cannot sustain the current situation where one person is doing 3 jobs, it will wear them out. Shi Wenlong raised his hand. Programmers are hard to recruit. There aren't many qualified ones in Xi'an, and even fewer who can write network programs. Relax the regional restrictions. Recruit simultaneously in Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen, offering relocation and housing subsidies for those willing to come to Xi'an. For those who are not willing, remote work is also an option. Salaries will be benchmarked to the middle to upper levels in Shanghai. Shi Wenlong widened his eyes, benchmarking to Shanghai. Then the costs. Just calculate how much we earn in a month. Shi Wenlong fell silent. The customer service department will expand to 40 people, and a new marketing department will be established with 20 people. Collaborations with internet cafes, channel maintenance, and brand promotion all require dedicated personnel. Both the customer service and marketing departments will report to Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai grinned. Boss, if you give me 60 people, can I have a separate office? Don't make me squeeze in the hallway. They'll give you a whole classroom on the first floor. Deal. Finance and legal will combine to hire 10 people first. Sister Lu has been managing this area alone, handling finance, administration, and human resources, and has nearly become a thousand-handed guanyin. Sister Lu adjusted her glasses, remaining silent, but her nose felt a bit sour. She had been with the company since it was founded, managing all the miscellaneous tasks alone, dealing with payroll, utilities, tax reports, and social security, often working until 2 in the morning. Now she would finally have some help. As for human resources and recruitment, Zhang looked at Shi Wenlong. Wenlong, you'll take care of this. Me? Shi Wenlong was taken aback. In tech. You are the person in the company besides me who understands the overall business best. You can assess the technical level of programmers, and you also know the artistic standards for hiring artists. More importantly, you have a serious face which can scare off unreliable candidates. Laughter erupted throughout the room. Shi Wenlong's face, always lacking sleep indeed, had an intimidating effect without him needing to raise his voice. All right. Shi Wenlong conceded. Wenbin. Wang Wenbin stood up straight. All external communications, government relations, and legal management will be handed over to you. The contracts for the telecom data center need to be renegotiated. Now that we have more machines, we need to get a better price for bulk orders. The business scope changes with the industry and commerce side should also be handled, as well as the registration of software copyrights. Zhang said these matters are troublesome, but must be formalized. We are no longer a makeshift group of students. Wang Wenbin saluted. Understood. They'll continue to manage general affairs and the programming department myself. If you need anything, feel free to find me. Zhang stuck the structure chart on the wall with a piece of tape a bit crooked. One more thing. He looked at everyone. From now on, salaries will no longer be distributed in cash-filled envelopes. Sister Lu will open a business account at the bank for salary distribution. As soon as this was said, several veteran employees laughed simultaneously. Previously, Sister Lu really distributed salaries in cash-filled envelopes one by one. Zhang had once taken out a huge bundle of cash from the bank, counted it on the table until his fingers turned black, and then divided it up to stuff into envelopes. That image was painfully cliché. But during that initial stage, being cliché was normal. It's not easy to get the company to where it is today. Zhang spoke more than usual, but the road ahead is even longer. Do your respective jobs well, and don't slack off. The meeting was adjourned. People left in groups of 3s and 4s, and as they passed by Zhang, everyone greeted him. Some patted him on the shoulder, some gave him a thumbs up, and some simply smiled without saying anything. These people had followed him from an empty classroom to now a company that earned over 200 million monthly. In less than half a year. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Yuling exited the administrative building after a meeting, and on her way back to the College of Arts, she had to pass the old teaching building. She had not walked this way for over a month. The last time she passed here, the building was still in a half-dead state with construction debris piled at the door and spider webs on the windows. Today she felt something was different from afar. The outer wall of the old teaching building had been repainted, although it couldn't be called beautiful, it was clean. A brass sign stood at the door, Compass Technology Co. Ltd., with a line of smaller text indicating the company's address. The main door was open and people were coming and going inside. Young men in plaid shirts were entering and exiting with laptops. Some squatted at the entrance smoking and talking on the phone, while delivery personnel carried boxes of hardware equipment inside. The first-floor corridor was divided into several areas. Through the windows, one could see rows of computer desks filled with lit screens, and the sound of keyboards clicking resounded continuously. The windows on the second floor were all open, and people were loudly discussing some technical plans, their voices faintly reaching downstairs. Lu Yuling stood across the street watching for a while. She remembered the afternoon a few months ago when Zhang came to ask her to rent the old teaching building. That day Zhang wore a faded t-shirt and calmly said, "Teacher Lu, I want to start a company." What did I say back then? It seems I asked, "Have you thought this through?" Zhang replied, "I've thought it through." I asked again, "What will you do?" Make games. Just 3 words. A senior student wanting to make games. At the time it sounded almost like dropping out to spend time in an internet cafe. Lu Yuling signed the document thinking this child would most likely regret it. Now standing across the street looking at this building, watching dozens of people coming and going and the pile of hardware at the entrance resembling a small mountain. She stood for a while, smiled, and turned to leave. 3 days later, Wang Wenbin knocked on Zhang Zhe's office door. The so-called office was actually a small room at the corner of the second floor containing a desk and 2 chairs with 3 computers on the desk. Boss Zhang, someone has made an appointment to visit. Who? Wang Wenbin glanced at the note in his hand from Hangzhou, representing a company called Alibaba. The person to meet is Ma Yu, claiming to be the company owner and wants to visit you. Zhang Zhe paused his actions. He was looking at a segment of code, the cursor blinking motionlessly in the middle of the screen. Ma Yu. Yes. The call came from his secretary, who sounded quite polite, saying that Mr. Ma greatly appreciated their product and wanted to have a face-to-face chat and become friends. No specific business was mentioned. Will you meet him? Zhang Zhe turned half a circle in his chair facing the window. Ma Yu. Alibaba. Hangzhou. He certainly knew who this was. When will he come? He said he could accommodate our schedule and will come whenever it's convenient for you. The day after tomorrow then. 10 in the morning. Okay, you'll reply. Do we need to prepare any reception plans? Book a hotel or something? No need. He can just come to the company. Wang Wenbin left. Zhang Zhe sat by the window for a while, his lips twitching. This person came to Xian to find him back in 2000. It was quite interesting. The day after tomorrow morning. At 9:50, a gray taxi stopped at the entrance of the old teaching building. The door opened, and a tall, thin man stepped out. In his 40s, wearing a dark blue polo shirt, khaki casual pants, and a pair of sports shoes. He had little hair, a thin face, prominent cheekbones, and looked very spirited. Following him was a young man carrying a bag. Just one, there was no entourage. The programmers smoking at the entrance glanced at him, not recognizing him, and ignored him. Ma Yu stood at the entrance looking up at the building. A 3-story old teaching building, its exterior painted, but still unable to hide its age. The iron bars on the windows were rusty. One of the fluorescent tubes in the hallway was out, flickering twice before going dark. He chuckled softly and stepped inside. Wang Wenbin was there to greet him at the first-floor stairs. Hello, Mr. Ma. I'm Wang Wenbin from Compass Technology. Boss Zhang is waiting for you on the second floor. Great, great, great. Ma Yu shook hands with him while looking around. To the left of the first-floor corridor was the customer service department, with 40 workstations packed tightly, each person in front of 2 monitors wearing headsets and answering calls. To the right was the art department, with design drafts pinned all over the walls featuring various character designs, scene concept art, and UI interfaces. How long have you been in here? Ma Yu asked. Over 5 months. You achieved this in 5 months. Ma Yu paused, peering through the window of the art department. An artist was meticulously refining the face of an NPC, the strokes delicate, still adjusting colors, even at 300% zoom. Ma Yu withdrew his gaze, said nothing more, and followed up to the second floor. Zhang Zhe's office door was open. He sat behind the desk, 2 cups of tea in front of him. It wasn't great tea, just some loose Longjing bought from the school store. Ma Yu walked in, and the 2 exchanged glances. Boss Zhang. Boss Ma. Have a seat. Ma Yu sat down and looked at the teacup. It was a paper cup with a few leaves floating inside. When I just started my business, we also used paper cups for tea. Ma Yu took a sip, but back then we couldn't even afford paper cups. We used instant noodle bowls. Zhang Zhe chuckled. We used to do that as well. Later, when clients came, it didn't seem presentable, so we switched to paper cups. Your place is much better than ours back in the day. Ma Yu set down the paper cup and leaned back against the chair, looking around the modest office. An iron table, 2 folding chairs, 3 computers with a server architecture diagram, and a handwritten schedule pinned to the wall. A floor fan buzzed away with power cords running through a gap in the window. I remember when we started at the lakeside garden, 18 people crammed into a 3-bedroom apartment. The living room was the office, the bedrooms were the server rooms, and we used the balcony where clothes were hung as a workstation. At least you have a teaching building here with sufficient height and good ventilation. But it doesn't ventilate in summer. Zhang Zhe replied. This building faces west, and in the afternoon the sun shines directly in, making it reach 40 degrees inside. With the heat generated by the servers, it feels like a sauna. The servers are still in this building. They used to be here, but later we moved them to the telecom data center. Now we have nodes in 4 cities. Ma Yu nodded. The 2 didn't rush to discuss business. Ma Yu gazed out the window for a while. Outside was the school playground with students jogging. The sounds of basketball games echoed from afar. Ma Yu turned back. I come from a teaching background, having taught English for 6 years. When I resigned to start a translation agency, my mom cried all night. Later, the translation agency failed, and I went into the Chinese yellow pages where everyone said I was a fraud. He paused. When did you start thinking about making games? Last year. You had this idea last year and launched it this year. Pretty much. Ma Yu shook his head. You programmers work fast. We spent nearly a year from concept to launch for the Chinese supplier. How's it going now? Zhangzhe asked. Not too bad. The daily transaction volume is increasing, but we are still far from making a profit. Ma Yu emptied the paper cup. The C2C model is very money-consuming. Without commissions, there is no income, and if we charge commissions, sellers will run away. Right now, we are relying entirely on financing to stay afloat. What about eBay? eBay is not suited for China. Their system is too rigid. Changing a feature requires approval from their headquarters in the US, and by the time they get the approval, it's too late. We can change 3 versions in a day. They take 3 months for 1 version. Zhangzhe chuckled. He understood this. The speed of technological iteration is a competitive barrier. But that said, Ma Yu looked at him. Making games is different from making e-commerce. E-commerce is about building a platform. The more users, the more valuable it becomes. Games are about creating products. If one doesn't work, you need to create another. Have you thought about this issue? I've thought about it. How will you solve it? Not solving it. They'll deal with it when we get there. Ma Yu was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. That's also a solution. He stood up and walked to the window. Boss Zhang, I came today with a great idea and would like to collaborate with you. Oh, let's go, Mr. Ma, and discuss it in the conference room. The two entered the conference room. Wang Wenbin poured 2 cups of water and stepped out, closing the door. Ma Yu sat in the chair, getting straight to the point. I've encountered a troublesome issue. In e-commerce, what is the most crucial element? It's trust. Ma Yu tapped the table with his fingers, producing a rhythmic sound. The current trading model is too primitive. Buyers see something they want and must go to the post office or bank to transfer money. What if the seller doesn't ship after receiving the payment? What if the seller ships the goods, but the buyer doesn't pay? If this issue isn't resolved, e-commerce in China will never grow. Zhangzhe nodded. I want to create an intermediary guarantee. Ma Yu gestured on the table. The buyer sends money to this intermediary platform, and the platform notifies the seller to ship. Once the buyer receives the goods and confirms there are no issues, the platform will then transfer the money to the seller. Zhangzhe casually mentioned a term, Ijifu. Ma Yu was taken aback and slapped his thigh. That's a great name. It's simple and easy to understand. I initially thought of calling it Guarantee Tong, which sounded too outdated. Ijifu is perfect. But the name is a minor issue. There's a significant hurdle ahead. Technology, Zhangzhe supplied. Yes, Ma Yu leaned back. This involves money, and the demands for security are extremely high. Moreover, once the transaction volume increases, the concurrent data will be terrifying. Our current tech team can handle a website and a database, but when it comes to building a financial-grade payment gateway, they can't grasp it. If a vulnerability arises and the funds are miscalculated, I might end up in prison. Ma Yu paused, staring into Zhangzhe's eyes. A few days ago, something happened in Shanghai. Legendary had over 200 servers mysteriously fail collectively. Korean experts flew over to investigate for several days, but couldn't find the issue. Later, Wang Tianxiao made a phone call, and the servers miraculously started working again. Zhangzhe remained silent, listening quietly. This matter spread through the circles. Others treated it as a joke, but I believe it. Ma Yu leaned forward. I've dealt with Wang Tianxiao before. He's arrogant. If he was forced to back down, it indicates the other party mastered the technology completely. Being able to manipulate over 200 servers without anyone noticing shows a level of technical prowess that I can't find a second instance of in the country. Ma Yu pointed at the floor beneath him. Right here in this old teaching building, isn't it? President Ma, building a payment system is no easy task. Zhangzhe stood up, walked to the whiteboard, and picked up a marker. The guaranteed transactions you mentioned are merely the first step. The real difficulty lies in how to interface with the gateways of major banks in the country. Each bank has different interface standards and settlement cycles, and you need to negotiate with each one. Once negotiations conclude, you still have to integrate these chaotic interfaces into a unified underlying architecture. Zhangzhe drew several squares and connected them with lines on the whiteboard. This architecture must possess high concurrent processing capabilities, millisecond-level disaster recovery backups, and extreme anti-hacker infiltration mechanisms. As Zhangzhe continued to draw, he said, if you place money on the platform, it will form a capital pool. If that capital pool is breached, it would be catastrophic. Ma Yu looked at the diagram on the whiteboard, his brow furrowing. Can you do it? Yes, Zhangzhe put down the pen. Not only can I do it, but I can also show you a path for the next 10 years. Ma Yu straightened his posture. Currently, payments are based on computers and network cables. Zhangzhe drew a square in the empty space of the whiteboard, marking several random black dots inside. President Ma, have you heard of QR codes? The barcode upgrade created by the Japanese company Denso. Ma Yu, well-informed, replied, it's used in factories to track automotive parts. Correct, but its applications go far beyond that. Zhangzhe tapped the square he drew. The information capacity of a QR code is dozens of times that of a regular barcode, and its error tolerance is extremely high. Just think about it. If a payment link and personal account information were generated into a QR code during purchases, a scanning device could scan it and directly deduct the payment. What kind of scene would that create? Maya's mind raced. With his business experience, he was highly sensitive to commercial models. It eliminates the tedious steps of entering account numbers and passwords. In physical stores, cashiers could simply scan and collect payments. Not just cashiers. In the future, everyone will have a device capable of scanning QR codes. Zhang Zhou explained phones are already starting to come with cameras. In a few years, once hardware develops further, your phone will become your wallet. When you go out to buy roasted sweet potatoes, you can scan the vendor's QR code and the money will be transferred. The conference room was so quiet that even the sound of the fan could be clearly heard. Maya's mind was in turmoil. He initially only thought about solving the trust issue online, but Zhang Zhou extended the payment scenario to every corner of society. This is no longer just an ancillary tool for e-commerce. It's a financial empire capable of changing the way humans live. Patent. Mayu keenly grasped the core. Smart Zhang Zhou glanced at him with appreciation. When Denso invented the QR code, they abandoned the fees for the foundational patent. However, the patents concerning the application of QR codes and mobile payments are still a blank slate. What you need to do now is establish a company focused on payments and quickly register related application patents globally. Dig a deep moat. Mayu stood up and began pacing the conference room. After 3 laps, he stopped in front of Zhang Zhou, extending his hand. Let's collaborate. The 2 hands clasped together. What are the terms? Mayu inquired. We will form a joint venture to establish a new company named IG Fu. Zhang Zhou returned to his chair. Alibaba will provide the funding and handle all operations, promotions, and ground-level marketing. The toughest challenges, negotiating policies with the central bank, talking to major banks about interfaces, and managing government relations, will all be your responsibility. Will the technology be under your purview? Yes. Compass Technology will be responsible for building the underlying architecture, security protection, and system iteration. Zhang Zhou assured, I guarantee that once this system goes live, even if the entire nation is shopping on it simultaneously, it won't crash for a second. How will the shares be divided? Mayu fixed his gaze on him. Alibaba will take 70%. Compass Technology will take 30%. Mayu was stunned. He had prepared himself for Zhang Zhou's exorbitant demands. After all, in this project, technology is an irreplaceable mode, and the visionary perspective Zhang Zhou just exhibited is a priceless treasure. He even thought the bottom line would be a 50-50 split. You only want 30%. Mayu asked. 30% is enough, Zhang Zhou replied calmly. The financial landscape is not easy to navigate. The policy risks are too significant. You, President Ma, have a strong reputation and connections which can withstand external pressures. As a tech person, it's safer for me to remain in the background. Having more shares would only be a burden. Mayu gazed deeply at Zhang Zhou. Agreed. It's settled then. They'll draft the contract when I return to Hangzhou, and they'll send someone next week to sign. With the agreement made, the two discussed some specific implementation details. At noon, Zhang Zhou treated Mayu to a meal of stir-fried pork in the school cafeteria, and in the afternoon, Mayu took a flight back to Hangzhou, acting swiftly. After seeing off Mayu, Wang Wenbin returned to Zhang Zhou's office, finally letting out a bellyful of words. President Zhang, are we not losing big? Wang Wenbin sat down, pulling out the chair. All the core technology is provided by us, and the future development blueprint is also drawn by you. Why does he get the lion's share? A 70-30 split makes it seem like we're working for him. Zhang Zhou was looking at a string of code on the computer screen when he heard this and turned his head. Wenbin, do you know what the most challenging aspect of doing finance in China is? What is it? Funding. It's the license, Zhang Zhou replied. Doing payments isn't just about writing a couple of lines of code to collect money. That would be illegal fundraising. You have to deal with the 5 major banks: agricultural, industrial, commercial, and construction, and communicate with the Banking Regulatory Commission and the central bank. You need to prove to them that your system is absolutely secure and won't run away with the funds. The myriad of red tape, policy barriers, and social connections can drive a normal person mad. Wang Wenbin seemed to understand a bit. Mayu is naturally suited for this field. He has a persuasive charm. Let him clear the mines, block the bullets, and build relationships. That 70% share is what he deserves. Zhang Zhou tapped the keyboard. Besides, I'm not interested in controlling a payment company. Then what do you seek? What I seek is Alibaba's shares. Zhang Zhou turned his gaze out the window. IG Fu is just the beginning. Once it grows large and becomes a core asset of Alibaba, the 30% of IG Fu shares in my hands could transform into shares of Alibaba's parent company. This company is destined to become part of the domestic internet landscape, making it hard to bypass. Since that's the case, we must turn such enterprises into our own, and holding shares is a good choice. Wang Wenbin gasped. He found it increasingly difficult to see through this roommate before him. Calculating 10 steps ahead, this level of scheming and patience hardly resembled that of a college student. All right, stop pondering. Zhang Zhou pointed to the door. Go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to make a trip and prepare to take on IG Fu's work. Wang Wenbin took his leave. The office was left with only Zhang Zhou. He summoned Xiao AI. Xiaoya, did you hear our conversation just now? It has been recorded and analyzed. Xiaoya's voice echoed in his mind. Retrieve the underlying architecture of Alipay's 2010 version. Eliminate those flashy social features and redundant modules, retaining only the core components for transactions, clearing risk control, and gateway integration. Create a simplified version. Zhang Zhe instructed. Simplified version in progress. Estimated time, 3.5 seconds. Don't make it too advanced, disguise the code style to align with current technological levels, but the logic must be impeccable. Zhang Zhe added. Adjusted. The code package has been generated and stored in the local encrypted server. Xiao AI replied. With Xiao AI as a super cheat, Zhang Zhe doesn't even need to engage the existing programmers to develop Fu. He just needs to distribute the code generated by Xiao AI and let the programmers handle some peripheral UI design and testing tasks. In the following 2 months, the collaboration between Compass Technology and Alibaba entered a honeymoon phase. Ma Yu displayed astonishing execution capabilities. He led his team across Beijing and Shanghai, forcefully breaking into several small banks and signing gateway cooperation agreements. Meanwhile, the shell company for Fu was officially registered in Hangzhou, with all qualifications approved smoothly. On the technical integration side, Alibaba's technical director Wu Ming brought 5 or 6 core members to Xi'an. They dragged their suitcases prepared for a few months of overnight work in Xi'an. Creating a payment system involves foundational clearing, secure gateways, and high concurrency processing, which was an absolute hard nut to crack in 2003. As soon as he entered the company, Zhang Zhe directly tossed a USB drive to Wu Ming. The underlying architecture and core code are all inside, and the interface documentation is also ready. You guys take it and run a test. Wu Ming held the cheap plastic USB drive, his face somewhat grim. He was one of the top programmers in the country, arriving with the pride of a major company to assist, only to have several university students toss the foundational code back in his face. Old Wu, these students are a bit arrogant, one programmer murmured. Run a basic test. Wu Ming pulled out a chair, sat down, and plugged the USB drive into the computer. Let's see what flawed stuff they can write. Code imported, test environment set up. Simulate 1,000 concurrent transactions. Wu Ming issued the command. The progress bar rolled rapidly. The data flow on the screen was stable without a ripple. No errors, no stuttering, and the CPU usage didn't even reach 10%. Wu Ming was stunned. Increase it to 5,000. He raised his voice. The server fan began to spin, but the data continued to flow smoothly, with the transaction chain exceptionally clear. This is impossible. The programmer beside him leaned closer to the screen. Old Wu, this asynchronous processing mechanism is a bit uncanny. It diverted all the blocked requests. Wu Ming pushed back his chair and personally started typing on the keyboard. Let's go straight to 10,000. I want to see if it breaks. 10,000 concurrent transactions represented a nuclear-level stress test in the domestic internet environment at that time. 5 minutes later, the test completed. The server was as stable as Mount Tai without even a hitch. Wu Ming stared intently at the underlying source code on the screen, his throat moving violently. Those exquisite distributed database architectures, those clean and surgical risk control logics, completely surpassed the understanding of this era. This was not just a few lines of code. This was a bloody work of art. He grabbed the USB drive, his eyes reddening, and rushed into Zhang Zhe's office, his gaze towards Zhang Zhe completely transformed, as if he were looking at an alien creature in human skin. Zhang, how on earth did you create this architecture? Wu Ming's voice was hoarse. This is simply a dimensionality reduction strike. With this, we can crush all domestic payment systems into the ground. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his chair, pointing to the chair opposite him. Confidential. Just use it. Time advanced rapidly. Winter in Xi'an was very cold. The old teaching building had no heating, relying entirely on the heat emitted from dozens of computer hosts on the first and second floors. A week before the new year, Fu officially went online. There was no grand launch event, nor overwhelming advertisements. Zhang Zhe directly deployed the first application scenario of Fu on the official website of demigods and semi-demons. The homepage of the official website featured a prominent button: online recharge, supports all major bank cards. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was the peak gaming hour. An ordinary player clicked that button, and the page instantly redirected to Fu's secure gateway. Inputting the card number and password, receiving the SMS verification code, the payment was successfully processed. Ding! The game card was directly credited to the game account. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. In the gaming circle at that time, this was akin to a major earthquake. Previously, players had to bundle up in thick down jackets during winter, braving the north wind to run to internet cafes or newsstands. If the owner ran out of cards, they had to find another shop. Now, as long as they had a bank card, they could sit at home and click the mouse to complete the transaction. In Compass Technology's back-end server room, Zhou Hai stared at the constantly refreshing data stream, his mouth agape. Zhang it has exceeded 100,000, 300,000, 500,000. On the first day of going online, the online recharge revenue for demigods and semi-demons surpassed 300,000. On the third day, it surpassed 1 million. Players' enthusiasm for spending was greatly unleashed. Many players who had previously been reluctant to recharge due to the hassle of buying cards upon seeing the newly released mounts and outfits impulsively made their payments. This directly led to a collective protest from internet cafe owners, because they lost a significant profit margin from card sales. Zhou Hai ran to find Zhang Zhou with a stack of faxes. Boss, the internet cafe channel is in an uproar. They say we are dismantling the bridge after crossing the river, and several agents from major provinces even threatened to uninstall our game and unite in resistance. Zhang Zhou glanced at the report without lifting his head. Let them uninstall. Let's see who starves first, them or the players switching internet cafes. Calm down those willing to cooperate. Tell them a new game is about to be developed, and there will be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. As for those trying to hold us hostage, directly cut off their card supply. This was the confidence derived from mastering the core payment channels. No longer subject to others. The phone on the table rang. It was a call from Mayu. The other end was very noisy, mixed with the sounds of keyboard tapping and cheering. Zhang, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Ma. I've seen the data for IG Fu. The entry point of demigods and semi-demons was spot on. Our Taobao is also fully integrated now, and the transaction volume is doubling every day. Ma Yes' voice was filled with uncontainable excitement after the new year and planning a big promotion to set the whole network ablaze. Steady and steady. The more it is this time, the more we need to pay attention to risk control. Don't let black market industries take advantage of it, Zhang Zhou reminded. With your God-level code backing us up on the technical side, I feel very secure. After hanging up, Zhang Zhou let out a long sigh. The payment channel being unblocked meant that Compass Technology's final shortcoming was filled. The speed of capital inflow would increase exponentially. In a few days, it would be New Year's Eve. The spacious office area converted from classrooms on the first floor was filled with more than 80 employees. The newly installed air conditioning in the corridor blew hot air. Year-end summary meeting. Financial manager Lu Jie stood up with a report, pushed her glasses, and the A4 paper in her hand trembled. Last month, the total revenue for demigods and semi-demons surpassed 227 million. Among them, online payments accounted for 15% and are still soaring. She swallowed, her voice rising by 8 degrees. After deducting commissions for agents, server costs, personnel expenses, and taxes, our net profit for the month. Everyone held their breath. 110 million. The conference room fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into cheers that could lift the roof off. Some slammed the table, others whistled, and several young programmers hugged each other, jumping up and down. In 2003, the monthly net profit exceeded 100 million. This was a number that could make any domestic internet giant green with envy. Zhang Zhou raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. We've made the money, but don't celebrate too early. Zhang Zhou looked towards Zhou Hai, who was seated on the side. Any news from the marketing department? Zhou Hai stood up, the joy on his face fading, turning extremely serious. He pulled out several color-printed documents from his briefcase, sliding them down the long table to core members like Shi Wenlong and Wang Wenbin. While we were counting money, the outside world has changed. Zhou Hai pointed at the screenshots in the documents. Ninth City has secured the agency rights for the Korean company Webzon's Mu Online, and the localization work has been completed with internal testing set to start next month. Additionally, Sina has also announced the agency for the Korean blockbuster lineage. Shi Wenlong picked up an A4 paper, leaned in for a closer look, his eyes widening. It was a game screenshot from Mu Online. In the picture, the character donned resplendent armor with exaggerated wings on their back, and skill effects occupied half the screen. The lighting effects were extremely gorgeous. Fully 3D rendered. Shi Wenlong asked, his voice tense. Yes, Zhou Hai pulled over a whiteboard and wrote these two names. These two games have astonishing data in Korea. The quality of the graphics absolutely crushed all 2D online games on the market. From texture precision to skeletal animation, it was several levels higher than Legend. The temperature in the conference room dropped sharply. Those who had just cheered for the monthly profit exceeding 100 million all fell silent. Everyone understood the situation. The domestic online gaming market was currently dominated by 2D games. Demigods and semi-demons thrived due to gameplay innovation and the inherent affinity of the martial arts theme. If it comes down to graphics technology, domestic teams are simply no match for those assembly line giants in Korea. It's like a Xiaomi with a rifle against a plane and artillery. Wang Wenbin leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping on the table. These two companies are loaded. They won't hesitate to spend on promotion. The most crucial point is that 3D games have a tremendous visual impact on players. Wang Wenbin paused before uttering 4 words. Dimensionality reduction strike. Lu Jie was somewhat panicked. Just as we knocked Legend down, 2 even tougher ones show up. Why does the online gaming circle seem to harvest players like this one after another? Because the market is big, everyone wants a piece of the pie. Sure, Wenlong gripped his already thinning hair. Zhang, our art team just expanded, and we won't have time to switch to 3D. Engine development, modeling, lighting effects. These are all tough nuts to crack, and it would take at least a year or a year and a half to tackle them. All eyes turned to Zhang, who was sitting at the head of the table. Zhang held a worn-out paper cup, taking a sip of lukewarm water. What are you panicking about? He set the paper cup down, picked up the screenshot of Mu Online with its grand wings and glanced at it. With a rip, he tore the screenshot in half and casually tossed it into the wastebasket at his feet. This rough texture and pitifully low polygon count pseudo 3D is worthy of a dimensionality reduction strike. Zhang stood up, walked to the whiteboard, and wiped the words Mu Online and Lineage clean. The Koreans have only a few tricks in making games. They make the visuals flashy, but the gameplay is all dull, typical grinding. Players might find it fresh when they first enter, but after a month it's nothing but idling or crafting with zero social stickiness. But the visual effects are impressive. Sure, Wenlong interjected. Today's players are all about that. Then let's show them something even more impressive. Zhang turned around, looking at these core members. The foundational player base of demigods and semi-demons is stable. The social attributes of martial arts are our moat. They can't take this batch of core users away from us. We need to speed up the progress and release the Battle at Yinmin Pass expansion pack within a month after the new year to keep the old players engaged. Zhang methodically arranged. Additionally, we will select 20 elite members from the art and programming departments to form a new project team. Sure, Wenlong was taken aback. Are we launching a new game again? Yes. Zhang walked to the whiteboard, picking up a marker. They are snatching the heavy online games market share, so we will take the casual gaming market and clean it out. I want a game that even female college students and elementary school students can easily pick up. A broken computer with a Pentium 2 processor can run it smoothly, no need for grinding levels, and each game session should only take 3 minutes. Zhang exerted his wrist and wrote 4 big characters in the center of the whiteboard. The font was vigorous, penetrating through the paper. Bubble World. The 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Zhang finished reviewing the last batch of code and briefed Shi Wenlong and Zhou Hai on the precautions for their duty period. Server monitoring must not be interrupted. The customer service team should maintain a minimum number of people online, and if any technical issues arise, they should call him immediately. Shi Wenlong complained, "You make it sound like a life-and-death matter. Hurry up and go." Wang Wenbin had called someone to the supermarket 2 days in advance to purchase a batch of gifts: 4 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, 2 bottles of Wuliangye, several boxes of health products, and various nut gift boxes, all stacked at the entrance like a small mountain. Zhang glanced at it. Buying so much? It's the new year, many relatives, not enough to go around. Wang Wenbin said, "I've arranged the car for you with driver Xiao Li. It will take 4 hours to reach Tongchuan." Zhang did not decline any further, stuffing everything into the trunk and tossed 2 woven bags into the back seat. Inside were down jackets and cotton shoes he bought for his parents, not branded but warm. The car set off from Xi'an onto the Shitong Expressway. Outside, the Guangzhou plain was gray and hazy, with winter wheat lying flat in the frozen ground, and the poplar trees by the roadside stood bare, only branches remained. The further north they drove, the more desolate it became. Upon reaching Tongchuan, heaps of coal slag on the hills and abandoned mining frames appeared one after another. Zhang's hometown was in the family area of the Tongchuan machine plant. The factory was built in the 1960s and at its peak had over 3,000 employees. Now it barely survived, with insufficient work in the workshops and orders dwindling year by year. As the car turned into the family area, it passed by a small shop at the entrance where several elderly men wearing thick cotton jackets squatted on the steps, basking in the sun and eating sunflower seeds. Upon seeing a brand new business vehicle drive in, they all looked up. The car stopped under Zhang's building. He got out and opened the trunk to move things, making several trips upstairs, his arms laden with Zhonghua cigarettes, 2 bottles of Wuliangye health products, and bags. Aunt Li from the adjacent building was hanging quilts on the balcony, poked her head out, and looked for a long time. "Oh, whose child is this?" "Xiaozhe." "Hello, Aunt Li. You've done well buying all these things. Your parents are home, just got back." Zhang went up to the 4th floor and took out his keys to open the door. The old 2-bedroom apartment had a peeling linoleum floor, yellowing walls, a 21-inch Changhong television in the living room, and a few enamel cups on the coffee table. His father, Zhang Jiangwo, was squatting in the kitchen fixing the faucet. Hearing the door, he poked his head out, still holding a wrench. His mother, Zhao Xiuying, was folding quilts in the bedroom and came out upon hearing the sound. When the couple saw their son entering with a pile of things, they were first pleased, but then their expressions changed. Zhao Xiuying picked up a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, examining it closely, and then touched the bottle of Wuliangye. "How much did all this cost?" "Not much, Mom, don't worry about it. You need to tell me honestly." Zhao Xiuying placed the cigarettes down, her face darkened. "You're just a student. Where did you get the money for all these?" Were you doing something outside? Zhang Jingguo also came over, putting down the wrench and wiping his hands. Be clear about it. Zhang Jia took off his shoes, changed into slippers, and sat on the sofa. Dad, Mom, I partnered with a few classmates to start a company. We are doing software. Made some money. Doing software. Zhang Jingguo frowned. What software? It's for computers. Zhang Jia pondered how to explain to two people who knew nothing about the internet. It's like, we made a computer program and sold it for others to use, and they pay for it. It's pretty much like selling things. Aren't you still in school? Zhao Xiaoying was worried. Does the school allow you to do business? The school supports it. They even rented us a classroom as an office. Zhao Xiaoying looked skeptical. Zhang Jingguo did not press further. His son had always been clever, never ranked lower than the top 3 in exams, and what he said was generally not far from the truth. Zhang Jia took an envelope from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. Zhao Xiaoying opened it to find a thick stack of 100 yuan bills. 10,000 yuan, take it. Use it for anything you need at home, don't be frugal. Zhao Xiaoying counted it twice. 100 bills. Exactly 10,000 yuan. Her fingers trembled. Zhang Jingguo leaned over to take a glance, and his expression could no longer be restrained. Both of them had worked at the Tongchuan machine plant for most of their lives. Zhang Jingguo was the foreman of the workshop, and Zhao Xiaoying managed the storeroom in the logistics department. Their combined monthly salary was less than 1,400 yuan. This 10,000 yuan was equivalent to more than half a year's income for them. Which child in the family area brings home 10,000 yuan in cash for the new year? None. Even the factory director's son couldn't do such a thing. Zhao Xiaoying put the money back in the envelope, returned the envelope to the coffee table, and then pushed it in front of Zhang Jia. You keep it for yourself. Expenses outside are high. Mom, I don't need the money. How much can a student have? The company just opened. There are places where money is needed everywhere. Why are you bringing things home? Zhao Xiaoying said this, but her eyes kept glancing at the envelope. Zhang Jingguo sat down on the opposite chair and lit a cigarette. He was smoking Baoji cigarettes, which cost 3 yuan 50 a pack, with a strong tart taste. How much can your company earn in a month? Zhang Jia thought for a moment and decided to give a conservative figure. If it was too big, they wouldn't be able to digest it. A few tens of thousands. Zhao Xiaoying exclaimed, a few tens of thousands. Don't fool me. If you have a few tens of thousands, how come you can bring back 10,000? Will the company still be able to run? Really, Mom? The company has money in the accounts. This is my own salary. Zhang Jingguo exhaled a puff of smoke without replying. Having worked in the factory for more than 20 years, he had seen too many people boast. But he knew his son. This child had never bragged since he was young. When he said a few tens of thousands, it was indeed a few tens of thousands. It was even possible he was underestimating it. Zhao Xiaoying still refused to accept it. She pushed the envelope forward again. The family doesn't need this. Although your dad's salary is not much, it's enough for food and drink. Save the money for when you get married and buy a house. Zhang Jia did not move the envelope. Mom, look at our faucet. It leaks for half a day when you turn it. The stove in the kitchen has been used for over 10 years. You have to press 3 or 4 times to ignite it. How many years has Dad's cotton jacket been worn? The cotton at the sleeves is exposed, yet you are reluctant to change it. Zhao Xiaoying opened her mouth, but did not speak. Zhang Jingguo knocked off the ash from his cigarette and said in a muffled voice, I can fix the faucet. You fixed it 800 times, replaced the gasket 3 times, yet it still leaks. Zhang Jingguo fell silent. You take the money. Zhang Jia pushed the envelope back, his tone steady. The things at home should be replaced and repaired. Don't worry about money. I will send money home every month. Zhao Xiaoying glanced at Zhang Jingguo. Zhang Jingguo held the cigarette in his mouth, reached out, took the envelope, and tucked it into his coat pocket. All right, I'll accept it. After Zhang Jingguo finished speaking, he stood up and walked back to the kitchen to continue fixing the faucet that could never be repaired. Zhao Xiaoying sat for a while, wiping the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. The action was quick, as if she was scratching an itch. Then she stood up and went to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to rummage. What do you want to eat tonight? There are ribs in the fridge and tofu your dad bought a few days ago. Anything is fine. Anything is fine. You've always been like this. Oh, when I ask you, you say, anything is fine. But when it's time to eat, you complain about this and that. Zhao Xiaoying nagged as she took out the ribs to soak and started washing green onions and peeling garlic. The kitchen was filled with the sounds of clattering as Zhang Jingguo fixed the faucet and Zhao Xiaoying chopped vegetables. Zhang Jia leaned against the sofa looking at the old Changhong television in the living room. The screen was showing local commercials selling fertilizers, seeds, and solar water heaters, each more rustic than the last. He picked up the remote and changed the channel. CCTV was broadcasting news, and the host was discussing this year's national GDP growth rate. In this 2-bedroom apartment, the heating radiators were only half warm and the wall by the window still had frost hanging. But the kitchen was steaming hot, the ribs were bubbling in the pot, and Zhao Xiaoying's voice came from inside. Jizzy, bring the thermos from the living room. The water is cold, I'll boil a pot for you. Oh, Zhang Zhe got up to fetch the thermos. Passing by the kitchen door, he glanced in. His dad was squatting at the sink, half his body inside the cabinet, twisting pipes. His mom stood in front of the stove in an apron, using a spoon to skim off the foam. This scene was exactly the same as in his memories. It had been like this in his previous life year after year. The only difference was that in his previous life, that envelope only contained 2,000 yuan, which he had saved after working half a year as an internet cafe manager. Zhang Jingguo finished his tasks and sat over lighting a cigarette. The factory's performance is not good anymore. Zhang Jingguo stared at the sparks on the burning tip of the cigarette. Salaries have been delayed for 4 months, and I heard they might lay off people next year. Your mom's workshop hasn't operated for 2 months already. Zhang Zhe did not respond. You work well outside. Don't worry about things at home. Zhang Jingguo flicked the ash from his cigarette. Your mom and I can still move around. We won't go hungry. On New Year's Eve, Zhang Zhe cooked a few dishes. His cooking skills were average, but Zhao Xiaoying said they tasted better than at restaurants. Zhang Jingguo opened a bottle of Wuliangya and the two of them drank together while Zhao Xiaoying watched the Spring Festival Gala beside them. The television signal was not very good, with snowflakes appearing intermittently. Zhao Xiaoying tapped the top of the television several times to clear it up. The sound of firecrackers exploded in all directions from the family area at midnight, making the window frames shake. Zhang Zhe stood on the balcony watching the fireworks below for a while. Red, green, and white lights briefly lit up the gray night sky of Tongchuan before fading away. On the second day of the new year, he began visiting relatives. Zhang Zhe's second aunt's family came first. His second uncle worked at the Tongchuan Mining Bureau and entered the door patting Zhang Zhu on the shoulder. Zhizi, your second uncle will introduce you to a girl. She teaches English at Tongchuan No. 1 high school and is quite beautiful. Zhang Zhe replied, Second uncle, I haven't graduated yet. Just get to know each other. Good girls don't wait for anyone. His mother chimed in from the side. Yes, you're not young anymore, but it's time to think about it. Zhang Zhe buried his head in eating peanuts and said nothing. His cousin Li Chun leaned over. 17 years old, currently in the second year of high school, asked questions completely different from the adults. Bro, have you played Tianlong Babu? Zhang Zhe nearly choked on a peanut. I've heard of it. That game is awesome. A half of our class is playing it. I leveled up to 45 in the Beggar's Sect. Li Chun pulled a chair and sat down beside Zhang Zhe, his eyes bright. Bro, who developed that game? It's really amazing. The graphics are 100 times better than Legend. I used to play Legend, but I switched over completely last month. Is that so? I'm telling you, our internet cafe owner said the developer of Tianlong Babu is a college student just like you, studying in Xi'an. Is that true? Zhang Zhe was peeling peanuts. A college student can develop games. Don't believe everything you read online. True, Li Chun nodded. That game is so well made, it must be from a big company. On the third day of the new year, another group of people came. Uncle Zhang, an old neighbor from the factory, brought his son to visit. Upon entering, he praised Zhang Zhe for being successful. Uncle Zhang operated a lathe in the factory, his hands full of calluses. His son Zhang Lei was the same age as Zhang Zhe and had entered the factory as an apprentice right after graduating from junior high, earning 400 yuan a month. Uncle Zhang pushed Zhang Lei forward. Come learn from your brother Zhe. College students are already doing business themselves now. Zhang Lei called out, Brother Zhe, his head lowered, speaking little. Zhang Zhe handed him a cigarette. Is it okay in the factory? It's all right. Zhang Lei took the cigarette and tucked it behind his ear. Not much work. The master is idle, and I'm not learning much. Do you want to venture out? Zhang Zhe casually asked. Zhang Lei looked at him, didn't reply, but smiled. That smile had a hint of something, but Zhang Zhe didn't say much. Some things cannot be resolved with just a word. On the fourth day, it snowed lightly, leaving a thin layer on the ground. Zhang Zhe helped his dad move the briquettes from the balcony inside, and then went downstairs to sweep the snow off the bicycle shed. Zhao Xiaoying made a pot of lamb palmo, and Zhang Jingguo opened half a bottle of liquor. During dinner, Zhao Xiaoying said, When you leave, take those cigarettes and alcohol back. We can't use that much at home. I bought them for you. You can use them. Dad smokes, and the liquor is for entertaining guests. Your dad has smoked 3 yuan gold monkey all his life. He can't get used to good cigarettes. Zhang Jingguo muttered beside her, I can get used to it. Zhao Xiaoying shot him a glare. On the 5th day, early in the morning, Zhang Zhe packed his things, preparing to set out. Zhao Xiaoying stuffed 2 big bags of things: homemade pickled peppers, dried sweet potatoes, and walnuts given by neighbors. Zhang Zhe said he couldn't take them, but Zhao Xiaoying insisted, if you don't take them, I'll mail them to you. A postage will be even more expensive. Zhang Zhe had no choice but to stuff them all into the car. As he went downstairs, Zhang Jingguo followed behind, walking to the car door, standing there for a moment. Call when you arrive. Got it. Zhang Zhe got into the car, and the vehicle moved forward. He saw his dad still standing there in the rearview mirror, wearing that gray military coat, hands buried in his pockets. After the car turned the corner, he could no longer be seen. 4 hours later, he was back in Xi'an. The old teaching building glowed with light. The night shift staff still stared intently at their screens. Zhang Zhe placed the chili peppers and sweet potato chips prepared by Zhao Xiuying into the duty room. Immediately, several programmers who had stayed behind for the Spring Festival rushed forward to grab them ravenous, as if they hadn't eaten in 3 days. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, the entire company officially resumed operations. The expanded team, over 80 people, gradually returned from cities across the country. Once again, the old teaching building buzzed with vibrant chaos, the clatter of keyboards, ringing phones, animated debates, and colleagues sprinting down corridors, clutching steaming bowls of instant noodles. Zhang Zhe settled into his office and powered up his computer. On screen flickered the unfinished code he'd left before the holiday. The cursor blinked silently for several seconds. He opened another folder. There, quietly awaiting, lay the game design document for Bubble World. A new year. A new battlefield. Zhang Zhe projected the document onto the conference room's large screen. Over 80 employees crowded below. Even the hallway overflowed with people. Bubble World. He turned to the first page, a concept art piece hastily completed by the art team before the holiday, saturated with vivid color featuring plump, rounded characters and maps bristling with shimmering, iridescent bubbles that burst into dazzling, multi-hued visual effects. The game has only one core mechanic: place bubbles, then detonate them to eliminate opponents. A chuckle rose from the crowd. Zhang Zhe ignored it and continued flipping pages. The rules are distilled into 3 sentences. Enter a room, select a map, and win by blowing up your rivals with bubbles. Each match lasts 2 or 3 minutes, supporting up to 8 players simultaneously. Boss, isn't this too simple? Yang Cheng raised his hand first. Simplicity is precisely the point. Zhang Zhe moved his mouse to the next slide. You've all reviewed the user demographics for demigods and semi-devils, 85% male aged 18 to 28. Bubble World targets an entirely different audience, he said, tapping the table firmly. Young women, and those who've never touched an MMORPG. A beat of silence fell over the room. Zhang Zhe continued, the base game is completely free, no charge whatsoever. Anyone can download and play immediately. But he switched to the in-game store interface, where dozens of meticulously categorized sections sprawled across the screen. Character skins, hats, shoes, hairstyles, bubble designs, explosion effects, map, themes, background music packs. All of these are premium unlockables. You can play without purchasing any of them, but buying enhances aesthetics. Someone asked, will anyone actually spend money on this? Zhang Zhe smiled faintly. When your girlfriend shops, what purpose do hairpins and headbands truly serve? The room erupted in laughter. Wang Lei, a chubby programmer from the dev team, shouted, I don't even have a girlfriend, sparking even louder mirth. Once the laughter subsided, Zhang Zhe turned to the final slide. One more feature: players may freely gift any item from the store to one another. A hush descended. Then Lu, the veteran head of the art team seated in the front row, blurted, damn. A guy buys something for a girl. That's basically, exactly. Zhang Zhe switched off the projector. Demigods and semi-devils monetizes time. Bubble World monetizes social connection. 2 distinct user pathways. 2 complementary markets. No conflict between them. No further questions followed. After the meeting, Zhang Zhe retained the leads of each department to assign tasks. The programming team bore the lightest load. The core engine was already complete, and Xiao AI's optimized version ran flawlessly. Their task was limited to front-end interfaces and interaction logic. The art team faced the heaviest workload, preparing over 200 premium cosmetic sets for launch and sustaining daily releases of new items. Meanwhile, the operations team coordinated distribution channels while marketing prepared promotional assets. When does it go live? Yang Cheng asked. In 2 weeks. Yang Cheng nearly lost his footing. 2 weeks. The core engine and Xiao AI's optimizations were finalized before the holiday. Your team handles only the front end. The art team will deliver 100 sets for launch. More will follow afterward. Zhang Zhe glanced at his watch. No delays. Get to work. Yang Cheng strode back to his desk, notebook in hand, and passed Xiao Zhao from operations along the way. Xiao Zhao leaned in, whispering, Brother Cheng, do you really think Bubble World stands a chance? It looks like child's play to me. Yang Cheng shot him a sidelong glance. If Boss Zhang says it'll succeed, it will. Didn't you dismiss demigods and semi-devils too, calling its visuals too flashy for mainstream appeal? Xiao Zhao shrank back, speechless. A week later, promotion began. Pre-holiday contracts with Jinan, Compass, Suhu, and Wangnan secured prime advertising placements, now swiftly repurposed for Bubble World. Wangnan's homepage right side banner, Suhu's gaming channel top recommendation, and banner ads across major gaming forums, all activated simultaneously. The campaign slogan consisted of 6 stark words: free to play, 0 cost. Below in smaller type, log in instantly with your demigods and semi-devils account. Even internet cafes went Allen. Zhang Zhe commissioned 30,000 fluorescent posters, distributed to over 6,000 partner internet cafes nationwide. Their neon-bright hues made them more conspicuous than fly posters on utility poles. Cafe owners happily displayed them. Jinan Compass's revenue share had never lapsed, and an extra title meant extra income. Simultaneously, the operations team ignited buzz across forums and QQ groups. A thread appeared on Tianya's gaming forum. Rumor has it Jinan Compass is launching a new game, free. Replies flooded in. Free. Impossible. Just bait to lure us in before monetizing. Isn't Demigods and Semi-Devils also Jinan Compass's product? That game was phenomenal. I wonder what direction this one takes. I've seen the screenshots. It's garish like a child's toy. You're missing the point. The 8-player mode looks genuinely engaging. Who cares? Free games cost nothing to try. Word spread even faster inside QQ groups. Within Demigods and Semi-Devils player communities, moderators posted official notices Bubble World would launch on January 19th. Players could log in directly using their existing accounts, no registration required. Do we need to top up cards again? One user asked. The moderator replied, no top-up needed to play. Purchases are purely for cosmetics. What are cosmetics? They're the clothes and hats your avatar wears. Stylish ones require points to acquire. Who'd pay real money for virtual clothing? Unless you're a woman. This remark later became an internal joke. On January 19th, Bubble World officially launched. Zhangzhou deployed the first 80 server clusters across telecom data centers in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Xi'an. The game demanded minimal resources, far lighter than Demigods and Semi-Devils, with each cluster easily handling 20,000 concurrent users. On launch day, registrations surged past 120,000. 60% were returning players from Demigods and Semi-Devils notified via client pop-ups, finding seamless login and immediate play they downloaded on impulse. The remaining 40% arrived via internet cafe posters and forum advertisements. By 8 p.m., concurrent users soared past 300,000. 20 server clusters reached capacity. Zhangzhou monitored backend metrics in his office and called Yang Cheng, urgently deploy 20 backup clusters. Yang Cheng roared 3 expletives down the line. I don't even have enough network cables. Find a way. Zhangzhou hung up. What ignited first wasn't the core gameplay, but the in-game store. On its first day, the art team's initial batch of 120 cosmetic items saw the top seller become a pink Katir headband, priced at 2 points. 18,000 units sold within 24 hours. Second place went to winged ankle boots, priced at 3 points, with 14,000 sold. Third was a couple-themed set, blue for male avatars, pink for female, bundled at 8 points. This proved most intriguing. Every purchase originated from male accounts, and every item was gifted to female co-players. On its debut day, gifting volume exceeded direct purchases by 40%. Xiao Zhao from operations stared slack-jawed at the analytics dashboard, then dashed to Yang Cheng. Brother Cheng, come see this now. Yang Cheng scanned the numbers on screen and paused silent for several seconds. I'll brief the boss immediately. After hearing the report, Zhang Zhe showed no visible reaction, only stating, maximize the art team's output, 30 new cosmetics per day minimum. Hire more staff if needed. Even recruit interns from art academies. By day 3, an unexpected phenomenon emerged. Peak night concurrent users for Demigods and Semi-Devils dropped by 8%. Lu Sheng brought the data to Zhang Zhe, his expression oddly ambivalent. Boss, our own game is cannibalizing our own game. Zhang Zhe glanced at the figures and smiled. That's excellent news. It proves strong user retention, not attrition to competitors. Once novelty fades, they'll return. Their social ties and gear investments in Demigods and Semi-Devils remain intact. They won't vanish. Lu Sheng nodded thoughtfully and departed. Yet when word reached operations, the team gathered and laughed for minutes. We're competing with ourselves, uniquely across the entire industry. Don't laugh. If next month's bonuses hinge on Demigods and Semi-Devils as concurrent users, our payouts shrink. You're naive. The revenue from Bubble World counts toward company-wide performance too. True enough. Across gaming forums, discussion threads about Bubble World multiplied at over 100 per day. A post on Maopu's gaming board bore the title, Help. My girlfriend made me play Bubble World until 3 a.m. with over 300 replies, each echoing, brother, you're not alone. One user shared a screenshot, 8 avatars crammed onto a single map, wildly detonating bubbles, decked in mismatched finery, sunglasses, wedding gowns, watermelon helmets. A glorious, chaotic spectacle. A comment beneath read, the soul of this game lies not in victory, but in visual delight. Wangnan's gaming channel published a special feature titled, Can a free-to-play game generate revenue? Bubble World provides the answer. The article cited a telling metric. Within its first week, Bubble World averaged over 150,000 yuan in daily microtransactions, while its operational costs amounted to just 1/3 of Demigods and Semi-Devils'. Once the article circulated through industry circles, several major publishers grew restless. During an internal meeting at Xingdan Network, someone projected screenshots and estimated data of Bubble World onto the screen. The operations director glanced at it for a few minutes before asking, "What is the estimated development cost of this game?" "Based on our estimates from art to programming, it could reach as much as $1.5 million. The director tapped the table. The monthly server maintenance cost for Legend alone exceeded this amount. Keep a close eye on this. This game is not simple. In Shenzhen, the gaming department of Penguin Company also took notice of Bubble World. Not because of the game itself. At that time, Penguin had not made significant strides in the gaming field, but because among Bubble World users there was a high overlap with those who spent the most time online on QQ. In other words, those who played Bubble World were also heavy users of QQ. A weekly report within Penguin stated, Bubble World has proven the immense potential of lightweight casual games on the social level. It is recommended to monitor the actions of Compass Company for potential collaboration or competitive product development. Zhou Cheng was also observing. They were negotiating new game agency rights with South Korea already overwhelmed at the negotiation table, and now another competitor Compass emerged stirring the entire market with what appeared to be a child's game. Someone suggested, "Why don't we make a casual game too?" The general manager shot it down. "Let's finish the current negotiations before discussing other matters." Ding Sanshur from Wangnan reacted the fastest. Their gaming division registered an account on the third day after Bubble World launched, dissecting everything from front-end to back-end logic, and wrote a 20-page analysis report. The report concluded while the technical barrier of the game itself is low, Compass's channel deployment capability and operational pace are too fast, making it hard for latecomers to catch up with the initial wave of user benefits. After reading the report, Ding Sanshur called the head of the gaming division to his office and asked, "What are you all doing?" The head did not dare to reply. "Go study their payment model, especially the gifting feature." Ding Sanshur adjusted his glasses. "This design is quite clever." In the second week, the number of online players in Bubble World stabilized above 180,000, with weekend peak numbers exceeding 220,000. Zhang Jia added another 60 server units, bringing the total to 160. The production capacity of the art team was pushed to the limit. Old Lu led 12 people working tirelessly, producing 30 to 40 new accessories every day. Zhang Jia hired 8 junior students from Xian Academy of Fine Arts for temporary outsourcing, specifically to draw hats and shoes. The variety of accessories became increasingly extravagant. Themes included Valentine's Day, Spring Festival, martial art style, campus style, military series, space series. Users' willingness to pay did not diminish with novelty, instead, due to the increasing variety, a compulsive consumption tendency of completing a full set emerged. Someone shared their accessory collection page on the forum, filled with dozens of items, with a comment below, "How much is that page worth?" "Over 200, I guess." "Are you crazy?" "I think I am." But that limited edition cherry blossom hairpin was too beautiful to resist. A more typical scene occurred in a QQ group. In a university dormitory group, 4 boys were chatting. "Are we going to play Bubble World tonight?" "Sure, I just bought a new bomb effect, the pink heart one." "You, a big guy, bought a pink heart." "The senior from the next dorm said it looked nice, so I bought it for her." "Damn, did she receive it?" "Yes, she said thank you." Damn. "Then I'll buy one as a gift too." Who has a bit of lag? This kind of conversation played out daily in countless QQ groups across the country. Bubble World's gifting feature directly monetized social relationships. A hat worth 2 yuan transformed into a way to express affection in the context of romantic relationships. Affordable, lightweight, not burdensome, yet genuinely involved spending money. The sales data for point cards rose daily. In newsstands and internet cafes across the country, point cards for Tianlong Babu were selling well, but after Bubble World launched, point card sales doubled. Several provinces' point card agents called to request stock, and the warehouse inventory was running low. Reprint them. Zhang Zhou instructed the finance department to allocate funds, reprint 3 million point cards, initially distribute them to the East and South China regions. Sister Zhou from finance looked at the approval form, her lips twitching slightly. 3 million point cards valued between 10 and 50 yuan would cost a hefty sum just for printing and distribution. However, after glancing at the revenue figures from the past 2 weeks, she sealed her lips and stamped the document. By the end of the third week, Zhang Jia asked Yang Cheng to prepare a comprehensive operational data report. Total registered users, 13 million. Daily active users, 2 million. Total monthly recharge amount, 160 million yuan. When this figure hit the conference table, the room fell silent. 160 million yuan. The development cost of Bubble World along with server and bandwidth expenses amounted to less than 2 million. They broke even in a month and returned several hundred times on that investment. Tianlong Babu's current monthly income is around 300 million yuan. After all, it is a heavy MMO game with a vast worldview, a complex combat system, continuously updated content, and nearly half a year of user accumulation. Bubble World, with a game about blowing bubbles to explode enemies, easily achieved over half of Tianlongba bus revenue. After calculating this, Liu Sheng remained silent for a long time before saying, "Boss, I have a new understanding of what is called a dimensional reduction strike." Zhang Zhe did not respond. He was examining another set of data. Among the users of Bubble World, females accounted for 47%. Almost half of the users were female. This was unprecedented in the Chinese online gaming market in 2001. Which game could boast female users exceeding 15%? Tianlongba was doing well, yet only reached 20%. What does a female user demographic mean? It means the willingness to pay among the male users would be amplified. You might not spend a dime while playing alone, but when a girl sits next to you playing, "That cat ear looks so cute. Do you want it? I'll gift it to you. 2 yuan. You pull it out without hesitation." This calculation was clear to Zhang Zhe when he drafted the planning document. Major internet media outlets began to report intensively on Compass Company. The technology section of Suhu published a lengthy article titled "Compass, the Disruptor of the Online Game Industry," which included substantial content describing the business model of Bubble World, calling it the first truly free online game in the country. This definition quickly sparked discussions within the industry. Strictly speaking, Bubble World is not entirely free. It merely shifted the payment point from time to appearance. However, for players, the psychological gap between you can play all content without spending and you must pay to access the game is vast. One is voluntary consumption, while the other is forced payment. Bubble World chose the former. At the time, this choice seemed like a marketing strategy, but in the following years, the entire Chinese online gaming industry began to shift in this direction. Of course, all this is in hindsight. By the end of the month, Zhang Zhe received a call from an unfamiliar number in the office. The area code was for Shenzhen. "Hello, General Manager Zhang. I am from the Strategic Development Department of Penguin Communications." Zhang Zhe listened for 30 seconds and politely replied, "Thank you for your interest, and we warmly welcome Mr. Ma's visit next month." After hanging up, he picked up a pen on the desk and wrote 2 characters in his notebook. Penguin. After finishing the characters, Penguin, Zhang Zhe put down the pen and leaned back in his chair, contemplating for a long time. Penguin Communications. He was very familiar with this company. In his past life, he knew what scale this Penguin would grow into without needing any data from the smart brain. Social gaming payment cloud services investment with a global footprint and at its peak valued in the tens of trillions of yuan. And now it was 2001. This Penguin was still in its nest, crying out in hunger. Zhang Zhe picked up the phone and dialed Wang Wenbin's number. "Wenbin, are you free now? Come over for a bit." Wang Wenbin appeared at the office door 10 minutes later. He had been extremely busy lately, as there were too many business collaborations coming in for Bubble World. He had signed dozens of agreements for point card distribution through internet cafes. "Sit." Zhang Zhe poured him a glass of water and asked, "How much do you know about Penguin Communications?" Wang Wenbin took the cup and thought for a moment. "They do instant messaging QQ. I have it installed on my computer too. Their user base is decent. I heard they have over 100 million registered users, but they're not profitable. Last year they almost sold QQ, but no one wanted it." "What about their shareholder structure?" "I do know a bit about that." Wang Wenbin set the cup down. "Last year, 2 companies invested in them. One was Li Zikai's Inca Digital, and the other was IDG. Both invested $110,000, each totaling $220,000, acquiring 40% of Penguin shares." Zhang Zhe nodded. This information matched perfectly with his memory. "What is the current attitude of these 2 companies towards Penguin?" Wang Wenbin chuckled. "What attitude? They must regret it immensely. When Inca Digital invested last year, the internet was still booming, and they thought it was a good deal. But this year Nasdaq crashed, and Wall Street is filled with misery. Last year during the IPO, it was valued at several $100 million, but last month it went bankrupt. This wave of cold air will soon reach the domestic market, and Li Zikai at Inca is already overwhelmed with a bunch of internet assets to deal with. IDG is similar. Many of their projects are losing money, and Penguin has been in the red, maintaining hundreds of employees with monthly server and bandwidth costs being a bottomless pit. So they want to sell. I can't say for sure if they want to, but if someone offers a price, they will likely not refuse." Wang Wenbin paused here. "Why are you asking this?" Zhang Zhe was straightforward. "What if I want to buy the shares they hold?" "Buy shares of Penguin?" "Yes, all 40%. Wang Wenbin placed the cup back on the table, carefully choosing his words. "Zhang Zhe, I have to be honest with you. Penguin does have users, but it's not profitable. With 100 million registered users, how much is their monthly income? The little money Mobile Dream Network gives them isn't enough to cover server electricity costs. Ma Huadu is trying to find funding everywhere, experimenting with every possible business model. Memberships QQ shows mobile SMS. The results have all been mediocre. Now that the internet bubble is about to burst, the situation on Wall Street will soon transmit to the domestic market, and investors tightening their purse strings is a sure thing. In short, a company that just burns money is not a good choice. After listening to Wang Wenbin's words, Zhang Zhe lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Wenbin, you are right about all that. But what I'm considering isn't the present. Then what are you considering? QQ's user base. My answer is simple. With 100 million registered users and daily activity in the millions, it's still growing. This is the largest social entry point on the Chinese internet. It's not profitable now because it hasn't found the right monetization method yet. Wang Wenbin was silent for a while. During the time he worked with Zhang Zhe, he had witnessed Zhang Zhe's judgments validated too many times. Tianlong Babu Bubble World, and even the item charging model itself. Every time Zhang Zhe made a decision that others deemed risky, the outcome proved him right. How much are you planning to offer? 3 times the premium. 3 times. Wang Wenbin frowned. They initially invested a total of $220,000. 3 times that amounts to $660,000. Converted into RMB, it's about 55 million. This month, the revenue for Bubble World is 160 million. After deducting channel shares and operational costs, the net profit is roughly just over 100 million. 55 million. That's certainly doable. Then let's proceed. Zhang Zhe said, the sooner the better. Before the news of the internet winter spreads widely, their psychological price will be easier to negotiate. If the market drops for another 2 months, even if the other party is more eager to sell, we might not be able to complete the transaction quietly. Once the news breaks, it's uncertain if others will follow suit. Wang Wenbin stood up. All right, I'll contact someone today. I have acquaintances at Inca, and IDG might take a bit of maneuvering, but it shouldn't be too difficult to connect. There's one more thing. Zhang Zhe called out to him. During the negotiation, let's avoid mentioning the name of the compass. Use my personal name, or set up a shell company to hold the shares. Keep it low-key. Understood. The contact went more smoothly than expected. The feedback from Inca Digital was practically instantaneous. Li Zikai was significantly scaling back his internet investments, dealing with a pile of loss-making projects with Penguin at the forefront. The 40% stake was originally purchased for $110,000, and now someone is willing to buy it at 3 times the price. He couldn't wait to sign the deal. IDG had slightly more procedures. After all, it was an American fund, and the decision-making chain was a bit longer. But the core attitude was the same. Penguin did not see any hope of profitability in the short term, so if someone was willing to pay a premium to acquire it, there was no reason not to sell. The only hiccup in the negotiation came from the price. Inca agreed to the 3 times premium without objection, but someone from IDG casually mentioned, "We've heard that Compass technology is quite hot lately, with Bubble World generating over 100 million in revenue in a month. If the buyer has a relationship with Compass, shouldn't we discuss the price further?" Wang Wenbin laughed on the phone. "Your intelligence isn't quite accurate. The buyer is an individual investor with no ties to Compass. Besides, you know better than I do how much Penguin is losing each month. If it weren't for this price, where would you find a buyer? Nasdaq dropped 3% last week. Do you think that if we delay for another 2 months, there will be more or fewer bidders?" IDG remained silent for half a minute before agreeing. Zhang Zhe and Wang Wenbin flew to Hong Kong. This was Zhang Zhe's first time leaving the province since his arrival. Signing a contract could have been handled by a lawyer, but with the amount close to 55 million and involving foreign equity transfer, he decided to oversee it personally. In a conference room at a law firm in Causeway Bay, the 3 parties sat for an entire afternoon. Inca Digital sent a vice president-level figure dressed in a suit who was very courteous. From the other party's expression, it was clear he genuinely thought this transaction was a good deal. Liquidating a loss-making asset at 3 times the premium was a rare piece of good news in the entire internet winter. The IDG representative was an Asian partner wearing gold-rimmed glasses who spoke little throughout the meeting, signing when needed and shaking hands when necessary. Before leaving, he said to Zhang Zhe, "Young man, I hope you haven't made a wrong decision." Zhang Zhe smiled but did not respond. Once the contract was signed, the funds were processed the same day. Wang Wenbin had set up an account in Hong Kong for the transaction in advance. After confirming the transfer of funds, Zhang Zhe's personal investment company registered in Hong Kong officially held 40% of Penguin Communications shares, Penguin's largest external shareholder. On the flight back to Xi'an, Wang Wenbin sat next to Zhang Zhe pondering a question. "What exactly do you see in Penguin?" Zhang Zhe leaned against the window, eyes closed. "You'll know in a few years. Every time you don't want to explain, you say this. Because every time I explain, you don't believe me." Wang Wenbin wanted to retort, but after considering what Zhang Zhe had previously mentioned that turned out to be true, he closed his mouth. The news reached Shenzhen quicker than expected. The next morning, as soon as Zhang Zhe arrived at the office, the front desk called, "Mr. Zhang, someone is downstairs claiming to have rushed over from Shenzhen. It's Mr. Ma from Penguin Communications." Zhang Zhe glanced at the time. It was 9:10 in the morning. The earliest flight from Shenzhen to Xi'an took off around 6 and arrived by 9. This meant that Mahuadu had undoubtedly booked a ticket overnight and rushed to the airport this morning. It wasn't surprising. If 40% of your company's shares suddenly changed hands, and you didn't even know who the other party was, who wouldn't be anxious? Zhang Zhe slipped on his coat and headed downstairs. In the lobby stood a young man in a dark blue polo shirt, not tall and somewhat thin, holding a black laptop bag, examining a poster of the Tianlong Babu on the wall. When he heard the footsteps and turned around, his expression was a bit tense. Mr. Ma. Zhang Zhe approached, extended his hand. Welcome, welcome, you must have had a tough journey. Mahuadu quickly reached out, shaking hands. Hello, Mr. Zhang, sorry to intrude, I had scheduled to visit today. Very welcome. Come, let's go upstairs for some tea. Mahuadu followed Zhang Zhe to the elevator. Once inside, he secretly sized up Zhang Zhe. He was too young. Younger than himself. He couldn't have missed hearing about Compass Technology's recent reputation in the industry, with Bubble World generating over $100 million in revenue per month, a pioneer in charging for in-game items, and the person behind all this was a university student in his early 20s. And that person was now the major shareholder of his company. To be honest, when Mahuadu received the news last night, his first reaction was not excitement, but panic. Although Inca and IDG didn't manage things closely, they were at least formal investment institutions, and he knew what they wanted: returns, exit channels, financial statements. But a stranger suddenly taking away the largest external stake in your company, what did he want? Would he interfere with management? Would he require a change in business direction? Would he think that if QQ wasn't profitable, the team should be cut? These questions swirled in Mahuadu's mind all night. Zhang Zhe led him on a tour of the company. Compass Technology now occupied 2 whole floors, with the staff expanded to 130. In the art department, dozens of computer screens displayed colorful new skin designs for Bubble World, while Lu Sheng was debugging the new version of Tianlong Babu with his team, and Yangqing sat in a corner staring at the real-time data dashboard of the operations backend, chewing on half a fried dough stick. The team isn't large, but the output is considerable. Zhang Zhe pointed to the numbers on the operations screen. Bubble World now has 2 million daily active users and is still growing. Tianlong Babu is stable at around 3 million monthly active users. Mahuadu glanced at the screen, mentally calculating. Combined Compass monthly revenue was at least 400 to 500 million. And what was the monthly revenue reported by Penguin Communications last month? Less than 3 million. It was still losing money. He suddenly felt even more anxious. With Compass making so much money, what exactly was the reason for buying shares in Penguin? After the tour, they returned to the conference room, and the secretary poured tea. Although Mahuadu was nervous, once the conversation turned to products and technology, he opened up, discussing QQ's architecture optimization, how to support hundreds of thousands of users online with limited bandwidth, and ideas for mobile layout. Zhang Zhe listened intently. After chatting for nearly 20 minutes, he checked the time, took out a document from the drawer, and pushed it in front of Mahuadu. Take a look at this. Mahuadu took it, opened the first page, and froze for 2 seconds at the title. Penguin Communications Co., Ltd. Share Voting Rights Authorization Letter. He quickly skimmed the contents. The core clause was simple. Zhang Zhe, through his wholly owned Hong Kong investment company, would grant all voting rights of the 40% stake in Penguin Communications he held to Mahuadu for personal exercise, without a time limit. Attached were several standard shareholder protections: no dilution of existing shareholders' holdings, and significant asset disposals requiring written consent. Beyond that, all decisions in daily operations would be made with the voting rights in Mahuadu's hands. Mahuadu flipped to the last page, then back to the first page, reading it once more, confirming that he hadn't misread. Mr. Zhang, this. You don't need to call me Mr. Zhang, just call me Zhang Zhe. I'm several years younger than you. Zhang Zhe picked up his teacup and took a sip. The meaning of this document is quite simple. I hold the shares, but how Penguin is managed is up to you. All voting rights are in your hands. Mahuadu set down the document, resting his hands on his knees, and remained silent for a long time. He had run a business for 2 years, raised 2 rounds of funding, and faced countless questioning from investors regarding profitability models and financial reports. Yet no investor had ever said such things to him. Aren't you afraid it'll ruin the company? If you can ruin QQ, I'd say you have a talent. Zhang Zhe said this with a hint of playful tone. With over 100 million registered users, I really can't find a reason for your failure. Mahuadu couldn't help but laugh at this remark, the tension had held all morning easing somewhat. By the way, there's something I want to discuss with you. Zhang Zhe set his teacup down and shifted back to the main topic. I have an idea to embed QQ into our games. Embed QQ. Yes. Specifically using QQ accounts as the login gateway for the games. When players log into Tianlong Babu or Bubble World with their QQ accounts, the system will automatically assign them a linked Compass game account. All social interactions within the game, such as chatting with friends and team communications, will use QQ's communication protocol. Mahuadu furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment. This means turning QQ into a built-in chat tool in your games. Exactly. The benefits are mutual. I save on the cost of developing an IM system, and on your end, Zhang Zhe held up a finger. Bubble World has 2 million daily active users, and Tianlong Baobu has 150,000. These users will automatically log into QQ when they play the game, and all social activities during gameplay will be tied to QQ. They will add friends, create groups, and chat. Games might eventually have their day of declining popularity, but once social connections are established on QQ, people won't be able to walk away. Ma Weida's gaze fixed steadily. 3. 5 million daily active players transformed into strongly bound QQ users. These individuals not only used QQ themselves, but also brought friends to form teams, chat, and join groups, once the viral effect unfolded. Additionally, Zhang Zhe raised a second finger. I hope to add 2 icons to the QQ client toolbar. One for Tianlong Baobu and one for Bubble World. Users could directly start the game client with a click. If they had not installed it, they would be redirected to the download page. You want to turn QQ into a game distribution channel. It's not for nothing. For paid users coming through your channel, we can negotiate the revenue share. Ma Huado lowered his head, staring at the voting rights authorization document on the table for a few seconds. From a business logic standpoint, he could hardly find fault with this matter. QQ's biggest dilemma now is that it has users, but no income. No one has figured out a monetization path for social tools since 2001. However, if QQ could bind with games, it would no longer be just a chat software, game distribution channel, user entry point, social platform. Each role behind it translates to real money. More importantly, gamers are the most financially capable group of internet users. After these individuals are introduced to QQ, the quality of QQ's user base will undergo a qualitative change. How is the revenue share calculated? Ma Huado raised his head. Zhang Zhe extended a hand, fingers spread. For users coming through the QQ channel, 5% of all paid transactions belong to you. 5%. Ma Huado calculated silently. Bubble World has a recharge of 160 million a month, and if 30% comes through the QQ channel, 5% would be 2 per million. Add some from Tianlong Baobu. Monthly revenue share of 3 to 4 million. This money could cover nearly half of Penguin's operational costs. Deal, Ma Huado said. Both individuals were efficient in their dealings. The main framework of the terms was finalized in half an hour, leaving details to the technical and legal teams of both sides. Zhang Zhe called in Lu Sheng and the technical head of Ma Huado to discuss the QQ embedding interface plan. The two technical personnel met and couldn't stop chatting, discussing everything from communication protocols to server architecture, even having lunch brought into the conference room. By 3 in the afternoon, all framework elements had been confirmed. Ma Huado had spent the entire day at Compass. When he arrived, he was anxious, but left feeling much lighter. Before leaving, he stood at the company entrance, glanced back at the Compass sign, and suddenly said, Zhang Zhe, I've always wanted to ask, why did you buy shares in Penguin? I believe you are worth investing in. Is it that simple? Zhang Zhe thought for a moment and said, 100 million people open your software daily not to buy things, not to read news, but to talk to others. A product that prompts users to open it 3 to 4 times a day. Tell me, how could it possibly not be valuable? Ma Huado stood there silent for quite a while after hearing this. What you mentioned, his voice was slightly unusual. I've talked about it with people from Inca, with those from IDG, with everyone who came to discuss investments. After they listened, they only asked me one question. When will it be profitable? I won't ask that question. I know. Ma Huado patted the strap of his computer bag, so this trip wasn't in vain. He got into a taxi, rolled down the window, waved goodbye to Zhang Zhe, and directed the driver towards the airport. The taxi merged into the evening rush hour traffic and quickly disappeared from sight. Zhang Zhe stood at the entrance, hands in his pockets. The conference room, which was the largest classroom, was packed with over 200 people. 8 standing air conditioners were cranked to maximum power, blowing cold air, yet still couldn't suppress the heat radiating from the crowd of over 200 people. The air was mixed with the scent of instant noodles, smoke, and the burnt smell of running machines. Zhang Zhe sat in the very center of the front row, reviewing the situation of the Tianlong Baobu video material. The projection screen displayed a flurry of dense data and images. Shi Wenlong held a laser pointer, directing attention to the upper left corner of the screen. His shirt was half-drenched and his voice was a bit hoarse. 37 new weapons covering swords, spears, sabers, and halberds. Heavy sword-type weapons have increased hit-stun judgments, while light swords enhance attack speed benefits. 52 new monsters are distributed across 13 new maps. The snow monsters in the Changbai Mountain map have increased ice resistance, while the venomous snakes in the Dali map have a continuous damage mechanism. Additionally, Shi Wenlong swallowed, continuing his report. 120 new NPCs have been added, each with an independent interaction tree. The skill system has been completely overhauled, introducing the concept of meridian pulse points. Players need to expend experience points to unblock the Ren and Do meridians before they can learn advanced sect skills. The The scene maps have been expanded threefold. Luoyang City has been reset, and a day-night cycle system has been added. At night, the city gates close and high-experienced night monsters spawn in the wild. Zhang Zhe looked at the screen. The biological intelligence in his mind was operating at high speed. Code, logic, numerical balance, texture, precision. Various metrics rapidly flashed through his retina. The damage coefficient of the gang of beggars, 18 dragon subduing palms, the 15th palm, has increased by 2.5. In gang wars and team battles, if several high-powered members of the gang of beggars use skills simultaneously, it may cause numerical overflow, leading to server lag. Reduce the base damage a bit and compensate it with skill cooldown time. Shi Wenlong was taken aback for a moment, lowering his head to flip through the testing report he held. There were instances of frame drops during several gang war tests. Make a note of that and implement the changes immediately. Shi Wenlong instructed the nearby numerical planner. Mr. Zhang, the newly added content accounts for 70% of the total game's content. Shi Wenlong wiped his sweat. The brothers have been burning the midnight oil for 6 months, sleeping at their desks, and finally got it done. Zhang just stood up, facing the employees in the back row. Pairs of bloodshot eyes looked at him. The domestic gaming market is still stuck in a rough, skin-changing phase. Zhang Zhe looked at the audience. Everyone has become accustomed to making quick money. They simply copy gameplay and switch out art resources to go online. But this model won't last long. Players' aesthetics are improving and willingness to pay will concentrate on quality games. For the Tianlong Babu expansion, we invested half a year's development costs to establish a technological barrier. When our underlying architecture and interaction logic are a generation ahead of our peers, they won't even understand how to copy us. This is called dimensionality reduction attack. Everyone has worked hard this past 6 months. Zhang Zhe said the finance department has calculated the bonuses. This month's salaries will be issued together, with each person receiving an additional 3 months' base salary as a project reward. A round of cheering erupted in the conference room. Someone whistled. Zhang Zhe calmed them down with a gesture. Prepare to launch in the next few days. The operations department will start the promotional build-up, increasing the number of online users. Expand the server bandwidth in advance. We can't let players be unable to access it when it launches, causing the server to crash. Zhou Hai quickly noted down the information beside him. The pop-up resources from QQ have been coordinated. Zhou Hai closed his notebook. Ma Huado has been very supportive, providing the best promotional spots. As long as their pop-up flashes, our registration numbers can spike dramatically. Zhang Zhe nodded. Meeting adjourned. Employees began to leave one after another. The corridor echoed with the sounds of people queuing for water and fighting over the microwave. After the crowd dispersed, the room still retained some of the heat. Zhang Zhe, Shi Wenlong, Zhou Hai, and Wang Wenbin remained. The 4 of them sat together. Zhou Hai tugged at his collar and took a large gulp from the mineral water bottle on the table. This place is unbearable. It's so cramped that even the hallway is filled with workstations. The cleaning lady has to tiptoe while mopping. The women's restroom on the 2nd floor was clogged yesterday, and administration took half a day to fix it. Now at lunchtime, the 3 microwaves simply can't keep up. Someone almost got into a fight over one. Shi Wenlong chimed in. The server room is also nearing its limit. If we add more machines, the building's electrical system won't be able to handle it. Last night, the circuit tripped twice, and thankfully we had the UPS system to support us. It scared me cold sweat. If the expansion goes live and the power trips, players will tear us apart. Zhang Zhe tapped the table. The company is growing at a rapid pace. The cash reserves on the accounts have rolled into the tens of billions. Daily transactions are still continuously flowing in. Keeping money in the bank for interest is the least efficient way. Compass now needs a shell that matches its scale. Let's find a new place. Zhang Zhe looked at Wang Wenbin. Wenbin, can you help investigate? Where is a suitable place? Wang Wenbin adjusted his glasses. He usually spoke little and had a low profile. However, he had connections in Beijing and his network was extensive, allowing him to obtain information more quickly than ordinary businessmen. Should we buy an existing office building or build one ourselves? Wang Wenbin asked. Build one ourselves. Zhang Zhe replied. Compass is not short on money now. Having a headquarters building would be a one-time solution. Renting someone else's place always means being at their mercy. Wang Wenbin nodded in agreement without further questions. In the following days, Wang Wenbin began to leverage his network. He did not attend those chaotic gatherings of second-generation elites. He simply made a few phone calls and contacted some elders' secretaries. Before long, the news came back. Wang Wenbin entered Zhang Zhe's office holding an internal planning diagram. Xian High-Tech Zone is undergoing expansion, he said, spreading the blueprint on the table. There are several plots near the core area being promoted for high-tech enterprises. This location is the best, covering 65 acres. It has convenient transportation with 3 main roads planned nearby and a subway line expected to pass through in the future. Zhang Zhe looked down at the blueprint. The rectangular plot is very regular, suitable for large buildings. Let's find a construction budget company to come up with a preliminary plan. Zhang Zhe made the decision. Wang Wenbin works with high efficiency. The budget plan was quickly produced. Zhang Zhe took Wang Wenbin to the site for an on-site inspection. The vacant land was overgrown with weeds. In the distance, several bulldozers were leveling the land, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. Zhang Zhe stood on the embankment while the intelligent assistant projected a building model onto his retina. He adjusted the parameters, and the outline of a twin tower began to take shape in his mind. Calculating wind resistance, load-bearing capacity, and daylighting ratio, the intelligent assistant provided the optimal solution. This is the one. Zhang Zhe turned to Wang Wenbin and said, "Prepare the company's qualification documents and go for the bidding." Wang Wenbin turned and went to take care of it. The land transfer bidding meeting was held at the City Resource Trading Center. Many people attended, mostly real estate developers and representatives from large corporations. The hall was bustling with attendees exchanging business cards and probing each other's intentions. Wang Wenbin sat beside Zhang Zhe, flipping through the documents in his hand. He didn't engage with anyone, remaining as quiet as a transparent person. The host announced the starting price for the 65-acre plot. Several developers raised their paddles in turn. The price kept climbing. This plot was in a prime location, and everyone wanted to secure it. Zhang Zhe gave Wang Wenbin a glance. Wang Wenbin raised his paddle. He quoted a number far exceeding the current bid. He directly increased it by 50 million. The venue fell silent for a moment. A few well-dressed individuals in the front row turned to look. Seeing it was two young men with a paddle labeled Compass Technology, they were somewhat puzzled. A company that makes games, what business do they have here? Are they buying land to build a factory? A local developer, feeling disgruntled, gritted his teeth and raised his bid by another 10 million. Wang Wenbin's eyes didn't blink as he raised his paddle again. He increased it by another 50 million. The jump in price completely cut off the profit margin for the other developer. The developer's face darkened as he slammed down his paddle. No one else dared to bid. A group of company representatives watched them with envy and jealousy. The gavel fell. The plot was awarded to Compass. After completing the procedures, they received the land transfer contract. Zhang Zhe arranged for a connection with a large design institute in Shanghai. This institute had participated in several landmark projects in the Pudong New area. The design institute sent a team to fly to Xi'an. In the conference room, the chief designer looked at the sketch drawn by Zhang Zhe. "General Zhang, this shape is very bold." The chief designer chose his words carefully. Zhang Zhe had sketched twin towers with a flattened design. The two buildings together formed a shape resembling bamboo strips. The outer wall will use reinforced concrete vertical strip decorations. Zhang Zhe pointed at the blueprint. The recessed areas in the vertical strips will have tempered glass windows. Each internal layer will also have inner windows, creating a half-meter hollow space between each floor and the outer decorative surface. The chief designer quickly began calculating. This double-layer structure is beneficial for lighting and insulation, but it will significantly increase construction costs. Moreover, at a height of 280 meters, wind resistance is a major issue. The airflow between the twin towers will create a canyon effect, which demands a high strength requirement for the glass curtain wall. Traditional office building designs often pursue maximum volume ratio, resulting in oppressive internal spaces and poor ventilation. Zhang Zhe pointed at the corridor on the blueprint. This is not just a passage, it is also a wind tunnel. The prevailing wind direction in Xi'an is northeast. The spacing between the twin towers and the hollow design of the corridor can utilize the Bernoulli effect to create natural airflow between the buildings, reducing the energy consumption of the new air system for the entire building. This represents a significant figure in long-term operational costs. It is worth noting that this design imposes high requirements on the torsional stiffness of the corridor, necessitating the use of high-strength dampers. After hearing this, the chief designer put away his previous disdain. This understanding of the physical environment of the building is not something a gaming outsider could articulate. Money is not an issue. Use the best materials. Zhang Zhe reported the parameters. Each building will be 50 meters by 50 meters with 2,500 square meters per floor. Two buildings, each 70 stories high, approximately 280 meters tall. There will be a 30-meter gap in between for fire safety and landscaping. An underground parking lot with 3 levels, each covering 7,500 square meters. The designers exchanged glances. The total construction area is 372,500 square meters. This scale is massive even in Beijing and Shanghai. How will the elevators be configured? Someone asked. A total of 16 elevators. Zhang Zhe had already planned 8 per building. 4 high-speed and 4 slow-speed. A corridor will be built in the middle of every 5 floors, 25 meters long, connecting the 2 buildings. The corridor will not only serve as a passage, but will also bear part of the structural load, counteracting the swaying caused by wind resistance. The chief designer tapped on the calculator, listing a series of formulas on paper. According to current prices, the construction cost will be approximately $1.65 billion. There will be about 1,280 parking spaces. With this budget, we can build a landmark twin tower. If the funds are sufficient, we can also optimize the structure, facade, and internal systems. For instance, we can implement a smart building management system with full coverage for the new air system. Funds are sufficient, Zhang Zhe provided a figure. I plan to borrow $2 billion from multiple banks. The details you can work out. What I want is a landmark. Once the plans are finalized, we will begin construction immediately. The application for the $2 billion loan was submitted. The financial circle in Xi'an was in an uproar. The presidents of several major banks held an emergency meeting overnight. A gaming company wants to borrow $2 billion to build a building. This had never been heard of before. Presidents of the 4 major banks gathered at Compass. Zhang Zhe welcomed them in his office. Without small talk, he directly asked the finance department to place the company's financial statements and tax records from the past 6 months on the table. The presidents passed around the statements. As they looked at the long string of zeros, their breaths became heavier. General Zhang, this profitability is faster than a money printing machine. The president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank exclaimed. The asset evaluation for internet companies cannot follow the models of traditional entities. Zhang Zhe told the presidents, you focus on fixed assets, factories, land, and machinery. But to me, Compass' core asset is user data and platform stickiness. Bubble World and Tianlong Baibu generate massive interactive data every day. This data is the cornerstone for precise marketing and product iteration in the future. Interestingly, domestic financial institutions have yet to establish a pricing mechanism for intangible assets. This $2 billion loan appears to be for building, but in reality, you are buying into Compass growth dividends for the next decade. Once the building is completed, the appreciation of the land alone will be enough to cover your risk exposure. After some negotiations, several banks formed a syndicate loan offering extremely low interest rates. The news reached the city government. The leader in charge of urban construction looked at the report on the table. If this building can be completed, it will become a landmark and business card for Xi'an. The investment and area will also establish it as the king of office buildings in Xi'an. When they learned that this was actually the headquarters of a gaming company, they were all shocked. Compass Technology, the leader asked the secretary, is that the one that makes Bubble World? The secretary nodded. Yes, and they are also about to launch Tianlong Baibu. They have a healthy cash flow with net profits exceeding 100 million each month. This $2 billion loan has several banks scrambling to approve it. The leader flipped through the design drawings. The 280-meter twin towers had a unique shape, exuding a strong sense of technology. What does the high-tech zone have to say? The high-tech zone management committee is very supportive. The location of this building is not far from Huawei and Zhongxing. With Compass moving in, they will be neighbors with the big companies, which can also drive the surrounding software industry to cluster and form industrial agglomeration effects. The leader closed the report. The software industry belongs to high-tech industries. Such enterprises emerging from Xi'an must be strongly supported. All procedures will be expedited and treated as special cases. Fire safety, environmental protection, urban construction, all departments need to cooperate and not create bottlenecks. With government support, the loan was approved very quickly. Funds were in place and procedures were complete. What remained was the construction. Wang Wenbin contacted one of the top state-owned construction enterprises in the country, which had participated in several national key projects. The project manager was an experienced veteran named Li Gong, tall and thin, wearing a yellow hard hat. Li Gong looked at the amount and timeline required in the contract and rubbed his hands nervously. General Zhang, General Wang, Li Gong said, completing the entire project in a year is too tight. 37,000 square meters of volume cannot be managed by an ordinary construction site. Just laying the foundation and building the 3-level underground parking lot will take at least half a year. Zhang Zhe looked at him. The first payment will be made today. The construction payment will be doubled. The number of construction teams will triple. They will work in 3 shifts with machines running continuously. Material supply cannot be interrupted. Any issues solvable with money are not problems. After hearing this, Li Gong nodded without hesitation and patted his chest to assure, with General Zhang's word, I will deliver the building to you within a year. With the construction team moving onto the site. A few days later, the 65-acre construction site was filled with tower cranes. The roar of excavators and dump trucks echoed day and night. The number of workers at the site was several times higher than that of an ordinary construction site. With generous rewards, the progress was remarkably swift. The workers received double pay and worked fervently. Even on rainy days, they continued to work with canopies set up to bind the steel bars. Zhang Zhe and Wang Wenbin, wearing hard hats, stood at the periphery of the site inspecting the progress. Wang Wenbin looked at the steel framework rising from the ground. At this rate, we can move in by this time next year, Wang Wenbin said. Zhang Zhe observed the busy construction site, feeling a surge of emotion. In Zhang's office, a design render of the compass building lay on the coffee table. Zhou Hai held the blueprint, flipping it back and forth. Shi Wenlong stared at Zhang, the cigarette forgotten between his fingers. Wang Wenbin was at the tea counter washing cups and heating pots, ignoring everyone. 370,000 square meters. 280 meters. The Twin Towers. Zhou Hai put down the blueprint, then picked it up again. Shi Wenlong finally couldn't take it anymore, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, standing up to take a few steps, then sitting back down. Old 3. I just casually mentioned in a meeting that the office is cramped and there aren't enough workstations. You remember right? Zhang nodded. Just that one sentence. Shi Wenlong raised a finger. Just that one sentence, and you built us a nearly 400,000 square meter landmark building. He paused. If I complain about the low floors, are you planning to build a rocket to send me to the sky? Zhou Hai almost threw the blueprint in laughter. Wang Wenbin over at the tea counter muttered. If you really want to go to the sky, he could probably arrange it for you. Shi Wenlong glared at him. Old 4, shut up. You're just an accomplice. Zhang leaned back in his chair. The compass doesn't need such a large space. But I have a new plan that will require a very large office. I can't discuss the specifics right now, you'll know in due time. What kind of plan needs 370,000 square meters? Zhou Hai pressed. You'll naturally know when it's announced. Zhou Hai and Shi Wenlong exchanged glances. Having spent so long with Zhang, they had long realized one thing. When he said it was a secret, it was indeed a secret unmovable. But everything he mentioned had never fallen through. Shi Wenlong stopped asking, took a sip of the tea brewed by Wang Wenbin. All right then. Anyway, I can't guess what's in your head. Don't rush to marvel. Zhang lifted his teacup. The expansion pack for Tianlong Babu goes live next week. Oh, everyone keep an eye on the servers. We can't have a repeat of the first day of the last public test. Zhou Hai put away his smile. Don't worry. The tech department has optimized the server architecture, increasing capacity by 50%. The testing team has been running nonstop for 12 days, and they've stepped on every pitfall they could. Just make sure it goes smoothly. The three chatted a bit more before Zhou Hai and Shi Wenlong left. Wang Wenbin came over with 2 cups of tea, placing one in front of Zhang and sitting down. Isn't it time you shared your new plan with me? Soon. After the expansion pack is stable post-launch. Wang Wenbin didn't ask further. The promotion for the Tianlong Babu expansion pack kicked off a week before launch. Forums, portal websites, game channels, everywhere. The most anticipated aspects were the new Xiaoyao faction and the visibly upgraded graphics. Someone posted on the forum with the title, "Is this still the same game?" Hundreds of comments below were filled with exclamations. On the official launch day, the server underwent maintenance for half an hour. Half an hour. An 800 megabyte expansion update completed in half an hour. Other companies working on similar scale updates couldn't finish in less than 4 to 5 hours. Tech forums studied for half a day, but couldn't figure out how the compass achieved this. The moment the servers reopened, the number of online users skyrocketed. Players flooded in. Their first reaction: the graphics have changed. It wasn't a drastic transformation, but a subtle refinement. Lighting, foliage, the texture of character robes. Each change was minor on its own, but combined the entire game world felt renewed. Then came the volume of content. New maps, new dungeons, new professions, new storylines. Players discovered that what they had opened was not just an update patch, but an entirely new world. The skill design of the Xiaoyao faction was intricate enough to drive old players mad. Every move and technique had a source seamlessly fitting with the original work. On the first day of the expansion's launch, the number of online users exceeded the previous peak by 400,000. By the third day, it broke 2 million. By the end of the first week, daily active users stabilized at 2,300,000. Consequently, several other online games on the market saw a significant drop in their online data. 2 medium-sized online games had their user count halved. Even the Compass-owned Bubble World was affected with a drop in weekly active data by 8%. When Zhou Hai brought in the data report, he couldn't help but hold back a laugh. Left hand hitting right hand. The Bubble World team has raised concerns, saying our expansion pack is too overwhelming and has taken their players away. Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Normal fluctuations. Once the heat passes, things will flow back. The core user groups of the 2 games are different. The monthly net profit for Compass Technology jumped from 120 million to 180 million. The financial department's report was delivered. Zhang glanced at it and set it aside. The call from the advisor was answered by Zhou Hai. He was squatting in the server room monitoring the RPM data of the server cooling fans, and it took 3 rings for him to free his hands. Zhou Hai, inform your dorm mates. The 4 of you must return for the graduation ceremony the day after tomorrow. Degree and graduation certificates must be signed for in person. Don't be absent. Zhou Hai hung up and dropped a message in the work group. The advisor is urging us to return to school for our graduation certificates. The ceremony is the day after tomorrow. Shi Wenlong replied instantly, is that a thing? I almost forgot I was a college student. Zhangzhe paused when he saw the message. Graduation. He had been in this body for over a year, evolving from a shabby classroom to a company with a monthly profit exceeding 100 million, and the density of experiences in between was so immense that the identity of a senior student had long been tossed into the corner of his memories. But the necessary processes still had to be followed. 3 days later, the four of them returned to Xi'an University of Technology. At the school gate, a red banner reading, "Warm congratulations to the graduates on their successful graduation," flapped in the wind, revealing the tape marks on the back. The end of June in Xi'an was hot enough to make one dizzy. A temporary shelter was set up on the playground with hundreds of plastic chairs arranged. After being sunbaked for a whole morning, sitting down felt like burning one's backside. The four of them stood in line in their gowns among the crowd. Shi Wenlong tugged at his collar. Who designed these outfits? Wearing this in June. Are they afraid we won't die from the heat? Zhou Hai was full of spirit, holding up a disposable camera, snapping photos of anyone he could catch. Come on, let's take a group photo. It won't be easy to find this background for a picture again in the future. The four of them posed with their arms around each other in front of the teaching building. Around them, classmates exchanged contact information, knowing that from this moment on many would never meet again. They were bidding farewell to their youthful spirit and preparing to face the harsh realities of society. The shutter clicked. The ceremony began. The principal read from a script for 40 minutes. The students below swayed in the heat, some using their hardshell diploma cases as fans. When it was time to go on stage to receive their certificates, the four of them stepped up in turn. Zhangzhe received his diploma and degree certificate from the dean. Descending the stage, he opened the small red booklet for a glance. The person in the photo looked thinner and had a different expression. That was the original Zhangzhe. He closed the certificate and stuffed it into his bag. Once all the students had received their certificates, everyone began their final farewells. Students on the playground dispersed in small groups. Some hugged, some took photos, and some looked back with red-rimmed eyes. The four of them walked along the tree-lined path on campus, the sycamore trees providing a patch of shade. Graduated, Zhou Hai threw his cap into the air and caught it. Damn, we finally graduated. As they reached the school gate, Wang Wenbin suddenly stopped, looking back at the campus. What's wrong? Zhangzhe asked. Wang Wenbin withdrew his gaze, remained silent, and rejoined the group. The four of them climbed into the business vehicle parked by the roadside. As the door shut, the cool air from the air conditioning suppressed the heat. The driver asked where to go. Zhangzhe replied, back to the company. 2 weeks after the expansion pack launched, all core personnel of Compass received a notification 3 o'clock in the afternoon, large conference room. On the second floor of the old teaching building, a makeshift conference table covered with a white cloth concealed the marks on the desks. At 3 o'clock sharp, Zhangzhe pushed the door open and entered. He carried a black folder in his hand. Wang Wenbin, Zhou Hai, Shi Wenlong, the head of the tech department, the head of the art department, and several key members of the planning team were all present. Zhangzhe sat down, opened the folder, pulled out a stack of printed documents, and distributed one to each person. The cover bore 4 words, Speedy Kart Racing. A line of small text read, proposal for a casual racing online game. The sound of pages flipping. No one spoke. The first 3 pages contained an overview of the game. Real-time battles for 2 to 8 players, full 3D cartoon style, various tracks, props, and vehicles. Free to operate with vehicles and skins charged. The head of the tech department spoke first, casual racing. Haven't we always been making RPGs? Zhangzhe didn't respond and gestured for everyone to turn the page. On the 4th page, there were schematic designs for the tracks: bamboo forests, snowy mountains, deserts, and underwater. Each track had curved slopes, ramps, and hidden shortcuts. The planning team flipped through quickly, having already reached the character design page. The classic characters from Bubble World were depicted in cartoon form, Q versions of Qiaofeng Duan Yu and Wang Yuyin from Tianlong Babu. Then came an exceptionally eye-catching image. A chubby penguin sitting in a go-kart wrapped in a red scarf and wearing a racing helmet. The conference room fell silent for 2 seconds. This? Someone from the planning team looked up. Is this a penguin? We negotiated the drawing with Ma. Zhangzhe spoke in a casual tone. Free licensing. Free. More than one person repeated those 2 words. Everyone present understood the scale of QQ's current user base. Over 1 billion registered users with daily active users in the millions. This IP, if integrated into any game, would serve as a ready source of traffic. Obtaining free licensing was equivalent to gaining a free entry ticket to 100 million users. Zhou Hai flipped back to the cover of the proposal, then back to the penguin page, reading it back and forth twice. Old 3, did you buy that 40% of the penguin's shares? Calculating for this from the start. Zhangzhe lifted his teacup, took a sip of water, and didn't answer the question. Turned to page 12. Everyone lowered their heads to flip the pages. The title on page 12 read, All Platform Distribution Plan. The first line stated, QQ Client Built-in Startup Entrance covering all online QQ users. After reading that line, Shi Wenlong closed the proposal and leaned back against his chair. I think I understand now. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand. What you're doing is not just making a game. You're treating QQ's 100 million users as your backyard. Zhang Zhe didn't deny it. This project was a collaborative one with profits shared proportionally for the benefit of both parties. He flipped to the next page and pointed to a line of text. Estimated launch time 4 months later. For months. The tech department had jumped up from his chair. 3D racing real-time battles 4 months. Zhang Zhe looked at him. I've already written the engine. The core code will be given to you next week. You'll handle the track editor and artistic resources. The tech head opened his mouth, then swallowed the words he was about to say. The last time during Tianlong Babu, Zhang Zhe had done the same, taking on the most difficult parts alone while distributing the rest to others, ultimately delivering on time. The conference room was silent for a few seconds. Wang Wenbin finished the last page in the corner, closed the proposal, and tapped on the table. The distribution plan mentions QQ pop-up, push notifications, built-in client icons, and viral spread through QQ groups as 3 pathways. Based on QQ's current daily active users, the number of registered users on the first day of this game launch. He paused for a moment, calculating a figure in his mind, but didn't speak it out loud. Zhang Zhe spoke for him. At least 1 million. A guaranteed 1 million. Zhang Zhe's words left the meeting room in silence. It wasn't that no one understood. It was precisely because they understood that no one spoke up. A new game with a guaranteed 1 million registered users on the very first day. If this had come from the mouth of another company's boss, everyone would likely have dismissed it as drunken bragging. But when it came from Zhang Zhe, the people around the table found it hard to laugh. Bubble World still had about 200,000 daily active users. The expansion pack for Tianlong Babu had just pushed the online player count to a new high. On the QQ client side, Mahuadu had just provided the toolbar entrance and pop-up resources. When these elements were pieced together, it was no longer the logic of ordinary game publishing. This was like using 100 million registered users as a reservoir, opening the floodgates. Wang Wenbin flipped to the last page of the proposal, paused for 3 seconds, then flipped back to the QQ distribution plan page to read it again. Shi Wenlong crushed his cigarette, but into an empty mineral water bottle, leaning back in his chair without moving. The head of the technical department opened his mouth halfway, but ultimately swallowed his words. Zhou Hai was the first to react, drawing a circle on the cover of the proposal with his pen. Old 3, you bought that 40% stake in Penguin. Have you been calculating this from the very beginning? Zhang Zhe lifted his teacup and took a sip. He did not answer. Not answering was an answer in itself. Zhou Hai slammed his pen on the table. All right, I concede. Investing for others means waiting for dividends, but your investment is directly moving the user in trance back home. Shi Wenlong stood up, stretching his neck. Stop lamenting. Zhang Zhe, how do we proceed? Developing a 3D racing online game in 4 months with our current staff, we probably can't manage it. The art department might be all right, but the programming and coding will likely face difficulties. No problem. Zhang Zhe flipped to the 6th page of the proposal, his finger pointing at the technical architecture section. I'll write the core engine. The base will be adapted from Bubble World in a cartoon style with reduced polygon counts. 8 vehicles on the same screen with plenty of props and effects, and the frame rate must not drop below 60 frames per second. The networking part will use the underlying communication module from Tianlong Babu, removing unnecessary sections with latency reduced to within 30 milliseconds. The head of the technical department lowered his head to look at the document. This is not as simple as saying I will write it. Engine physics, collision synchronization protocol, drift feel. These vital components of a racing game are all included. Zhang Zhe essentially carried off the skeleton first. The rest only need to flesh it out according to the blueprint. The track editor must be developed separately. Zhang Zhe continued, the planners can't be asking programmers every time they modify a corner. Height slope collision boxes and item refresh points must all be made visual. The frequency of track updates must be fast without getting stuck in the toolchain. The technical head jotted down 2 lines in his notebook and looked up to ask, what about drift determination? The feel of a racing game is the hardest to adjust. Drift is divided into 2 phases. During the turn, a grip reduction is applied, and upon exiting the turn, a small boost is given based on angle and duration. The determination window shouldn't be too narrow. Beginners should be able to learn, and skilled players should be able to pull ahead. At this statement, several members of the planning team looked up. They had originally worried that this project was merely leveraging QQ's traffic to create a casual game. Now hearing this, it was clear that Zhang Zhe had no intention of fooling the players. A low entry threshold does not equate to simplicity. The head of the art department flipped to the character page, pointing at the penguin sitting in the go-kart. Is this penguin character truly being provided for free by QQ? Ma Huada nodded. What about the scope of the authorization? In-game characters, vehicle skins, login interface interactions, QQ pop-up materials, all can be used. The trademark details will be reviewed by the legal team. The head of the art department took a breath. Getting the Penguin IP for free and also with a QQ entrance was no ordinary collaboration. This was like putting the Penguin in a car and letting it crash through the traffic straight to the compass door. Zhou flipped through the proposal, reading out several lines. QQ toolbar entrance pop-up pushes QQ group invitation, rewards friend team bonuses. He paused halfway through. Old 3, if this set of measures works in the future, every game we release can replicate it. Zhang glanced at him. Therefore, the rapid go-kart cannot fail. The people in the meeting room understood the weight of this statement. It was not just a standalone project. It was the first template after the data integration between the Compass and the Penguin. If the template succeeds, all subsequent games will benefit from the QQ distribution dividends. If the template fails, the entrance will still exist, but trust will depreciate. Sure, Wenlong flipped to the art schedule in the proposal, frowning slightly. The first batch will include 12 characters, 24 vehicles, 8 tracks, and 4 theme scenes. For months, you really know how to schedule work. The first batch of characters can be prioritized. Zhang said the 4 characters from Bubble World must be included. Tianlong Babu will feature Qiao Feng Duan Yu Wang Yuyin and Su Zhu. The Penguin character takes the highest priority. 3 original characters will be created first, focusing on the basic versions. What about the vehicles? Each character will have an exclusive vehicle plus some generic ones. Skins and modifications will be left for operations. How will the charging points be set up? Zhou inquired. Free access to the game. The basic attributes of the vehicles will remain relatively fixed, avoiding pay-to-win mechanics. Charging will focus on appearance, paint jobs, exhaust flames, character outfits, and rare vehicles. Arena rankings will only recognize skill, not recharge. Bubble World has already validated this path. Free access brings users while appearance and light stats handle the monetization. Players complain less, and the revenue remains stable. At this moment, the lead planner spoke up. There's a balance issue with the items. The last place car can catch up with strong items. The leading car can maintain its rank with defensive items. But if the items are too weak, the trailing players lose out on experience. If they're too strong, the leading player can be taken down after running for a long time, which will also lead to complaints. Zhang flipped to the items page. For the top 3 positions, the item pool will lean towards defense with shields, fake items, and short boosts. For the last 3 positions, the weight of attack and chasing items will increase, but one item cannot change the outcome. It can only shorten the distance by 1 or 2 car lengths. The real points of victory and defeat are still the entrance, drifting, small boosts, and route choices. He paused. Also, in the last lap, large-scale control items cannot be deployed. If players get taken out by the system just before the finish line, they will curse the planner's ancestors. Someone in the planning team chuckled softly. The chief planner also smiled, jotting down last lap item pool to be configured separately. Sure, Wenlong flipped to the track page. Bamboo, forest, snow, mountain, desert, underwater. These scenes are fine. How many hidden shortcuts need to be made? 1 to 2 shortcuts per track. Shortcuts shouldn't be given away for free. They need operational thresholds. The fewer people can take the shortcut, the greater the sense of achievement. Then the art workload needs to increase. So we need to hire more people. As these words fell, everyone in the conference room looked up. Zhang closed the proposal. Technical art planning testing. Expanding recruitment in all areas. Focus on social recruitment with campus recruitment as a supplement. Salaries will be 20% above the market rate. There will be no upper limit for senior positions. If they can do the work, they will be compensated well. Zhou immediately responded, it's not that we lack manpower, but we are severely understaffed. The expansion pack for Tianlong Babu has just launched with bug fixes, balance adjustments, and follow-up dungeons, all needing attention. Bubble World's new season is also lined up. If we start Rapid Go-Kart now, the existing team won't be able to handle it. If they can't handle it, then we need to expand. Zhang said, don't let the project wait for people. Sure, Wenlong raised his hands. The art team has already turned into dried fish. If we press them with another 3D new project, I'm afraid they'll hit me with their drawing tablets. Then let them not hit you, but hit the recruitment resumes. Laughter erupted in the conference room. The head of the technical department sighed. President Zhang, 4 months, 3D racing, multiplayer, real-time combat. I've seen quite a few projects in the industry, and very few companies dare to write such a schedule. Zhang looked at him. I've already written half of the engine. Next week, I'll provide you with the core code. You will be responsible for the track editor, resource pipeline, toolchain, and business logic. The head of the technical department paused for 2 seconds and swallowed the subsequent words. Last time with Tianlong Babu, it was the same. Everyone said the timeline was ridiculous. Zhang single-handedly chewed through the hardest bones, and the remaining tasks were pushed onto the team, ultimately pushing the project online. To question this again would demoralize the team. Wang Wenbin set his teacup down. The venue also needs to be resolved. The new building will be delivered next year. Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. There are still 6 empty classrooms on the 3rd floor. We need to clear them out first. Painting, air conditioning, internet cables, workstations. all to be completed within 2 days. If 3 months won't be enough, I'll go negotiate to rent the old building next door. Zhou Hai added the server room also needs to be expanded. Racing games are more sensitive to latency. We can't mix them with Tianlong Babu in the same server group. We need to run a separate line to the telecom side, Zhangzhe said, and buy enough bandwidth in advance. Don't wait until the launch day to scramble. What about the budget? Wang Wenbin asked. Calculated based on the peak value. Wang Wenbin nodded, not asking further. Zhangzhe has never been stingy with the budget. When it comes to spending money, he is more ruthless than anyone. When it comes to money that shouldn't be spent, he can make the finance team cry over a single penny. The recruitment information will go out today. Zhangzhe looked at a few people and said Wenbin is responsible for the venue and administration. Zhou Hai is in charge of technical expansion. Shi Wenlong is responsible for art expansion, and the planning team needs to list out the job requirements by the end of the workday. By midnight tonight, the recruitment page needs to go live. Shi Wenlong looked up today. I haven't even organized the job list. Organize it now. You really make it easy to be a boss. You just open your mouth, and we run until our legs break. Project bonuses will be calculated separately for rapid go-kart. Shi Wenlong tucked the proposal under his arm. I suddenly feel like my legs can run another 2 laps. Zhou Hai chuckled. After the meeting adjourned, everyone walked out. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, the official website of the Compass, several major recruitment websites, and the talent sections of game forums all posted a large number of job openings. Client-side main programmer, server architecture, 3D art, character concept art, track planner, numerical planner, testing engineer. The numbers in the salary column left many peers stunned. A local company in Xi'an was offering salaries close to those of first-tier companies in Beijing and Shanghai. Even more shocking was the line that followed: core positions will participate in project bonus distribution. These few words attracted more candidates than base salaries. With the achievements of Tianlong Babu and Bubble World on display in the industry, the Compass was no longer that ragtag team stuck in an old teaching building. Resumes from outside were continually coming in from Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Chengdu. Some were drawn in by the money. Others were attracted by the project. Those in the game development field understood that a boss who could simultaneously invest money, traffic, and technology is a rare find. Wang Wenbin's side worked even faster. Within 2 days, all 6 empty classrooms on the 3rd floor were cleared, walls painted white again, electricians pulling wires, network technicians laying cables, and a row of air conditioning units mounted. A printed paper was added at the entrance of the 3rd floor. Rapid Go-Kart Project Team. Below, someone had handwritten, "Please do not drift in the hallway." No one knew who wrote it. Shi Wenlong passed by and laughed for a long time, then added another line: "Drift fine 50, overturning instant noodles fine 100. 1st floor Bubble World. 2nd floor Tianlong Babu. 3rd floor Rapid Go-Kart." A gray, worn-out old teaching building was crammed full with 3 project teams. The sign hanging at the entrance with white background and black letters was crooked on the wall and swayed in the wind. Passers-by found it hard to believe that this place could generate billions in cash flow every month. Even harder to believe was that the first truly lucrative casual racing online game in the country, benefiting from QQ distribution, was starting work on the 3rd floor of this old building. Meanwhile, in Zhangzhe's computer, the core engine folder for Rapid Go-Kart had already generated the first version of a runnable program. In early November, 2 formidable beasts suddenly entered the domestic online gaming market. Miracle MU and Heaven successively announced their introduction to the country and launched large-scale public testing. The 2 domestic agencies spent money without batting an eye. Posters in internet cafes, pop-ups on computers, banners on portal websites, pinned posts on major gaming forums, and even bus stop signs on the streets were filled with promotional art for the 2 Korean-heavy MMOs. The momentum is fierce. Wang Wenbin walked into Zhangzhe's office with a stack of data reports and placed them on the desk. 9 City and Sina have really invested heavily this time. I heard that they recruited thousands for the ground promotion team, going to various internet cafes every day to give out free cola and invite people to experience the game. Zhangzhe leaned back in his chair and casually flipped through a couple of pages in the report without looking up. What's the retention rate drop? Wang Wenbin rubbed his chin. That's what puzzles me. Our Tianlong Babu managed to attract about 11% of users in the first 3 days, yet by the 7th day, over 90% of that 11% returned. Miracle focuses on stunning graphics, while Heaven emphasizes siege warfare, which indeed are appealing aspects. However, the current network bandwidth and computer configurations in the country simply cannot keep up. Lagging to the point of becoming a slideshow, even the best gaming experience is diminished. In contrast, Tianlong Babu has been optimized to perfection. Even an outdated seller impaired with a TNT2 graphics card can run smoothly with dual instances, combined with its unique Chinese martial arts cultural heritage and a well-developed auto pathfinding and quest guidance system. Players accustomed to the nanny-level experience of guides felt uncomfortable when they tried games on foreign servers. As for Bubble World, the two are not even in the same league. Casual gamers didn't even care about what new games the other two companies released. Zhang Zhe closed the report. We shouldn't worry about them, we are not the ones in a rush. Indeed, at the Xingdan Network headquarters far away in Shanghai, an oppressive atmosphere pervaded the entire floor. Wang Tianxiao stared at the online user curve on the computer screen, his face dark as soot. Miracle and Heaven are too similar to Legend. The same Western fantasy background, the same monster grinding and leveling up equipment model, even the art style overlaps. With the emergence of these two major titles, the most affected was Legend. First we had Tianlong Babu blocking the way, and now two reckless newcomers are snatching our rice bowl. Wang Tianxiao slammed his fist on the boss desk, making the teacup jingle. Boss, our recharge revenue dropped by 20% this week and card sales are also shrinking. The operations director stood nearby, not daring to breathe. If I can't compete with the Compass, how can I handle these two new agents? Wang Tianxiao loosened his tie, his anger surging. Notify the marketing department to add an additional 5 million to the advertising budget. Run promotions, offer discounts, give away equipment. Get the media to issue press releases and keep a tight grip on those two companies. Thus, the domestic online gaming circle ushered in an unprecedented three-way battle. Xingdan 9 City and Sina. The three companies fought fiercely across various channels, with the cost of acquiring users tripling in just half a month. The entire internet was filled with advertisements from these three companies, the smell of gunpowder detectable even through the wires. While the outside world was embroiled in fierce battles, the third floor of Compass Technology's old teaching building was so quiet that even the sound of keyboard typing seemed rhythmically precise. Zhang Zhe, wearing a black hoodie, stood in front of the whiteboard, still holding that nearly dry marker. The drift's physical feedback needs to be sharper. The tire screech sound effect at the moment of entering the turn must give players that auditory stimulation of flying close to the ground. Also, the field of view stretch feeling during nitrous acceleration is too abrupt. Add a smooth transition of about 200 milliseconds. A group of newly hired programmers and the lead artist frantically took notes, looking at their boss as if he were an alien species. This month, these high-paid elites truly experienced what it means to be struck down a dimension. The code architecture provided by Zhang Zhe was meticulously detailed, all the numerical models rendering logic, and even the packing plans for light and shadow textures were arranged clearly from the beginning. All they had to do was follow the instructions. When encountering any bugs, Zhang Zhe could glance at the error logs and immediately identify which line of code was missing a semicolon or which memory pool had overflowed. In just 5 weeks, the first internally operational version of Speedy Cart was packaged and completed. At 3 o'clock on Friday afternoon, the administrative department issued a public notice on the intranet. Attention all employees, the new project on the third floor is starting pressure testing. Please download the testing package, log in to experience it, and look for bugs. There was an installation package of less than 300 megabytes in the email attachment. Wang Wenbin was on the first floor reconciling accounts with the finance department when he casually clicked to download. 2 minutes later, he logged into the game with his internal account. The opening was an extremely dynamic CG animation with several cute rounded carts racing wildly on the town streets, followed by the character selection screen. The characters Pai Danhei Nyo and Bao Bao, who had already become wildly popular in Bubble World, looked even more delightful in racing suits. Wang Wenbin created a room and played a round of Town Finger, starting with a boost, gripping the turn, drifting, charging, and hitting the boost to cross the finish line. After finishing a round, he didn't exit, but started another. At 5:30, work hours were over. The old teaching building was unusually quiet. At this time, everyone usually started packing up to leave, but today there was not a single person moving from the first to the third floor. 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. A delivery guy carrying a dozen takeout boxes went upstairs, distributing them layer by layer. The delivery guy peeked into the office area of the Bubble project team and was speechless for a long time. The same screen was lit up on dozens of CRT monitors. A group of people wearing headphones frantically pounded on their keyboards, the directional keys clicking loudly. Left inner lane. Overtake him. Hit him. Oldly don't run. You sly one, leave banana peels in the shortcut. Damn it, my water fly was blocked. The delivery guy scratched his head and placed the takeout on the front desk. Has your company changed its business to operate an internet cafe? No one paid him any attention except for a few administrative girls wearing headphones staring at the screen, pressing the accelerator while screaming. The weekend originally meant a 2-day holiday, but early Saturday morning bicycles and electric vehicles filled the entrance of the company. The clock-in machine made no sound, and everyone quietly slipped into the office. Not only did they come themselves, but some even brought their college brothers over as external aides just to set a lap record on the internal leaderboard. In the corridor, the countdown sound effect of 3, 2, 1 for the start echoed, and the air was filled with the scent of Red Bull and leaked boxes. By Monday morning, Zhang Zhe walked into the building and ran into Shi Wenlong, who had 2 dark circles under his eyes. Brother Zhang, there's a bug in the town road map. When I press the drift key going uphill, the car body bounces up directly. Shi Wenlong held a cup of strong tea, and even his speech was not fluent. Zhang Zhe went to the second floor and pushed open the door to the Tianlong project team. A group of top planners and programmers who should have been focused on game data and version updates were instead divided into groups of 4, all engaged in item races or speed races. Zhang Zhe turned and went up to the third floor, where Wang Wenbin was leaning back in his chair sound asleep, the computer screen still showing the racetrack settlement page ranked 8th unfinished. Enough is enough. Zhang Zhe walked to the server cabinet and directly entered the administrator command. He pressed the enter key. A wail erupted throughout the 3-story building. Damn, I disconnected right before the finish line. Why did the server go down? Network admin. Where's the network admin? Zhang Zhe picked up the internal phone on the desk and connected to the building's broadcast. His voice echoed through 8 loudspeakers to every corner. Testing is over. The server has been shut down. I noticed a few bugs with physical collisions. We will take a week to rest. Additionally, everyone has not had much rest time recently. You've all worked hard. Everyone will receive double pay this month. The broadcast paused for 2 seconds. The cheer that erupted from downstairs nearly lifted the roof off the old teaching building. To be fair, giving out money is more effective than any encouragement. This boss knows how to do business. In December, Xian, the wind stung the face a bit. On a large empty lot in the high-tech zone, tower cranes stood tall, machinery operating without pause. This is the 65 acres of land that Compass Technology spent a fortune to buy, currently under construction for a landmark office building standing 280 meters tall. On Wednesday afternoon, Zhang Zhe, Wang Wenbin, along with Shi Wenlong and Zhou Hai, wearing white hard hats, crossed the muddy construction passage and stood on the empty space in front of the project department's temporary boardroom. In front of them was a massive foundation pit over 10 meters deep, with a concrete pump truck continuously working and construction workers weaving through the intricate network of rebar. Shi Wenlong rubbed his frozen red hands and sighed. Brother Zhang, this pit is too big. My legs feel weak standing here. Are we really going to move our office here in the future? Zhou Hai adjusted his glasses and looked up at the towering crane. This is the specification for a landmark building. Given Compass's current scale, we do need a headquarters building that matches our status. The chief engineer of the construction party, an old man in his 50s named Chun, came over to greet them with a thick Shaanxi accent. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang, look. The bottom slab of the third basement is almost finished. At this rate, we can reach ground level after the new year, and topping out by next summer will be no problem. Chief Engineer Chen pointed at the blueprints as he spoke. Zhang Zhe stepped on the frozen ground beneath his feet and asked, Winter is coming soon. Will there be difficulties in construction over the next 2 months, which are the coldest? There will definitely be some. The temperature is too low for concrete curing. Plus, with the new year approaching, many workers are planning to return home. Chief Engineer Chen shook his head. According to regulations, work must stop from New Year's Eve to the 7th day of the new year. Zhang Zhe nodded and raised a finger to Chief Engineer Chen. Thank you very much to all the workers for their hard work during this period. As a small token of appreciation for your diligent work over the past few months, I, on behalf of Compass Technology, will give each person a 2,000 yuan New Year red envelope. Chief Engineer Chen was somewhat taken aback, his eyes wide. With thousands of workers on the site, giving out 1 month's salary as a bonus plus 2,000 yuan in red envelopes would amount to several hundred thousand in cash. Mr. Zhang, are you serious? Chief Engineer Chen swallowed hard. This money will be charged to your project department's account. You are responsible for distributing it. Zhang Zhe turned to look at the construction site. I won't concern myself with anything else, just ensure safety and quality. I only care about the speed. A few $100,000 to him was just the profit from the 2 games for a short while. Moving into the new building a day earlier would enhance the company's operational efficiency sooner. Chief Engineer Chun patted his chest and guaranteed, rest assured, once this condition is set, even if you chase this group with a stick, they won't leave. During the new year, I'll personally sleep in the temporary boardroom on site. If there's any mistake, hold me accountable. In the car back to the company, Wang Wenbin was driving while Zhang Zhe sat in the passenger seat. In the back seat, Shi Wenlong and Zhou Hai were still discussing the construction site. Brother Zhang, these people are really working hard. Shi Wenlong mumbled. Zhang Zhe looked at the street scenery retreating outside the window. I'm willing to give double pay and bonuses. Compass cannot slow down its pace now. After the new year's speedy cart will officially enter public testing, and at the same time our Compass Pass will also be implemented. The 3-story building is too cramped. Those few worn-out classrooms cannot support next year's strategy. Wang Wenbin held the steering wheel and continued, So are we really not going to worry about the three-way battle these days? Let them fight it out. Zhang Zhe leaned back against the headrest and closed his eyes. The more fiercely they fight, the fewer trump cards they have left. When our game is launched, it will be their turn to feel uncomfortable. The car turned onto the South Second Ring Road, moving steadily forward. Returning to that old three-story building which didn't even have a sign, he pushed open the door, and the sounds of keyboards and mice intertwined. In this small realm of the online gaming industry, Compass Technology was quietly preparing for the next storm. The conference room was warm with a layer of mist on the windows. Zhang Zhe stood before the whiteboard holding a marker and had already drawn circles and framework diagrams on it. On either side of the conference table sat Zhou Haishir, Wenlong Wang Wenbin, and several key members from the technical department. A few laptops were placed on the table, their screens illuminated. You all take a look at this first. Zhang Zhe set down the pen and put his hands in his pockets. Everyone lowered their heads to operate their laptops. On the screen was a very small installation package, less than 8 megabytes. Double-clicking revealed a compass-shaped icon that loaded at an absurd speed. Almost as soon as it was clicked, the main interface popped up. With a deep blue background, a column of game icons appeared on the left, a news feed on the right, a search bar, an account avatar at the top, and a row of functional buttons at the bottom. The entire interface was clean and efficient with no unnecessary decorations. Zhou Hai was the first to speak. This loading speed is unusual. He was from the technical side, naturally focusing on performance. For a client software to achieve this startup speed, while keeping the package size under 8 megabytes, is quite abnormal. Zhang Zhe did not answer this question and merely said, "Try clicking on Tianlong Babu." Zhou Hai clicked on the left side icon for Tianlong Babu Online. No new login window popped up, nor did it redirect to the official website. The game client launched directly, skipping the startup screen and login page, going straight to the character selection interface. I logged in once with the pass earlier, so I don't need to log in again for the game. Zhou Hai looked up. Correct. Zhang Zhe pulled up a chair, sat down with his legs crossed, and added, "One login grants access across all platforms." In the future, regardless of how many games are released under the Compass brand, players will only need to log in with this one pass. The account system will be fully integrated, managing recharge records, friend relationships, and game time all in one pass. Shi Wenlong was still clicking away. He exited Tianlong Babu and clicked on the currently beta testing speed card, also experiencing a seamless transition. He exited again and scrolled through the news feed on the main interface, discovering that each news item was tagged with the corresponding game's label, allowing for direct comments. Zhanggu, what's the situation with this forum? Shi Wenlong clicked into the dedicated page for Tianlong Babu Online. The features inside left him in awe, not to mention basic functions like section classification, pinned posts, and highlighted threads. Players can directly view their character information in the forum, initiate polls, upload screenshots and videos, and even embed equipment links in posts. Clicking a link pops up the equipment attribute panel. This isn't just a forum. Zhou Hai adjusted his glasses, his voice somewhat muffled. This is a community. Zhang Zhe nodded. Each game will have its own dedicated area with identical functions. Players can discuss strategies, share insights, and report issues here, while our operations team engages directly with players. Future version updates and event announcements will all be pushed through the pass without going through other channels. Where's the recharge entry? Wang Wenbin suddenly raised his head after silently reviewing all the features. That wallet icon in the bottom left. Wang Wenbin clicked it open, furrowing his brow. The interface not only had the recharge channel for Compass, but also included a quick entry for AI Pay. Scrolling further down, he was surprised to find a QQ chat window. Did you integrate AI Pay and QQ? I've discussed it with Mayu. Zhang Zhe explained, AI Pay provides the payment interface, while QQ offers the social interface. Players can recharge directly using AI Pay within the pass without switching to the browser or changing windows. They can also see their QQ friend lists, send messages, and form teams directly. Mayu's side was very agreeable. QQ is expanding its social ecosystem, eager for more entry points to drive traffic. If we do this, we essentially become a traffic entry point. Zhou Hai pondered, rubbing his chin. Players will open their computers, and the first thing they do is launch the pass with games, social interaction, and payments all centralized here. Do you think they will develop this habit? Zhang Zhe asked. Zhou Hai thought for a moment. If there are enough games and the functions are user-friendly, then yes. So, Zhang Zhe stood up, walked to the whiteboard, erased a part of the previously drawn framework diagram, and wrote 2 new characters, microgames. Relying solely on Tianlong Babu and Speedcard and Bubble World won't sustain the daily active users for this pass. After players complete dungeons and races, they'll just close it when there's nothing else to do. I want to make it so they can't close it. Shi Wenlong tilted his head to look at the whiteboard. Microgames. Does that mean mini-games? Correct, but not the kind of web-based mini-games. Zhang quickly listed a series of names on the whiteboard. Mahjong chess, Go military chess, checkers, Gamo Kado, Diju upgrade, Shuangko Go Ji, Guangdong Texas, Hold'em billiards, 8-ball, 9-ball snooker. All of these will be incorporated into the pass. These games will be a standalone module similar to Speed Card, but will contain countless games and gameplay. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. Shi Wenlong opened his mouth, but remained silent. Zhou Hai lowered his head, calculating something on paper. Wang Wenbin directly asked, all gameplays. All of them. Zhang Zhe tossed the marker onto the table, and it's not enough to just provide a rough idea. For Mahjong alone, we need to create hundreds of variations. Sichuan Mahjong, Guangdong Mahjong, Wuhan Mahjong, Changsha Mahjong, Northeast Mahjong, Hangzhou Mahjong, Nanchang Mahjong. Every region has different rules, different scoring systems, and different winning conditions, and we need to support all of them. Shi Wenlong gasped, more than 100 types of Mahjong. Zhang, you might as well send me to the construction site to carry bricks. That would be easier. No one laughed. Because he was speaking the truth. Zhang Zhe ignored him and continued, in addition to predefined gameplays, I also want to create a customization feature. Players will be able to adjust rules, scoring systems, and after customizing, save them as a template to share with friends. Don't have the rules for how you play Mahjong back home in our presets. No problem, you can create your own and then invite your fellow townsmen to play. The development difficulty is actually very low. I will provide a rule configurator in the underlying code. Just find a rule and fill the content in. Zhou Hai looked up, poking the paper with his pen. Technically, it's not an issue, but the workload is massive. Over 100 types of Mahjong playstyles will lead to a complex logic branching in the rule engine. Adding in card games and billiards will also require a huge amount of art resources. I need to emphasize the art resources. Zhang Zhe returned to his seat, opened his laptop, pulled out a design draft, and handed it over. Take a look at this. The design draft depicted the back of a Mahjong tile. Instead of the traditional green bamboo pattern, it featured a refined Tianlong Babu online-themed design with flame patterns embedding classic game boss dragon images. The tile backs can have skins. Zhang Zhe stated. Zhou Hai took it and looked for 2 seconds before raising his head. Are you going to sell skins? Tile backs, chessboard styles, piece designs, billiard table surface patterns, billiard table frame materials, cue appearances, and character outfits. All can be customized and changed. Some will be given for free, some will be paid skins, and some can be made into event rewards or collaborative versions. Our game's IP can be turned into collaborative skins, and in the future, we can also release co-branded versions with other companies. Wang Wenbin took the design draft and flipped through it, suddenly laughing. You have to collect skins just to play Mahjong. You're really something. What if players find the default tile backs ugly? Zhang Zhe shrugged, giving them a chance to make it look better without forcing it. How is that considered harmful? Shi Wenlong leaned over to take a glance at the design draft, poking at it with his finger. What about billiards? Change the color of the billiard tablecloth. Add a gold edge to the cue. Pretty much. The background around the billiard table can also be changed. If you want to play snooker on a tropical beach, that's fine. If you want to play 8-ball at the top of a snowy mountain, that's fine too. The background image can be a landscape or a game scene. The art department will have to work hard to produce materials. At least 50 sets must be prepared for the first batch, with monthly updates thereafter. Zhou Hai set down his pen, resting his head on his hand, thinking for a moment. The concept can be executed. These mini-games won't earn big money, but they are extremely engaging. If you embed them into the pass, even if users just come to play a couple of rounds of Mahjong daily, the daily active users for the pass will be secured. Once the daily active users stabilize, game promotions, advertising spots, and community activity will all follow. Understood. Zhang Zhe tapped the table, but there's another problem. In the early stages of launch, if there are few users, what if players can't find anyone to match with? If you want to play Guangdong and you're the only one in the world playing it, and after waiting for a long time you can't match anyone, you'll close it. If that experience happens once, people will leave. Shi Wenlong casually replied, just throw in a few robots to fill the numbers. Zhang Zhe glanced at him. Not bad, Long Gu, you're using your brain. Shi Wenlong was caught off guard. Oh, was that praise or criticism? There are 2 types of robots. Zhang Zhe held up 2 fingers. The first type is the computer duel robot. The function is called Duel with Computer, where players voluntarily choose to play against the computer. This is easy to understand. If you don't want to wait for people want to practice or test new rules, you can use this. The difficulty of the duel robot is divided into 3 levels: beginner, normal, and hard. The hard mode will be quite challenging for average players. He lowered 1 finger, leaving just 1. The second type is the hidden card robot. This will not be disclosed to players. When the online player count for a particular gameplay falls below the matching threshold, the system will automatically fill in robots. The robot's ID and behavior patterns will be completely realistic with varying rhythms in playing cards, and they might even make minor mistakes. Players won't be able to tell that they are playing against a robot. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted slightly. Zhou Hai was the first to react, lowering his voice. The AI level of the hidden card robot needs to be well controlled. If it's too strong, players will feel something is off. If it's too weak, it will be exposed. So I will write the logic for this robot myself. When Zhang Zhe said this, his tone was very calm, but everyone present knew the weight of his words. What the boss personally writes has never disappointed anyone. Wang Wenbin jotted down a few keywords in his notebook. Without looking up, he asked, "Who knows about this?" "As long as the people in this room know, that's enough." Zhang Zhe scanned the room. The external statement will only mention the computer duel, with no mention of hidden card robots. Once this gets out, player trust will be lost. Everyone nodded. No further questions were asked. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed behind his head. The microgames project will launch shortly after Speedcard after the new year. Old Joe, go over the technical scheduling and push it back 2 months. Check with Lin Wei about the workload for the art team. If there aren't enough hands, hire externally. Got it. Zhou Hai opened his notebook to start a checklist. Longer, you come up with a community operation plan. How to manage each game's dedicated area, how to select moderators, how to promote highlighted posts. Give me a draft before the new year. Sure, Wenlong scratched his head. I'll first research how other forums do it. You'll find that none can be directly copied once you finish your research. Zhang Zhe cut him off. Our community is integrated with game data. No one has done this before. You won't find a reference, so think for yourself. Sure, Wenlong's scratching stopped, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. Old Wang, keep an eye on the integration of AI Pay and QQ. We need to follow up on the interface documents from Mayu, and they must be obtained before the new year. Wang Wenbin closed his notebook. No problem. Zhang Zhe stood up, walked to the window, and drew a line in the misty glass with his finger. Outside the window lay the gray old city streets with bare phoenix trees lining the roadside and a bus steaming past. The pass is not just a login tool. He spoke with his back to the group. It is the face of Compass. In the future, when players mention Compass, the first thing that should come to mind is not a specific game, but this small program. All games may come and go, but the pass will always remain. If we do this, well, we will have something that no one can take away from us. No one replied. There was no need for a reply. Zhang Zhe let go of his hand and turned to walk toward the door. As he passed by Shi Wenlong, he gave him a light tap on the back of his head. Don't look so pained. If you can't come up with a plan, I'll help you revise it. It's not like you have to figure it all out alone. Shi Wenlong mumbled something, but the sound was drowned out by the noise of chairs moving. The meeting adjourned. Everyone returned to their desks with their laptops, and the sound of typing quickly filled every corner of the dilapidated building. The wind outside howled, seeping in through the cracks of the windows, but no one inside paid attention to it. The radiator clanged, unsure whether it was due to water hammer or aging pipes. The first non-game product from Compass officially entered the countdown. Zhang Zhe entrusted the matter of the robot companion to Xiao AI not casually. He launched an independent process on the testing machine in the corner of the 3rd floor, handing the complete rule engine interface of the mini-games to Xiao AI, and then typed the command. Automatically recognize the opponent's skill level, adjust strategies in real time, and ensure that the win-loss ratio remains within a reasonable range. Xiao Ai's response speed was as swift as ever. In less than 10 seconds, feedback popped up. Preliminary adaptation completed. Please confirm, do you need to set independent behavior models for different categories of board games? Yes. Zhang Zhe stared at the screen, his hands resting on the keyboard. For Mahjong, Chess, Go, Landlord, and Texas Hold'em, each category should run a separate decision tree. The rules for Mahjong in different regions need further subdivision. The gap between Sichuan's Blood Battle and Guangdong's Pushtown strategy is too large to apply the same model. Xiao AI didn't waste any time and started running the process immediately. Zhang Zhe watched the progress bar while flipping through the notes he had written. The core challenge for the robot lies not in being strong, but in being human-like. The speed of playing cards cannot be too uniform. There must be a mix of fast and slow. Occasionally, it should pause for 2 to 3 seconds to make the opponent think you are contemplating. The necessary low-level mistakes must be made, but they should not be made too foolishly. There's a distinct difference between a seasoned player who has played 500 games and a beginner who has just learned the rules. An experienced player might occasionally lose track and miss a card, while a novice wouldn't even realize they are in a winning position. Zhang Zhe documented these details in 6 pages of design documents. He instructed Xiao AI to categorize players into 7 skill tiers, from complete novices to top experts, with each tier corresponding to a set of behavioral parameters. Once the robot is matched, it will first use the first 3 rounds to test the opponent's skill level, then lock in the tier and adjust its performance. Winning too much is unacceptable, and losing too much is also undesirable. Zhang Zhe provided a rough data line. Control the robot's overall win rate within the range of 45 to 55%. Let it concede slightly to weaker players and enhance performance against stronger ones. The key is to make players feel that this opponent's skill level is comparable to mine, rather than thinking, why does this person always win against me? Or, Why is this person playing like an idiot? After about 40 minutes, Xiao AI delivered the first version of the results. Zhang Zhe opened a test room and sat down to play a game of Sichuan Mahjong against the robot. In the first game, the robot's performance was mediocre. The pace of playing was acceptable and the occasional pauses were not jarring, but there was a problem. During the mid-game, the robot was clearly avoiding his playing direction, avoiding it too precisely. Zhang Zhe frowned and typed a line, reduced defensive awareness in the mid-game by 15%. They do not always accurately judge the opponent's winning tiles. Humans cannot read the game to that extent. After making adjustments, he ran another game. This time it was much better. The robot even threw a dangerous tile after he had a potential winning hand, allowing him to win with a double. Zhang Zhe adjusted a few more parameters, adding a layer of random fluctuation to the thinking time before playing a card. Base thinking time of 1 to 3 seconds extended to about 5 seconds at critical decision points, and occasionally a prolonged pause to simulate a player going to the bathroom or responding to a message. The last setting regarding going to the bathroom was a last-minute idea from Zhang Zhe. He often encountered opponents suddenly going AFK for half a minute while playing online board games. Adding this detail greatly enhanced realism. After an afternoon of adjustments, all 7 tiers of behavioral models were successfully implemented. Zhang Zhe instructed Xiao AI to run 10,000 simulated matches to gather win rate distributions and potential abnormal feedback from players. The data came out, and the win rate curve fell within the expected range. He flipped to the last page and saw that Xiao AI had added a note. The highest difficulty model has been generated. Do you need to test it? Zhang Zhe typed, what level can the highest difficulty reach? Xiao Ai's response was just one line. In the chess category, the current model can consistently defeat the top 10 players in the country without using an opening library. Zhang Zhe stared at this line for several seconds. He did not pursue inquiries about other categories. There was no need to ask. If it could achieve this level, others wouldn't be far behind. He closed the dialog box and rubbed his face. The highest difficulty model would be shelved and not included in the official version. The upper limit for the hard mode would be capped at the amateur expert level, which would suffice. Going higher would pose issues. These robots were meant for ordinary players, not to torment professional players. Over the next 6 weeks, the entire old teaching building entered a high-intensity rush mode. The development volume of the mini-games was larger than expected. Just for Mahjong alone, 137 regional variants were identified. Although the underlying architecture of each rule engine was the same, the upper-level scoring conditions, winning criteria, and special rules all needed to be filled in separately. The planning team meticulously compared the official rule documents from various Mahjong associations line by line. In some cases, the local rules were not even documented officially, necessitating phone calls to local Mahjong hall owners for clarification. One planner argued over the phone with a Mahjong hall owner in Huanggang, Hubei for 20 minutes. Sir, does overthee hand winning count? You just said it counts, but the lady before said it doesn't. Which version is correct? The voice on the other end replied in a strong dialect. I've played Mahjong for 40 years. If I say it counts, then it counts. The planner hung up and wrote a note in the document, Huanggang version under dispute pending. Moving on. Chess and Go were relatively straightforward with unified rules and no regional variations. However, the workload for art resources was not small. Materials for game board, styles of pieces, background scenes. The first batch produced over 30 sets. The situation was even more exaggerated for billiards with 3 modes, 8-ball, 9-ball, and snooker. Each mode's tablecloth, color, border, material, cue, appearance, and player character design added up to over 200 PSD files. Lin Wei from the art team had pulled 3 all-nighters in a row and found Zhang Zhe with a cup of coffee on the 4th morning. Zhang, if this continues, my team will revolt. How much is left? There are 12 sets of environmental backgrounds for billiards still pending, and 8 sets of local-themed card faces for Mahjong. The chess materials are mostly done. They can be wrapped up in 2 or 3 days. Add more people. We've already added 6 new artists, started last week, and are still familiarizing themselves with the tools. Then let the seniors guide the newcomers, producing images during the day and training in the evening. Don't worry about the budget. Overtime pay will be doubled. Lin Wei nodded, took a couple of steps, then turned back. Are you sure you want to do that tropical beach billiard table background? We struggled for 2 days to make that coconut tree look good. If it doesn't look good, change the angle. Move the coconut tree further back and stack a row of shells in the foreground. Lin Wei paused, thought about it, and found the composition reasonable. She said nothing more and left. By mid-February, the last batch of content was integrated into the main branch. Zhou Hai led the technical team in a comprehensive round of cross-category integration testing, verifying the rules for all 137 variants of Mahjong, successfully running all 13 chess variants, and fixing a bug in the billiards physics engine on the last day. Zhang Zhe personally conducted the final full-scale inspection. He tested from 8 in the morning until 11 at night, playing at least 3 rounds of each category. Launch. Just one word. The official version 1.0 of the Compass Pass, along with the complete mini-games module, was pushed out at midnight on March 1st. Compass had no shortage of resources for promotion. The official website's homepage had a brand new banner, and pop-up notifications for downloading the pass appeared in the login interfaces of 3 games: Demigods and Semi-Devils, Bubble World, and Speedy Karting. The combined monthly active users of these 3 games exceeded 20 million, and the existing channels could cover a significant portion of the target audience. Partners were also supportive, with major portals placing recommended slots for the pass on their game channel homepages. NetEase, Sina, and Sohu all featured special reports simultaneously. AI Gifu added a download entry for the Compass Pass in its client. QQ was the most proactive. MyYes team added a shortcut button for the game hall on the QQ panel, which directly led to the pass download page. QQ's daily active users had already surpassed 100 million, and the traffic from this entry was terrifying. In the first week after launch, the registered users of the pass exceeded 8 million. Daily active users stabilized above 3 million. Among them, pure board game users, those who did not play any of the 3 Compass games and only came to play Mahjong, accounted for nearly 40%. This data satisfied Zhangzhe. The daily active users in the board game sector independently supported a base of over 120,000, with particularly exaggerated online times. Players of Mahjong often sat down for 2 to 3 hours, while chess players could spend an entire afternoon. The average online time of pass users was directly pulled to 42 minutes by these players. However, problems also arose. Veteran players in the board game industry took notice of Compass. Bianfeng and Lianzhong, the 2 largest online board game platforms in the country, initially did not regard Compass with any concern. A company that makes games coming to do board games. The barrier is low, but the core barrier of the board game market is user habits and community stickiness, not technology. An operations manager at Lianzhong sent a message in an industry group: Compass doing board games. A shoe seller going to open a restaurant. What's there to worry about? 3 weeks later, Zhangzhe detonated a bomb. On March 20th, the official website of Compass Technology, the login pop-up, and major partner media outlets simultaneously released an announcement. The Compass Cup National Chess and Card Challenge has officially launched. For major categories: Mahjong, Xiangqi Weiqi, and Texas Hold'em. Each category has its own independent competition track with a champion prize of 1 million RMB. The total prize pool is 4 million RMB. For million, this number is astronomical in the chess and card circles of 2003. For years, Lianzhong has hosted online chess and card tournaments with the highest single match prize not exceeding 100,000. Bianfeng is even more conservative, with competition prizes mainly being physical items: televisions, refrigerators, mobile phones, and the most expensive being a QQ car. And Compass is starting with a cash prize of 1 million for a single event. The day the news was released, the chess and card community erupted. Major forums, QQ groups, and Mahjong enthusiast communities are all discussing this event. There were many skeptical voices. Does this company have that much money? Is it a publicity stunt? Will they actually distribute the prize later? Zhangzhe ignored these voices. He had Wang Wenbin contact the local notary office in Xi'an to sign a prize custodial agreement, depositing the 4 million cash into a regulated account. A scanned copy of the notary document was posted directly on the official website. The number of skeptical voices instantly reduced by half. The other half fell silent completely when they saw the list of participants. The registration channel was open for a week, and the names that flooded in nearly dropped the jaws of the event operations team. In the Xiangqi category, Liu Dahua, LV Qin, Su Yinchuan, 3 grandmasters registered. They are not participating as formal contestants, but as invited guests to take part in exhibition matches, while also giving guidance in the official matches. In the list of formal contestants, 9 of the top 20 players in the national Xiangqi individual competition registered. In the Weiqi category, Chang Hao confirmed participation. Additionally, 4 professional 9 Dan players will attend as guests. More than 30 professional players registered for the official matches. In the Mahjong category, this one is the most lively. The championship team of the National Competitive Mahjong Championship has registered as a whole. The provincial champions from Guangdong, Sichuan, and Hubei, 3 major Mahjong provinces, all showed up. Even more outrageous, a 4-person team flew in from Macau, led by a Portuguese professional card player who is famous in Macau's gambling circles. This individual has achieved a 13 Yao special hand 7 times and is referred to as Mr. 13 Yao within the community. In the Texas Hold'em category, the highest number of registrations with over 20,000 filtered out in the Shanghai selection. Among the 64 who advanced to the offline competition, 12 are professional players who have long been active in the Macau, Texas scene. Shi Wenlong looked over the list and slammed the document on the table. Are we hosting a competition or a martial arts conference? Zhang Zhe turned a page of the registration form and pointed at a name. Check the background of this person. We can't have troublemakers. Wang Wenbin leaned over to take a look. Mr. 13 Yao? Is that a real name or a nickname? It's a nickname. Zhang Zhe handed him the registration form. His real name is Manuel Ferreira. He has played mahjong in Macau for 15 years and reportedly never plays any hand types other than 13 Yao. If he can't achieve 13 Yao, he deliberately lets himself lose. Shi Wenlong's expression fell. Isn't having someone like this in a competitive match just causing chaos? Let him in. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his chair. Such a person attracts the most attention. When he sits down, we won't even need to prepare commentary scripts. Just telling his story will be enough to talk for half an hour. At the end of March, the competition venue was confirmed. The Xian Xujiang International Conference Center Hall A. Wang Wenbin brought the team in a week early to set up. Hall A was divided into 4 independent areas, each corresponding to a category. The Xiangqi and Weiqi areas are on the east side of the venue, arranged relatively quietly, with dark background panels, wooden textured decorations, and warm lighting. The Mahjong area is on the west side with a bright color scheme. The large background panel features the logo of the Compass Passport and a collage of Mahjong tiles from various regions. The Texas Hold'em area is at the northernmost part, enclosed in a semi-private space with dark green tablecloths and brass lamps, making it feel like a real high-end card room. Each competition table had 2 computers, and players played through the microgaming platform of the Compass Passport throughout the match. The screen display was synchronized in real time to the large screen in the venue, allowing outside viewers to see every move. The online viewing system was hastily constructed by Zhou Hai's team. A new live event entry was added to the passport, allowing users to select categories and view ongoing matches. The right side of the interface featured real-time bullet comments, and the bottom displayed player information and AI analysis of the current game state. This analysis function used the underlying engine of Xiao AI, but it was referred to as the Compass Intelligent Analysis System externally. For the sake of the live broadcast effect, Zhang Zhe specifically recruited 4 commentary teams. The Xiangqi commentator was the editor-in-chief of Chess Art magazine. The Weiqi commentator was a retired professional 5-dan player. The Mahjong commentator was a chubby man, the vice president of the Sichuan Mahjong Association, known for his humorous speech, and the Texas Hold'em commentator was a bilingual host brought over from the Macau TV station. Major partner platforms also sent people to the venue. NetEase's game channel arranged for 2 editors to provide live text and image updates throughout. Sohu set up a special page, and Sina Sports, yes, the sports channel, actually sent a reporter reasoning that chess and cards belong to intellectual sports. On April 4th, the first day of the competition, a long queue formed outside the Xiang International Conference Center Hall A. Besides the players and their friends, there were many local chess and card enthusiasts. Tickets are free, but they need to be reserved through the passport, and the 2,000 slots were snapped up within 3 hours. At 9 in the morning, the opening ceremony was brief and straightforward. Zhang Zhe took the stage and said 3 sentences. Thank you to all the players. The rules are in the manual. Good luck to everyone. Then he turned around and left the stage. The audience applauded for a few seconds, and someone murmured, "This boss really knows how to save words." The competition officially began at 9:30. All 4 categories proceeded simultaneously. The pace of Xiangqi and Weiqi was relatively slow, with long deliberations dominating the early rounds, and it was quiet enough on the east side of the venue to hear the air conditioning running. In contrast, the online broadcasting room was bustling with activity, the bullet comments rolling wildly. Su Yinchuan's move with the knight is brilliant. You don't know anything. This is a variation of the Immortal's guiding path. Stop the noise. Chong Hao's 3-3 formation has been broken. Hurry and switch over to C. The Mahjong area was like another world from the very first round. The elimination matches of Sichuan Mahjong were played with blood and fury, with each of the 4 players seemingly slapping every card down. The players wore headphones and focused on the screen, their fingers flying over the keyboard. The big screen displayed each person's hand and play records in real time, making the outside audience more anxious than the players. Pong. Why not Pong? A spectator stood up and shouted. The person next to him pulled him back down. You can shout, but he can't hear you, he's wearing headphones. The Mahjong commentator, the chubby man from Sichuan, held the microphone, watching with delight. This Guangdong player's strategy is too aggressive. He just came in and went all out. Isn't he afraid of knocking himself out? Oh, look, he just got intercepted. I told you, when playing blood battles, one must stay steady, hands must not shake. Laughter erupted from the audience. The most eye-catching was indeed Mr. 13 Yao Manuel Ferreira. This Portuguese player's style completely defied logic. From the start, he began dismantling cards to aim for 13 Yao, ignoring whatever hand he initially had, all in pursuit of the 13 Yao direction. The competition was point-based, not elimination-based. In the first 3 rounds, he let himself get knocked out every time, falling to third from the bottom in points. By normal logic, this person basically had no chance. The commentator shook his head. This friend from Macau, how should I put it, is playing based on faith, pure faith. Other players were completely perplexed by his play, unable to guess what hand he was aiming for, because he himself might not even know what he was doing. Laughter erupted in the venue. But in the 4th round, Ferreira truly achieved a 13 yao. He stood up, raised his hands above his head, and shouted in heavily accented Mandarin, 13 yao. The audience went wild. The commentator's voice cracked. Heaven, he actually got it. Achieving a 13 yao in 4 rounds is about as likely as being struck by lightning. The bullet comments in the online broadcasting room flooded the screen, filled with 666, and awesome. The number of online viewers on the live event page of the Passport surged from 700,000 to 1,200,000 within 10 minutes. The Texas Hold'em area was the fastest paced. In the single elimination tournament of 64 players, 8 at each table, losing all chips meant elimination. By the end of the first day, 16 players were left. The bilingual host brought in from Macau provided remarkably professional commentary, clearly explaining the pot odds, range analysis, and positional advantages of each hand. A hand in the semifinals became the highlight of the day. A professional player from Beijing held pocket aces, raised 3 times the big blind before the flop, and a young man called. The flop came AK7 rainbow. The Beijing player bet half the pot, and the young man called. The turn brought a Q, and the Beijing player continued to bet, while the young man went Allen. The Beijing player thought for a full 3 minutes. The audience held their breath. The big screen displayed only the community cards and chip counts, not the whole cards, leaving everyone guessing. In the end, the Beijing player called. Showdown. The young man revealed J10 for a straight. The entire venue gasped. The Beijing player slapped the table, stood up, shook hands with his opponent, and left without looking back. The 3 days of competition exceeded everyone's expectations in intensity. The Xiangqi finals lasted nearly 4 hours, with the 2 players entangled in the endgame for over 80 moves. The Weiqi finals lasted even longer, nearing 5 hours. The Mahjong finals, due to the blood battle format, required 12 rounds to determine the winner. The Texas Hold'em finals ran from 2 in the afternoon until 9 at night, with the last 2 players dueling for over an hour. On the 3rd day, at 9:40, the champion of the last category was crowned. The 4 champions stood on the central stage of Hall A. The audience below consisted of live spectators, media reporters, and live broadcasting teams from various platforms. Zhang Zhe walked onto the stage, followed by Wang Wenbin and a middle-aged man in a suit, the notary from the Xian notary office. Staff brought out 4 trays, each holding a bank card and a notarized document. Zhang Zhe did not say any unnecessary words. He walked to the first champion, a Xiangqi champion, a chess player in his 30s from Hebei. Congratulations. 1 million. He handed over the bank card. The player took the card, his hands trembling slightly. The notary beside him read the notarized document, confirming the card's balance of 1 million RMB. Television cameras from the venue recorded the entire process. The second recipient was the Weiqi champion. The third was the Mahjong champion, a woman in her 40s from Chongqing who still radiated excitement after 3 days of Mahjong. When she took the bank card, she exclaimed in Chongqing dialect, "Wow, is this for real?" Laughter erupted throughout the room. The fourth recipient was the Texas Hold'em champion. He was the young man who had made the straight in the semifinals, 26 years old, from Guangdong. When he took the card, his hand was very steady, but his eyes were red. 4 cards for million. Distributed on the spot, notarized, and recorded by the television station. No delays, no installments, no taxes calculated afterward. The number in the bank cards was exactly 1 million. Taxes were paid by Compass. This detail was repeatedly mentioned in later media reports. That night, major portal websites, headlines, and game channels were filled with reports of this event. Compass Cup Chess and Card Challenge concludes, 4 million prize money dispersed on the spot. This headline stayed on NetEase's homepage for a full 2 days. Soho's special page compiled highlights and replays from the 3-day event with over 10 million visits. Sina Sports article was reposted on several traditional sports forums, sparking a wave of discussions about whether chess and cards count as sports. The online data was equally staggering. Zhou Hai stared at the back-end panel and sent screenshots to the core management group. During the 3 days of the competition, the cumulative viewers on the Passport's live event surpassed 34 million, peaking at over 550,000 online simultaneously. The total number of bullet comments exceeded 20 million. On the night the competition ended, the online user count in the microgaming section skyrocketed by 15 times. A large influx of people who watched the competition rushed into the Passport to play chess and cards, eager to test their own skills. The speed of new user registrations nearly overwhelmed the server. Zhou Hai was woken up by phone calls at midnight and urgently expanded 3 server clusters, working until 5 in the morning to stabilize things. The next morning, data from Lianzhong and Bianfeng was released. During the 3 days of the competition, Lianzhong's daily active users dropped by 12%. Bianfeng's dropped by 9%. The Lianzhong operations head, who had said in the industry group, shoe sellers should open restaurants, deleted that message. A week after the competition ended, the buzz around the Compass Pass not only persisted but grew even more fervent. Major gaming channels on various portals continuously published in-depth reports. NetEase created a special feature titled Crazy for board games, compiling all the highlight matches from the 3-day competition into a collection of GIFs prominently displayed on the homepage for a full 5 days. Sohu's editor went even further, writing a lengthy 3,000-word article analyzing the product logic of the Compass Pass, titled The Ambition of a Login Tool, thoroughly dissecting the entire pathway from game entry to community and microgames. The final paragraph of the article stated, when the first thing your users do upon opening their computers is to launch your software, and the last thing they do before shutting down is to close your software, you have already won. What the Compass Pass is doing is precisely this. This article was shared over 100 times. Discussions about it erupted across Tianya community, Shitsi Hudong, and MOP. Posts in the forum fell into 2 categories. One category discussed the competition itself. Mr. 13 Yao Ferreira became an internet sensation with screenshots of his complete 13 Yao hand from the match, turned into memes widely circulated in QQ groups. The other category of posts discussed the user experience of the Compass Pass. After installing this, I hardly ever close it. Playing cards on it is much smoother than on Lianzhong. The interface design of the Pass crushes its competitors. Lianzhong's client feels like a relic from the last century. The most convenient part is that you can log in directly with QQ without needing to register again. Has anyone noticed the security features of the Pass? After binding to a phone, changing the password requires a verification code. I tried it, and even if someone knows your password, they can't log in. This last post sparked a flurry of intense discussions. In the 2003 online gaming market, account theft was a significant issue. Trojans, keyloggers, phishing websites. Methods varied widely. Players worked hard for months to level up, only to wake up one day to find their equipment gone, their characters sold, and complaints to customer service resulting in unproductive back and forth, with little hope of recovery. While Lianzhong's board game accounts weren't particularly valuable, incidents of account theft in large online games occurred almost daily. Zhang Zhe prioritized the security system when designing the Compass Pass. Phone verification binding. This was an extraordinarily advanced practice in 2003. At that time, internet products hadn't even popularized email verification. Zhang Zhe directly implemented SMS verification. Once players bind their phone numbers every time they log in from a different location, it triggers SMS verification. Sensitive operations such as changing passwords, unbinding devices, and transferring character data all require confirmation via phone verification. This mechanism isn't cheap. SMS channels charge per message. Mass sending could rack up considerable costs in a month. When Wang Wenbin saw the budget list, he frowned and asked, "Is this really necessary?" Zhang Zhe's answer was straightforward. If a player loses an account, we lose trust. Trust once lost cannot be regained. In addition to SMS verification, the Pass also implemented a device binding feature. Players can designate up to 3 commonly used computers, triggering a security verification process automatically when logging in from non-bound devices. There is also an abnormal login alert. If the system detects that an account is logged in from different cities in a short period, it will automatically lock the account and send an SMS notification. A player posted a lengthy thread on the forum detailing his experiences. He had been hacked twice while playing another game, each time losing both his account and his money. Later, he bound all his games to the Compass Pass and one night received an SMS alert about an abnormal login attempt indicating someone was trying to log into his account from Guangzhou. When he checked the Pass, he found that his account had been automatically frozen. He changed his password using the SMS verification, logged back in, and everything was as it was before. The last sentence of the post read, "For the first time in my life, I feel that a game company is genuinely considering the players." This post was pinned to the section's homepage with over 1,000 replies. Equally noteworthy was the deep integration between the Compass Pass and QQ. This matter was more profound on a technical level than outsiders imagined. On the surface, QQ users could see their friend list, send messages, and invite people to form teams within the Compass Pass. However, the underlying data integration went far beyond that. Zhang Zhe and Ma Weida's team finalized a single sign-on protocol. When QQ users click the Quick Login with QQ button in the Compass Pass, the system automatically calls the QQ Identity Authentication interface. If the QQ number previously didn't have a corresponding Compass Pass account, the system will automatically generate one in the background, assigning an independent Pass ID and writing the QQ number as binding information. This entire process is seamless for users. There is no need to fill out any forms or set any passwords. If this QQ user happens to already have an old Compass account, like one registered while playing Dragon Brawl, a pop-up window will appear in the personal center of the pass stating detected that you may already have a Compass account and would you like to bind it. By clicking in and entering the username and password of the old account to confirm the two accounts will merge. Character data, recharge records, and community posts will all be consolidated under one pass ID. The growth effect brought about by this mechanism was explosive. By early 2003, QQ's daily active users had surpassed 100 million, with tens of millions chatting on QQ every day. The game lobby quick button on the QQ panel was clicked an astronomical number of times each day. Even if only 1% of users casually clicked it, looked around, and registered, that would still amount to hundreds of thousands of new users. Within a month of the pass launch, over 6 million accounts were automatically generated through QQ's quick login. About a third of these accounts transformed into active users, either playing a few rounds of Mahjong or Do Di Zhu in microgames, or being drawn to the recommended position of the test version of rapid carding and downloading the game. When Shi Wenlong read this data at the operations meeting, he couldn't help but laugh. While reading 6 million auto-registered accounts, and we didn't lift a finger, QQ did it for us. Zhangzhe didn't laugh. He noted it down in his notebook and then picked up the phone to dial a number. The call was to Ma Huadu. Mr. Ma, it's been a month since the Compass Pass went live and the volume transferred from QQ is even larger than I anticipated. I have to thank you in person for this. Ma Huadu's voice on the other end was cheerful. Mr. Zhang, you are a major shareholder of our Penguin Company. Helping your own people is nothing to be polite about. Politeness is still necessary. I can't let you help for free. I have something I want to show you. When is a good time for me to send it over? What is it? Haven't you always wanted to create virtual avatars for users on QQ? I remember you mentioned wanting a little character that users could change clothes and hairstyles for. There was a 2-second silence on the phone. Ma Huadu's tone shifted, becoming serious. How do you know about this? We just initiated the project internally and haven't made it public yet. Zhangzhe chuckled. I guessed. Your QQ's profit model has been searching for breakthroughs. The ceiling for advertising revenue is there, and the membership system hasn't fully taken off. Combining virtual avatars with paid clothing is the most straightforward path. Over in Korea, they have long been doing this with Minecraft. You can't tell me you haven't thought about it. Ma Huadu was silent for a moment, then spoke a truth. We thought about it, but we couldn't figure out how to do it. Technically, it's not difficult, but the key issue is that our design capacity for clothing is insufficient. We don't have enough artists, and the output isn't visually appealing enough. That's why I want to show you something. I sat up straight. We have a character clothing system in Bubble World and Rapid Carding that allows for character customization, accessories combinations, and color customization. The functionality has been running for almost 2 years and is quite mature. I had the tech team extract the core modules of this system and create a generic version with standardized interfaces. All you need to do is interface with our API, create a display page on the front end, and run our rendering engine on the back end to use it directly. This information was overwhelming. Ma Huadu didn't respond immediately on the other end of the line. Zhangzhe waited a few seconds and added, I named this feature QQ Show. QQ Show. Yes. Users will have a virtual avatar on the QQ panel, which they can change clothing, hairstyles, and backgrounds for. Some parts will be free, while others will be paid. The pricing for paid items doesn't need to be high. A few bucks per piece will do, aiming for volume. Your QQ user base is substantial. Even if only 5% are willing to spend money at $3 per item, you can do the math for this number. There was a sound of fingers tapping on the table on the other end, fast-paced. Ma Huadu was calculating. What about the material for clothing design? We'll provide the first batch. There are over 400 existing clothing materials in Bubble World and Rapid Carding, most of which can be directly transplanted. Subsequently, your own art team can take over production. We'll provide all the templates and standards. What about the licensing for this generic version? Zhangzhe answered straightforwardly, free licensing, no usage fees. But there is one condition. The entry point for the game lobby on your QQ panel must be retained long-term and cannot be moved. This deal wasn't hard to calculate. The Compass Pass provides the technology and initial materials, while the Penguin Company receives a ready-made paid feature module costing just a button's position. For Ma Huadu, this exchange was highly advantageous. If QQ Show became successful, the revenue from paid clothing alone would sustain the Penguin Company for several years. What is the cost of a button's position? Ma Huadu chuckled on the phone, his tone much more relaxed. Mr. Zhang, I am beginning to see your business style more clearly. You always give more to others than you take back, but the benefits are waiting for you in the back. You're too kind, Mr. Ma. I'll arrange for someone to come over to interface. They will be in Xi'an the day after tomorrow at the earliest. Please prepare the technical documents in advance. They are already ready. Ma Huadu smiled again. This person knew before the call that he would agree. After hanging up the phone, Zhang put his phone down, thought for a moment, and picked it up again. Mr. Ma, there's one more thing. Go ahead. We are initiating a new game project. It's a shooting game 3D FPS. We're currently working on the engine. A shooting game. Ma Weida's tone gained more interest. It seems there isn't a decent 3D shooting online game in the country yet. That's why we're making it, Zhang just said. This game is designed from the ground up for competitive play 5 against 5 with ranking and team systems. After it's released, I plan to organize leagues. Not just one-time event competitions like board game tournaments, but long-term seasonal professional leagues. Ma Weida stopped tapping on the table. You want to do esports? Yes. I've been pondering this for a long time. The professional league for StarCraft over in Korea has been running for years with players on salary, event broadcasts, and sponsors. The entire industry chain is operating smoothly. No one in the country is doing this yet. The investment for this isn't small. That's why I'm looking for you to co-host. Zhang's tone was casual, as if discussing something already settled. Well, handle the game. Well, handle the event operations. You provide promotional resources and online broadcasting channels. With QQ's user base and the game entry of the Compass Pass, the traffic from both sides will connect, so we won't have to worry about the exposure of the events. Ma Weida didn't agree immediately, nor did he refuse. He'll take a look at the product once it's made. There are too many poorly made shooting games. If the impact feels off, there's high network latency, and there are cheats everywhere. Any unresolved issue is pointless. All right, we'll send you a demo once it's ready. Good. The two chatted for a bit longer, and then hung up the phone. Zhang placed his phone on the table, his gaze landing on the project progress chart pasted on the opposite wall. The rightmost column read Project F, followed by a date, 2003. Q3. That was the code name for the shooting game. Only Zhang knew what the F represented. He stood up and walked to the window. Downstairs, two young students rode their bicycles past with instant noodle buckets taken from an internet cafe in their baskets. The signboard of the internet cafe reflected the sunlight, and a handwritten poster was stuck at the entrance with crooked letters. The Compass Pass is installed. Free mahjong and chess. Below the poster, there was a line of small print Texas Hold'em available for a limited time. Welcome to experience it. Zhang glanced at it for 2 seconds, returned to his seat, and made a check mark next to QQ Show in his notebook. The next line read Generic Modular Output List. The technical capabilities of the Compass are undergoing a subtle transformation. Previously, all functions were utilized internally, but now they are beginning to be exported outward. The dressing system of Bubble World has become the underlying engine for QQ Show, and the community structure of Tianlong Babu has turned into a template for the pass. The rules engine of microgames can be embedded into any third-party platform. After each function runs smoothly within the Compass, it is dismantled into standardized modules labeled with interface documentation and can be authorized for partner use at any time. Zhou was the first to notice this. At a technical meeting, he once casually mentioned, "The model we are working on now resembles arms dealing. We can use it ourselves and sell it to others as well." Zhang did not respond at the time, but Zhou was correct. Later, Shi Wenlong obtained the data 1 month after QQ Show went live. Ma Weida's team was astonishingly efficient. It took only 5 weeks from receiving the technical documentation to the feature going live. On the first day of QQ Show's launch, the number of paying users exceeded 500,000. A virtual shirt costs 3 yuan, a pair of virtual pants costs 2 yuan, and a hairstyle costs 150. Altogether, the revenue for the first month exceeded 8 million. When Shi Wenlong presented this data to Zhang, he was unsure of what expression to make. 8 million in 1 month. The gaming competition we put so much effort into only cost 4 million, while they made back their investment selling virtual clothes within a month. Zhang flipped a page of the data report, not looking up, and said, "What we want is not QQ Show's money." "Then what do we want?" Zhang pointed at the last line of the report with the tip of his pen. The average daily clicks on the QQ Game Hall entrance. That number was 4,700,000. 470,000 clicks daily directing from QQ to the Compass Pass. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Zhang was rushed by Shi Wenlong onto the train back home. Back home during the New Year's Eve vigil, Zhang sent 6 work messages under the dinner table with his phone. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, he visited relatives to pay New Year's greetings, and on the second day, he accompanied his mother to the supermarket, spending half of the third morning at home. Early on the 4th day, Zhang boarded a train back to Xi'an. He arrived in Xi'an that afternoon. Zhang dropped his bag without washing his face and went directly to the old teaching building. People were already sitting in the third-floor conference room. Zhou Shi Wenlong Lin Wei along with Chun Wei, the project leader for rapid carding. On the table were piled 3 laptops and a stack of printed test reports. "Is everyone here?" Zhang pulled out a chair and sat down. "Let's talk about the carding situation." Chun Wei opened a document and said, "The second phase of the public test version has been finalized before the new year with 3 times the content compared to the first phase. There are 6 maps: city track, snowy mountain track, seaside track, jungle track, space track, and a desert night track. The number of racing cars has increased from 5 in the first phase to 16, with all performance models differentiated. The basic version is free, while the advanced version can be unlocked through the store. What about the characters? There were only 6 characters in the first phase, and this time it has been increased to 18. Each character has 3 default styles along with purchasable skins. This time, 8 female characters were created with the art team, bringing over 4 people from Bubble World to assist. Zhang Zhe glanced at Lin Wei, who nodded in confirmation. I personally oversaw the design of the female characters. We are not going for an exposed route, but for aesthetics. You have seen the data from the previous phases tests. Female players accounted for 37%, which is quite high for racing games. These players have a much stronger desire to purchase skins compared to male players, as the appearance of the characters directly affects the payment rate. Good. Zhang Zhe flipped through the test report. What about new gameplay? Chen Wei continued. The item race has added 8 new items, and the racing competition has introduced a ranking system. The ranking tiers range from bronze to diamond, with 3 subdivisions for each tier. Additionally, the team mode has expanded from 2 players to 4, allowing for cross-server matching. Has the matching mechanism been tested? In the last week before the new year, we ran 20,000 simulated matches, ensuring that players with a rank difference of more than 2 tiers would not be matched together. We have implemented level protection, where beginners will only encounter other beginners in their first 20 matches. Zhang Zhe closed the document. What's the launch time? January 7th, at 2 p.m. for the update. Change it. On January 8th, at 10 a.m. Chen Wei was taken aback. Why the change? January 7th is the first day back to work. Internet cafes usually have few people during the day, as everyone is just passing time at work. By January 8th, things should be back to normal, with students mostly back. An update at 10 a.m. would allow players to start playing right after lunch. Chen Wei pondered for a moment and nodded to change the date. Zhang Zhe turned to Zhou Hai. What about the official version of the pass? Zhou Hai opened his laptop, and the screen displayed the backend management interface of the pass. It will be updated in sync with the carding. The security module for the official version is fully in place. He brought up the architecture diagram of the security system, pointing at the 3 levels. First level, password login. This is self-explanatory, the basic function. Second level, mobile verification code. This was already present in the test version, and optimizations have been made for the official version. The sending speed of the verification code has been reduced from an average of 8 seconds to under 3 seconds, and a new SMS channel provider has been changed. Additionally, frequency restrictions have been added, with a maximum of 5 messages sent to the same phone number within an hour to prevent abuse. Third level. Zhou Hai pointed at a module on the screen, casting a glance at Zhang Zhe. This is a requirement. You proposed a custom riddle verification. Sure. Wenlong leaned in to take a look. Riddle? What does that mean? Zhou Hai demonstrated it. When registering for the pass, users can set their own question-answer pairs. The questions can be anything, and the answers can be filled in freely. For example, if the question is, what is my cat's name? The answer could be Big Orange. It could also be the score of the 2002 World Cup final, with the answer being 2-0. This riddle verification and the SMS verification are parallel processes triggered during sensitive operations. When performing actions like selling equipment, transferring character data, or gifting items, the system will pop up a verification window, allowing users to choose between entering the verification code or answering their custom riddle. Why have 2 sets? Sure. Wenlong did not quite understand. Zhang Zhe took over. Phones can be lost, numbers can be changed, or accounts can be suspended due to insufficient balance. Riddles are purely memory-based verification, not relying on any external devices. The 2 systems serve as backups for each other. A hacker, even if they have your password, won't receive the verification code without access to your phone, nor can they guess your riddle. They would need to break through all 3 layers simultaneously, which is too costly to be worth it. Zhou Hai added, the testing team has tried brute force cracking, and the probability of getting through all 3 layers is virtually 0. Zhang Zhe nodded, tapping his fingers on the table. What about the feature that wasn't documented? The conference room fell silent for 2 seconds. Zhou Hai lowered his voice. The anti-cheat and anti-hack module has already been embedded in the underlying structure of the pass. This feature did not appear in any external promotional material, nor was it included in the functionality list of the user agreement. Once the pass is activated, it will run a lightweight monitoring process in the background, scanning for known cheat signatures in the current running environment. At the same time, the data exchange between the game client and the server will have an additional layer of verification. Every operation command carries a timestamp and an action sequence code, and the server will compare this data to see if it aligns with normal human behavior. Methods like bot farming, speed hacks, wall hacks, and aimbots that are currently popular can basically be detected. Zhou Hai said, once detected, it doesn't immediately kick the player. Instead, it first records and tags them. An account will be banned only after accumulating a certain amount of evidence in the background. Why not kick them immediately? Chenwei asked. If we kick them immediately, the cheat author will know which action triggered the detection and then modify the code to bypass it. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his chair. Remain silent, let them continue using it, make them think they haven't been discovered. Once enough data is collected, we can ban hundreds of accounts at once, and they won't even know which part exposed them. They won't even be able to investigate. Zhou Hai added. When banning accounts, we won't inform players of the specific reason for the ban, it will only display violating user agreement. Cheat authors won't receive feedback information, leaving them to guess in the dark. Chenwei gasped, this isn't just anti-cheat, it's entrapment law enforcement. Zhang Zhe neither smiled nor denied it. He opened his notebook and wrote a few words after the line for anti-cheat. Initial cleaning time to be determined. This matter should not be mentioned externally. He closed the notebook. After the official version goes live, let players use it for a while to experience the security features first. The effects of the anti-cheat will gradually be felt by them in the future. At 10 a.m. on January 8th, the official version of the pass and the second phase public test of rapid carding were simultaneously pushed for updates. The game hall entrance on the QQ panel triggered a push notification. The internal pop-up window of the pass displayed the update announcement for carding, and the homepage banner was replaced with a promotional image for the new track. The space track featuring a red cart flying off a curve from a space station with half of the Earth in the background. Lin Weissart team spent 2 days revising 4 drafts before finalizing the composition. They did not purchase advertising space or seek media for soft article promotion on January 8th. The money spent on promotion was 0. From 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., the number of concurrent players in carding climbed from 30,000 to 120,000. From 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., this number broke through 300,000. By 4 p.m., the total online population of the pass exceeded 6 million. The old user base from the card game combined with the new influx from carding along with the daily activity from Tianlong Babu and Bubble World breaking through the 6 million mark. By 8 p.m. during peak hours, the concurrent players in carding surged to 580,000. Chenwei stared at the backend data for 10 minutes and sent a message to Zhang Zhe. There's no position available. The average waiting time for new players exceeds 1 minute. Should we open a new server? Zhang Zhe replied with 2 words, open. That evening, 4 new server groups were urgently launched. The situation at the internet cafe was more intuitive than the online data. No one specifically promoted it, but players spread the word at an astonishing speed. In one dormitory, one person was playing kart racing, and the next day, the entire dormitory was playing. In one internet cafe, 3 machines were running kart racing, and by the second week, half of the cafe had installed the pass. A cafe owner asked in the industry QQ group, should we get a share of the profits from the Compass Pass? I have 70 machines, 40 of which are running their game. Their profits have taken all the internet fees. No one replied to him, as the other cafe owners in the group were busy installing the pass. The user demographics of kart racing surprised Chenwei's team. During the first phase of testing, female players accounted for 37%, which was already considered high. After the second phase of open testing, this ratio rose to 42%. The reason was not complicated. Ranked match badges could be displayed on the personal homepage of the pass, and team mode allowed players to create rooms with QQ friends. One girl invited her best friend to play kart racing, and then the friend brought her boyfriend, who invited his roommate. Once the chain of fission started, there was no need for operational promotion. Even more astonishing was the data from the shop. The best-selling paid skin was not the highest performance racing car, but a pink cat ear cart. This car's acceleration and drifting attributes ranked 4th to last among 16 cars, but it was cute. With a pink body, 2 upright cat ears on the front hood, and tail lights shaped like a cat's tail. In the first week of its launch, this car's sales surpassed the total sales of the other 15 cars combined. Chenwei took the data to find Lin Wei, his expression complex. The cat ear car you made, what's wrong? It sold 47,000 units in a week. Lin Wei paused and thought, it's virtual, so there's no need to count inventory, right? Don't you think it's ridiculous? The car ranked 4th to last in performance is the best seller. What's ridiculous about it? Good looks are justice. Do you think players spend $5 to buy a virtual car just to go fast? They do it so that when they enter a room, others think it's cute. Chenwei had nothing to say. 1 month after the official version of the Compass Pass was launched, the reputation of the security system began to ferment in the player community. A post on Tianya had a very straightforward title. How powerful are the security features of the pass? The original poster detailed their experience. They had their account stolen 3 times while playing Legend, and every time customer service just passed the buck. Later, they bound their Tianlong Babu account to the pass, set up a mobile verification code and riddle verification, and nothing happened for 3 months. Once they received a text message about a login from a different location. When they opened the pass, they saw that the account had been automatically frozen. Below the post were over 1,000 replies, all surprisingly uniform, very useful. The riddle I set was, what was the name of the girl I liked in middle school? Who could guess that? Someone replied, what if you forget? I won't forget. I can never forget in this lifetime. This conversation was screenshot and shared across several forums. Others also devised wilder riddle settings. One player set the question to what is 11 and filled in the answer 3. His logic was a normal person would definitely write 2, and a hacker would also write 2, but I wrote 3, so no one can guess correctly. The tech team laughed for half a day when they saw this post. Zhou Hai shared it in the group with a comment, the wisdom of the users will always surpass the developer's imagination. The security features of the past became popular and competitors couldn't sit still. In March, Xingdao launched a security tool called Xingdao Mi Bao. The function was simple, a dynamic password generator, a physical device hanging on a keychain that refreshed a 6-digit number every 30 seconds which needed to be entered during login. The idea was fine, but the problem was that this thing had to be bought. It cost 35 yuan. The reactions on the forum were polarized. Some felt that security should be paid for, while others questioned why security features weren't free. In contrast, the Compass Pass security system was free and built-in. When registering, users only needed to bind a mobile number and set a riddle. No extra money was needed to buy anything. A post title summed this up perfectly. One gives you 3 locks for free, while another makes you spend 35 yuan on a trinket. The sales figures for Xingdao Mi Bao were never publicly announced, but judging by the discussion heat on the forum, not many people bought it. Wangnan also released a Wangnan General Order, which was similarly a physical security device, and also charged a fee. Their approach was remarkably similar to Xingda's, but priced even higher, 29 yuan, and later increased to 49. Zhang was having lunch when he heard about this. Shi Wenlong forwarded the news page to his phone. He glanced at it and continued eating. Don't you want to say something? Shi Wenlong asked. It's their product, what's there to say? I mean, they are doing physical security while we are doing software security. The approaches are completely different. Their device has to be carried around. If you lose it, it's over. Zhang put down his chopsticks and thought for a moment. Their approach isn't entirely wrong. Theoretically, physical security is more secure than pure software. Verification codes can be intercepted and phones can be duplicated, but to crack a dynamic password on a physical device, you need to obtain the actual item. The problem is that this thing is inconvenient. What if you forget to bring it on a business trip? What if the trinket breaks? What if you change phones? So what? So who is right and who is wrong doesn't matter. It's about who has higher coverage. The more people use a security system, the safer it becomes. Free and low-threshold systems naturally have higher coverage. This statement was proven correct within a month. The binding rate of the past security features, meaning the percentage of users who set up a mobile verification code or riddle verification, exceeded 78% by the end of March. Xingdao Mi Bao's coverage rate has never been publicly disclosed, but judging by the number of complaint posts on customer service forums, a large number of users still remained unprotected. Another interesting thing happened. In early April, 7 or 8 Pass-like products emerged on the market. Kingsoft created a product called Kingsoft Pass, which integrated accounts for Jianxia Qingyuan and Duba antivirus. Jiyo launched a Jiyo Pass, while Guangyu launched a Guangyu Pass. The naming conventions were similar and the functions were largely the same. Unified account login, friend lists, and in-game message push. However, what they produced lacked substance. The installation package for Kingsoft's Pass was over 30 megabytes, and it took nearly 40 seconds to load after opening. Refreshing the friend list required manual button clicks. The interface design looked like 2 unrelated products were forcibly crammed into one frame. On the left was the game entry, on the right was a shortcut for antivirus software, with a crooked dividing line in the middle, the layout resembling a small ad on a construction site. Jiyu's Pass was even worse. Their pass registration process required filling out 12 fields. Username, password, confirm password, real name, ID number, mobile number, email, province, city, security question, 1 security answer, 1 security question, 2 security answer, 2. 12. One player posted a screenshot on the forum with the caption, I threw up while filling this out. Guangyu's Pass was made the fastest, but crashed the fastest as well. On the 3rd day after launch, the server crashed for 6 hours. After recovery, the friend list was cleared and all the friendship data was lost. The forum was filled with complaints. Shi Wenlong researched these competing products one by one and gave a brief summary at the weekly meeting. I finished looking through them. He projected several screenshots. In simple terms, what they made is not a pass, but a login tool. A login tool that stores the usernames and passwords of different games together. There's no community, no mini-games, no security system, and no cross-product data connectivity. The shell was copied about 70 to 80%, but the core was empty. Zhou Hai added, the technical architecture is also different. Our pass is based on a unified ID system. One ID manages all products, and the data is interconnected. Most of their passes still rely on separate account systems for each product with an outer shell for redirection. Essentially, each game still requires separate login, but the entry is centralized. It's just a shortcut folder. A technician remarked from the corner. The people in the conference room chuckled. Zhangzhe did not laugh. He flipped the projection to the last page. A table comparing the functions of various passes on the left and the public data 1 month after launch on the right. The data was not good. The highest daily active users of these following products did not exceed 300,000, while the lowest had less than 20,000. In contrast, the Compass Pass had 8 million daily active users by early April. They were not even in the same league. Zhangzhe turned off the projector and stood up. Stop staring at the competitors. He closed his notebook and said, "What they do isn't important. We just need to focus on doing our own well." Zhangzhe lowered the temperature of the air conditioner in the office by 2 degrees. On the table lay the test report for the shooting game engine. The physical collision system created by Zhou Hai's team still needed some fine-tuning, as the bullet penetration decay curve through wooden boxes was too crude. Just as he was about to jot down some notes, the door was pushed open. Wang Wenbin walked in, his forehead glistening with sweat. In his left hand, he carried a bright yellow safety helmet, and in his right a bottle of mineral water. He plopped down onto the sofa. "Let me rest for a moment, I'm dying of heat." After twisting off the bottle cap and taking a few gulps, Wang Wenbin tossed the safety helmet onto the coffee table. "Stop looking at that broken report. Let's go to the construction site." "Didn't we just go last week?" Zhangzhe didn't look up. "I don't need to personally supervise the concrete pouring for the main structures topping out." "That was last week." Wang Wenbin leaned closer and snatched the report from Zhangzhe's hands. "Today, a large portion of the scaffolding for the interior renovation has been dismantled, and the exterior landscaping plaza has also started laying tiles. You spent billions to build this building, you should at least see what it looks like, right? Old Zhou and the others have been complaining every day about when they can move in. You need to set the tone." Zhangzhe stood up, grabbed his jacket, and headed downstairs. The car drove to the core area of the high-tech zone. In the distance, the massive structure was already visible. 2 towering buildings stood side by side. When they acquired the land, the surrounding area was still barren. Now these 2 buildings had become the stabilizing force of this region. The car stopped at the roadside. Zhangzhe pushed open the car door and looked up. The exterior walls did not utilize the ubiquitous glossy glass curtain walls found in the market. Instead, numerous finely crafted reinforced concrete decorative strips ran vertically through the building. The protruding sections exuded a cold gray-white texture. The recessed areas were embedded with dark tempered glass. The sunlight cast upon them without glaring reflections, revealing a heavy industrial aesthetic. In the upper right corner of the building's facade was the logo of Compass Technology. The stainless steel exterior was paired with LED backlighting. The external lighting adjustments were done last night. Wang Wenbin pointed at the protruding decorative strips on the building surface. "They are all embedded with high-brightness LED light strips inside. Last night we had them all turned on. As standing there, the building looked like a living mechanical beast." Between the 2 main buildings, a closed corridor spanned every 5 floors. The corridor locked buildings A and B together, forming a massive H shape. There were a total of 12 corridors, each 25 meters wide. The square in front of the building had already begun its hardening process. Several excavators were leveling the soil for the landscaping. The glass doors of the lobby on the first floor had been installed. Several workers were cleaning up the construction debris on the floor. Wearing safety helmets, 2 of them crossed through the entrance. The interior had completely adopted a new design language. The lobby's height reached 12 meters. Instead of marble or granite, the walls were covered with large areas of matte gray stone. The seams were finished with extreme precision. Looking up, there were no traditional chandeliers or ceiling lights. "Is this what you mean by the no main light design?" Wang Wenbin pointed at the ceiling. When the construction team first saw the blueprints, they were cursing, asking how to work without lights. The light sources were all hidden away. Along the edges of the walls and the gaps of the ceiling and at the baseboards, there were embedded ultra-long LED strip lights. The light, after diffusing, illuminated the gray stone evenly and softly. Walking towards the elevator area, the narrow corridor had extremely fine grooves cut into the side walls. Inside, blue cold light strips were concealed. As one walked through the corridor, the light extended along the straight lines into the distance. "This is what a spacecraft's passage must feel like," Wang Wenbin remarked, following behind. Zhangzhe reached the elevator entrance and waved his hand in front of the black panel on the wall. The light strips above instantly lit up, increasing in brightness by 3 levels. "This system has been a nightmare to deal with," Wang Wenbin pointed at the ceiling. "The entire public area of the building is equipped with infrared and microwave sensors. When no one is around, all lights are off with 10% basic illumination. When someone walks by, lights light up in stages by area. It's a bit pricey, but it will save a significant amount on electricity bills." Zhangzhe withdrew his hand. "Is the temperature and humidity control system connected?" Yes, it's connected. The central air conditioning and fresh air systems follow the sensors. In areas with many people, the air conditioning automatically increases. In floors with no one working late at night, the fresh air enters a low-frequency recirculation mode. Those working on weak current engineering said that the intelligence level of this building ranks among the top 3 in the country. He walked up 2 flights of stairs. The skirting board closures, fire door dampers, and ventilation grills all met above standard construction quality. We're moving at the end of the month, Zhang Zhe patted the handrail. Isn't the end of the month too rushed? Wang Wenbin calculated the days. Only the interior of Building A is about done. Building B is still running cables, and the formaldehyde hasn't fully dissipated. We're not moving into Building B. How many of us are there now? Including administration and reception, just over 200. That occupies the highest 65 to 70 floors of Building A, which is enough. Zhang Zhe spoke as he walked. We'll gradually finish the remaining floors and Building B as long as it's ready before Q3. It's not good for recruitment to keep holed up in that old teaching building. A few days ago, Lin Wei interviewed a senior concept artist. As soon as they saw the dilapidated office, they left before the probation period even started. All right, I'll arrange for the moving company to pack. In the next 3 days, various servers, testing machines, concept art drafts, and files piled up like mountains. Zhou Hai's technical department faced the most trouble. Several core physical servers could not be powered off for too long. The moving process was precise to the minute. Chun Wei's project group had the most peripherals, with dozens of steering wheels and pedals filling half a truck. The truck made more than 10 trips back and forth. On the first day of moving into the new building, the sense of disparity was striking. The old classrooms with yellowed walls had been replaced with a space full of futuristic vibes. Lin Wei's art team was assigned to the 68th floor. The south-facing panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows had no obstructions, allowing a view overlooking most of Xi'an City. The concept artist sat in a new ergonomic chair looking at the spacious and flat desktop and high-end LCD monitor. Their drawing hand was trembling slightly. Zhou Hai and the technical team settled on the 70th floor. The server room was located in the core area with constant temperature and humidity, dual power supply, plus UPS backup batteries. This configuration is incredible. Zhou Hai stared at the flickering green light of the server racks. Back in the old building, I was always worried about rain leaking and frying the motherboards. With the upgraded office environment, the security specifications also had to keep pace. This building housed backups of the source code for demigods and semi-devils, underlying data for access passes, and all assets of Speedy Cart. Any leak would be disastrous. Wang Wenbin leveraged past connections, bypassing the commercial security companies, and directly recruited from the veteran placement office. On the morning of the second day after moving in, about 100 people stood outside in the square. They formed 4 square formations, standing at attention. They wore identical black combat uniforms with no extraneous insignia. They had tactical flashlights and walkie-talkies strapped at their waists. There was no whispering or unnecessary movements. The team leader was a man named Lao Wei. His right cheek bore a shallow scar, and his posture was upright. Lao Wei, he came from Falcon. Wang Wenbin lowered his voice. Half of these 100 men were soldiers he led before. Surveillance rooms, access control checks, and night patrols, all under military-style management. Zhang Zhe stepped forward. The data in this building is crucial to the company's lifeblood. The mission is to secure this place thoroughly. Strict registration for outsiders, and no flies should be allowed into unauthorized areas. Wang has discussed the salary. There will be bonuses at the end of the year. If you do well, the company will take care of you for the rest of your lives. Lao Wei didn't waste time and crisply replied yes. Besides the 100-member security team, Wang Wenbin also arranged for a 40-member logistics team responsible for daily operations. They were responsible for cleaning, elevator maintenance, air conditioning repairs, and landscaping care, categorized accordingly. The system, composed of 200 employees, 100 security personnel, and 40 logistics staff, made this newly born building operational. With the internal matters settled, the next step was to make an external statement. Since its establishment, Compass Technology had rarely made high-profile appearances. The completion of the building was an excellent opportunity to showcase its strength. In the commercial world, living in a thatched cottage would make others think you could go bankrupt at any moment. Building a skyscraper was the way to get to the table. In the top-floor office, Zhang Zhe and Wang Wenbin tapped on a list together. I'll handle the local political and business relations. Wang Wenbin circled names on the list with a pen. City leaders, the director of the management committee, and local business owners in Xi'an. I'll deliver the invitations myself. Whether they come or not is another matter. We need to show the right attitude. What about the internet circle? Zhang Zhe flipped through another list. Send invitations to everyone. Wang Wenbin put down his pen. Our scale is different now. They will be willing to come. Zhang Zhe looked at the names on the list. Qianma Huadong Xingdao Wang, Zhou Huzhang Ali Mayu. By late May, various finishing tasks entered the countdown phase. The paving of the square tiles in the outer plaza was completed. Several precious landscape trees, transported from the south, were planted. At night, the building's exterior lighting was fully powered. The industrial-style concrete lines created a sense of oppression under the interplay of light and shadow. This building became an unmistakable luminous body against the night sky of Sienne. In the first-floor lobby, the cleaning staff polished the gray stone to a flawless shine every day. Lao Wei's security team took over all entrances and exits. The gate system and employee ID cards completed data binding. In the 68th floor tea room, Lin Wei personally purchased a high-end coffee machine. Outside the server room on the 70th floor, Zhou Hai posted a red paper with a brush inscription reading "Never Go Down." Zhang Zhe looked at the final process document sent by Wang Wenbin. On the first, reception starts at 9 a.m., ribbon cutting at 10 a.m., followed by tours of the office area and server room, and a thank you banquet at noon. In the afternoon, a small closed-door salon is scheduled. The salon is the real goal. He wants to pin these big shots down at the table and discuss the future rules. Increase the security level by another tier. Zhang Zhe signed on the process document. There will definitely be a lot of media outside on the first day. Lao Wei needs to watch out for anyone trying to sneak in without an invitation. Don't worry. Wang Wenbin took the document. Lao Wei has set up 3 checkpoints, and the underground garage has hidden sentries. Not to mention reporters, even wild cats will be checked for gender. Time was pressing. From a few broken classrooms to a modern skyscraper, many people sitting at their new desks were finally able to grasp how terrifyingly fast the company could generate wealth. All preparatory work was ready. The Compass building stood tall in the night. The tycoons who received the invitations were flying from all over the country to this northwestern stronghold. Sienne High-Tech Zone. Summer heat arrived early. At 8 o'clock in the morning, police barricades stretched across both ends of the long avenue, redirecting vehicular traffic and leaving a straight, unobstructed thoroughfare. In the landscape plaza before the Compass Tower, fountains rose and fell in time, with music their mist tempering the oppressive midday heat. Lao Wei stood beside a pillar at the plaza entrance, dressed in black tactical gear, clutching a walkie-talkie. Reports crackled intermittently from surveillance points across the site. 100 security personnel had been deployed, 4 at the main entrance, 2 at side entrances, 3 at underground garage exits, and along the entire outer perimeter. Everyone a Cleanshaven veteran soldier. They stood ramrod straight, hands clasped behind their backs, feet shoulder-width apart. No glancing about, no whispered exchanges. A silver minibus idled at the street corner. The van doors swung open, a journalist leapt out, cameras slung over shoulders, and hurried toward the entrance. Lao Wei stepped forward and blocked their path. Please present your invitation letter. The lead reporter pulled a business card from his pocket and extended it. We're from So-and-So Network. We're here for an exclusive interview. Lao Wei didn't take the card, merely pointed toward the designated filming zone across the street. Without a printed invitation, you may only film from the perimeter. The rules are clear. Please cooperate. The journalist pressed forward. Just a little flexibility. There are top executives inside. We'll snap 2 quick shots and leave. Lao Wei said nothing. He stepped squarely into the center of the path. 2 security officers moved forward in perfect unison. Together, the 3 formed an impenetrable barrier. No superfluous gesture, no wasted word. Intimidated by their disciplined resolve, the journalist withdrew the card and retreated crestfallen to the opposite sidewalk. In the top-floor executive office, Zhang Zhe stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the commotion below. Wang Wenbin adjusted his tie and handed him the final version of the guest list. All expected guests have arrived. Ma Huadu's delegation is seated in the center of the second row. Government and military representatives occupy the primary seats. Zhang Zhe scanned the list and set it down on the desk. Let's go down and greet them. At 9:30 m, several black Audi sedans pulled up before the plaza. Officials from the Municipal Management Committee stepped out. Zhang Zhe and Wang Wenbin advanced to welcome them, handshakes, courteous exchanges, and escorted them to the open-air podium outside the lobby. At precisely 10 o'clock, the ceremony commenced. Hundreds of media flashes erupted like constellations beneath the podium. Wang Wenbin took the microphone as master of ceremonies. After a brief opening address, the city's vice mayor for economic affairs approached the podium. The Compass Technology Tower stands as Sienne High-Tech Zone's flagship emblem of technological enterprise. The vice mayor opened his speech manuscript. His voice resonated across the plaza through the sound system. Over the past year, Compass Technology catalyzed the operation of more than 100 upstream and downstream industrial chains, generating over 3,000 direct and indirect employment opportunities. Ma Huadu and Ding Sanshi sat side by side in the audience. Ding Sanshi leaned sideways, lowering his voice. 3,000 jobs. Ma Huadu kept his gaze fixed on the stage, not turning his head. You're only counting their own 200 staff. Consider instead the nationwide network of point card distribution outlets, internet cafe access license agents, and kart racing peripheral manufacturers, all sustained by Compass. How many lives do they truly support? 3,000 is, if anything, an understatement. The vice mayor continued uninterrupted, delivering concrete policy measures. After deliberation by the municipal government, Compass Technology is hereby officially conferred the title of Demonstration Enterprise for High-Tech Innovation. Beginning this year, the company will enjoy full exemption from corporate income tax for 3 years, followed by a 50% reduction for 5 additional years. Furthermore, research and development expenditures will be doubly deductible before tax. At this announcement, internet entrepreneurs seated in the front row stirred visibly. Wang Tianxiao circled something in his notebook. Zhang Chaoyang of Suhu drained 2 gulps of mineral water. All were seasoned entrepreneurs. 3 years of tax exemption plus 5 years at half rate represented capital that could directly fund 3 elite RD teams. Zhang's local influence had now solidified to such a degree that before the implications fully settled, the next speaker ascended the stage, the head of logistics for the military region. Dressed in crisp civilian uniform, he stood with unwavering posture. Economic advancement is vital, but so too is the proper resettlement of our veterans. His gaze swept deliberately across the assembled crowd. Compass Technology proactively engaged the military region to integrate 100 exemplary veterans, offering fair compensation and comprehensive welfare guarantees. This is the very model of a military supportive enterprise. Descending the stage, he accepted a bronze plaque from an attendant and placed it solemnly into Zhang's hands. As the red cloth was drawn aside, the inscription gleamed: Demonstration Base for Veteran Employment. The official clapped Zhang firmly on the shoulder and added into the microphone, should Compass Technology ever face difficulty, the military region will be its first and foremost ally. Applause thundered across the plaza. Mayu, seated near the edge, clapped vigorously. Leaning toward his aide, he murmured, "Observe closely. That is what we call a moat. Once that plaque hangs there, anyone seeking to undermine Compass Technology must first weigh the strength of their own bones." With the ribbon cutting concluded and ceremonial cannons booming, the formal ceremony drew to a close. Government and military officials, burdened by pressing duties, exchanged brief courtesies before departing in official vehicles. The venue then passed into the hands of the commercial guests. Wang Wenbin keyed his walkie-talkie to instruct Lao Wei to relax certain outer perimeters, then turned to greet the assembled tech magnates. "Gentlemen, it's sweltering outside. Let's step indoors for a tour." The group followed him into the lobby. The moment they crossed the glass threshold, the scorching summer air vanished. In the soaring 15-meter-high atrium, they found none of the gilded chandeliers they'd anticipated. "Why are the lights off?" Zhang Chaoyang tilted his head, studying the gray stone ceiling. No sooner had he spoken than ultra-thin LED strips embedded in the ceiling and along the walls began illuminating, sequentially pacing their advance. Cool, diffused light washed evenly across the muted gray surfaces, bright yet gentle on the eyes. A lampless, motion-responsive lighting system, Wang Wenbin explained, gesturing toward discrete black sensor nodes tucked into wall corners. 300 infrared and microwave sensors blanket the entire building. Lighting and climate control follow occupants precisely. Areas untraversed automatically enter low-power hibernation mode. As they proceeded toward the elevator bank, ice blue light ribbons flowed ahead of their footsteps along both corridor walls. Ding Senshi, trained in engineering, was acutely attuned to infrastructure. This low-voltage system must have incurred substantial cost, and repair would be a nightmare if anything failed. Hence, we adopted a modular parallel architecture. Wang Wenbin pressed the elevator button. If one segment fails, it's simply swapped out. No disruption to core operations. The elevator ascended directly to the 70th floor. The doors parted to a rush of chilled air and the deep, resonant hum of machinery. Zhou Hai awaited them at the threshold, blue staff badge clipped to his chest, swiping his card to unlock the double glass doors. "Feel free to explore at your leisure." Half of the 70th floor had been converted into a core data center. Through blast-resistant glass, hundreds of sleek black server racks stood in precise, silent formation. Their indicator lights pulsed feverishly across every panel. Ma Huadu approached the glass and studied the interior intently. Given Tencent's colossal data demands, he possessed deep expertise in server deployment. "You haven't installed a raised floor system." "No conventional raised floor." Zhou Hai walked to the control console and pulled up a structural diagram. "Downward airflow invites dust accumulation and static discharge. Instead, we implemented overhead fresh air delivery, directing cool air directly into server aisles, with hot and cold channels physically isolated. Hot exhaust is extracted via dedicated ducts." Ding Senshi pointed to 2 large metal cabinets in the corner. "Those are your UPS units." "Correct. Dual municipal power feeds backed by that lead-acid battery array. Even if the entire high-tech zone loses power, the batteries sustain operations for 2 hours." Zhou Hai closed the diagram. Two diesel generators reside in the basement, capable of automatic ignition and load takeover within 30 seconds. Every user asset and the foundational database for all access credentials resides securely within this vault. Wang Tianxiao turned to Zhang Zhe. Mr. Zhang, this facility rivals the data centers of major financial institutions. Zhang Zhe smiled faintly, offering no reply, and gestured toward the far end of the corridor. Having completed this section, please join me upstairs for tea. The luncheon reception was held at a nearby five-star hotel. Amidst clinking glasses and polished pleasantries, Zhang Zhe, possessing considerable stamina, offered a measured toast to each guest, never overindulging. By 2 p.m., all peripheral attendees had departed. Inside the Compass Tower's penthouse, a hermetically sealed high-specification conference room now housed only 7 or 8 pivotal figures from China's internet industry. Lao Wei secured the door from outside and locked it. Motorized blinds descended smoothly over the floor-to-ceiling windows, shielding the room from the harsh afternoon sun. Before each seat at the circular table rested a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea and an internal test laptop, air-gapped with no network connection. Ma Huada lifted his teacup, blew gently across the floating leaves, and spoke first. Mr. Zhang, this tower you've built is extraordinarily grand. Yet earlier I observed that your 200 employees fill only the top 5 floors, completely. What then of the remaining 60-plus floors, and the dozens more in Building B adjacent? Will you lease them as office space? Zhang Zhe leaned back in his chair, fingers interlaced atop the table. Leasing would be too slow and would squander the infrastructure's full potential. Your headquarters are concentrated in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, regions where labor costs and rents run exceptionally high. Xi'an boasts abundant talent, dozens of universities graduate tens of thousands of computer science students annually. So what's your plan? Zhang Chaoyang came alive with spirit. So I plan to free up some floors and invite everyone to establish branch offices or research and development centers in Xi'an. Zhang Zhe took out several bound booklets and pushed them towards the center of the table. In addition to 2 years of free rent, this building has 2 direct connections to national-level backbone network nodes. If you move your research and development department or customer service department, here the internet speed and stability will be much better than if you set up your own lines. Ma Yu opened the booklet and examined it closely. Alibaba was in an expansion phase, and the customer service team was growing larger with costs in Hangzhou rising sharply. Moving labor-intensive departments to Xi'an would allow them to enjoy a ready-house high-spec office building. This calculation added up. Ding Sanshur smacked his lips. The research and development team can move over too. Yes, and we can share resources with each other. Zhang Zhe spoke casually. The office areas are mutually isolated with independent access control systems, ensuring that data does not interfere with each other. Even if you copy my game code in this building, as long as you don't enter my server room, I will pretend not to know. A few dry laughs echoed in the meeting room. The atmosphere relaxed. We will discuss this proposal internally after we return. Ma Huada brought the booklet back into his bag. But old Zhang, you called us all the way here to lock us in a meeting room. Surely, it's not just to sell your building, right? Of course not. Zhang Zhe picked up the remote control beside him and pressed a button. The projection screen at the end of the meeting room slowly descended. The main purpose of gathering everyone here is to discuss a few of our new projects. The screen lit up with backend data for the Compass Pass, 87000 daily active users, and the revenue curve of the micro-gaming platform, the chess and card hall. The curve was steep enough to make one envious. Recently, many passes have appeared in the market. Zhang Zhe did not look at anyone, his gaze fixed on the screen. Suhu has made one, Jin Shan has made one, and Jiuyo has also made one. Everyone's thinking is clear: integrate accounts to retain users. Zhang Chaoyang shifted in his seat. He was the one who created the Suhu Pass. But there is one problem. Zhang Zhe switched to another slide. After you use the pass to attract users, there is nothing for them to play with. Chat cannot compete with QQ, and communities can't rival professional forums. Therefore, how should we maintain the vitality of the pass? We can't just treat it as a launcher, can we? The screen displayed a rudimentary chess interface just launched by Suhu. Zhang Zhe directly criticized Suhu, but his tone was not sharp. General Zhang, forgive me for being blunt. I have tested your chess hall. Do Diju often disconnects, and there are delays in mahjong settlement. The most critical issue is that there aren't enough players playing together, and it takes 5 minutes to match a game. Zhang Qioliang's expression darkened, but he did not refute. This was the truth. All of Suhu's internal development resources were thrown into the portal website, and search and side projects like chess and cards could not attract good programmers. The products they created were a mess. It's difficult to develop independently. Maintenance costs are high, and customer acquisition has no advantage. Zhang Zhe got straight to the point. Therefore, I have decided to completely open the micro-gaming platform. He picked up a laser pointer and pointed to a structural diagram on the screen. Starting today, the Compass microgame will provide a complete set of embedded solutions. How to embed it? Ding Sancher was a practical man and directly asked about the underlying logic. SAS model Zhang Zhu explained. You don't need to write a single line of chess code. We provide a packaged SDK module. You can integrate it into your own pass in half a day's time. For the interface and art, you can modify it yourself in the backend, changing it to your own Suhu or Wangnan logo. When users open this chess hall, they will see a product that is entirely your own. What about the account data? If I direct users to your platform, won't the data belong to you? Zhang Chaoyang tapped his fingers on the table. No need to register a new account. Zhang Zhe looked at him. Users can log in directly with the Suhu Pass. The data remains on your local server. The microgame is only responsible for the battle logic processing, random number generation, and settlement distribution. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Everyone was calculating the pros and cons of this model in their minds. Wang Tianxiao asked the most critical question. There is no free lunch in the world. General Zhang, with such a complete system handed over to us, how will you charge? Is it a one-time purchase or an annual licensing fee? We won't charge a penny in fixed fees. Zhang Zhe raised 2 fingers. We operate on a revenue-sharing basis. For all revenues generated through your platform, including point card consumption, membership recharges, and virtual item purchases, Compass will take 20%. The remaining 80% belongs to you. Wang Tianxiao threw his pen on the table and leaned back in his chair. With this condition laid out, the sound of abacuses in the meeting room was almost audible. Suhu, as an internet company, was not seeking to make money from chess games. What they wanted was to use chess games to retain traffic, keeping users in their software for longer. Maintaining a 30-person team to develop chess games would cost several million a year, just in salaries, not to mention buying servers and renting bandwidth. Now, by directly using Zhang Zhe's system, there was no upfront investment at all. They could also share 80% of the profits. Most importantly, based on the test results, the underlying code of the Compass microgaming chess system was extremely strong, with a very fast response time. Zhang Chaoyang did not hesitate for long and made a direct decision. Suhu will join this project. I will have the technical department connect with the SDK documentation as soon as I return. With someone taking the lead, the remaining matters would be easier to handle. Ma Yu also stated that Alibaba Wang Dada would also integrate this casual game module. The atmosphere in the meeting room became completely lively. Zhang Zhe discreetly took a sip from his cup. Regarding the cooperation, details will be coordinated by a dedicated person with you. Zhang Zhe put down his cup and held the remote in his hand. Next, let's take a look at something interesting. The image on the screen disappeared, turning completely black. Suddenly, extremely realistic footsteps echoed from the surround sound in the meeting room. The sound of steps crunching on the muddy ground mixed with the rustling of leaves blown by the wind in the distance. A second later, the screen lit up, presenting the main perspective. An assault rifle with a metallic where texture appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. This is Project F. The true name behind the code name was not something Zhang Zhu intended to reveal just yet. But everyone present was seasoned veterans in the gaming industry and immediately recognized that this was a 3D shooting game similar to Counter-Strike CS. The most popular local area network game in the country right now is CS. But that's a single-player game relying on a combat platform for connections, Zhang Zhu explained. What we are developing is a pure online game. All data runs on cloud servers with no local settlement vulnerabilities whatsoever. On the screen, the character controlled by the tester began to run, switching weapons, jumping, and crouching. Wang Tianxiao leaned forward, focused on the screen. Such great graphics. This lighting rendering, no local MMOs can achieve this right now. Can the machines in current internet cafes even run this? This is the key point. Zhang Zhe froze the image. We rewrote the underlying physics engine from scratch. We eliminated the high-energy consumption of real-time panoramic rendering, adopting frustum culling and pre-baked lighting maps instead. Simply put, the engine does not calculate anything you can't see in your field of view. This reduces the strain on the CPU to an extremely low level. How low? Ding Sancher pressed for more. A Celeron processor with a TNT2 graphics card from 2003. Zhang Zhe cited a configuration standard that was the lowest in internet cafes back in 2003. On this setup, it can stably run at 60 frames per second. No frame drops, no stuttering. The entire meeting room fell silent. Those who make online games all knew that optimization was 100 times more difficult than art. Great graphics and low configuration requirements were considered an impossible dilemma among peers. The video continued to play. The tester moved behind a wooden crate and shot at the iron door on the other side. The bullet penetrated the wooden crate, sending wood chips flying. After passing through the crate, it hit the iron door, leaving a black bullet hole. Ballistic decay and material penetration systems. Zhang Zhe pointed at the bullet hole. After penetrating the wooden board, the bullet's power decreases by 30% and the trajectory slightly deviates. This is not random animation. This is the physical feedback calculated for each bullet individually. Such hardcore settings were considered a fantasy in similar games of that time. The character movements are so smooth. Ma Huada was someone with an obsession for details. The reload action doesn't have that clunky stiffness. We found active-duty soldiers from the military district and spent half a month on tactical motion capture. Zhang Zhe casually explained the reason. The last part demonstrated the online mechanism. There were no cumbersome room lists and no wait time for creating a host. The tester opened the main interface and pressed the prominent start matching button. A spinning hourglass appeared on the interface. 5 seconds later, the system matched with another 9 real players. They directly entered the map loading screen. Built-in wide area network automatic matching system. Zhang Zhe knocked heavily on the table. No more squeezing into rooms on the Halfong combat platform, and no more worrying about the host suddenly pulling the network cable. The system calculates a hidden score based on players' historical win rates and kill data. This is the yellow algorithm. Players with similar scores are always matched together. Newbies face newbies and experts face experts. There are 3 modes. He turned off the projection. A 5-on-5 hardcore competitive mode with ranks and rankings. An 8-on-8 team brawl mode where dying means immediate respawn. And a Tenantin casual demolition mode. The demonstration ended. The lights in the meeting room turned back on. Several big bosses sat in their chairs, and no one spoke for a while. They had thought they were just coming for a ribbon cutting and to listen to Zhang Zhe brag, who knew that this trip to Xinjiang had directly dropped a nuclear bomb on the table. The technological strength displayed by Project F was already at least 1 generation ahead of domestic peers. If this game were to launch, the players still playing CS in internet cafes would directly overload Compass servers. When will it be open for public testing? Ding Sancher rubbed his chin, his gaze never leaving the darkened screen. By the end of the year, Zhang Zhe gave a conservative estimate. Old Zhang, Wang Tianxiao turned his head, his tone heavy. Legend has the deepest point card distribution channels, and I have the most internet cafe resources in my hands. For this game, do you plan to self-publish or find someone for joint operations? Ma Huada chimed in. QQ has ready-made voice software and the largest social traffic. FPS games require communication the most. The matter of our 2 companies co-hosting the esports league, you mentioned it on the phone. Can you finalize it in the next few days? Zhang Zhe picked up his teacup and drank the remaining half cup of Longjing tea. There are many cooperation models, no one needs to rush. However, we do intend to carry out joint operations for this game. All bosses' specific cooperation models can be discussed in detail by the responsible person slowly. Zhang Zhe stood up, walked to the meeting room door, and opened the doorknob. Everyone, the banquet is set at Chang'an No. 1. We can discuss the specific details while eating. Outside the door, Old Wei stood with 2 security personnel in the corridor. The cold light at the end of the corridor hit the gray walls, bringing the technological feel of the building to its peak. Several internet giants followed Zhang Zhe out of the meeting room. No one spoke. Each person understood in their heart that from this day on there was an unavoidable city on the map of the domestic internet. Zhang Zhe accompanied several executives for 2 full days before finally sending them off. The first thing he did upon returning was to convene a core executive meeting. In the small conference room on the 70th floor, the air conditioning was set to a cold temperature. The explosion-proof glass effectively isolated the outdoor heat. Zhang Zhe sat at the head of the long table. Sure, Wenlong Zhou Hai and Wang Wenbin, along with a few key members from the company's core departments, sat on either side. The newly promoted supervisor from the finance department, Lao Su, nervously clutched several pages of reports, sweat beading in his palms. Today's meeting was to set the tone. Lao Su read it out. Zhang Zhe tapped the solid wood tabletop. Lao Su stood up and spread out the reports in his hands. As of the last day of this month, the simultaneous online users for Tianlong Babu exceeded 3 million. Bubble World has 6 million online users. Speedy Karting has 550,000 online. The casual game hall peaked at 9 million. Lao Su turned to the next page. The daily active users of the pass are stable at around 25 million. He raised his head and looked around the long table, summarizing all revenue after deducting server bandwidth, labor costs, and taxes. The company's net profit last month exceeded 1 billion. Wang Wenbin dropped the pen he was twirling onto the carpet, but did not bend down to pick it up. Sure, Wenlong stared at the whiteboard across from him, his mind racing to calculate that string of zeros. 1 billion a month. This was cash flow lying solidly in the company's public account. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his chair. Everyone has been working hard these past few years, and this achievement belongs to all of you. Notify HR and administration. This month's salary calculation will provide an additional 3 months of basic salary to all staff. Let's go through the bonus channel. A wave of suppressed cheers erupted from below. Wang Wenbin slapped his thigh and exclaimed that Zhang Zhe was generous. Once the money was distributed, they proceeded to the main topic. Zhangzhe picked up a laser pointer and lit up the projection screen. The money on the books cannot remain idle. The company will focus on three main directions in the future. A concept art image appeared on the screen. The art style was dark and realistic, depicting a group of armored figures battling beneath the city walls. Project codename Z. For now, let's call it Conquesta 2. 5D online game. It will be benchmarked against Legend and Miracle. Sure Wenlong frowned. This market is crowded, time-based, and subscription models are already very mature. If we continue with the time card payment model, competition will be intense. Zhangzhe shook his head. No time card fees. It's all free. Free. Sure Wenlong raised his voice. Who will cover the costs of the servers for hundreds of players? Not only will we not charge, but we will also pay the players. Zhangzhe stepped up to the whiteboard and drew a pyramid. The logic of traditional online games is fairness. Both the boss and the commoner start from the same starting line in the game. But this contradicts social norms. He cut off a small piece from the top of the pyramid. A brand new business model, item charges, and special privilege systems. Zhangzhe pointed at the apex. 99% of the players in the game do not generate direct profit. What we want to extract is that 1% of wealthy players, the tycoons. Lin Wei raised a question. What about the 99%? What do they do? The bandwidth costs alone are exorbitant. They provide the social backdrop for the tycoons. Zhangzhe struck the whiteboard with the back of his hand. The game allows free trading. Common players can hunt monsters, mine, and trade without spending money. The tycoons need 10,000 enhancement stones to forge a top-tier weapon. They don't have time to grind themselves. Zhouhai immediately chimed in. They have to collect from other players. Exactly. They recharge to buy ingots and sweep the market in the trading hall. Common players sell stones to earn ingots. The source of the ingots is entirely controlled by our recharge ports. Zhangzhe turned around. Common players earn money through grinding. Those who play will ensure the online rate. Tycoons save time with money, smashing their way to superior gear and killing ordinary players in one hit. This greatly satisfies their vanity. Sure Wenlong pulled out a cigarette and pinched it between his fingers, forgetting to light it. You're treating ordinary players as electronic practice partners, making them punching bags for coal bosses. Zhangzhe did not deny this and continued his analysis. To stimulate consumption, we need to add more fuel. Open up national-level chaos. When killed, ordinary players respawn for free, but it takes half an hour to return to the battlefield. However, tycoons can buy special gems to respawn at full health and can purchase loudspeakers to insult others across the server. He heavily wrote the word conflict on the whiteboard. Set up escort missions. When the commoners deliver their carts, the tycoons can smash them to steal the cargo. Exaggerate human nature's tendency to compete and be violent. The more intense the fighting, the more money they spend for the sake of face. This is what we call conflict-driven payment. Lao Su asked from the corner. So where do we make our money? Do we take a transaction toll? That's insignificant. We want the big bucks. Sell blind boxes and loot boxes. Zhangzhe wiped the whiteboard clean. Opening boxes will yield premium items. With a 1 in 1,000 chance. Want to get stronger? Buy keys to open boxes. For a unique helmet in the entire server, a tycoon might spend as much as a Santana. This is a bottomless pit. Wang Wenbin rubbed his back teeth. This tactic is too ruthless. Once this game is released, the time card model will be impacted. Zhangzhe smiled. Players willing to pay for time cards are seeking fairness and fun. Project Z is the exact opposite. Its design is solely for conflict, vendetta, and war. The target audience is entirely different. Zhangzhe flipped to the next page. A screen displayed an M4A1 assault rifle with a metal-worn texture. Regarding Project F, today it is named Fireline Assault for external presentation. Zhangzhe pulled up several test screenshots. All base optimizations are completed. Even a Celeron processor with a poor graphics card can run at 60 frames. We will continue to adopt a free-to-play model, recouping costs through selling weapon skins and characters. Zhangzhe directly set the tone. Attribute enhancements must be restrained, or we will never sell items that disrupt balance. This game does not expect to make quick money. It must uphold another banner. Zhangzhe typed 4 large characters on the slide. Esports. There are many players for CS, but the local area network limits its scale. We want to make it the largest FPS online game in the country. Zhangzhe projected the event planning table onto the screen. Once the public test starts, we will simultaneously invest in organizing competitions. Follow a bottom-up approach. The Internet Cafe League will be the foundation. Teams of 5 can register. If they win, they can play for free all night. We will subsidize the Internet Cafe's electricity costs, push up to city-level competitions, provincial competitions, and finally hold a national grand final. Make it a national event. When all the Internet Cafes are shouting and reporting scores and everyone is watching the grand final, Live Compass will no longer be just a company selling games. It will become a cultural barometer for young people. Esports is a major business that can unite millions of young people. Wang Wenbin and Shi Wenlong did not stop their pens, quickly jotting down notes in their notebooks. After finishing with 2 heavy punches, Zhang Zhe bent down to pick up a silver-white aluminum briefcase. The surface of the case had no markings. He clicked open the lock. With a click, the lid popped open. A black portable hard drive lay in the shockproof foam. Zhang Zhe took it out and handed it to Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai connected it to the main computer. The third direction is also a critical factor determining the survival of our compass technology. Zhang Zhe stared at those present. The screen went black. A technical demonstration video began to play. Rainwater dripped along the leaf patterns, splashing onto the muddy ground. The physical collision was precise, and light and shadow reflected the distant flames in the puddles. The stone city wall shattered into countless bricks when struck by cannonballs. Footprints were left on the muddy road by characters walking through, and a forest was ablaze with smoke billowing. All of this was rendered in real-time 3D. Lin Weiss' back instantly straightened. The grasslands of most domestic online games were still just a few polygonal paper textures, but the precision of this demonstration elevated it several levels. The video switched to the backend operation interface featuring 2 draggable toolbars, one for the main editing area and another for parameter display. It was entirely a visual drag-and-drop editor. There was no need to write complex low-level code. A few simple operations could construct a complete physical scene, but if developers had any ideas, they could always pull up the source code for modification and manipulation. Phantom Engine, Zhang Zhe announced the name. A rewritten core architecture, a universally optimized engine with deep local optimization equipped with our now very mature network components. Anyone can create an online game, even a single person. As I pointed out, the performance is evident. The base of Carding, Fireline, Assault, Tianlong, Bubble, and Bubble World is all based on a simplified version of the Phantom Engine. Or to put it another way, I developed the Phantom Engine first, and during the development of the engine, I continuously released core code, which also led to the creation of these games. The ease of development is more than double that of the old antiques on the market. Shi Wenlong's eyes lit up. If we sold the licenses, we'd definitely make a fortune. If we package and sell it to domestic giants collecting 2 million a year, Longyu and Zhouqing would fight tooth and nail for it. Zhang Zhe unplugged the hard drive and tossed it back into the case. Not selling, giving it away for free. Zhou Hai slapped his thigh in shock. Such a powerful game development tool was actually being given away. Anyone, whether from a large company team or an independent developer, can download it directly from the official website and use it without limitations. Lao Su adjusted his glasses. Zhang Zhu, are we doing charity? I'm not doing charity. Not only will we not sell, but we will also hold technical seminars and training classes online and offline, spreading tutorials for the Phantom Engine all over the web. Of course, we have to recover costs, so the threshold is set at 2 million. Games developed using the Phantom Engine that have a net profit of less than 2 million will not be charged a dime. This is their tuition fee. Zhang Zhe tossed the pen aside. Once profits exceed 2 million, we will take 20% of the total revenue according to the user agreement. Shi Wenlong extinguished the cigarette, but in his hand. Small studios cannot afford the licensing fees for game engines, so they will naturally turn to the free Phantom Engine. If they hit it big, they will have to pay a cut, but for small studios, failing is likely making it hard to create a hit. Once programmers from large companies get used to this highly efficient environment, they will never return to those old antique engines. In the early stage, we will stake our claim, and in the later stage, we will collect tolls. Compass might become the Huangpu Military Academy of the gaming industry. The beta interface for the Compass Pass. Below the quick access menu on the left side, there was a prominent shopping cart icon. The Phantom Game Mall. Next month, the pass will undergo a major update with the mall going live simultaneously. Games developed with the Phantom Engine, as well as other games willing to accept review ratings, can all be listed and sold here. Zhang Zhe's fingers tapped the table. 20 million active users of the pass create a traffic pool. Developers do not need to look at the publisher's face. They can simply post in the mall, and players can download with one click to log in directly. We provide development tools, distribution channels, and settlement platforms. Zhang Zhe turned off the projector. The engine is responsible for production, the mall for sales, and the pass provides users with quick login. The trinity of this closed loop is firmly locked in place. Zhang Zhe stood up, adjusted the hem of his suit. From today onward, I hope the rules of the gaming industry can be set by us. Shi Wenlong looked at the conference room, now illuminated once again. Zhang Zhe was never after just a few blockbuster games. His ambition only began to unfold at this moment. He aimed to commandeer the entire domestic gaming industry, turning all his peers into subcontractors working for Compass. The lights in the conference room flickered back to life. Zhang Zhe gave no one a moment to breathe. Zhou Hai, notify the entire company that starting tomorrow, all ongoing projects will switch to the Phantom Engine development environment. Ole. Zhou Hai was taken aback. Planning, art, programming, operations, all 4 departments without exception. Zhangzhe picked up the black portable hard drive from the table and weighed it in his hand. Once the engine is set up, department heads should come to my office to receive the training schedule. Within 3 days, everyone must run through the basic processes. The next morning, several large conference rooms on the 70th floor of the Compass building were temporarily converted into training classrooms. The planning department was the first to get started. Within the Phantom engine, there is a module called the Planning Center. Upon opening the interface, a row of game-type icons appeared on the left side: MMORPG, FPS, Racing, Card, Casual. It nearly encompassed all the categories available in the market. The team leader of the planning group, Old Chun, clicked on the main template for MMORPG. The screen immediately popped up with a complete architecture diagram. Character systems, skill trees, dungeon logic, quest chains, economic systems. These complex data structures were all presented as draggable modules. Old Chun stared at the screen for a few seconds. He cautiously reached out to pull the character system module to the center and double-clicked to expand it. Inside were preset templates for warrior, mage, archer, and assassin. Each template included growth curves for attributes, skill slots, and equipment compatibility tables. This was something they used to clarify with dozens of Excel spreadsheets. This thing. Old Chun turned to look at Zhangzhe standing behind him. Just modify it directly. Zhangzhe walked to his side and pointed at the skill slot for the assassin on the screen. Fill in the values you have in mind, and the engine will automatically run a balance prediction. If any skill value is too high, it will highlight it in red as a warning. Old Chun was skeptical. He tried to pull the critical hit multiplier for the assassin from 1.5 directly to 2.8. Immediately, a red warning message popped up on the right side of the screen warning this value will cause the assassin to one-shot warriors of the same level in a PvP environment. It is advised to revert to below 2.0. Old Chun rubbed his hands, feeling the sweat on his palms. In the past, once a planning document was finished, it would be handed to the programming team to realize, then brought back for balance testing, taking at least 2 weeks for a round trip. Now results are available immediately after entering the data. Zhangzhe turned and walked towards the art team next door. The visual impact from the art team was even more direct. Team leader Lin Wei was leading 3 modeling artists to import a batch of character models from Tianlong Babu into the Phantom. After the models were imported into the interface, the engine's built-in refinement tool listed the normal maps, AO occlusion, and material reflectivity as sliders. One of the modeling artists adjusted the metallic reflectivity. The armor on the character instantly transformed from a matte texture to a shiny polished metal. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Where is the second rendering? Lin Wei asked, holding back her excitement. Zhangzhe pointed to the button on the far right of the toolbar. The engine has 4 preset bases: realistic, cartoon, ink wash, and dark fantasy. Choose a style, and then fine-tune the parameters. Lin Wei selected the dark fantasy style. The same character model immediately changed its appearance. The tones automatically darkened and scratches and bloodstains were layered onto the armor's texture. The character transformed from a dazzling martial art style into a bizarre dark fantasy style. With a bit of color adjustment, this batch of models can be directly thrown into Conquest for use. Lin Wei shouted to Zhangzhe. Zhangzhe nodded and left the conference room. The commotion from the programming department was the loudest. Zhouhai was personally overseeing things from the back. The Phantom's code editor supports 2 modes. The first is traditional handwritten code supporting mainstream languages. The debugging tools and breakpoint functions are more user-friendly than those in the established IDEs available in the market. The second mode is the blueprint system. The screen displayed a massive network diagram of nodes. Each node represents a black box, functional module, character movement, collision detection, damage calculation, particle triggers. What programmers need to do is connect the nodes with lines and fill in the parameters in the input boxes. The engine will automatically compile this diagram into low-level code in the background. Programmer Xiao Zhao tried to create a random drop logic for opening boxes using the blueprint. From dragging nodes to filling in the probability tables, it took 15 minutes. He pressed the compile button. The engine ran for 2 seconds, and a green checkmark popped up in the lower right corner. Xiao Zhao opened the automatically generated source code file. The structure with standard comments were complete, and even the contingency plans for exception handling were clearly marked. Zhou, in the past, this would have taken me 2 days to write even if I pulled an all-nighter. Xiao Zhao stared at the screen intently. Zhouhai said nothing. He took a screenshot of the keyboard and sent Xiao Zhao's screen to the departmental group. By the afternoon, the operations department received the version control module. The engine integrated a visual packaging tool. The sliced content completed by each department, including new maps, new characters, balance adjustments, and even bug fixes. All submitted to the console in the form of lightweight patch packages. The operations team checked the box to merge on the interface. One-click packaging. After running the automated testing script locally, it was directly pushed to the online server. The player's client detected the update flag and silently downloaded it in the background. The next login would automatically take effect. The traditional 4-hour maintenance period became a seamless hot update. The tremors from each department had not yet calmed down when Zhang Zhe directly stationed himself in the temporary development area. For the next 2 weeks, he almost lived in the company. During the day, he collected feedback from various departments. Old Chin's planning team wanted a multi-person collaborative editing function for real-time synchronization of changes. Lin Wei wanted an unlimited rollback for the refinement tools. Zhou Hai discovered that more than 200 nodes in the blueprint would cause rendering pipelines to lag. Zhang Zhe accepted all these requests. At night, he returned to the office to modify the code and write patches. On the first day, the unlimited rollback function was launched. By the third day, the blueprint rendering pipeline was completely rewritten and did not drop frames. By the fifth day, the collaborative online editing module was assigned to the planning center. 2 weeks later, Zhang Zhe officially established the Phantom Engine department within the company. 18 top talents were drawn from each department directly managed by Zhang Zhe. The iteration speed of the engine entered a state of rapid acceleration. A small patch every 3 days, a new module every week. The development progress of 2 new projects was significantly expedited. The underlying framework of Fireline Assault was directly reused. The art team imported firearms and characters while the programming team connected the blueprint combat logic. In just 2 weeks, the half-finished framework was pushed into the quality assurance period before internal testing. Conquest reused most of the model resources from Tianlong, adjusting the tones and modifying the UI. The planning team built the large world PK framework through the engine's backend. In half a month, they completed what would traditionally take half a year to develop. Once all departments had fully adapted, Zhang Zhe issued a new directive. Every department was to start screen recording during their daily work. The 12 sessions of foundational training from the planning center, graphic and text analysis for rendering imports, practical case studies of the blueprint system, guidelines for automated deployment of hot updates. All of it was packaged and archived. Another week passed. Wang Wenbin pushed open Zhang Zhe's office door with a stack of gold-embossed invitations. Zhang, the guest list for the launch event has been confirmed. 36 tech media outlets, 22 gaming media outlets, and all 4 major portal sites tech sections have spent heavily on coverage. In the corporate circle, Guanyu, Jiuqing, Jiuyo, and Kingsoft have all sent letters. I also sent invitations to several small independent game studios according to the list. Zhang Zhe flipped through the attendee booklet in his hand. He turned to the last page and wrote down 3 names in the blank space. Xi'an University of Technology, Xi'an University of Electronic Science and Technology, Jiaodong University Software College. Zhang pushed the booklet toward Wang Wenbin. Go invite the deans from these 3 universities. Wang Wenbin picked it up and glanced at it, somewhat puzzled by his boss' intentions. Zhang, isn't this irrelevant? Why invite university professors? The big companies are tied to their outdated tech stacks, and the cost of conversion is too high. With the Phantom just released, they will only observe. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his office chair. What we need to find are those penniless students. Those 4th-year students driven mad by their graduation projects. Those grassroots teams wanting to start businesses in their dorms, but unable to afford overseas engine licensing fees. Zhang pointed at the 3 names. Bring the universities and give them research funding, and let them treat the Phantom Engine as a mandatory course to be placed directly on the podium. First-year students learn the basics, and by their 4th year, they produce works. Wang Wenbin's breath caught for a moment. In 3 years, as long as these students step out of the university and into this industry, their habitual operational logic will all belong to the compass. At that time, all development teams in China will be using our tools. Wang Wenbin clutched the notebook in his hand, feeling a bit uneasy. He turned to leave, but stopped at the door, turning back. Zhang, what is the theme for the launch event? Zhang Zhe turned his chair. His gaze passed through the floor-to-ceiling window and landed on Building B across the street, which was undergoing a facade lighting project. Let's call it the Compass Phantom launch event. The next day, precisely at 10 o'clock in the morning, the doors of Conference Hall No. 1 at Compass Technology Building opened and nearly 1,000 people surged in. The hall, which could seat 1,500, was filled to almost 2/3 capacity. In the front row sat journalists from major media outlets and technical representatives from invited companies, while the back row was occupied by independent developers and representatives from universities who had rushed to attend. The vice dean of the Computer Science College of Xi'an University of Technology sat in a central position in the front row, clutching the gilded invitation in his hand as he looked around. The interior of the conference hall was specially designed for acoustics, with an array of sound systems suspended from the ceiling, providing top-notch audio quality. As the lights dimmed, all eyes focused on the center stage. Zhang Zhe walked up from the side of the stage. There was no host to warm up the audience, nor an opening video. He went straight to the microphone. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Zhe, the founder of Compass Technology, and I will be the main speaker for today's launch event. Today we will unveil a groundbreaking product that will profoundly change the future of the domestic electronic entertainment industry. Applause erupted. Editors from several technology media in the front row were taking photographs enthusiastically, while the independent developers in the back row clapped along, though their eyes were filled with scrutiny. This legendary young boss was making his first appearance on stage today. What kind of product could warrant such attention from him? As the applause subsided, Zhang turned slightly to glance at the LED screen behind him. Now let's start by showing you the promotional video. The screen lit up. The opening scene showed a forest. Raindrops slid down the leaves, splashing onto the muddy ground. The camera zoomed in, clearly showing the arc of each droplet in midair and the splatter of mud at the moment of impact. The sounds of rain and wind swirled in the venue as the camera panned. The scene shifted. A cannon blast echoed from behind, and the screen showed a stone city wall being struck by a cannonball, which exploded with a deafening roar, bricks shattering and dust billowing. The paths of the fragments varied, some bounced while others embedded themselves in the ground. The sound of debris scattering resonated throughout the conference hall. The scene changed again. A burning forest came into view. Flames licked the trunks of trees, thick smoke swirled, and the firelight was reflected in the puddles on the ground. A figure walked across the muddy path, leaving behind a trail of footprints that gradually faded under the rain. 3 minutes passed. The entire scene was rendered in real-time 3D. The entire screen flashed past countless still frames of game visuals and suddenly darkened, freezing on a shadow of white letters. The white letters grew larger, occupying the center of the screen. A few large characters fully emerged and the image surrounding the letters vanished, leaving only a stark contrast of black and white. Phantom engine. The conference hall fell silent for 3 seconds. Someone in the front row suddenly sat upright, while a person in the back stood up, stretching their neck to stare at the screen. Mouth agape. Applause started off sparse, then grew louder and denser, continuing for a full 3 minutes. Zhang bowed in thanks 3 times before the applause finally ceased. The grassy ground of most online games in the country was still just a few polygonal textures. The precision of this demonstration elevated expectations by several levels. Zhang picked up the remote control and transitioned into the functional demonstration segment. His palm pressed down on the keyboard, and the interface on the big screen responded. "Keep an eye on the toolbar on the left," Zhang said into the microphone. His voice, amplified by the array of speakers, echoed throughout conference hall No. 1. In the front row, the vice dean of the Computer Science College of Xi'an University of Technology sat up straight, adjusting his glasses. Next to him sat a professor from the Software College of Jiaodong University. They exchanged glances, both eyes filled with scrutiny. Without using the mouse to click through the cumbersome menus, Zhang quickly pressed a few shortcut keys on the keyboard. Instantly, a standard humanoid 3D model appeared in the central grid workspace. The surface of the model displayed a basic matte gray texture. In traditional 3D software, to adjust the viewpoint, you constantly have to switch between top view, side view, and perspective view. It's cumbersome and inefficient. Zhang pressed the Alt key and dragged the middle mouse button. The entire perspective smoothly rotated in 3D space. There were no stutters, no dropped frames. The light and shadow recalculated in real time on the model's surface as the perspective shifted. Now we need to position this model. Zhang selected the model. A coordinate axis with red, green, and blue arrows appeared around it. Z-axis, y-axis, axis. This is the Cartesian coordinate system that everyone is most familiar with. He pressed the W key on the keyboard. The model shifted 10 units along the z-axis. The speed was incredibly fast with no delay. Direction. He pressed the E key and the coordinate axis transformed into 3 mutually perpendicular rings. Dragging the red ring with the mouse, the model rotated 90 degrees in place. Depth. Zhang pressed the R key, pushing the model back along the z-axis. The perspective relationship of the model in the grid space changed instantly. The technical director of Guangyu below furrowed his brow. The logic of this operation was too intuitive. Using 3D Max or Maya, just aligning coordinates and switching operation modes takes considerable effort. This level of WYSIWYG smoothness has never been seen in the country. This is just the basics. Zhang released the keyboard. In the Phantom engine, you don't need to memorize those complex coordinate parameters. Your time should be spent on creation, not wrestling with tools. Zhang dragged another stone model from the resource library on the right and threw it into the scene. The surface of the stone was covered with a texture of moss. He pressed the V key, dragging one edge of the humanoid model toward the stone. A soft pop echoed through the venue's sound system. The feet of the humanoid model automatically adhered to the surface of the stone, fitting perfectly with the normal direction aligned with the stone's slope. Vertex snapping and surface alignment, Zhang explained. Several independent developers in the back row whispered to each other. How much time could this save on alignment? It should save half, right? Previously, when doing scene stitching, adjusting the gaps between two walls made my eyes blur, and I ended up using grass piles to hide them. Zhangzhe continued with his operations. Next, let's modify the details. Zhangzhe zoomed in on the model's face. The original model was a white model without facial features. Zhangzhe brought up the parameter panel on the right. There were no dense lines of code or sliders, just a few intuitive icons: brush, eraser, smooth stretch. He selected the sculpting tool. As he brushed across the model's face, a groove appeared. What's so special about this? ZBrush can do this too, murmured a representative from Jiuqing. Zhangzhe ignored him and pressed the shift key, brushing again. The edge of the previously created groove instantly smoothed out. He then selected the entire arm of the model and pressed the shortcut key S. As he pulled the mouse, the arm was elongated and thickened. As the arm stretched, the surface topology automatically rerouted. What would have been stretched into a spike instead generated new polygons to fill the gap instantly through the engine's backend calculations. There were no torn surfaces or distortions. Real-time topology reconstruction. Zhangzhe tapped the podium. You don't need to worry about having to re-unwrap UV maps after modifying the model. The engine's backend calculates everything for you in real time. If you stretch an arm, the texture will automatically extend without any pixelation. Lin Wei, seated in the side employee area, watched the expressions of her peers in disbelief and found it amusing. When she first used this feature 2 weeks ago, her jaw nearly dropped. Several veterans from the art team had directly knelt before Zhangzhe at that time. Now look at this feature. Zhangzhe emptied the scene. He dragged in a complete castle gate model, built from stone bricks wrapped in iron with a row of spikes. The material's diffuse reflection and highlights were incredibly realistic. In the game, when players hit this gate with cannonballs, the traditional approach is to play an explosion animation, then replace the gate with a damaged model. This is called pre-baked animation. Zhangzhe looked down at the audience. This method is too artificial. Players hit the left side, but the gate shatters on the right with no feedback. He clicked on a scissors icon in the toolbar. Cutting tool. Zhangzhe drew 3 irregular lines on the gate. Cut it. The gate model was instantly divided into 4 pieces with a rough stone texture automatically generated at the cut surfaces. But that's not all. Zhangzhe selected the 4 fragments, right-clicked to add physical rigid body properties. He placed a sphere in the scene to simulate a cannonball. He assigned initial speed and mass parameters to the sphere, clicked play to test. The sphere collided with the gate. The gate shattered dramatically along the previously cut textures. The 4 fragments scattered, some bouncing off the ground, others colliding and changing trajectory. The debris skidded across the ground for a while before finally coming to a stop. The entire process was calculated in real time by the physics engine. Conference hall No. 1 was eerily quiet, with only the faint hum of the equipment operating. The vice dean of Xi'an University of Technology leaned forward, almost pressing against the front row seats. Is this physics collision library something they wrote themselves? He turned to ask his assistant beside him. The assistant shook his head, looking bewildered. There are currently no self-developed engines in the country capable of real-time rigid body collisions. Zhangzhe paused the demonstration. This is the cutting system of the Phantom engine. You can turn any static model into a destructible dynamic object in just seconds. No specialized effects artists are needed to keyframe it. The system will automatically calculate mass, gravity, and collision volume. Zhangzhe took a sip of water. What I just demonstrated was all standard operations. Zhangzhe set down the cup. What is the biggest pain point in making 3D games? He asked and answered himself. It's performance. The models created by artists are highly detailed, often exceeding hundreds of thousands of polygons. When placed in a game, players' computers simply can't handle it. The graphics card literally smokes. So we have to optimize, we have to reduce polygons. We reduce a high model of hundreds of thousands of polygons down to a low model of just a few thousand. Then we bake the details of the high model into normal maps and apply them to the low model, disguising the details of the high model. Zhangzhe looked at the artists in the audience. This process is tedious, monotonous, and extremely time-consuming. For a complex character, just the topology reduction takes a skilled worker 3 days. This is purely physical labor. Many people in the audience nodded. This is a deadlock in the industry. Countless talented artistic designers ultimately fail at the polygon reduction stage. Zhangzhe turned to face the screen. Now watch closely. He opened the file import folder and selected a source file named Dragon. The progress bar moved for a second. An extremely detailed Western dragon appeared in the workspace. The texture of the scales was clearly visible, and the veins on the wings were pronounced. Even the wear marks on the teeth were vividly depicted. Zhangzhe brought up the information panel. Total polygon count, 3 million. A stir rippled through the audience. 3 million polygons directly shoved into the engine. Will this computer not crash? This is a demo machine, of course. It's top-of-the-line dual CPUs with a professional graphics card. But in a game, it would absolutely crash. Zhang Zhe ignored the murmurs from the audience. He rotated the view around the dragon. The visuals still maintained 60 frames, incredibly smooth. There was no trailing shadow. This is the original high model that was imported. Zhang Zhe clicked on a star icon in the top menu bar. Intelligent Polygon Reduction Optimization. He pressed this button. A progress bar popped up in the center of the screen. This feature is not a product of this era. It is the underlying logic that AI has painstakingly written using graphic algorithms developed over the next 30 years. It can automatically identify the topology of the model, eliminate redundant polygons, retain key contour points, and instantly generate perfect normal maps and displacement maps in the background. The progress bar only flashed for a moment, under 2 seconds. The venue sound system emitted a ding. Zhang Zhe brought up the information panel again. Total polygon count, 4,500. The audience erupted in gasps. The technical director of Guanyu stood up, his chair toppling to the ground. Impossible, he shouted. From where he sat, the dragon on the screen appeared almost unchanged in appearance. The scales were still pronounced, and the veins remained clear. But the polygon count had dropped from 3 million to 4,500, a reduction of nearly 1,000 times. Zhang Zhe pushed the camera to the limit, zooming in on the dragon's scales. Everyone looked closely. The details are still there. The engine automatically generated normal maps and applied them. The edge contours were automatically optimized for smooth groups. This process usually takes 3 days in traditional workflows. Zhang Zhe held up 2 fingers. The Phantom engine takes 2 seconds. The audience was completely thrown into chaos. Everyone engaged in intense discussions with those around them. Some pulled out notebooks to frantically take notes. Others stared intently at the big screen. This technology represents a devastating disruption to the current development pipeline. A 10-person team using the Phantom engine could potentially outpace a traditional 100-person team in output speed. Zhang Zhe stood on stage, observing the uncontrollable situation below. He picked up the microphone. Silence. The voices in the venue gradually quieted, but everyone's eyes were glued to him. This is just one module of the Phantom engine. Zhang Zhe removed the Dragon model. It's very intelligent. Intelligent enough to replace half of your low-end labor force within your teams. But our purpose in developing this engine is not to take away anyone's livelihood. Zhang Zhe brought up a new interface on the screen. We aim to allow truly creative individuals to no longer be blocked by cumbersome technical barriers. The screen cut to a series of videos and photos. Footage of Compass employees using the Phantom engine to develop games, Demigods and Semi-Devils, Bubble World, Fast Karting, and Fireline Assault. Each development scene was recorded. The planning team dragged modules in the engine to build numerical frameworks, the art team imported models for one-click coloring, and the programming team connected logic with blueprints. All the games you see are fundamentally developed based on the Phantom engine. Together, these games boasted more than 20 million concurrent users. This is not a conceptual engine on a PowerPoint, it is a mature product that has undergone large-scale commercial validation. The functional demonstration concluded. Zhang Zhe stepped to the center of the stage holding the remote control. One last thing. He pressed the button, and the only visible words on the screen were price. Take a guess. The audience erupted into chatter. 2 million for a set, shouted a representative from Jiuqing in the front row. It has to start at 500,000, said an independent developer from the back row. If licensed annually, 150,000 per year. The technical lead from Kingsoft adjusted his glasses. Those overseas engines charge over 10 million for a set of licenses. This performance is superior, starting at 800,000. Voices rose and fell. Everyone was mentally calculating whether they could afford this price. Zhang Zhe stood silently on stage, waiting for a full half-minute. He raised his hand to signal for quiet. The conference hall gradually settled down. Zhang Zhe pressed the remote, and the word price disappeared from the screen. In its place appeared a giant zero. Free. The hall fell silent for a second. Someone in the front row suddenly stood up. What a... Zhang Zhe ignored him and continued slowly and earnestly. Anyone, whether from a large studio or an independent developer, can download it directly from the official website with no functional restrictions. Let me emphasize, this is commercial use with no functional restrictions. Additionally, all the learning tutorials specially created by our departments will be publicly available for free along with full technical support. He held up 2 fingers. Of course, we need to recoup the costs of developing the Phantom engine, so we will adopt a revenue-sharing model. This threshold is set at 2 million. Any game developed using the Phantom that nets less than 2 million in profit will incur no fees, completely free. Only when net profits exceed 2 million will we take 20% of the total revenue above that amount. Independent developers in the back row applauded enthusiastically. A few fourth-year students huddled together, their faces flushed. Technical representatives from major companies in the front row were pulling out their phones. Some directly dialed their company headquarters, shouting into the phone, free. All free. The sound of shutters clicked in the press area. The vice dean of Xi'an University of Technology took off his glasses to wipe them, then put them back on, staring at the screen with the zero several times. Zhang Zhe waited for 2 minutes until the noise from the audience lowered a level. One more thing. His voice echoed throughout the conference hall through the array of speakers. The Phantom engine is not solely for game development. The noise from the audience was abruptly silenced. More significant features will be added to the engine in the future. What exactly? Stay tuned. He did not elaborate further. Leaving that statement hanging, Zhang Zhe turned and walked off the stage. The next day, the headlines of all tech portals featured a single keyword. Suhu Technology Channel, Domestic Game Engine, Nuclear Bomb, Phantom Engine, Free Open Industry Landscape, Rewrite Overnight. Sina Technology homepage. Zhang Zhe of Compass Phantom is not just a game engine. Wangnan Technology, a world-class free engine. What game is Zhang Zhe really playing? Penguin Network Technology used the shortest title but achieved the highest click rate. He gave away something worth billions for free. The press conference had just concluded. Wang Wenbin forcefully pushed open the door to Zhang Zhe's office. President Zhang, the official website's traffic has exploded. The bandwidth is already maxed out. Zhang Zhe sat in front of the computer where the screen displayed a series of fluctuating data. Add servers. Divert the download channels. The official website of Compass Technology, the homepage of the passport software, and the shortcut icons were all synchronously updated. Even the technology section headlines of the 4 major portal websites were all changed to include the download link for the Phantom engine. Not only was there the engine itself, but also a plethora of official tutorial videos. From basic interface recognition to advanced blueprint connections and high-level rendering optimization, everything was organized and categorized step by step. Next to it hung an official technical exchange forum. Keynote players discovered a new icon in the shortcut bar on the left side of the passport. A shopping cart-shaped icon. Below it read Phantom Mall. Clicking on it revealed an empty page with only a line of white text. Under construction, please look forward to it. In Shenzhen, in a rented room of less than 30 square meters, 4 young people stared intently at the download progress bar on the screen. 99. 100. It's installed. The lead programmer oldly clicked on the Phantom engine icon, his hand shaking uncontrollably as he held the mouse. The interface popped up. Following the demonstration Zhang Zhe gave at the press conference, he attempted to drag a few blueprint nodes, connecting and compiling them. With 0 errors. Damn. Oldly swore. Is this thing really free? Planner Xiao Zhang was flipping through the official tutorials beside him. His eyes grew brighter with each passing moment. Oldly, the design concept of this engine is incredible. In the past, we were stuck at the underlying code. Now it's directly visualized. The technical barriers of those big companies have been kicked down by Zhang Zhe. Oldly slammed his hand on the table. Let's get to work. Let's reinitiate our stalled martial arts project. In contrast to the small workshop's revelry, the response from the big companies was far more cautious. At Guangyu Games, the technical director stared at the interface of the Phantom engine on the screen. Behind him stood a dozen core members. Director, the rendering efficiency is at least 3 times higher than the engine we developed ourselves. The director frowned. Download it, let's dismantle it and study it. Let's see if there's any code logic we can borrow. So should we switch our new project to Phantom? The assistant asked. No switch, the director immediately rejected. This engine has just been released, who knows if it has hidden issues? The most expensive things are the free ones. Zhang Zhe said it's free below 2 million. Who can guarantee he won't change the agreement later? Let's stick to our own for now, and let those small workshops be the guinea pigs. The strategies of the major companies were surprisingly uniform: study and learn, but do not use. In Seoul, South Korea, in the conference room of a large game company, the big screen played the video recording of the Phantom engine's launch. Just for show, the technical supervisor sneered. What kind of underlying engine can a Chinese person write? It must be a shell of foreign open source code with a fancy UI. But supervisor, their mesh reduction algorithm and real-time rendering. That's just pre-rendered video. Do you really believe that? The supervisor interrupted his subordinate. Since they dared to release it, let's download a copy. Let's see if there are any useful plugins to scrape and add to our engine. Most South Korean manufacturers scoffed at it. However, behind the scenes, the download numbers were quietly climbing. In Tokyo, Japan, in a cubicle of a long-established game company, the junior programmer Yamada was secretly watching the Phantom engine tutorials on a secondary screen. He was stunned by the exceedingly convenient topology reconstruction feature. If we use this, we can advance the progress of the monster models by half next month. He stood up and walked to the team leader's desk. Leader, a new engine has been released in China with very high efficiency. Can we? Yamada-kun. The team leader didn't even look up, his tone severe. Our company has been using its own self-developed engine for 10 years. It's the hard work of our predecessors. Don't waste time on those dubious free software. Return to your seat. Yamada gritted his teeth and bowed his head. Yes. He returned to his seat looking at the Phantom engine on the screen and silently clicked the download button. He dared not use it at the company. He decided to create something with this engine in his rented room after work. In Sienne, in the laboratory of the computer science department at Sienne University of Technology, the vice president stood behind the students watching the screen. Teacher, the rendering efficiency is terrifying. The senior student pointed at the screen. I imported the model of the entire Chang'an city, and it can still run at 60 frames per second. The vice president adjusted his glasses. This tool is wasted on making games. He pointed at the physical collision parameters on the screen. Look at its rigid body collision library. It's accurate to 4 decimal places. This can completely be used for physical simulation. The vice president knocked on the table. The topic for next week has been changed. No need to write those broken mini-games anymore. Using the Phantom engine, create a simulation training environment for drone flight. Calculate wind direction, gravity, and collisions using its built-in parameters. Not just at Sienne University of Technology, similar scenes were playing out in the laboratories of Sienne Electronic Science and Technology University and Jiaodong University. The seeds that Zhang Zhe planted took root and sprouted faster than he anticipated. As time passed, 2 weeks went by. The news of the Phantom engine was rampant online. Every day there were posts and forums discussing technical details. However, there had yet to be any game product developed using the Phantom engine on the market. Big companies were observing, while small workshops were experimenting. Independent developers were still stumbling. Some began to stir the pot in the forums. If it's so amazing, why hasn't anyone made a demo? It's probably just a half-finished product. If a game was made, it would be full of bugs. Go back to sleep. This is how domestic technology is. Until Friday of the second week at 3 in the afternoon, a post quietly appeared in the independent game-sharing section of the Compass Phantom forum. The title was simple. A person made a little thing using the Phantom engine. Everyone can play it casually. The poster's ID: Old Soldier. The post had no unnecessary words, only a download link to a compressed package smaller than 40 megabytes. Some bored netizens clicked on the download. Unzipping it and running it, the screen went black. Then an ear-piercing sound of crashing waves came from the headphones. The screen lit up. In a full 3D perspective, the player's view was fixed behind a heavy machine gun on a coastal bunker. Ahead lay a turbulent ocean. Landing craft were crashing through the waves and fighter jets circled overhead. Beachhead frontline. The gameplay of this game was extremely simple. It involved controlling the machine gun and artillery to eliminate enemies charging onto the beach. In essence, it was imitating a beach landing battle. But the visuals were jaw-dropping. The waves of the sea undulated in the sand columns that splashed when bullets hit the beach. The flames and flying debris from the landing craft exploding were all genuine 3D physics calculations. The first netizen to download it stared at the computer in shock for a full minute. He returned to the forum and typed a line beneath that post. Damn. Did this really come from just one person? This statement was like throwing a deep-water bomb into a calm lake. 10 minutes later, the post received over 100 replies. Half an hour later, it surpassed 1,000. These lighting effects, this physical collision, incredible. This game is only 40 megabytes. How is that possible? The compression algorithm of this engine is simply extraterrestrial technology. The news spread quickly to various game portal websites. 17173, a duo in Gamersky. All the editors immediately featured this under 40 MB mini-game on the most prominent download recommendation spot on their homepage. The debut of the Phantom engine. One person challenges the big companies with a shocking release of a 3D beach landing game. The heat exploded instantly, and countless players rushed to the download link. The bandwidth alarm lights on the server flashed wildly. In the Compass building on the 70th floor, Zhou Hai briskly entered Zhang Zhe's office holding a printed data report. President Zhang, the downloads for Beachhead Frontline broke 50,000 in just 3 hours. Zhou Hai's tone was filled with restrained excitement. This developer called Old Soldier really did it alone, spending just 2 weeks on it. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his chair. He watched the posts on the forum refresh wildly on the screen. A simple gameplay combined with the dimensionality-reducing performance of the Phantom engine. That was enough. This was not just a game. It was a stepping stone that Zhang Zhe threw into the entire gaming industry. Have you found out who this Old Soldier is? Found him. Zhou Hai flipped to the second page of the report. He's a veteran, hasn't been to college, and works as an internet cafe manager. He relied entirely on our official tutorials, figuring it out bit by bit. Zhang Zhe smiled. This was the effect he wanted. Even an internet cafe manager with no foundation could produce a 3D game of this level in 2 weeks. Could the big companies still afford to wait? Could the hesitant small and medium-sized teams still sit still? Zhou Hai. Zhang Zhe stood up. Yes. Put this game's download link on the homepage pop-up of Passport. Also send an email to this Old Soldier. What should I send? Zhang Zhe walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the darkening sky outside. Tell him his game has received the first entry ticket to the Phantom Mall. Zhang Zhe turned his head. Additionally, notify Wang Wenbin. The mall is preparing to launch ahead of schedule. Zhou Hai swallowed hard, nodded, and quickly left. Zhang Zhe looked at the bustling traffic outside the window. This was just the beginning. Outside the door, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Wang Wenbin barged in without knocking. President Zhang. Wang Wenbin raised his phone, his expression somewhat strange. The Penguin side is making moves. Zhang Zhe turned around. What is it? They just released an announcement. Wang Wenbin stared intently at the words on the screen, reading them out loud. The game studio under the Penguin has announced the complete cessation of self-developed engine development. Zhang Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly. What are they trying to do? Wang Wenbin looked up. They announced that all new projects in the future will use the Phantom engine. Zhang Zhe had just sat down at his desk when the phone rang. The screen displayed the Shenzhen area code. He pressed the speakerphone button. Zhang, the announcement from the Penguin side has already been sent out. Ma Weida's voice carried a hint of amusement. I managed to push through the board's opposition votes against those foreign investors. Now the lifeblood of Penguin's gaming technology has been completely handed over to your Compass. Ma has some guts. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his chair. Compass has thrown out a free engine and Penguin immediately followed suit, giving up on self-research. This indeed requires tremendous determination for the foreign faction within Penguin, as these investors hope to increase some performance to raise their valuation for an IPO. But Zhang Zhe was very clear about what Ma Huada was waiting for. There is a main development branch within Compass, Zhang Zhe began. All the latest technologies will first run on this branch. The publicly released major versions will be at least 6 months behind the old technology. I will grant Penguin advanced permissions. Your team will be completely synchronized with Compass Internal Development Group. The breathing on the other end of the phone noticeably grew heavier. Zhang is straightforward. Ma Huada smiled slightly, not overly excited. By the way, Zhang, Penguin is about to initiate its Series B financing. MIH from South Africa and DFJ have both expressed interest. You are a major shareholder of Penguin, so I need to discuss this with you first. Just follow your rhythm. My support for Penguin will not change. He hung up the phone. Mutual benefit. Penguin had obtained the technological advantage. Meanwhile, the Phantom engine also received the credit endorsement from the largest social giant in the country. 2 weeks later, Wang Wenbin pushed open the door with a stack of reports. Zhang, the framework for the Phantom Mall is all set up. He spread the reports on the desk. Zhang Zhe glanced at the first page. At the top was a game titled Beach Frontline, created by a veteran network administrator. This veteran is quite stubborn. Wang Wenbin pointed at the data trend chart. The game charges no fee. He posted an announcement on the forum that he would add new maps and new units next month. I heard that to create these new maps, he even quit his job as a network administrator and is now full-time at home building models. Let him tinker. Zhang Zhe tapped the table. Once his skills are up to par, we can consider inviting him to join the development team. What about the others? Zhang Zhe asked. They're all going crazy. Wang Wenbin flipped to the second page. One guy called Loyal Player of the Red and White Machine spent a week making a 3D side-scrolling game. The gameplay is entirely copied from Prison Break on the FC, and he was afraid of copyright issues, so he renamed it Jailbreak. Wang Wenbin shook his head at the data. It went online for 3 days, and the download count broke 30,000. The forum is buzzing for updates. Zhang Zhe remained silent, flipping to the third page. It was filled with dense lists of games. In the past 2 weeks, nearly 100 mini-games have been listed on the mall's backend. Wang Wenbin swallowed. All of them were created using the Phantom engine. Some have just 3 levels, and some haven't even completed the UI. There's even one racing game where the collision volume isn't fully drawn, allowing cars to drive through walls. The review team has been working non-stop these days, their eyes turning green from looking at these half-finished products. Add a uniform label to these half-finished products. Zhang Zhe pointed at those names with his pen. Put a beta mark in the upper right corner of the icon. Clearly indicate that it is a free testing version. Since it's free, the player's tolerance will be immense, just right for them to act as guinea pigs to help developers find bugs. Understood. Wang Wenbin took notes, but still had some concerns. However, these games are too small in scale. They can serve as appetizers, but cannot support the mall's appearance. Players will delete them after playing for half an hour. Zhang Zhe stood up and walked toward the door. The facade is ready. In the development hall, Zhang Zhe and Wang Wenbin stood in front of a testing machine. The final version of Line of Fire was running on the screen. Desert map. The character took aim and ran. The camera shake matched the first-person perspective perfectly. Flames spewed from the gun muzzle, and the edges of bullet holes in the wall emitted wisps of smoke. Grenades exploded in the sand, with the rising dust reflecting an incredibly realistic granularity in the light. Finally done. The lead programmer, Xiao Zhao, with dark circles under his eyes, clicked the mouse rapidly. Zhang, the packaging is complete. Xiao Zhao thought back to the progress of development around him and felt somewhat surreal. Without the Phantom engine, this game would have taken at least 2 years to grind out. Now, the underlying logic was all built using blueprints, and the artists directly inserted high models, with the engine calculating the reduction of polygons and lighting by itself. The originally most time-consuming code debugging was fully handed over to the backend for automatic computation. How's the testing data? Zhangzhe asked. Up to 10 versus 10, it runs perfectly without dropping frames on current mainstream computers. Xiao Zhao pulled up the backend report. Only a very few old models of graphics cards experience texture errors under certain lighting conditions, but it does not affect the core experience. Patch up the compatibility fix first thing in the morning. Zhangzhe turned to Wang Wenbin. At 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, put Line of Fire on the homepage of the Phantom Mall. Promote it with the pass window and a banner on the official website. Full network promotion. 3 days later. In Shenzhen, at a large internet cafe, the network administrator Xiao Lu was dozing off at the front desk. Boss opened 2 machines. They need to be next to each other. 2 high school students pounded on the bar. Xiao Lu opened his eyes and swiped his ID card. Machines 24 and 25. The 2 high school students ran over, and just after sitting down for 2 minutes, they rushed back to the bar. Boss, why don't you have Line of Fire downloaded on your machines? Xiao Lu yawned. What assault? I haven't heard of it. It's that free shooting game. Hurry up and download it. I want to duel with Lousy. Xiao Lu impatiently opened the server backend and searched. Produced by Compass. Free. He clicked to download. The game was only a few hundred megabytes, and the backend download speed was extremely fast. Half an hour later, a loud shout suddenly erupted in the internet cafe. What the hell? This game's graphics are amazing. This shout attracted everyone in the cafe who was playing other games. 7 or 8 people immediately gathered behind machine 24. One of them, a blonde, was holding a half-burnt cigarette. He had been playing CS, but now abandoned his own machine. On the screen, a player was prone at a second-floor window, aiming with an AWM sniper rifle. Sunlight glinted off the barrel, creating a dazzling highlight. The camera zoomed in. The scratches on the scope's glass were clearly visible. Is this really the quality of an online game? The blonde was stunned, not even noticing the ash falling on the keyboard. This quality is even better than single-player games, right? Is it free? Another person asked. It's free. Just click on the Phantom Mall to download it. The internet cafe instantly erupted. In less than an hour, out of over 100 machines in the internet cafe, 80 screens were all showing the same desert map. Some people complained about lag and directly uninstalled other games from the backend to free up memory. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout. Xiao Lu stood behind the bar watching the entire internet cafe, playing the same game, utterly dumbfounded. In the past few days, he hadn't received any promotional efforts from any ground staff. No posters were distributed, and no promotional machines were set up. This game had taken over the internet cafe just by word of mouth. On the same day, at Guangyu Games in the technical department, the director stared intently at the computer screen. On the screen was a report from a third-party data monitoring platform used by various game companies. Are you sure this data isn't wrong? The director pointed at the numbers on the screen. The assistant stood beside him, drenched in sweat. We verified it 3 times. It's not wrong. Line of Fire. 3 days after launch. Concurrent users 3.5 million. The director's breath hitched. 3.5 million. The top online game in the country would celebrate with champagne if they had 1 million online. This game 3 days after launch directly hit 3.5 million. Moreover, the data curve was skyrocketing at a terrifying angle. How long did it take to develop this game at Compass? The director asked through gritted teeth. Less than 3 months, the assistant's voice trembled. 3 months. The new project they were working on at Guangyu had cost tens of millions and had been in development for 2 years. The graphics couldn't even compare to half of Line of Fire. At their current pace, just fixing the texture bugs alone would take another 2 months. The director closed his eyes. 2 weeks ago, he had issued a strict order prohibiting anyone in the technical department from touching the Phantom engine. And now, in less than 3 months, they had created a graphics powerhouse that crushed the entire market with concurrent users exceeding 3.5 million. Director, the assistant tentatively spoke up. Our art team for the new project has been stuck on polygon reduction. If we don't switch engines, this project definitely won't be out this year. How about? The director opened his eyes. Go download the installation package. Download what? The assistant was taken aback. The Phantom engine. The director squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Pick a few core members and try to integrate our sideline project into it. Speed is essential. The assistant let out a sigh of relief and turned to run out. Wait. The director called him back. Have the art team go learn as well. Everyone needs to go through their official tutorials. At the same time, Jiuqing, Jiuyu Kingsoft. Almost all of the leading domestic game developers were experiencing remarkably similar scenes. Those sets of self-developed underlying codes that they regarded as core competitive advantages had turned into scrap paper in the face of the photorealistic screenshots of Line of Fire. At the Compass building, Zhang Zhe looked at the constantly fluctuating data in the backend. This was not just the number of online users for Line of Fire. More critically, it was the download volume of the Phantom engine from institutional endpoints. Those fixed IP addresses from major game companies were accessing the Phantom download link hundreds or even thousands of times. Those once lofty technical directors were secretly downloading this tool they had looked down upon. Wang Wenbin walked in. Zhang, I've been keeping an eye on the actions of the major companies. Wang Wenbin placed several reports on the table. They're all secretly downloading the engine. Even those Korean agents who had previously criticized it the most have started posting on forums seeking technical assistance. Zhang Zhe closed the data panel. The fish are in the net. He turned to Wang Wenbin. Send an email to Penguin and have them prepare for a synchronized update. Wang Wenbin was stunned. The big companies have just started using the initial version and were pushing a new version to Penguin. Yes. Zhang Zhe picked up the water cup on the table. Since Penguin is willing to make commitments at critical times, we must set an example. While Zhang Zhe was busy at the company, a call from Ma Huada came in discussing the Penguin's intention to conduct a B round of financing. As a major shareholder, his participation was necessary. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhe flew to Shenzhen a day in advance to attend the financing negotiation meeting. $60 million. In a top-level conference room of a star-rated hotel in Futian District, Shenzhen. On either side of a long rectangular conference table sat a dozen people in suits. The speaker was a representative of Sequoia Capital who pushed the documents in his hand forward. Mr. Ma, we admit that Penguin currently has a large number of registered users. However, its monetization ability is too poor. The representative of Sequoia tapped on the table. Relying solely on selling a few membership and point cards can't even cover your monthly server bandwidth fees. Ma Huada sat across from him. His fingers were intertwined on the table, and his face had turned slightly pale. The few members of the Penguin founding team sitting beside him were also silent. In the past few days, they had slept less than 3 hours each day for this round of financing. While Penguin's user base was growing explosively, the accompanying server expenses were terrifying. The money in the account was nearly burnt out. Without new capital infusion, Penguin wouldn't survive until the end of the year. The representative from DFJ quickly followed up. We value Penguin at $90 million. He raised a finger. This is the highest limit we can offer. Moreover, we hope this financing can secure 35% of the shares. The few founders of Penguin exchanged glances, frowning. This was akin to opportunistically taking advantage of a crisis. The representative from South Africa's MIH, Wang Dawei, finally spoke up. He leaned back in his chair and surveyed the conference room. We value Penguin at $80 million. Wang Dawei looked at Ma Huada. This is the comprehensive valuation derived after 2 weeks of detailed due diligence by MIH. Wang Dawei paused and revealed the real bottom line. We are prepared to invest $40 million to acquire 40% of the shares from the founding team and existing investors. There was a moment of silence in the conference room. An $80 million valuation for 40% of the shares demonstrated our sincerity. This appetite was even larger than DFJ's. Mr. Ma, we not only bring capital, but also overseas operational experience. Wang Dawei spread his hands. Penguin cannot focus solely on the domestic market. You need MIH's global channels. Ma Huada did not respond. He turned to look at a young man seated to his right, the youngest investor in the room, Zhang Zhe from Compass Technology. Zhang Zhe was dressed casually in a black jacket, contrasting starkly with the tailored suits in the room. He hadn't said a word during the nearly hour-long negotiation. He had been focused on reviewing the internal financial statements of Penguin. Representatives from several investment institutions were also directing their attention toward Zhang Zhe. They had done their homework before arriving. This young man held a significant stake in Penguin. Moreover, the Compass Technology behind him was currently the most prominent entity in the domestic internet circle. He nodded or shook his head, directly influencing the direction of this B round of financing. Zhang Zhe closed the report, raised his head, and asked, $80 million. Zhang Zhe laughed, scanning the group of investment representatives across the table with a mocking gaze. He threw the report in his hand directly onto the conference table. The pages slid a short distance and stopped in front of Wang Dawei. Mr. Wang, your due diligence team can be completely dismissed. Zhang Zhe leaned back against his chair. You think you can take almost half of Penguin's control for $80 million? Do you think we are here for a clearance sale? Wang Dawei frowned. Mr. Zhang, he stared directly into Zhang Zhe's eyes. We are discussing a $40 million equity transaction, not making a joke. The capital market places great importance on monetization ability, not just user numbers. Currently, Penguin's profit model, $200 million. Zhang Zhe interrupted. The Sequoia representative's hand trembled, spilling coffee onto the documents on the table. $200 million. 16 billion RMB. Mr. Zhang, are you making an international joke? The DFJ representative suddenly sat up straight. A $200 million valuation. How long has it been since the Nasdaq tech bubble burst? Which domestic internet company can be worth this sky-high price? Mr. Zhang, I hope you can speak carefully. Ma Huadu remained silent beside him. His fingers gripping the pen turned pale. Previously, he had communicated with Zhang Zhe and had only expected just over $100 million. He was prepared to sign at that figure. Zhang Zhe directly doubled the figure. He stood up, walked to the whiteboard at the front of the conference room, and picked up a marker. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems you still regard Penguin as merely a simple instant messaging tool. Zhang Zhe turned to face the group of capitalists in suits. Your thinking is too outdated, and to be honest, I am somewhat disappointed. He wrote the words, gaming platform, on the whiteboard. This is the latest data from last month. Zhang Zhe pointed at the whiteboard. Penguin's gaming platform has surpassed 4 million concurrent online users. He turned his gaze toward the representative from Sequoia. You have invested in quite a few gaming companies in the domestic market. Currently, besides us Compass Technology and Penguin, which other company's gaming platform can reach such a level of concurrent users? The Sequoia representative opened his mouth but did not speak. Indeed, there was none. Even the currently thriving Lianzhong could not come close to that number of concurrent users. Zhang Zhe did not wait for their response and heavily wrote the words online games on the whiteboard. Penguin has officially entered the large-scale online gaming track. Moreover, they have completely discarded the outdated self-developed engine and fully integrated with the advanced development rights of the Compass Phantom engine. Zhang Zhe threw the marker onto the conference table, creating a crisp sound. With the best Phantom engine technology in the country as a foundation combined with Penguin's terrifying installation base of tens of millions, the games produced will have almost zero cost for traffic generation once they are launched. This is a cash printing machine that doesn't require buying traffic. The investment representatives began to whisper among themselves. The Phantom engine. This name has become explosively significant in the domestic gaming circle these days. They were all too aware of the power of the Phantom engine. Zhang Zhe's move had directly elevated Penguin's technological barriers to a top-tier level. And then there's the monetization issue. Zhang Zhe leaned his hands on the conference table, looking down at Wang Dawei, who sat opposite him. Do you think selling QQ avatars isn't profitable? Clothes backgrounds, red diamonds, yellow diamonds. This virtual value-added service system has just begun to roll out. The marginal cost of virtual items is zero, selling one is pure profit. When next month's financial report comes out, you will realize how foolish your quotation today is. Wang Dawei stared intently at Zhang Zhe. He had to regain the initiative in the negotiation. 200 million is too high. Wang Dawei gritted his teeth. This completely exceeds our risk control red line. That is your internal matter. Zhang Zhe sat back down in his chair. 200 million is the bottom line. 1 cent less, and we want to discuss it today. This was Zhang Zhe's way of returning the favor to Ma Huadu. A few days ago, Penguin had announced the comprehensive adoption of the Phantom engine under immense pressure from internal conservatives. This generous gift must be repaid by Zhang Zhe. Helping Penguin raise its valuation was the best way to reciprocate. The conference room fell into a deadlock. 10 minutes later, we need to take a half-hour break. The Sequoia representative stood up. We need to consult with our headquarters in the United States. Representatives from DFJ and MIH also stood and left the conference room. The hallway was filled with low whispers in English. The conference room was left with only the Penguin team and Zhang Zhe. Ma Huadu pulled out a cigarette case and offered Zhang Zhe one. Mr. Zhang was 200 million too aggressive. Ma Huadu lit the cigarette, his fingers slightly shaking the cigarette end. What if they all get scared away? Our capital chain. They won't run away. Zhang Zhe took a puff of the cigarette. These capitalists, once they smell blood, they absolutely won't let go. They are more aware of Penguin's potential than anyone. I am merely forcing them to show their cards. Half an hour later, the investment representatives returned to their seats one after another, their expressions not looking too good. But no one brought up leaving the table. The negotiation resumed. For the next 2 hours, the conference room turned into a marketplace. Zhang Zhe and Ma Huadu stood their ground, firmly clinging to the $200 million valuation. After intense tug-of-war and calculations, the coffee on the table was replaced 8 times. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the final plan was finalized. Penguin's valuation was fixed at $200 million. Zhang Zhe and the Penguin founding team collectively agreed to sell 30% of the shares for this round of financing. This 30% stake was divided among 3 institutions. South Africa's MIH took the largest portion, occupying 12%. Sequoia Capital acquired 10%. DFJ obtained the final 8%. With the new capital entering the market, the original equity structure had to be restructured. Zhang Zhe's originally held shares faced the risk of dilution. Just when the capital side thought they could use this to weaken Zhang Zhe's voice and Penguin Zhang Zhe directly pulled out a checkbook. He mobilized the massive cash flow on Compass balance sheet, and at the valuation of $200 million immediately made up the payment. Not only did he avoid the dilution of his shares, but he also took the opportunity to absorb some scattered shares, increasing his stake in Penguin to an absolute, controlling 40%. This move left Wang Dawei stunned. He had not anticipated the cash flow behind Zhang Zhe to be so abundant. Signing. Sealing. Representatives from major institutions left the conference room with signed letters of intent, their expressions complex. They had obtained the shares they desired. But the price paid was more than double what they expected. The conference room was completely cleared. Ma Huadu slumped in his chair, loosening his tie. He walked up to Zhang Zhe and extended his hand. Mr. Zhang, if it weren't for your support today, we wouldn't have been able to withstand the siege from those Wall Street veterans. Zhang Zhe shook his hand. It's our own business. If Penguin's valuation rises, my shares will be worth something. Zhang Zhe smiled. Ma Huadu pulled Zhang Zhe back to sit down. There's something I need to discuss with you. Ma Huadu poured 2 cups of tea and pushed one toward Zhang Zhe. Now that we have secured funding in the B round and have sufficient ammunition, we are preparing to initiate the IPO process. Zhang Zhe paused momentarily while reaching for the teacup. So soon? We can't delay. Ma Huadu lowered his voice. NetEase has already rung the bell on Nasdaq. If we don't go public soon, talent and resources will be snatched away by them. He took a sip of tea. I have already contacted PwC for IPO consulting. Our target is the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. If all goes well, we will be listed before the end of next year. Ma Huadu looked at Zhang Zhe with intense determination. Mr. Zhang, you are the largest shareholder apart from the founding team. You must stand on stage with me when we ring the bell in Hong Kong next year. Zhang Zhe took a sip from his teacup. No problem. He set the teacup down. I will definitely join for the bell ringing. Ma Huadu sighed in relief. With Zhang Zhe's word, the last bit of resistance in promoting the IPO plan internally disappeared. However, Mr. Ma, Zhang Zhe toyed with the teacup in his hand and looked up at Ma Huadu. If you want to sell at a good price on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, relying solely on the current data in your financial statements is somewhat lacking. Ma Huadu frowned. Does Mr. Zhang have a way? Although Penguin's revenue was increasing, it indeed lacked explosive growth points to support such a high valuation in the secondary market. Take a trip to Beijing. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his chair. Find the headquarters of the mobile company. Ma Huadu was taken aback. What do we need to find the mobile company for? As internet professionals, what intersection do we have with telecom operators? Zhang Zhe tapped the table. SP business. Those 4 words slipped from Zhang Zhe's lips. Before Ma Huadu could react, a vice president from Penguin suddenly brightened up. SMS value-added services, the vice president asked tentatively. Exactly. Zhang Zhe pointed at that vice president. Have you calculated this account? Currently, there are over 100 million mobile phone users in the country. If Penguin can collaborate with mobile to launch mobile QQ, users can send SMS directly to the QQ on their computers. Two-way communication. Zhang Zhe sat up straight. Each text message costs 10 cents. Mobile collects the toll, and you get a share. The conference room fell silent. Ma Huadu suddenly stood up, quickly pacing behind his chair. If we calculate according to Penguin's current active user base, even if only 1% of users subscribe to this service, the daily volume of text messages sent would be astronomical. This would be a cash printing machine that doesn't require setting up base stations. This could bring a massive cash flow to Penguin. Zhang Zhe looked at Ma Huadu. Such a level of real cash inflow could at least raise your IPO price by 30% on the day of listing. Ma Huadu halted his steps. He turned to look at Zhang Zhe. This plan is brilliant. But why would the mobile side share this money with us? Because mobile also lacks content. They have built so many base stations and sold so many phones. Users do nothing but make calls and send New Year's greetings. They are even more anxious than you. You can take Penguin's tens of millions of registered users to negotiate with them. This is your greatest bargaining chip. Ma Huadu walked to the desk and picked up the landline phone. Help me book the earliest flight to Beijing tomorrow. His speech was extremely fast. Have Lao Zeng and a few others go with us. Bring our current user data report. After hanging up the phone, Ma Huadu turned around. Mr. Zhang. Ma Huadu spoke very seriously. This favor Penguin will remember. Zhang Zhe waved his hand and walked toward the door. Hurry to run the procedures. Zhang Zhe pushed open the conference room door. Get this license before they react. If it's late, this piece of fat meat will be divided among those portal websites like Sina and Sohu. Leaving the hotel, Zhang Zhe opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Penguin had successfully stabilized its foundation. They had not only secured funding, but also found new profit growth points, making the IPO a sure thing. The next focus should be back on Compass itself. Zhang Zhe returned to the headquarters of Zhejian Technology in Xi'an and immediately immersed himself in work. Pull up the hardware adaptation report for Fireline Assault from the past 2 days. Zhang leaned back in his office chair. The screen lit up. Xiao Ai's voice echoed in Zhang's mind. The report has been compiled. Several rows of red data charts popped up on the screen. Currently, 27% of players experience game frame rates fluctuating around 30 frames per second. Most of them are concentrated on low-end machines in old internet cafes. The main bottleneck lies in insufficient video memory. Zhang looked at the screen. 30 frames. It's fine for playing an ordinary RPG, but for FPS games it feels like watching a slideshow on the screen. Internet cafes are the main battlefield for game promotion in the country right now. The owners would never upgrade the graphics cards in their entire establishment just for a free game. To solve this problem, we cannot rely on the players. We must squeeze the hardware's performance limits from the ground up. Xiao AI. Zhang tapped on the desk. Here. I need a new technology. Zhang stared at the screen. One that can significantly enhance game performance at the current hardware level without changing the graphics card. We must eliminate all the unnecessary rendering losses at the base level. The cursor on the screen flickered rapidly. The progress bar filled up. Conventional software layer optimization has been pushed to the limit by the Phantom engine. Our polygon reduction algorithm and culling mechanism are already the optimal solutions of this era. Achieving another leap in performance on existing foundations cannot be accomplished by simply changing code. It requires hardware collaboration. Xiao AI projected a 3D high-fidelity character model on the screen. The model's textures were incredibly complex with metallic reflections and fabric wrinkles vividly displayed. This is the high-level character model currently in Fireline Assault. When players get close, the graphics card needs to load a vast amount of high-definition texture maps into video memory. Xiao AI pulled out a video memory usage bar next to the model. The red light flashed wildly. The current video memory bandwidth of the graphics card is too small. It's like trying to drink a whole barrel of water through a straw. No matter how much water there is, the thickness of the straw determines the speed. Zhang looked at the overflowing progress bar. We need to compress the water. Exactly. The screen changed and Xiao AI pulled up a segment of low-level algorithm code. This solution can be termed material compression rendering technology. It can perform lossless super compression of the materials externally before the graphics card reads the texture maps. The compression ratio can reach an astonishing 6:1 or even 8:1. The decompression process does not involve the CPU, it is directly executed by the GPU hardware of the graphics card in real-time decoding. Rendering while decompressing. Zero latency. Frame rates can be increased by 40 to 60%. Zhang leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingertips on the table. A 60% performance increase out of thin air. This means that a computer that couldn't run Fireline Assault would jump to 60 frames per second after implementing this technology. This means game developers using the Phantom engine can freely incorporate high-definition textures without worrying about players' computers overheating. This is a direct dimensional strike that turns the hardware tables upside down. What are the drawbacks? Zhang asked. Xiao AI threw out a red exclamation mark. This technology requires support from the graphics card's low-level hardware instruction set compilation. The existing graphics card drivers cannot interpret this compression algorithm logic. Forcing it to run would only cause the graphics card to crash and malfunction. We need graphics card manufacturers to hardcode this decompression into their drivers from the ground up. This technology is a trump card, but it requires the graphics card manufacturer's approval. Currently, the global graphics card market is dominated by three giants, NVIDIA, ATI, and Micron, controlling over 90% of the graphics chip market share. Getting them to include a Chinese company's proprietary algorithm in their low-level drivers is simply a pipe dream. Big companies have their own protective moats. After thinking for a long time, Zhang couldn't come up with a good plan and had to seek help from Xiao AI. Xiao AI, what should I do if I want to realize this idea? The best solution is to manufacture our own graphics cards to maximize the technical effects. Zhang was dumbfounded. As a software developer, you suggest I get into hardware. Based on your requirements, the optimal solution is to make our own graphics cards. Okay, what's the first step? Set the best operational path for me. After a long while, Zhang finally called the business department. Get the business director Lin Yuan over here. Zhang pressed the intercom. 5 minutes later, business director Lin Yuan walked in. Director Zhang, you called for me. Do we have the passport in the office? Zhang got straight to the point. Lin Yuan was taken aback. It's in my bag. Where are we going? To the United States. Zhang pushed a document folder on the table. To meet a few people. Lin Yuan opened the folder. The first page had a photo of NVIDIA's headquarters building, followed by information about the current CEO Jensen Huang. The second page showed ATI's headquarters. The third page displayed Micron's headquarters. Lin Yuan's hand trembled, almost dropping the document. Director Zhang. Lin Yuan gulped. Are you asking me to meet the heads of these three companies? Go talk to them about low-level technical support cooperation for graphics cards. Lin Yuan thought this was absurd. This is too difficult. These three companies are currently fiercely competing for market share. NVIDIA's G4 series has just stabilized while ATI is relentlessly pursuing them and Micron is struggling in the professional card sector. Each of them has its own ecological barrier. Lin Yuan closed the folder. Although Zhejian is well known domestically to them, we're just a software company. Getting them to change their low-level drivers to cooperate with us. They would kick me out of the meeting room. Zhang Zhe stood up and walked to the whiteboard, picking up a marker. 2 weeks ago, they would indeed kick you out. He wrote the word penguin on the whiteboard. But now it's different. How many users does Penguin have in the country? Nearly 200 million. Of those 200 million users, how many go to internet cafes, and how many have personal computers? Over half. Zhang Zhe wrote, Phantom Engine, next to Penguin. Penguin has fully entered the development ecosystem of the Phantom Engine. All major first-tier companies in the country are preparing to integrate with the Phantom Engine. Zhang Zhe turned to look at Lin Yuan. This is your bargaining chip. The Phantom Engine is about to become the absolute standard in the Chinese gaming market. You can throw this data on their conference table. Tell them that anyone who does not support our material compression rendering technology will have their graphics cards delivering half the frame rate when Chinese players play games. In the face of absolute market share, technical barriers are worthless. Players do not understand the underlying logic. They only care about results using graphics card A to play Fireline Assault at 30 frames, while graphics card B jumps directly to 60 frames. Choosing which graphics card to buy is no longer a question. Lin Yuan's breathing quickened. These three companies are fighting to the death, and market share is their lifeblood. If any one of them agrees to cooperate and integrates the phantom compression algorithm at the foundational level, their graphics card performance will directly crush the other two when playing games developed with the Phantom Engine. This would be equivalent to giving one of them a cheat code in this growing market in China. If the other two do not follow suit, they will be left to wither. Prisoner's dilemma, Lin Yuan blurted out. Exactly, Zhang Zhe sat back down. First, go find Micron. They are on the verge of being pushed out of the consumer 3D graphics card market and need a breakthrough opportunity. Offer them conditions as long as they modify their low-level drivers to cooperate with us. I guarantee that when the next version of the Phantom Engine is released, Micron's logo will be displayed on the start screen. Zhang Zhe paused for a moment. After Micron signs, take their letter of intent directly to NVIDIA's headquarters. Slap the letter on Boss Wang's desk. Zhang Zhe tapped the desk with his fingers. NVIDIA will never allow Micron to turn the tables using our technology. They will be more anxious than Micron to get the contract signed. Using the weakest to threaten the strongest. As long as a crack is open, the rest will have to surrender. I'm going to book a flight. Lin Yuan stood up, holding the folder tightly to his chest. Bring the most elite technical translator and legal advisor with you. Zhang Zhe pointed to a black USB drive in the corner of the table. The technical materials are already packed. Remember, keep your back straight at the negotiation table. We're there to give them money, not to beg. Understood. Lin Yuan grabbed the USB drive and turned to leave in big strides. Zhang Zhe looked at the closed door. Once the material compression technology is implemented, the Phantom will no longer just be a software engine. It will directly control the neural center of hardware manufacturers. By then, all game developers, hardware manufacturers, and players in China will have to play by its rules. 5 days later, Zhejian building. Just off the plane, Lin Yuan, not even adjusted to the time difference, pushed 3 returned documents to the center of the table, drenched in sweat. NVIDIA, ATI, Micron. All rejected. No cooperation or authorization of the low-level interface. This technology, which works in conjunction with the Phantom Engine's low-level optimization, can have the video memory usage and double the data transfer speed. This technology, if introduced to the market, could completely overturn the entire graphics card industry. NVIDIA seemed to understand this point. Lin Yuan's voice tightened. They sent an email willing to pay $2 million to buy out all the patents for this technology. Zhang Zhe gathered the documents and swept them into the drawer. A few coins for a beggar. Offering $2 million for a buyout clearly shows their disdain for the R&D capabilities of Chinese companies. A small price to ensure future profits, only to bury it in the drawer. Zhang Zhe stood up, taking a deep breath. Since they won't give us the interface, we have no choice but to make it ourselves. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Make what? Make graphics cards. 10 minutes later, Wang Wenbin was called into the office. Zhang Zhe pointed to a name on the document. Micron. Wang Wenbin glanced over. This Canadian company. They are on the verge of collapse. To be precise, they are in dire straits. Zhang Zhe sat back in his chair. In the current graphics card market, NVIDIA and ATI are fiercely competing. Micron is stuck in the middle. Although they pride themselves on 2D quality, they are being crushed by the other two in core 3D performance. Sales have plummeted, debts are high, and bankruptcy is just around the corner. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bottom out. You need to go to Canada? Zhang Zhe set the tone. We want to discuss full acquisition. Their debt situation is too troublesome. I only need the graphics card-related patents they hold, especially the unparalleled 2D imaging technology's underlying code. After acquiring Micron's patent library as a foundation, we can integrate Xiaoace 3D rendering technology. Zhejian can then directly bypass NVIDIA and ATI's patent barriers and create a graphics card that crushes the competition in performance. Director Zhang making hardware and software are two different concepts. Funding consumption is a bottomless pit. Money is not an issue. You go negotiate. Wenbin, this matter is extremely important for us at Zhejian. It could be said to concern our future development limits, and I can only rely on you. Zhang Zhe tapped the table, looking seriously at Wang Wenbin. The Phantom Store is providing massive cash flow every day. The SP business on Penguin's side is about to launch, and the numbers in the account will only keep growing. Money just sitting there is waste paper. It must all be invested to create absolute technical barriers. Zhang Zhe has the courage to take risks because of this. Wang Wenbin picked up the documents. He'll take the team to Montreal this afternoon. Just as he left, Shi Wenlong knocked on the door, throwing several investigation reports on the coffee table. This was the task Zhang Zhe assigned to Shi Wenlong. Domestic foundries probably can't manage for now. The domestic semiconductor industry chain is too weak at this time. The wafer demand for this advanced technology requires extremely high precision in chip processes, and domestic equipment cannot keep up with the needed precision. What about lithography machines? Zhang Zhe asked. Shi Wenlong opened his notebook. Currently, only 45 can be produced, but they cannot meet our precision requirements. However, there is a microelectronics company in Shanghai that is preparing to develop advanced lithography machines. You need to contact the person in charge at Shanghai Microelectronics. Zhang Zhe immediately interjected. As long as they are willing to accept investment, we at Zhejian will inject funds. Whatever amount we can negotiate. Shi Wenlong paused, staring blankly at Zhang Zhe. Old 3 investing in lithography machines is like filling the sea. It may take 5 or 10 years to see a return. If we don't invest now, there won't even be an opportunity to invest in the future. Zhang Zhe walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The graphics card is just the first step. According to Xiaoace analysis, once we stabilize our footing in the gaming market, we will inevitably face off against international tech giants. Others will not compete with you in your area of expertise. When the time comes, united foreign graphics card manufacturers will block Zhejian, and all our business will come to a standstill. Therefore, even if we have to smash money now, we need to create a road for domestic alternatives to secure a future. I will personally fly to Shanghai. After arranging these 2 long-term tasks, Zhang Zhe called Zhou Hai into the office and pushed several technical requirements lists toward him. Go to TSMC. Negotiate the contract for the first batch of chip foundries. Since we can't produce domestically, we need to borrow to get started. Launch the first generation of graphics cards into the market to make profits and fund domestic development. Zhou Hai put away the list. Understood. In the following half-month, due to the policy of free access for small developers, Zhejian became a machine running at full capacity. Old projects from large companies flooded into the Phantom engine, and those small and medium-sized development studios also began to use the Phantom engine. Zhejian's technical support was overwhelmed. Canada, Montreal. Micron's company headquarters conference room. Micron's founder Loris sat across from them. Burdened by debt for the past half year, he was already considering applying for bankruptcy protection. Wang Wenbin pushed the letter of intent across. Mr. Loris, we do not intend to seize your company. What we want are all of Micron's 2D imaging technology patents and the underlying graphics card architecture patents. In exchange, Zhejian Technology will pay $15 million in cash all at once. Loris looked up. This amount was sufficient to clear his short-term bank debts. However, selling these core patents would leave Micron with nothing more than an empty shell. You are taking advantage of our misfortune. Loris raised his voice. 18 million. Wang Wenbin directly raised the price. Zhang Zhe laid the foundation. Dealing with a company that could collapse at any moment, cash provides the fastest efficiency. Loris clenched his fist. Our 2D technology is the best in the world. Then you can keep it to deal with the bank's collection department. Wang Wenbin stood up. The lawyer team behind him immediately gathered the documents, preparing to leave. Upon reaching the conference room, a dry voice came from behind. Wait. At the same time, on the island of Taiwan in Hsinchu Science Park, TSMC's headquarters building, Zhou Hai had sat in the reception room for 3 days when the door finally opened. A supervisor wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in holding the foundry demand sheet. Mr. Zhou, TSMC's technology process can take this order. The supervisor placed the sheet on the table. But we cannot accept it. The supervisor pulled out a fax from the folder and pushed it over. Yesterday, the president of NVIDIA's Greater China region came personally to TSMC. They sent a formal letter claiming that your architectural design severely violates their trade secrets and future patent pool. Zhou Hai glanced at the words on the paper, and the smile on his face completely faded. That's your business. The supervisor leaned back in his chair. NVIDIA is our most core client, accounting for 40% of TSMC's advanced process capacity. They have stated that whoever takes the foundry order from Xijin will be opposing NVIDIA. So I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, but we might not be able to serve you for the time being. The supervisor stood up, handing the demand sheet back to Zhou Hai. We are in business, and we cannot offend our largest client for a new customer. The door closed. Zhou Hai was left alone in the reception room. He did not lose his temper. He calmly took out his phone and dialed Zhang's number. The call connected. Director Zhang. Zhou Hai looked at the facts on the table. NVIDIA has made a move threatening TSMC with their capacity. It seems that the TSMC route is no longer viable. If TSMC won't take it, then let's switch to another company. Zhang spoke calmly while holding his phone. On the other end, Zhou Hai was still reeling from the frustration of being turned away. Mr. Zhang, the president of WinStar's Greater China region, personally went to Hsinchu. Moreover, they have implemented a complete industry-wide blockade against us. Zhou Hai's voice sounded a bit off-key. If even a leading company like TSMC dares not take orders, which other foundry would be willing to touch this problem? WinStar cannot blockade the entire industry. They only represent themselves. Zhang contemplated the current landscape of foundries. WinStar's ability to threaten TSMC into refusing orders was due to its status as the primary financial backer of advanced processes, making it crucial to TSMC. In order to stabilize 40% of the production capacity orders, TSMC naturally has to keep WinStar satisfied. Zhang tapped on the table. Go contact United Microelectronics Corporation. Zhou Hai was taken aback. United Microelectronics Corporation. They have always been suppressed by TSMC technologically. It is precisely because they have been suppressed that they are short on orders. Zhang looked out the window. WinStar is not a client of UMC. UMC is currently worried about not having enough business and does not need to heed WinStar's opinions. Zhang paused for a moment. And also contact the Singapore Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. Send someone to reach out to them. As long as the foundry fees we offer are sufficiently premium, they can fill the gap in their idle production capacity. They have no reason to push away such readily available profits. Understood. Zhou Hai immediately responded. I will bring a team to visit UMC's senior management directly. He hung up the phone. Zhang threw his phone onto the table. The issue with foundry channels could be resolved with money and industry competition. The real hard battle lies not in the processing plants, but in the design sector. He pressed the button on the landline. Call Shi Wenlong up here. Within 2 minutes, Shi Wenlong pushed the door open and sat down at the desk. How much idle space is there on the 64th floor of the building now? Zhang asked. The entire floor is vacant. It was previously reserved for an administrative conference center. Forget about the conference center. Zhang took out a blank organizational structure chart. Starting today, the 64th floor will be completely cleared. Establish the Compass Chip Design Department. Elevate the security level to the maximum, physically isolate the network, and set up independent access control and dedicated elevators. Shi Wenlong suddenly looked up. Damn, Lausen, are you trying to play big here? What else? Zhang stared at him. If equipment is being choked, foundries will also have to look at others' faces. If we don't keep core design in our own hands, we will only be at the mercy of others in the future. Shi Wenlong straightened up. Currently, the talent pool domestically is falling behind. For developing the underlying architecture for graphics cards, we can't even pull together a mature team. Go dig talent from abroad. Zhang wrote down a few place names on a blank sheet of paper. Contact top global headhunting firms. Compass Technologies' daily net revenue is surging with a massive cash flow sitting on the books. Look for talent in the major global companies. Skilled personnel and semiconductors are still findable. Zhang pushed the paper towards Shi Wenlong. As long as they have worked on hardware architecture, graphics card pin design, and core communication protocols in these companies, offer them twice the salary to recruit them. If they want comfort twice, then offer 3 times. Shi Wenlong's eyelid twitched violently. This method of throwing money around would completely wipe out the Asian semiconductor circle. He'll handle it immediately. Shi Wenlong took the paper. Be quick. Zhang stood up. Once the products from Meichuang return, these people must be in place to take over. A few days later, Wang Wenbin, sporting a messy hairstyle, rushed into Zhang's office with several assistants dragging 3 black explosion-proof suitcases. He looked a bit thinner, his shirt wrinkled. Mr. Zhang, I am completely exhausted. Wang Wenbin dropped the suitcases on the carpet and slumped onto the sofa. Several assistants unzipped the explosion-proof cases. Inside were packed with large-capacity hard drives and stacks of paper authorization documents. Meichuang's entire foundation is all here. Wang Wenbin gulped down an entire glass of cold water. Loris has signed the complete transfer agreement. I have brought back all the foundational 2D imaging codes they accumulated over 10 years, all the graphics card architecture diagrams, and several sets of abandoned data streams that didn't get to tape out. Zhang Zhe walked over to the suitcase. He pulled out several paper documents to examine. Acquiring these was equivalent to obtaining the ticket to enter the graphics card manufacturing sector. Although Meituang had been severely weakened in 3D performance, their 2D quality and foundational technology are recognized as top-notch in the industry. As long as we integrate the material compression rendering technology provided by Xiao AI Compass can directly bypass the patent minefield laid out by WinStar. This dozens of gigabytes of code needs someone to take over. Wang Wenbin pointed at the hard drives. All our current technical personnel, our software engineers, looking at this stuff is like reading Oracle bones. The person taking over has already arrived. Zhang Zhe placed the documents down. On the same day, on the 64th floor of the building, the newly established chip design department was transformed into a fully enclosed R&D center. The ventilation ducts were equipped with anti-eavesdropping nets. Shi Wenlong stood in the conference room, watching the 10 newly arrived individuals. These were veterans pulled from major semiconductor giants by international headhunters with blank checks. Park Zhongdong from Samsung's memory control group. Koichi Matsushita, a hardware architect retired from NEC. And several well-known pin design engineers from major graphics card manufacturers. Zhang Zhe pushed the door open and entered the conference room. The 10 foreign experts turned to look at this young boss. Gentlemen, Zhang Zhe wasted no time directly tossing a piece of internal LAN access password on the table. Inside are Meituang's complete foundational architecture codes. Additionally, there is a logic diagram of a new 3D material compression rendering algorithm developed by our other departments. Zhang Zhe placed both hands on the conference table. Your task is to utilize Meituang's foundation combined with this new algorithm to produce the first engineering blueprint for a graphics card chip that can go to tape out. Several veteran experts exchanged glances. Koichi Matsushita couldn't help but speak up, Mr. Zhang. The iteration of the core algorithm for graphics cards requires extremely strong hardware trial and error. Can your self-developed algorithm run on the old architecture? Zhang Zhe did not explain. You'll know once you log in. Half an hour later. The entire conference room on the 64th floor was so quiet that only the sound of the chassis fans could be heard. Koichi Matsushita stared intently at the algorithm derivation diagrams displayed on the screen. His breathing grew heavier. Park Zhongdong next to him even stood up, nearly pressing his face against the monitor. This is impossible. Park Zhongdong pointed at the estimated memory usage data on the screen. This compression ratio, according to this algorithm under the same quality memory usage, is directly halved. The data bandwidth has doubled. This logic can directly crush WinStar's current products. The 10 veterans who had spent half their lives rolling in the semiconductor industry were all stunned by these few diagrams. They had thought they were merely changing jobs for higher salaries, but did not expect there to be something here that could overturn the industry. Zhang Zhe stood aside. He was not afraid of these people stealing technology. The core compression algorithm was in Xiao Ace black box. These individuals were only responsible for mapping the algorithm to physical pins and circuit paths. Without the source code, they could not reverse engineer the core logic using only the wiring diagrams. Mr. Zhang. Koichi Matsushita removed his glasses, his hands trembling slightly. Give us 3 months. We can produce this set of blueprints. 1 month. Zhang Zhe raised one finger. Within 1 month, I want to see the initial version of the architectural diagram. Leaving the 64th floor, Shi Wenlong followed behind Zhang Zhe. These people's skills are decent. They are just a transition. Zhang Zhe entered the elevator. We cannot rely on foreign mercenaries indefinitely. The real role of these people is to train our own personnel. Go conduct campus recruitment. 2 days later. Major top-tier universities in the country. Tsinghua University, Xi'an University of Electronic Science and Technology Shanghai, Jiaotong University, and so on. It was graduation season. Students surrounded the recruitment posters of various foreign enterprises, but the positions being offered were almost all peripheral testing or sales engineering roles. Positions directly related to foundational chip development were completely closed off to domestic students. Just then, a giant black and white poster was posted in the most prominent spot of the employment office. Compass Technology's chip design department is hiring. There were no grand slogans, only a few glaring lines of text. Position assistant engineer for graphics card underlying architecture. Salary offering the highest salary in the country. No upper limit. Mentorship, unknown practical guidance from an international team of 10 experts from former Samsung, NEC, etc. Job content, direct participation in the development of the country's first self-developed graphics card core blueprint. Refusing outsourcing and directly facing core code. In a dormitory at Tsinghua University, a male student held a recruitment flyer tightly and slammed the door open. Damn, Compass is making big moves. His roommate was revising his resume for a testing position at a foreign enterprise. Compass, the company that does Phantom Mall, are they going to make graphics cards? Not only making them, but also directly engaging in foundational research and development. The male student slammed the flyer down on the table, causing the water cup to rattle. They have invited an international team to lead and allowed us to directly engage with core blueprint design work. The dorm fell silent for a moment. For these students studying microelectronics, who had spent 4 years grinding on foundational logic, being able to touch the real core research and development blueprints, watching how to draw a high-end graphics card belonging to China from scratch. Even if they went to assist, this experience would be enough to transform them technically. Forget going to a foreign enterprise testing group. The roommate tore his resume, which he had been revising, in half. In just 3 days, the email inbox of the Compass Human Resources Department was overflowing. Over 5,000 resumes flooded into the backend. This group of people who had originally planned to work as testers in foreign enterprises or change careers were completely ignited by Compass. Half a month later, on the 64th floor of the building, dozens of students from prestigious domestic universities who had undergone rigorous background checks and signed confidentiality agreements were placed next to the 10 foreign experts. The entire RD hall was brightly lit. The experts were laying out the wiring while the young people nearby stared intently at the screen, fervently absorbing the logic behind every parameter. A new force in domestic graphics cards was taking shape in this fully enclosed floor. Wang Wenbin pushed open the door to Zhang Zhe's office with a document in hand. Mr. Zhang, the negotiations with Zhou Hai have been finalized. Wang Wenbin placed the document on the table. United Microelectronics Corporation has agreed to take orders. As long as our blueprints are finalized, they can open production lines at any time. Zhang Zhe looked at the seal on the contract, pondering where to start. Zhang Zhe stared at the outsourcing contract from Lianhua Electronics on his desk, his fingers tapping on the surface. He needed to think of a solution. Although Lianhua Electronics secured the order and solved the physical layer chip-making issue, the real bottleneck lay in the design. The group of veterans from the 64th floor recruited from abroad possessed top-tier skills, yet their thinking had become rigid. Mei Chuang's underlying architecture was too outdated, and the material compression algorithm provided by Xiao AI was far too advanced. Forcing these two elements together would certainly provoke rejection. They needed a strong boost. Zhang Zhe opened his computer, mentally calling out, Xiao AI, I need a new graphics card design framework for reference, optimized based on existing mature processes. The chip design architecture requires 450 ZPS, while the current computing power is at 50 ZPS. If we connect external computing power, it might reach 400 ZPS. Should we proceed with the connection? Agreed to connect. At the same time, the Tianglong 8 parts server experienced lag, and all Compass-themed games in the bubble world suddenly froze and became unresponsive. All servers in the data center began to overheat frantically. The power consumption in the telecommunications data center started to rise. It took a full 10 minutes for everything to return to normal. Countless players looked at each other in confusion. This was the first time a large-scale lag had occurred in a game by Compass technology. The office's laser printer began to hum. Zhang Zhe picked up a thick stack of freshly printed blueprints, his fingertips brushing over the still warm paper. This design could extract the graphics card's performance to the utmost under the current processing technology. He took a dedicated elevator straight to the fully enclosed RD center on the 64th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a heated argument erupted from the conference room. It can't handle it. Mei Chuang's memory bus controller simply can't process such a large data flow. The voice of Matsushita Kuchi rang out. Are we supposed to dismantle the pins and rearrange them? That's not something that can be done in a month. Park Zhongdong slammed the table. Zhang Zhe pushed the door open and walked in. 10 foreign experts were all gathered in front of the projection screen, pulling their hair out over the complex underlying code. The moment they saw Zhang Zhe enter the conference room, fell silent. President Zhang. Without wasting words, Zhang Zhe walked directly to the center of the conference table. Bang! The thick stack of blueprints was slammed onto the table. Take a look at this. Zhang Zhe pulled out the chair at the head of the table and sat down. Matsushita Kuchi approached, suspiciously picking up the blueprints while Park Zhongdong leaned in as well. After glancing at the architectural diagram on the cover, Matsushita Kuchi's hand, which was adjusting his glasses, froze. He quickly flipped to the second page, his breathing suddenly quickening. His eyes were glued to the paper. President Zhang, is this your design? Matsushita Kuchi's voice trembled as he pointed to a core area circled in red on the blueprint. You've integrated the high-speed memory chips directly with the graphics card GPU chip on the same substrate. Exactly. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his chair. How is that even possible? The current processes. Park Jiangdong's face was filled with disbelief. In traditional graphics cards, the GPU and memory chips are separately soldered onto the PCB. Zhang Zhe raised his hand and gestured in the air data is transmitted through physical wiring in between. This wiring is the bottleneck you were just arguing about. It not only limits the data bandwidth, but also increases transmission latency. Zhang Zhe tapped the blueprints on the table. This plan adopts a brand new 5D packaging approach. By placing the high-speed memory chips and the GPU together, we eliminate the need for those long wires. In proposing that we use our proprietary ultra-high-speed channel technology to facilitate communication between the chips. This directly resolves the high latency issue. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. A few seconds later, bang. Park Zhongdong slapped his thigh with a flushed face, spitting as he spoke. Genius. This concept is brilliant. He lunged forward to grab the blueprints. The physical distance has been reduced to millimeters. The communication latency is nearly zero. As long as this packaging can be realized combined with that material compression algorithm, the data throughput of this chip will reach an astounding level. Not only the throughput, but power consumption can also be reduced. Matsushita Kuchi's hands trembled. This group of international experts who had come to China to make a living with high salaries were completely stunned. They had initially thought that Compass was only adept in software, but they never expected that the underlying design ideas for hardware would slam them onto the ground. With this foundational idea, the specific pin arrangement and wiring became mere physical labor. The entire 64th floor suddenly sprang into frenzied operation. The foreign experts loosened their ties, gathering around the whiteboard to work out specific parameters, while dozens of top students from domestic universities watched with bright eyes. During the day, they closely monitored every wiring move made by the experts, even rushing to the restroom. At night, when the experts finished work, these young people stayed at their desks, burning the midnight oil to review the logic behind every wiring. Under the refinement of this avant-garde core blueprint, the technical foundation of this new generation of domestic graphics cards rapidly grew. Chip research and development was back on track. Zhang Zhe turned his focus back to the game business. A few days later, Zhou Daqiang, the director of the game development department, knocked on his office door. Zhou Daqiang, sweating profusely, entered with 2 hardcover planning proposals, pushing open Zhang Zhe's office door with his elbow. Zhang Zhe, seated behind his desk, glanced at what Zhou Daqiang was holding. It had been months. Ever since the underlying logic of the Phantom engine was fully understood, this group had been holed up in the RD area day and night conducting tests. Zhou Daqiang slammed the 2 thick planning proposals down on the coffee table and pulled out a chair to sit down. Zhang Zhe walked over, picked up the first one, and opened it. What caught his eye was a cartoonish version art style. The character design featured large heads and small bodies with bright colors and smooth lines. Nearby were sketches of several factions: the Tang Dynasty Government Dragon Palace and Fengsuan Mountain. Zhang Zhe flipped to the next page, which featured a pet system and skill tree. Zhou Daqiang rubbed his hands together, eagerly watching Zhang Zhe's expression. Tentative title: Journey to the West. It focuses on turn-based combat. Zhang Zhe said nothing and continued flipping through. Turn-based gameplay was not a novel concept in the current domestic market. Games like Stone Age and Magic Baby had already trained the market very well. Seeing Zhang Zhe not respond, Zhou Daqiang quickly added, "We haven't focused on combat effects. Instead, we have concentrated on a deep player social system and a complex internal economic circulation model." Zhang Zhe's gaze stopped on a flowchart in the proposal depicting a closed loop of players setting up stalls, trading, battling, and treasure hunting. He needed to devise a way to perfect this system. This was the foundation of the previous life's fantasy westward journey. The reason this game could dominate the domestic turn-based online gaming market for over a decade was not due to its art style, but because of its insane economic system. The game's output and consumption achieved an extraordinarily sophisticated balance. As long as the economic system didn't collapse, this game could thrive for 10 years. It was a true cash cow. Zhang Zhe pointed at the escort mission setting in the blueprint. The methods of generating game currency are too singular. He tapped the paper. If players rely solely on escorting for profit, studios can write scripts to spam your servers. How about adding limits on stamina or vitality? Zhou Daqiang suggested, taken aback. Not enough. Zhang Zhe stared at him. We need to incorporate a card trading system. Create a supply-demand relationship between RMB players and time players. The wealthy can buy game currency, while those with time can earn cards. Zhou Daqiang's eyes lit up as he quickly took notes. Zhang Zhe continued reading. And this pet system: quality, skill, books, and refinement. He pointed at the rows of complex formulas. The thresholds are set too high. In the early stages, players need to experience some sweetness. Exceptional pets should have an element of randomness and not solely rely on spending money. He needed to leverage the 200 million users of QQ. Zhang Zhe's mind raced. QQ was soon launching SP services. Simply adding a pop-up on the QQ panel would tap into a ready-made pool of traffic with those 200 million users. A cartoonish art style like Journey to the West is incredibly appealing to young users and female players. As long as they get involved once trapped by the social system, they won't want to leave. The art style is delightful. Zhang Zhe closed the first planning proposal, giving a fair evaluation. Zhou Daqiang let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Zhe picked up the second proposal and opened it. What caught his eye was a 3D concept art. A red sports car was parked on a coastal highway with rolling mountains and a city skyline in the distance. Zhang Zhe raised an eyebrow. A racing game. Currently in the domestic online game market, role-playing was absolutely mainstream, and attempting to create a racing game carried significant risk. Yes, Zhou Daqiang stood up, but unlike those on the market like Need for Speed. Need for Speed can only race on closed tracks and compute scores after completion. Zhou Daqiang walked to the coffee table, pointing at the large map in the proposal. We want to create something massive. Utilizing the Phantom Engine's seamless loading feature, we'll construct a vast open world within the game. Players won't have to select races from a menu. They can freely explore in their cars across mountains, coastlines, and city streets. If they encounter other players on the road, they can simply flash their headlights to start a race. Zhang Zhe paused for a moment, holding the proposal. This idea was essentially akin to Forza Horizon. These people had lost their minds. In 2001, even single-player masterpieces hesitated to tackle this level of seamless open-world racing. They actually wanted to create an online game. The Phantom Engine had unleashed their technical constraints, and their ambitions had fully erupted. Zhang Zhe examined the zoning settings on the large map. Snowy mountains, deserts, cities, and jungles. Can you handle the material volume and physical collision engine calibration required for an open world? Zhang Zhe closed the proposal and fixed his gaze on Zhou Daqiang. This was no joking matter. The city raced by at 200 kilometers per hour with the buildings, trees, and pedestrians rendered in real time along the way. It also had to calculate the reactive forces of the vehicle's collisions and the tire grip. The current internet cafe computers would crash in a heartbeat while running such a game. We can handle it. Zhou Daqiang stood tall, his voice booming. With the material compression technology of Mirage enhanced, as long as we have enough manpower to optimize the map, it can definitely run at 60 frames per second. Zhou Daqiang patted his chest. We've communicated with the team on the 64th floor. The new graphics card architecture they are developing features ultra-high-speed channel technology, which is tailor-made for loading such large maps. As long as we embed the material compression algorithm at the core level, the video memory usage will be halved. No matter how large the map is, it can decompress while running without stuttering. Zhang Zhe watched Zhou Daqiang's face grow flushed. The RD team of the Compass was no longer mere code monkeys following orders. They had developed a true instinct for game self-research. They knew how to leverage their own technological barriers to exert downward pressure on the competing products in the market. These two games represented both literary and martial pursuits. Journey to the West would target the sinking market, optimizing for the low-end machines found in internet cafes, capturing a vast user base through social circles and minting money. Horizon would focus on the high-end market, squeezing out hardware performance, setting the benchmark for the Mirage engine, while also paving the way for the upcoming new graphics card from the 64th floor. Once the graphics card is produced, this game will be used as a testing benchmark software. Any graphics card that struggles to run this game will be eliminated. This is the ecological closed loop. Zhang Zhe stood up. Go notify all the RD supervisors, we have a meeting in 5 minutes. Zhang Zhe pointed at the two planning documents on the table. These two projects are now officially initiated. Zhou Daqiang took a deep breath, standing straight. Give whatever is needed, be it personnel or funds. Full speed ahead. Zhang Zhe issued the command. Understood. Zhou Daqiang turned and ran out. 5 minutes later, in the medium conference room of the Compass building, all the supervisors from the RD teams were present. Zhang Zhe pushed the door open and directly tossed the two planning documents onto the conference table. These are the two new projects just approved. One is a turn-based MMORPG codenamed Journey to the West. The other is an open-world racing game codenamed Horizon. The people below exchanged glances, simultaneously launching two large self-developed projects. Zhang, our personnel are currently all focused on maintaining the Mirage Mall and guiding the integration of third-party major manufacturers. The art supervisor raised his hand. If we launch two major projects at the same time, the original art and modeling teams won't be able to keep up. Then hire more people. Zhang Zhe looked at him and said, if we don't have enough domestic artists, go recruit from Korea, go recruit from Japan. Arrange for HR to scout talent that you think is suitable. The atmosphere in the conference room was completely ignited. Those in game development dreaded having a boss who was both unknowledgeable and stingy. Now the boss was laying the money on the table, offering whatever was needed. This kind of war was the most exhilarating. Zhou Daqiang. Zhang Zhe called his name. Present. You will personally lead the Journey to the West project. Within 3 months, I want to see a beta version. Zhang Zhe pointed at the whiteboard. The economic system is of utmost importance. You need to lock all the value planners in a small dark room and calculate each formula one by one. Even if the visuals are a bit rough, the economic model must not have a single flaw. Understood. Zhou Daqiang quickly took notes. As for the Horizon project, Zhang Zhe scanned the room. Zhou Daqiang let the group that proposed the plan choose a leader themselves, then report back to me. Zhang Zhe stood up. These two games are the beloved children of the Compass. The other games on the market are using the publicly released basic version of the Mirage engine. What you will be using is our fully powered internal version. Zhang Zhe leaned on the conference table, his gaze sweeping over everyone. I expect what you create to lead the market competitors by an entire era in terms of visuals, smoothness, and gameplay. Dismissed. Everyone grabbed their notebooks and rushed out of the conference room. The entire RD floor erupted into excitement. Suddenly the desk phone rang. Zhang Zhe turned and walked over, picking up the receiver. President Zhang. On the other end was Shi Wenlong speaking in a very low voice. There's a response from Shanghai Microelectronics. What did they say? Zhang Zhe's expression sharpened. Their person just got off the plane and is waiting downstairs in our building. He wants to discuss the investment in the lithography machine project with you in person. Zhang Zhe glanced at the wall clock. Please have him come directly up. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zhe adjusted his collar. The head of Shanghai Microelectronics, surnamed Chun, was in his 50s with graying hair and a sharp suit, clearly someone who had long navigated between the system and the market. He sat on the sofa opposite Zhang Zhe, placing his briefcase beside him and pulling out a thick project proposal, handing it over with both hands. President Zhang, I appreciate you taking the time to meet with me amidst your busy schedule. I will remember this favor. Zhang Zhe took it, opened the first page, and said nothing. The head of Chun cleared his throat and began to outline the project. In essence, Shanghai Microelectronics has officially launched the project this year, focusing on 280 nanometers lithography machines targeting the mid to low-end market to capture the domestic demand for the largest batch of low-end chip foundry. The state has already approved some special funding, but there is still a significant shortfall, and they are looking for capable private capital to come in. 280 nanometers. Zhang Zhe closed the proposal and placed it on the coffee table. Chen nodded, pride evident in his voice. This is the most stable path. The existing domestic supply chain has no major barriers for 280 nanometers, and the risk is controllable and results can be expected in 3 to 5 years. Zhang Zhe did not engage with this remark, standing up to walk to the window, turning his back to Chun and remaining silent for about 10 seconds. Chun assumed the other party was considering investment conditions, and just as he was preparing to discuss equity ratios, he saw Zhang Zhe turn around, pull out a file folder from the drawer, and return to place it beside the project proposal. Take a look at this first. Chun was taken aback, opening the file folder. Inside was a stack of blueprints, the cover densely printed with technical parameters. He glanced down at it, his expression remained unchanged, but his hand holding the blueprints froze. 90 nanometers. He flipped to the next page, and his hand became less steady. This proposal was not a conceptual draft. Each module had complete engineering parameters, including the optical system alignment, precision, and exposure energy density. Having been in this field for 20 years, Chun could tell at a glance that this was not something hastily put together. President Zhang, this is reference materials obtained through international channels. Zhang Zhe sat back on the sofa, his tone steady. I can't go into detail about how it came to be. Chun flipped to the third page of the blueprints, staring at the lens assembly design for nearly a minute without saying a word. Zhang Zhe took a sip from his teacup and waited for him. President Zhang. Chun raised his head, his voice noticeably lower. If this set of plans is real and feasible, then establishing the 280 nanometers project now would narrow our scope. You know this as well. Zhang Zhe stated plainly, 280 nanometers will quench immediate thirst, but it won't resolve long-term worries. In a few years, the international process will advance by a step every 18 months. We won't be able to keep up, let alone have anything to use when the time comes to choke our rivals. Chun neatly stacked the blueprints and returned them to the file folder. He did not rush to express his stance and looked at the file folder seal before speaking. Is Compass willing to provide this set of materials to participate in our project? Equity investment. Zhang Zhe replied, technical equity along with capital equity, a dual approach. The specific equity and investment amounts can be discussed in detail between our teams. Chun pressed the file folder down with his hand and took a deep breath. To be honest, when he came here today, his best expectation was to secure some funding with the other party, at most seeking a minor shareholder position. He never expected to see a legitimate 90 nanometers engineering proposal here. If this is real, Shanghai Microelectronics' current project logic would need to be completely reevaluated. President Zhang. Compass started as a game software company. Chin carefully chose his words. How confident are you in the lithography machine sector? I have no confidence. Zhang Zhe looked at him. That's why I'm here looking for you. You have people, labs, and state backing. I have money and this set of blueprints. We each bring our strengths to the table without needing to be polite with each other. The straightforwardness of this statement left Chen speechless. He weighed the potential of this collaboration in his mind. Private capital investing in a state-led core technology project was something unimaginable just a few years ago. However, the policy doors of 2001 were slowly loosening, and moreover, what the other party presented was not an empty promise, but a solid technical plan. Furthermore, Shanghai Microelectronics was indeed in dire need of funds. Welcome. Chen pushed the file folder back towards Zhang Zhe and said earnestly, "It is a rare opportunity for a private enterprise like Compass, which has both capital and technology reserves, to want to come in. When would be a good time for the follow-up negotiations? We can send someone over to coordinate. The sooner the better." Zhang Zhe pushed the file folder back. "Take this with you and show it to your tech team first. If there are any issues, let them list them out so we can address them one by one at the negotiation table." Chen took the file folder, put it into his briefcase, and stood up to shake hands with Zhang Zhe. During the brief pleasantries as they saw him off, Zhang Zhe's mind was already spinning with thoughts of the next steps. The lithography machine line from today until it truly reaches production would take at least several years. But the foundation must be laid now. After Chen took the elevator down, Zhang Zhe returned to his desk. He picked up the desk phone and dialed Shi Wenlong's extension. "The talks in Shanghai are done. Arrange for legal and financial teams to fly to Shanghai within this week to sign the framework agreement for the investment." "Understood." The newly constructed office building B next to the mansion has officially been handed over. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Zhe stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his office overlooking the magnificent new B building below. The 70-story glass curtain wall reflected a cold light under the sun. The landscaping outside the building had just been completed, and several workers were cleaning up the last bits of construction debris. Shi Wenlong pushed the door open, holding a thick acceptance document. "Manager Zhang, the handover of Building B has been completed." Shi Wenlong walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and followed Zhang Zhe's gaze down a full 70 floors. With a total office area of 160,000 square meters. It's fully renovated with central air conditioning and fiber optic networks all set up. People can move in at any time. Go ahead and issue a notice. Zhang Zhe turned his head. Shi Wenlong took out his notebook. A rental announcement. The average price for Grade A office buildings in Xi'an High-Tech Zone is currently $250 per day. Our building is well located, and a new project pricing it at 3 is definitely feasible. How should the announcement be worded? No ordinary enterprises. Zhang Zhe glanced at the 30-story building. In the name of Compass Technology, we invite all studios, teams, and individual developers across the country who are using the Phantom engine to create games. Register this building. Let's call it the Phantom Game Development Industrial Park. Zhang Zhe put his hands in his pockets, whether it's a 10-person team or a solo developer. As long as they can prove they are using the Phantom engine to develop games and come with a project proposal, they can apply for residency directly. Shi Wenlong looked up at Zhang Zhe. "Manager Zhang." Shi Wenlong was somewhat surprised. "Are we using the entire 70-story office building as an incubator? First arrange for the lower 40 floors, leave the upper 30 for me, as I have other plans." Zhang Zhe's tone was steady. "But," Shi Wenlong quickly calculated in his mind. "The truly scaled game companies in the country are all in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Those scattered studios cannot afford such Grade A office buildings. Even if Compass wants to create an ecosystem, there's no need to invest in such a large building. What about the rent?" Shi Wenlong asked cautiously. "These small teams have little money. How about an 80% discount on market price? Or waive rent for the first 3 months? No discounts." Zhang Zhe raised a finger. "We will collect a symbolic fee. 1 yuan per square meter each month." Shi Wenlong's pupils contracted. 1 yuan. Shi Wenlong confirmed. He hadn't misheard, his voice changing. "No, Manager Zhang, the better office buildings in Xi'an charge more than 1 yuan just for property fees. Not even enough to cover air conditioning and electricity." Shi Wenlong pointed at the data on his notebook with the pen. 160,000 square meters. Even if rented at full capacity, the monthly rent would only be 160,000 yuan. For our building, just daily maintenance with security and cleaning would easily cost us hundreds of thousands a month. Renting at this price means we are essentially paying them to work here. The accounts cannot be calculated this way. Zhang Zhe turned around and walked over to the sofa. "We need to think long-term. No matter how many people Compass has and how hard the existing teams work, they cannot cover all game genres on the market. The domestic environment is filled with hidden talents. There are plenty of creative individuals. In my past life, how many hit indie games and dark horse studios perished due to lack of funds and technical barriers. They lack technology, lack money, lack office space. But they are not short on creativity and hard work. I intend to invest money." Zhang Zhe looked at Shi Wenlong, "Investing hundreds of thousands each month. Do you think I'm doing charity?" Shi Wenlong remained silent. He knew Zhang Zhe never engaged in losing ventures. "So what do you gain from this?" "I gain from these people, from their abilities." Zhang Zhe knocked heavily on the coffee table with his finger. Sure Wenlong, think from another perspective. You are a developer with only instant noodle money left in your pocket. You enter a grade A office building that charges 1 yuan per square meter. There's a cafeteria downstairs, and upstairs Compass official technicians teach you how to optimize your code. Hansen. If you come in to use my 1 yuan office space, you must develop using my Phantom engine. The game you create can only sign the distribution rights with Compass, and the first launch must be on my Phantom Mall. Sure Wenlong paused his breath. Once the game becomes a hit, they will take the bulk of the profits while we will receive the channel fees. If the game fails, my only loss will be a bit of electricity and property fees. As long as 10 of them succeed, no 5 hits. The rent for this building will be fully earned back in 10 years. Zhang Zhe stood up and walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window, pressing his hand against the glass. I want to gather all those who wish to create games in China under this roof. That is my goal. The engine they use is mine, the channels for selling games are mine, and even the chairs they sit in while coding every day are mine. Zhang Zhe's voice remained steady, yet it exuded absolute control. I want to firmly weld the entire industry's foundation in our hands. No one shall think of taking it away. Sure Wenlong closed his notebook. He looked at Zhang Zhe's back. One must admit Zhang Zhe's broad vision and decisive actions were indeed admirable. Using the lowest physical cost to buy a large number of game developers' futures is a business that won't lose. I will draft the announcement right away. By the end of the day, it will be published across the internet. Sure Wenlong turned and quickly left the office. That afternoon at 5 o'clock, on the official website of Compass Technology, the homepage of Phantom Mall, and various game development forums, an announcement titled Phantom Rising Recruitment Plan for the largest game developer incubation park in the country was simultaneously pinned at the top. The domestic gaming community exploded instantly. In the Shenzhen market, in a dilapidated handshake building, a 30-square-meter single room was crammed with 4 second-hand computer cases. Instant noodle boxes piled in the corner, emitting a sour smell. Chen Feng, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, was tapping on the keyboard. Beside him, 3 companions were shirtless, sweating profusely from the heat. That old floor fan creaked as it turned, blowing nothing but hot air. Old Chen, the server fees are overdue. The landlord just came to knock, saying if next month's rent isn't paid, they'll cut off the power and kick us out. The fat guy next to him scratched his greasy hair. We've only just written the beginning of our game cultivation record, and the material compression module of the Phantom engine is just too difficult to grasp. How about we disband? I'll go find a job at an internet cafe. Chen Feng remained silent, staring intensely at the error message on the screen. His fingers trembled slightly. Disband. After 6 months of hard work, is that how it ends? He exited the development interface and habitually opened the Phantom Developer Forum, looking for coding help in the forums. As soon as he refreshed, the entire forum page was filled with glaring red titles. Is Compass going crazy? 1 yuan per square meter for renting grade A office buildings. Phantom Industrial Park is recruiting for residency. Official technical support provided. Chen Feng was stunned. He clicked on the pinned announcement, skimming through it quickly. The B building. Fully air-conditioned. Independent fiber optics. Residency conditions must be developing games using the Phantom engine. Rent 1 yuan square meter month. There were also several attached images. Floor-to-ceiling windows, ergonomic chairs, gigabit network ports, and a free coffee machine. Chen Feng rubbed his eyes. Looking again. 1 yuan. He was currently renting this dilapidated single room in the village for 800 a month. For those aspiring developers who could only eat instant noodles and code in leaking houses, this was not just a pie falling from the sky. This was a pile of gold bars falling from the sky, smashing directly onto their heads. Fatty. Chen Feng's voice was dry. What's up? Can't even get into the forums. Pack up your things. Chen Feng suddenly stood up, ripping the power cord from the computer case. Take all the hard drives out. I don't need the main unit anymore. Sell it to the scrap collector downstairs. The fat guy was startled. Old Chen, are you crazy? Are you really quitting? No. We're going to CN. Chen Feng turned the screen around, pointing at the announcement. We're going to Compass Technology Tower. The entire room fell silent for 3 seconds, followed by a flurry of frantic rummaging sounds. Within half a month, the same scene unfolded across the country. Those independent developers hiding in basements, internet cafe rooms, and university dormitories. They took their barely functional project proposals, rolled up their bedding, and directly terminated their leases. Clutching hard drives filled with code, they boarded the fastest green train heading to Xi'an in droves. At Xi'an train station, everyday young people with backpacks and snakeskin bags walked out of the exit. Their eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion, but they shone with a wolf-like light. At the exit, Compass Technology had dispatched 3 buses to rotate, picking up passengers. They were taken directly to the B building in the high-tech zone. The review criteria were extremely simple and straightforward. As long as the project proposal is not a pile of waste paper and they are indeed using the Phantom engine to develop games. Sign the agreement and issue access cards directly. The residency registration office on the first floor of the building had long lines every day. 40 floors, 10 square meters of area were filled at a visible rate. 1 month later, at 9 o'clock at night, Zhang Zhi stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, holding a cup of warm water. He turned his head to look. A month ago, the adjacent B building was a pitch-black, concrete giant at night. But now the 40 floors were brightly lit. No company enforced overtime, yet no one in that building wanted to leave. Behind every lit window was a developer frantically typing on their keyboard. Free technical support had unlocked their potential. The comfortable environment drained their last bit of energy. Zhang Zhi didn't even need to open the window to imagine the fervent atmosphere emanating from the building across. It was the sound of countless keystrokes converging into a tide of an era surging under the night sky. A vast gaming empire belonging to Compass Technology had firmly taken root in this land. Those lights were the endless cash cows of Compass. As long as this building operates, the lifeblood of the Chinese gaming market is in Zhang Zhi's hands. No competitor could bypass this massive developer ecosystem. Chen Feng rubbed his face. The cold white glow of the monitor cast sharp shadows across his dark-circled eyes. Lao Pang, count it. How many digits? Lao Pang, balancing a steaming plate of braised pork over rice freshly fetched from the budget cafeteria downstairs, leaned in toward the screen. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. 23,000. Lao Pang's hand jerked, sending a slab of braised pork tumbling onto the keyboard. The Immortal Cultivation Chronicle had launched its first week on the Phantom Mall, priced at 15 yuan. It sold over 1,500 copies in its debut week. Jinan Compass withheld not a single cent in commission. The full sum landed squarely in the studio's account. Frantically, Lao Pang snatched up the fallen morsel and shoved it into his mouth. Brother Chen, we no longer need to work as net cafe managers. Chen Feng said nothing. He simply refreshed the invoice page. The numbers continued to climb. In less than a month, Jinan Compass Tower B had awakened entirely. Its lower 40 floors, once sterile office space, now teemed with developers like Chen Feng. Freed from rent and survival pressures, their stamina reached astonishing extremes. Every corridor echoed with instant noodle steam and fervent code debates. When stuck on a problem, they climbed upstairs to consult Jinan Compass's official technical engineers. And so the Phantom engine's latent power was ruthlessly excavated by this pack of ravenous wolves. Tower defense puzzle games, text adventures, pixel-based action titles. Within 30 days, the Phantom Mall's back-end catalog swelled with over 600 new games. Priced modestly, at 10 or 15 yuan, players purchased them with surprising eagerness. These compact, premium-priced titles effortlessly filled the void between massive MMORPGs. Top floor tower. Zhang Zhi flipped through a consolidated report on his desk. The door swung open. Zhou Hai entered carrying 2 plastic bags. Third brother, roast duck from the cafeteria, just out of the oven. Zhou Hai set the bags on the coffee table and immediately tore into a duck leg. Zhang Zhi set the report aside and walked over. Have you finalized the security shift schedule? Done, Zhou Hai replied, swallowing a mouthful of duck meat. Tower B is busier than a railway station these days. Too many people come and go each day. I've tripled security on the ground floor. Not to boast, but these coders are relentless. At 3 a.m., someone's still buying iced black tea from the vending machine. Let them burn the midnight oil. They're building their own futures, and already results speak for themselves. Zhang Zhi slid the report toward Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai glanced at it. 600 titles. Are these people an assembly line? They have meals. They have technical support. Creativity isn't merely forced, it's also nurtured, Zhang Zhi said, chewing roast duck. A landline on his desk began to ring. Zhang Zhi walked over and picked up the receiver. Mr. Zhang, this is Ding Sanshi from Wangnan, came the voice on the other end, polite, measured. Mr. Ding, to what do I owe the honor? Your vision is bold, Mr. Zhang. Ding Lei chuckled. You've literally forged a Silicon Valley for games. Let me cut to the chase. There's a studio called Spark on the 21st floor of Tower B. They developed that clever turn-based minigame. I'd like to acquire their entire team. Could you possibly lend us your goodwill, eh? Zhang Zhi leaned against the edge of his desk. If Mr. Ding has taken interest, feel free to negotiate directly. Jinan Compass does not interfere with developer mobility. Ding Sanshi paused, startled. Truly no interference. Yet you're the one who's been funding and nurturing them. Jinan Compass provides the platform. Their games sell on the Phantom Mall. Once sales exceed 2 million units, I collect royalties. Where they work, and whose payroll they're on, is none of my concern. If Wangnan can offer competitive terms and win them over, that's your triumph. He hung up. Zhou Hai leaned in. Wangnan wants to poach talent. You just let them walk away. They won't stay. Once a small team produces a breakout hit, big studios will inevitably take notice. Blocking their departure would only breed resentment. Better to grant a graceful favor. They're fluent in the Phantom engine. And if they join Wangnan's next projects will run on our engine too. Zhou Hai raised a thumb. Your calculations echo all the way down to the lobby. In the days that followed, calls flooded Zhang's office, one after another, from Zhang Chaoliang of Suzhou Jun of Zhouqing and Wang Tianqiao of Xingda. Each call shared the same objective: recruitment. Jinan Compass Tower B had cemented its reputation nationwide. It had become the Whampoa Military Academy of China's gaming industry. HR representatives from major corporations and international headhunters now patrolled the lobby daily, impeccably dressed, scanning every passerby for telltale signs of a programmer. Spotting a likely candidate, they'd step forward and proffer a business card. Brother, consider Xingda. Starting salary 100,000 annually. We include stock options. This frenzied recruitment storm dramatically inflated developers' market value, but few were actually willing to leave. Chun Feng crumpled a recruiter's business card and tossed it into the trash. Brother Chun, that's Wang Nan. They offered you lead engineer. What for? Chun Feng kept his gaze fixed on the screen, refining lines of code. To build reskinned MMORPGs for them. Here we build whatever we choose, and keep every penny. With Jinan Compass's technical backbone, we can become the next generation of industry giants. Zhou Hai nodded. The Phantom Mall's traffic spoke volumes. Compelling games sold effortlessly. Soon large companies realized headhunting alone was inefficient. Developers rooted in Tower B had grown accustomed, nay spoiled, by Jinan Compass's ecosystem: affordable cafeteria fare downstairs, instantly accessible elite technical guidance, and a pure distraction-free development environment. Since talent couldn't be lured away, integration became the logical path. Shi Wenlong entered Zhang's office holding a lease agreement. Mr. Zhang, Xingdao wishes to rent the entire 60th floor of Tower B. At market rate, 3 yuan per square meter. They accepted without negotiation and signed a 1-year contract. Shi Wenlong placed the document on the desk. Not just Xingda. Wangnan secured the 59th floor. Suhu took the 58th. Zhouqing's representatives visited this afternoon and demanded 2 floors outright. Zhang's pen stilled. The upper 30 floors of Tower B had originally been reserved for future expansion. Now China's foremost internet conglomerates were lining up to lease office space. They seek proximity, first access to opportunity, Shi Wenlong analyzed. Relocating RD centers here, becoming neighbors with these indie studios. To enable seamless collaboration and smoother acquisition pathways. Let them proceed as they wish. Zhang filed the contract. How many of the lower 40 floors are leased? 31. 9 remain under review for tenant selection, likely fully occupied next month. Zhang walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Sunlight glinted off Tower B across the way. This building now housed the very core of China's gaming industry, from grassroots indie developers on the ground floors to top-tier corporate RD centers at the summit. A complete self-sustaining ecosystem had taken shape. Zhang gazed down at the bustling crowd below. Inform Zhou Daqiang. Q journey to the west and horizon. Accelerate both projects. Now that the majors have moved and we must unveil something truly substantial to command authority. Shi Wenlong acknowledged and strode toward RD. Zhang returned to his seat and powered on his computer. The registered user count for Jinan Compass Passport. As the number of mall games exploded, ever more players were drawn in. To purchase a 15 yuan title, they had no choice but to register for Jinan Compass Passport. The 200 million QQ referral effect was now visibly accelerating. After Tencent's SP service launched, pop-up ads channeled massive traffic directly into the Phantom Mall. Zhang watched the user curve climb steadily. This was the true moat. With this user base, any future large-scale MMORPG launched by Jinan Compass would require zero external user acquisition. A simple featured placement on the mall homepage would overload servers instantly. Lianhua Electronics sent over a production schedule. A full production line had already been cleared at the factory, awaiting Jinan Compass's engineering drawings for immediate mold fabrication and wafer processing. Zhang pushed open the heavy door to the 64th floor, fully sealed RD center. A pungent blend of strong black coffee and cheap tobacco hit him instantly. Several Chinese university students in checkered shirts lay slumped across workstations, snoring in ragged unison. Before the projection screen, Matsushita Koichi and Park Zhongdong, hair wild as bird nests, argued fiercely over a dense schematic of chip pin routing. Hearing footsteps, several foreign experts broke off their debate and turned. Mr. Zhang. Matsushita hastily stubbed out half a cigarette and stepped forward, handing over a thick stack of test blueprints. Codenamed Flash, finalized and ready. Zhang accepted the documents and opened the first page. It displayed the 3D packaging structure of the chip. Notably, its physical dimensions were extraordinary. Its length-to-width ratio far exceeded that of mainstream discrete GPU dies. Per your 3 non-negotiable directives, Park Zhongdong rubbed his hands, dark circles stretching halfway down his nose. First, abandon pursuit of cutting-edge nanometer nodes. Adopt Lianhua Electronics' most mature high-yield process technology instead. Second, comprehensive cost control. Matsushita interjected drastic reduction of peripheral circuitry. No need for multi-layer high-frequency PCBs, power supply modules, trimmed by 1/3. Zhang pointed to the dimensional annotations on the blueprint, which leads directly to the third outcome: the chip's footprint is only 1.5 times larger than conventional designs. Physical constraints cannot be circumvented. Matsushita spread his palms. Integrating high-capacity, high-speed VRAM and the GPU die onto a single substrate inevitably expands packaging area. Mounted on a PCB, it resembles nothing so much as a compressed biscuit. Nearby, several sleep-deprived students listened intently. Traditional GPUs follow a central star with orbiting moons architecture, a single GPU core surrounded by discrete VRAM chips. Now everything was packed into one monolithic package. Volume inflation was inevitable. Zhang's gaze settled on the core routing zone of the structural diagram. Xiao AI, ingest this blueprint's data stream and run a full simulation test on the chip. He issued the command mentally. Beneath, his retinal layer systems activated, unfolding a vast virtual workstation code pins, capacitors, ultra-high-speed channels. Millions of data nodes achieved logical coherence within milliseconds. Power delivery simulation passed. High-frequency thermal load testing within safe thresholds. Phantom engine peak throughput benchmark results appeared. A cascade of green numerals flashed, revealing data throughput efficiency 3 times greater than top-tier commercial GPUs. No hardware incompatibility surfaced. The Hybrid 2, 5D software hardware architecture perfectly absorbed the texture compression algorithm. In reality, only 2 seconds had elapsed. Zhang closed the report. A crisp snap of the cover tightened the nerves of Matsushita and the others. These seasoned international engineers, now sweating palms. They had labored for a month over these blueprints, but whether this radical architecture would function at all remained unknown. One failed wafer run would sink millions of dollars. Zhang looked up. Package and encrypt the blueprints, he instructed Matsushita. Notify Lianhua Electronics. The production line starts now. Flash is finalized today. Prepare for first-run wafer fabrication. Silence held for a beat in the RD center. Yes, an intern shouted, sparking a wave of whistles and table pounding. Park Zhongdong slapped another intern hard on the back, drawing a pained grimace. Matsushita exhaled deeply and removed his glasses to wipe smudges from the lenses. Mr. Zhang, the initial mold fabrication fee from Lianhua requires your financial approval signature. Bring the paperwork to my office shortly, Zhang said, turning to leave. Today the entire chip division is granted paid leave. Everyone, go home and rest properly. The first step toward a semiconductor empire had just been taken. Matsushita Koichi and Park Zhongdong flew to the island accompanied by a 4-member technical team along with Zhang's 8 top graduate students specializing in chip design. Lianhua Electronics' production line had already undergone 2 days of calibration, awaiting only this set of schematics. This was the first tape-out mold fabrication, and photomass production alone had cost $2.4 million. In China's semiconductor industry of 2001, that sum could sustain a mid-sized design firm for an entire year. Yet Zhang approved the expenditure without so much as a blink. The reason was simple: before dispatch, these schematics had undergone full-flow simulation on Xiao AI's virtual workstation. Every trace, every pin's electrical characteristics, every node prone to signal crosstalk, all had been rigorously verified one by one. Theoretically, failure was impossible, and reality bore this out. Lianhua Electronics reported back wafer yield stood at an astonishing 92. That figure startled Lianhua's own engineers. For a chip built on an entirely novel architecture, achieving such yield on its inaugural tape-out was exceptionally rare across the global foundry industry. Typically, hitting 70 yield on a new chip's first run was considered a blessing, but Flash's compact packaging introduced a tangible constraint. By integrating the GPU core and high-capacity, high-speed memory onto a single substrate, the die's footprint far exceeded conventional graphics processors. From a 12-inch wafer, usable dies were nearly halved. The final tally: 13000 functional chips. When Matsushita relayed this number over the phone, his tone carried a faint tremor of unease. Sufficient, Zhang replied. 2 words, no more. Receiving bare dies was merely the first step. A chip could not be plugged naked into a computer. It required full board integration: PCB layout, power delivery modules, heatsinks, video output interfaces. Nothing could be omitted. Xinan Technology lacked its own board manufacturing line. Matsushita contacted a major local board contract manufacturer on the island. After reviewing Flash's specifications, they quoted a price and accepted the order. Then came the long wait. Board manufacturing entailed far more than surface mount soldering. Flash's 2 5D packaging demanded entirely new molds for both power delivery design and thermal solutions. The subcontractor's engineers spent 2 weeks calibrating the reflow soldering temperature profile alone. In total, over 3 months elapsed. Matsushida's team rented a guest house in Shinshu, 12 people squeezed into 3 rooms. Each day began at 7 a.m. at the factory floor and ended past 11 p.m. back at the guest house. Exhaustion so deep sleep arrived instantly. Those 8 graduate students, many traveling abroad for the first time, even learned to chew betel nuts by the end. Mid-December, a flight from Taoyuan touched down in Xi'an. As Matsushita stepped out of the arrivals hall, he appeared gaunt, stripped of weight by relentless labor. Park Jongdong's eyeglass frame was broken on one side, crudely mended with medical tape. The 8 graduate students dragged suitcases behind them, their faces shadowed by unshaven stubble. Trailing them was a panel van emerging from airport cargo customs, stacked with 100 cardboard boxes. 10 cards per box. 12,000 graphics cards in total, accounting for roughly 1,000 defective units lost during packaging or board assembly. Matsushita submitted a meticulous defect log itemizing the root cause for each failed chip. Zhangzhe did not read it. He examined only one thing: the physical prototype of the finished board. A standard-length PCI graphics card, a verdant PCB bearing a circular heatsink crowned by a 7cm fan. Flipped over, it featured a plastic backplate printed with both the Flash logo and Xi'anzhen's insignia, its length precisely calibrated to fit within standard ATX chassis mounting limits. Gazing upon Xi'anzhen's inaugural graphics product, Zhangzhe fell silent, overwhelmed by quiet awe. That afternoon, all technical departments received notification: collect your cards. 300 cards were unpacked and distributed across the floors of Xi'anzhen Tower. RD QA engine teams, art departments. Every workstation equipped with a PC received one. All personnel now formally joined the graphics card validation effort. The programming division erupted first. What's the benchmark score? Zhou Daqiang sprinted over from the adjacent RD zone, leaning over the tester's monitor. The tester pressed enter. Phantom Engine's built-in rendering stress test launched. On screen, a fully 3D cityscape spun rapidly, lighting, reflections, and particle effects all maxed out. The frame counter stabilized at 54 frames per second. Zhou Daqiang drew a sharp breath. After all, the most expensive NVIDIA flagship card on the market delivered just over 80 in that same scene. Flash's absolute performance did not quite reach the pinnacle, but the gap proved narrower than anticipated. What truly mattered was cost. Zhangzhe reviewed Matsushida's complete BOM wafer fabrication cost allocated per chip, plus packaging, board materials, contract manufacturing fees, and transport losses. The total manufacturing cost per card remained under 2/3 that of the market's flagship GPUs. What did that price point signify? It meant Xi'anzhen could retail at 70% of mainstream cards' price, while still securing over 100% gross margin. Pricing strategy finalized. At that day's internal meeting, Zhangzhe slapped a handwritten price sheet onto the table. Target the mainstream mid-tier card priced at 1600. Our final retail price, 990. The finance director calculated the margin, glanced up at Zhangzhe, and though he said nothing, a subtle smile tugged at his lips. This is our debut product. Pricing must be handled with care. Zhangzhe saw through his expression. Our priority is mass adoption. Volume must scale. That is the operational cornerstone of our graphics series. Latecomers must know their place. 990 struck a resonant chord with internet cafe owners. Saving 600 per machine translated to 300 across 50 units, enough to fund several additional workstations. Yet raw hardware alone meant little. Could it function? Would it perform well? Benchmarks offered no definitive answers. What it needed was a driver. To outsiders, drivers seemed mere installation software. To insiders, they were icebergs, submerged complexity dwarfing even chip design itself. Each game's rendering pipeline differed, some stressed vertex processing, others texture fill rates. Drivers had to dynamically reallocate on-chip resources based on workload demands. NVIDIA's driver team numbered over 1,000, refining code for years. Xi'anzhen. 40 programmers pulled from the engineering department formed a temporary driver squad. Leading them was Qi Ziyuan, a veteran programmer who defected from Intel. In his early 40s, balding, but peerless in low-level coding. After poring over Flash's register manual all night, Qi Ziyuan entered Zhang's office the next morning holding a steaming cup of tea. Director Zhang, I have several points to raise. He placed the teacup on the coffee table and withdrew a crumpled A4 sheet from his pocket. Densely filled with inked script, it began. First, Flash's shader architecture differs fundamentally from NVIDIA's and ATI's. We cannot reuse their driver frameworks. OpenGL and DirectX abstraction layers must be written from scratch. Second, Flash's 2.5 packaged memory boasts ultra-low latency, but its scheduling logic diverges sharply from conventional architectures. My initial memory allocator module crashed 3 times in one afternoon. Third, Cheese Yuan sipped his tea. The good news: Phantom engine is ours. Its engine layer can be hard-coded to optimize directly for Flash, a path NVIDIA cannot take. Zhangzhe listened intently. How long until you deliver a minimally viable test driver? Current builds are riddled with bugs. Viable. Cheese Yuan paused. 2 weeks, but expect abundant bugs. Our team is stretched thin. Testing remains shallow and incomplete. Release it first, then iterate while testing. Zhangzhe gestured toward Tower B beyond the window. We have ready-made testers there, thousands of them. Cheese Yuan blinked, then understood. 2 weeks later, driver V0. 1 compiled successfully. 40 programmers burned 14 consecutive nights. Cheese Yuan lost 5 kilograms. Zhangzhe tasked Shi Wenlong with drafting an internal notice disseminated across all studio contact groups in Tower B. Its message was concise. Sinan's self-developed Flash graphics card would lend its first batch of test samples, free of charge, to resident developers in Tower B. Supply was limited, first come first served. The sole condition: users must report every issue encountered, screen-tearing, color distortion, crashes, overheating, without omission. Within 20 minutes of sending, the ground floor registration desks phone lines overloaded. We need 5. 3 is enough? We only have 3 PCs. 1 will do, sir. Shi Wenlong stationed 2 administrative staff at the lobby to distribute cards, logging names, studios, and quantities. Each card bore a unique ID tag processed via fixed asset loan protocols. All 1,000 test cards were claimed within 2 days. Across Tower B's 38 floors and nearly 400 studios, each received 2 to 3 cards on average. That evening at 8 o'clock, feedback emails flooded the driver team's shared inbox. 176 messages arrived promptly. Cheese Yuan opened his inbox, and his face darkened. Black screen for 1 second during scene transitions in Cultivation Chronicles. Reproducible. Log screenshots attached. Running our 2D side-scroller causes memory usage to inexplicably spike to 98, despite the game being only 200 megabytes. Reproducible. In DirectX 8 mode, UV coordinates for textures are completely scrambled. Character faces warp grotesquely onto chests. Screenshots attached. Cheese Yuan opened the final attachment. A dignified female NPC's features had disintegrated. Her eyes migrated to her chin. A nearby programmer couldn't suppress a chuckle. Cheese Yuan didn't smile. He flipped the A4 sheet and began categorizing issues by severity. Critical crashes ranked first, of visual artifacts second, to performance anomalies third. No more hesitation, he declared, taping task cards to the whiteboard. Tonight, no sleep. V0. 2 hotfix by noon tomorrow. 40 coders plunged into their terminals. Keyboard clatter echoed from 8 p.m. until 4 a.m. V0. 2 rolled out. That evening, feedback dropped to 91 emails. Black screens resolved, memory leaks mostly patched. Yet new issues surfaced. A 3D tower defense studio reported drastic frame drops when rendering large numbers of units simultaneously. Cheese Yuan traced the flaw to faulty batching instructions in the vertex shader. Only 4 triangles submitted per draw call. Fix implemented. V0. 3 released. Feedback dwindled to 53 emails. Chen Feng's Cultivation Chronicles finally ran crash-free, but he added a suggestion: could we add a hardware-accelerated decoding channel in the driver specifically for Phantom Engine's texture compression format? He'd tested it. Current decompression ran on CPU, leaving the GPU idle utilization hovering at just 40. Cheese Yuan brought Chen Feng's email to Zhangzhe. This young man understands the craft, Zhangzhe remarked after reading. Prioritize this. It embodies the very essence of our hardware-software synergy. Phantom Engine dedicated hardware decoder texture data streamed directly from disk into Flash's VRAM, bypassing the CPU, then decompressed in real time by a dedicated GPU unit. With V0, 5 full-scene rendering frame rates across Phantom Engine rose by an average of 23. Cheese Yuan added a special note in the driver changelog: special thanks to Chun Feng of Huazhong Studio, Floor 17, Tower B. That line later surfaced on forums, sparking an industry meme: want your name immortalized in graphics driver code. Start hunting bugs for Flash. 1 month passed. The driver version evolved from V0, 1 to V1, 0. Daily feedback plummeted from 176 emails to single digits. The final report arrived from a 2-person studio on floor 32 of Tower B, a pixel art fishing simulator. Its feedback read simply: no issues. Exceptionally stable. Thank you, Brother Chi. Cheese Yuan printed the email and pinned its center stage on the driver team's whiteboard, annotating beside it in bold marker: V1, 0 stable. Zhangzhe stood at the 64th floor window, reviewing the final driver validation report. Full DirectX compatibility confirmed. OpenGL 1. 5 fully supported. Phantom engine deep optimization complete. 72 hours of continuous full-scene stability testing, 0 crashes. He closed the report, picked up his desk phone, and dialed. Old Chi. Freeze the driver version. Prepare signing package. Silence lingered on the line for 2 seconds. Director Zhang Qizhuan's voice rasped, hoarse from days of minimal rest. I'd like to assign V1. 0 an official codename. What shall it be? Ignition. Zhang paused. The report lay motionless on his desk. Beyond the window tower glowed, scattered lights still burning in the late hour. Agreed. After completing the drive and extensive testing, Zhang summoned Matsushita Koichi into his office. For the first batch of orders, let's start with 2 million units. Matsushita Koichi almost dropped the coffee cup in his hand. 2 million. Mr. Zhang, doesn't that seem a bit excessive? You have seen the yield rate of Lianhua's trial production, 92%. Zhang pushed the order contract over. There's no need for smaller batch trials. Go arrange the production tasks with Lianhua. Matsushita Koichi glanced at the contract amount, took a deep breath, nodded, and left. The reaction from Lianhua Electronics upon receiving the order was even more exaggerated than Matsushita Koichi's. A large order for 2 million units based on the die area of the flash chip would consume at least 3 months of full load capacity on one of their production lines. The processing fee was a significant figure. The vice president of Lianhua's business department personally called twice to confirm, fearing a decimal point mistake in the facts. Once confirmed, the production line switched over within 48 hours, beginning 24-hour uninterrupted production. Meanwhile, the marketing department of Compass Technology was already in full swing. The official product name for the graphics card was set, Flash 1600 Pro. Flash was the internal code name, while the external name was simply Flash. 1600 represented the rounded identifier for the GPU core frequency, while Pro indicated a professional-grade positioning. When Shi Wenlong presented this naming scheme to Zhang for approval, Zhang only made one change. He increased the font size of Compass Technology on the packaging by 2 points. Brand recognition must start from the packaging. Major domestic portals like Suhu Wangnan and Sina were all dominated by Compass advertising banners. Shi Wenlong spent a lot on advertising this time, purchasing all available positions: homepage banners, channel spotlight images, pop-ups. Whatever could be bought was bought. The advertising material was simple, featuring a 45-degree side shot of the Flash 1600 Pro product with a large line of text below: the new generation of all-purpose graphics card, limited time special price, starting from 990 yuan. Just this single number was more effective than any advertising slogan. At the same time, Compass Public Relations Department sent 2 graphics cards to every well-known computer magazine, hardware review website, and gaming media across the country, accompanied by a technical white paper and driver disk. There were no additional conditions. They could test as they pleased, and the data could be freely published. Zhang had confidence in this product. After the V1, 2 Wildfire driver was frozen, he did something he hadn't told anyone. Staying alone in the office late at night, he had Xiao AI perform a round of low-level optimizations on the final driver code. Xiao's optimization logic did not follow conventional paths. It directly analyzed the actual utilization heat map of every execution unit in the flash chip, then made fine adjustments to the driver's instruction scheduler. The adjustments were minimal, so subtle that even if Qizhuan's team audited the code line by line, they might not notice. But the effect was tangible. The instruction stall rate in the 3D rendering pipeline was reduced by 11%. Converted to frame rate, this roughly translated to a 7 to 8% increase. This extent was not astonishing, but it just raised the comprehensive score of the Flash 1600 Pro from slightly inferior to mainstream mid-range cards to the level of on par with mainstream mid-range cards. The evaluation results began to come in. Lao Shui, the hardware editor of Computer News, was known for being sharp-tongued, always picking at flaws in whatever he tested. After receiving the Flash 1600 Pro, he conducted comparative tests for 3 days and nights in a row. The 2 reference cards were the NVIDIA GeForce FX 5600 Ultra and the ATI Radeon 9600 Pro. These 2 were the absolute mainstays of the mid-range market in 2003. The retail price of the 5600 Ultra was over 1400, while the 9600 Pro was slightly more expensive, priced between 15 and 1600. Lao Shui's test results were published on the magazine's official website with a restrained title, The Disruptor, under 1,000 yuan. Comprehensive review of the Flash 1600 Pro. The main text, however, was less polite. In the 3D Mark 2001 SE scores, the Flash 1600 Pro scored slightly below the 9600 Pro by about 5% and was basically even with the 5600 Ultra. However, when 4 times anti-aliasing was enabled, the frame rate decay of the Flash 1600 Pro was much smaller than that of the 5600 Ultra. The reason was that the internal memory bandwidth of the Flash chip was more ample. It's 2.5 5D packaging placed the memory and GPU on a single substrate, drastically reducing the physical distance for data transport. What really surprised Lao Shui was the 2D image quality. He connected 3 monitors for multiscreen testing. This kind of setup was considered high-end in 2003, and there were only a handful of graphics cards on the market that natively supported 3-screen output. The Flash 1600 Pro not only smoothly drove 3 screens, but also had a higher font rendering sharpness in the 2D desktop environment compared to both competing products. This was entirely thanks to Meituan's exceptional 2D display technology. At the end of his review, Lao Shui wrote a line: "If your budget is only 1,000 yuan, this card has virtually no competitors." This evaluation was extracted by Compass marketing department and printed on all subsequent advertising materials. The response from the player community was even more direct. The graphics card sections of major forums erupted into heated debates. Posts supporting Flash alternated with those questioning the quality of domestic products. Yet the voices of contention gradually subsided in the face of one key fact: 990 yuan. This price was nearly 400 cheaper than the 5600 Ultra and 500 to 600 cheaper than the 9600 Pro. Performance gap within 5%. An ID called Zhuangji Laowang, a net cafe owner, posted on the Pacific Computer Forum with a title that simply read: "Today, I replaced all 50 machines in the shop with Flash 1600 Pro, saving over 20,000. The post garnered over 300 replies, with more than half from peers asking where to source the product. Zhangzhi had already anticipated this outcome and placed a second order with Lianhua Electronics before the reviews came out. 3 million units. This time Lian, who was vice president, did not confirm the decimal point again. He simply arranged it. ATI was originally doing well. The Radeon 9700 and 9800 series had NVIDIA on the ropes, and 2003 was the most glorious year in ATI's history. The 9600 Pro, as the sales leader of the mid-range product line, was selling like hotcakes in the global market. However, data from the Chinese market suddenly showed problems. The monthly shipment volume of the 9600 Pro in the domestic market began to decline continuously starting from the second month after the Flash 1600 Pro was launched. The drop was not large. It fell 12% in the first month and another 9% in the second month. But the trend was clear. The mid to low-end market was losing a significant chunk to the Flash 1600 Pro. NVIDIA was in an even worse situation. The 5600 Ultra had already been struggling to sell due to the poor reputation of the FX series. The noise generated by the blower cooler of the FX 5800 had become a joke in the entire hardware circle, dragging down the brand reputation of the 5600 series as well. Once the Flash 1600 Pro entered the market, the price of the 5600 Ultra in domestic channels plummeted, with distributors slashing prices by 200 yuan to clear stock, yet sales still remained stagnant. However, the overseas market presented a different story. The Flash 1600 Pro was listed in online channels in North America and Europe, priced roughly around $120. The price advantage was equally evident, yet it still struggled to sell. There were a few scattered reviews on North American hardware forums, and while the data was sound, the comments section was quite revealing. A graphics card made in China. Can the driver quality hold up? I'd rather spend $50 more on ATI. At least there's customer service if it breaks. I've never even heard of this brand. The wall of brand trust is not something that can be easily toppled by benchmarks. NVIDIA and ATI have been operating in overseas markets for over a decade, with their channels, after-sales service, and brand recognition representing deep moats that Compass Technology could not cross in the short term. After Zhangzhi reviewed the first month's sales data from the overseas marketing department, he placed it on the corner of his desk without any notes or outbursts. It was as expected. The domestic market was the foundation. An order for 5 million chips could be largely consumed solely by the upgrading wave in domestic net cafes and the personal DIY market. The overseas matters could wait. It would take time for the product's reputation to gradually permeate. What truly mattered to Zhangzhi was not just how many graphics cards sold. It was about the ecosystem. The hundreds of studios in Building B were all using the Phantom engine to develop games. The Phantom engine had been hard-coded from the ground up to optimize for the Flash 1600 Pro. The Phantom engine dedicated hardware decoding channel and Qi Yuan's driver allowed all games developed based on the Phantom engine to run more smoothly on the Flash 1600 Pro than on NVIDIA and ATI cards. This gap was not something that drivers could compensate for. It was a fundamental architectural advantage. Domestic players quickly discovered this. The independent games priced at 10 to 15 yuan on the Phantom Mall opened quickly on the Flash 1600 Pro with fast load speeds, clean visuals, and stable frame rates. Switching to the 5600 Ultra or 9600 Pro would still run the games, but texture loading would stutter for a fraction of a second, and the lighting effects in certain scenes would also be compromised. The difference was not huge. But that fraction of a second of difference led more and more players to include the Flash 1600 Pro in their configuration lists when building their machines. Zhou Daqiang ran up from the RD department, holding a printed screenshot of a forum post. "Old John, take a look at this." The screenshot featured a player's build showcase post. The configuration was detailed with the last line bold and red graphics card Flash 1600 Pro, essential for playing games on Phantom Mall. No other card can achieve this effect. Someone below commented, "Is there really a difference?" The original poster replied with 4 words, "Try it yourself." Zhou Daqiang pointed at the screenshot laughing. "These players write better ad copy than our marketing department." Zhang Zhe did not respond. He opened his computer to check the real-time data in the Phantom Mall backend. The registered users of the Compass Pass had already surpassed 30 million. Over 800 games were on sale in the mall. The daily active user count continued to rise. The graphics card was just a hardware cornerstone. The engine was the software foundation. The mall was a traffic pool. Developers were content factories. The combination of these 4 elements led to an increase in sales for all of Compass Technologies' products. 2 months after the Flash 1600 Pro was launched, Zhang Zhe received an unexpected phone call. The caller identified themselves as someone from a procurement office of a research institute and got straight to the point. They wanted to buy a batch of graphics cards with a quantity of 2,000 and inquired if they could go through government procurement processes. Zhang Zhe assigned Shi Wenlong to follow up. What he did not expect was that this was the first of many calls. Over the next 2 weeks, calls from military research institutes, university laboratories, and national surveying units came in one after another. The requirements varied. Some needed graphics workstations, some required scientific computing, and some units simply couldn't articulate what they needed. They just heard that a domestic graphics card had come out and wanted to buy a few to try. Shi Wenlong compiled the order quantity and approached Zhang Zhe. In total, it's about 18,000 units. From the government sector. Zhang Zhe glanced at the numbers, but did not speak. To be honest, he hadn't initially prioritized this market. The pricing logic for the Flash 1600 Pro was aimed at net cafes and individual gamers. He had not even specifically promoted the government procurement line. These units all sought them out themselves. The logic behind this was not complex. Domestic research and government units had relied on imports for graphics card procurement in the past using NVIDIA and ATI through distributor channels where prices were opaque and after-sales service slow. Even more troublesome was compliance. The government procurement had strict requirements for source code audits, and no imported brands were willing to open their underlying code for scrutiny, essentially shutting down that path. Once the Flash 1600 Pro was released, the situation changed. With domestic chips and drivers, Compass Technology had directly packaged the source code and sent it to the relevant departments for full process security audits. When the auditors thoroughly examined the code and found no backdoors, no abnormal communication interfaces, and not a single suspicious bug worth archiving. Once the audit conclusion was released, the procurement pathway opened up. When Shi Ziyuan learned of this, he was staring at a pile of debug logs in front of the whiteboard in the driver group and asked without looking up, how long did they take to check? "I heard about 10 days. 10 days. Shi Ziyuan capped the marker. "Those people are quite serious." This comment carried no judgment, but several people in the programming department who heard it laughed. If you really wanted to hide something in a driver, a single line of comment could go unnoticed even after 10 days of scrutiny. But Compass hadn't hidden anything, and that was the key. After the source code audit was passed, procurement volumes began to rise rapidly, not just from research institutes. The procurement departments of several domestic brand PC manufacturers also began sending emails considering including the Flash 1600 Pro as the standard graphics card for their high-end machines. These manufacturers had previously directly procured OEM versions from ATI, with orders typically in the tens of thousands, all through fixed channels. Whether this line could be successfully penetrated was not just a price issue, it also involved supply stability, technical support, response speed, RMA card replacement processes, and a host of supporting work. Zhang Zhe called Shi Wenlong and Wu Baolin, who was in charge of the supply chain, and the 3 of them sat in the conference room for 2 hours. "Do we currently have the capacity to handle the OEM line?" Zhang Zhe asked. Wu Baolin adjusted his glasses. Lian Hua's production capacity is sufficient, and the speed of completing the 3 million unit order is very fast. The card manufacturing plants need to expand their capacity the fastest in 2 months. What about the after-sales system? Shi Wenlong pushed a page of paper forward. "I've talked to people from Asus and Gigabyte. They have existing after-sales networks that can handle our RMA service, but they require an authorization fee." Zhang Zhe glanced at the quote. "Negotiate. If the price is reasonable, sign. We don't have time to build an after-sales network ourselves." Wu Baolin nodded and took notes. Shi Wenlong mentioned another matter, saying that the procurement director of a certain branded PC manufacturer had privately inquired if they could lower the price, expressing hope that Compass could provide an exclusive OEM price due to the large volume. Zhang Zhe did not respond, but flipped the paper over. Tell him that we welcome large volumes, but the price remains unchanged. Shi Wenlong acknowledged. He understood Zhang Zhe's logic. The Flash 1600 Pro was already being sold at 990 yuan at retail, which was already a price that had been actively squeezed down. Further reductions would only pressure Lianhua to lower their standards, ultimately harming the product itself. This channel could not be opened. Furthermore, branded PC manufacturers were not naive. They calculated the overall competitiveness of the configuration list, and the few dozen yuan difference was not a real barrier. After the meeting, Zhang Zhe bumped into Zhou Hai in the corridor. Zhou was holding a cup of hot tea, appearing as if he had just woken up. Do you know about that batch of orders from the government? Zhang Zhe asked. I know. Zhou Hai took a sip of tea. Do you know what those people at the Research Institute are planning to use the graphics cards for? For graphics computing data visualization, a few mentioned they needed them for simulation modeling. Zhou Hai nodded, not asking further. After a 2-second pause, he spoke again. Old Zhang, do you know our card has a nickname now? What nickname? The Light of Domestic Products, Zhou Hai said. That's what people on the forums are calling it. Zhang Zhe returned to his office without saying anything, but there was a hint of a smile on his face. Outside, the lights in Building B were still on, and Lian, Hua's production line, was running at full capacity tonight. The second batch of Flash 1600 Pro cards was already on the way by sea and would arrive at the warehouse in 3 weeks. He opened the back end of the Phantom Mall, and the number of registered users was fluctuating in the upper right corner. 32 million. Still rising. When the first Flash 1600 Pro was sent out from the Compass building, the market situation was still relatively calm. But the tranquility did not last long. On the island, the major manufacturers Asus, Gigabyte, and MSI received their sample cards, but remained collectively inactive. The message returned saying they were worried about offending ATI and Nvidia. After all, these two companies were their biggest partners with sales of millions of graphics cards each year. No one wanted to risk it for the newcomer Compass. When Matsushita Koichi brought back this news, Zhang Zhe was going through the delivery schedule for the third batch of Lianhua orders. The big manufacturers are not moving. Zhang Zhe did not raise his head. Then let's find the smaller ones. Matsushita Koichi was momentarily taken aback, but then understood. The small graphics card manufacturers in the country had always been at the bottom of the hierarchy in front of Nvidia and ATI. They had to queue for chips, had to watch their expressions, and the prices were opaque. Now, with Compass opening up supply, directly offering transparent pricing and reasonable payment terms, these 2 points alone were enough to make these people scramble. Once the news was released, the number of small factories reaching out was far more than expected. The first to sign were Onda and Mingxian from Shenzhen, both of whom had been deeply rooted in Huiqiangbai for many years with well-established channels, primarily targeting the low-cost assembly market. Next was Colorful, whose boss immediately made the decision, saying they would first try 200 chips. Sapphire was still small at that time, but had some reputation in the niche of mining cards, and also came to negotiate cooperation. The people from Galaxy came the latest, repeatedly pressing for lower prices during negotiations, but ultimately realized they couldn't push down the price, and silently signed the contract. On the island, the big manufacturers were retreating, but the small ones were taking action. A few obscure graphics card OEM factories, after receiving Compass supply quotations, sent people over to discuss details the next day. One of them, called Painting, had the boss come personally, saying they could consume 500 chips a year, and asked if they could ensure priority supply. Matsushita Koichi returned to organize a list of cooperating manufacturers and showed it to Zhang Zhe for review. The brands were chaotic, and the models even more so, with each manufacturer's graphics card having a distinct appearance, featuring a variety of cooling solutions. Some large, some small, some with dual fans, while others just had a single fan attached directly to the bare board. Zhang Zhe looked over the list and pushed it back. Just manage one thing: the chips supplied must use the same driver version number V1. 2. The appearance of the graphics cards is not our concern. That is their business, and we don't need to manage it. These small bosses who had fought their way out of a crowd made profits by selling price differentials through differentiated packaging, so it was best to let them do their own thing. On the other side of the country, the procurement departments of Tongfang, Lenovo Founder, and Great Wall almost simultaneously sent emails. Lenovo's wording was the most polite, saying, "We hope to gain a deeper understanding of the OEM cooperation possibilities for Flash 1600 Pro, which translated to wanting to push for lower prices and higher volumes." Tongfang was more direct, sending over a BOM list for a high-end workstation with Flash 1600 Pro prominently listed, directly hoping for an 80% discount on the purchase price. Zhang Zhe instructed Shi Wenlong to reply to the emails collectively notifying them that prices were non-negotiable and that supply priorities would be arranged based on the order of contracts signed. Founder signed last, but with the largest order quantity requesting 80 units in one go, saying they aim to produce a high-end office model for universities and government agencies. Overnight, the tide turned. The first to encounter issues were various forums. The hardware sections of Tianya and Baidu Tieba, as well as a few niche DIY groups, were flooded with posts. Chinese chip scam benchmarking data fraud exposed. Everyone needs to be vigilant. Flash 1600 Pro's driver code is suspected of plagiarism from major manufacturers. Compass Technology may face lawsuits. The graphics cards produced by Lianhua claiming to have self-designed chips. Don't make me laugh. Oh, which company's IP authorization did they purchase behind the scenes? The wording of the posts was inconsistent. Some sounded like real users complaining, while others seemed like soft articles on websites, but the focus was surprisingly concentrated, all centered around three issues: performance fraud, driver plagiarism, and patent infringement. Shi Wenlong barged into Zhang Zhe's office at 9:30 a.m. Since last night, there have been over 40 hot posts in the hardware section of Baidu Tieba alone. The technology comment sections of Search Tiger and Sina also have some articles written very professionally, looking like they weren't written by ordinary users. Zhang Zhe took the printed papers from him and flipped through 2 pages. Professional. He paused on one article. This one analyzes Flash's shader architecture. There are several technical terms used very accurately which ordinary players cannot write. Shi Wenlong responded, "We initially judged that someone is coordinating these articles from behind. The timing is too synchronized. Posted in mass between 10 to 11 last night, like a coordinated attack by a large number of online commenters." Zhang Zhe set the printed papers down. "On our side, the marketing department should handle it as they see fit. Let public relations monitor it and find cooperative media to publish rebuttals. The developers in Building B are all existing users. Having them speak will be more effective than us speaking ourselves. You take care of the coordination." Shi Wenlong nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Zhe called him back. "We don't need to worry about the overseas public opinion for now. Oh, at this stage, we can't manage it either. Our focus should be on the domestic market. This is our main battlefield." This judgment turned out to be correct. NVIDIA and ATI's media resources overseas were not something Compass could withstand. Several hardware review websites in North America had already begun to follow suit, questioning the driver stability of Flash 1600 Pro, and the tone in the comment sections had also been swayed. A company without accumulated brand recognition fighting a public opinion war over there had an unreasonably low cost-performance ratio. The most crucial reason was that Zhang Zhe did not plan to sell the Flash 1600 Pro graphics card abroad this time. The domestic public opinion counterattack came quickly. The hundreds of studios in Building B whose game developers used Flash 1600 Pro were already a ready source of word of mouth. Shi Wenlong contacted Chen Feng, the one who suggested to the driver team to include notes in the V1.0 log from Huazhong Studio. When Chen Feng received the call, he didn't wait for Shi Wenlong to finish speaking. "I got it, I'll write it." Within 3 days, another batch of posts appeared on the forums. These weren't PR articles, they were real users' usage records. Chen Feng wrote a long technical post listing all the actual rendering data of Flash under the Phantom engine, comparing the frame rates and memory usage of 5600 Ultra and 9600 Pro in the same scene, with all data sources attached as screenshots. The conclusion simply stated, "If there are problems, test it yourself. The data doesn't lie." This post was shared hundreds of times. Hundreds of studio personnel shared their experiences with this graphics card online, and countless posts quickly caught the attention of netizens. Zhang Zhe arranged for companies with good relations with Compass Technology, such as Penguin Search Tiger Xinlong and Wang Nan, to push these posts across all platforms. The public opinion war was still in a tug-of-war, and Lianhua simultaneously faced pressure. NVIDIA conveyed to Lianhua through the island's agency channels that if they continued to do contract manufacturing for Compass, certain cooperative projects' priorities might need to be reassessed. Lian, who was vice president of business, called Matsushita Koichi, talking in circles, roughly wanting to know if Compass' subsequent orders were stable. After Matsushita Koichi relayed the conversation to Zhang Zhe listened and directly picked up the phone to call Lian, who was vice president of business. "Regarding subsequent order quantities, we are currently evaluating the 4th batch internally, and the quantity will not be less than 3 million chips. Can your production line handle it? Give me a definitive answer." There was silence for 2 seconds on the other end of the call. "Mr. Zhang, we can handle it." Matsushita Koichi listened beside him, and when Zhang Zhe hung up the phone, he exhaled. The pressure from NVIDIA met the real order numbers like trying to block money with a hand. Most people couldn't withstand it. In the end, Lianhua did not halt production. The public opinion issue was ultimately suppressed by something else. In early February, a certain research institute in the country issued an internal notice stating that the Flash 1600 Pro had passed the institute's comprehensive safety review and recommended that related subordinate units be included in the procurement whitelist. This notice was not publicly released, but the news still spread through various channels. People in the research field knew what this meant. The institute's engineers reviewed the code for 10 days, checking line by line, and found no backdoors, no abnormal interfaces, and no suspicious modules. The final conclusion was that the entire code and hardware were clean. Neither NVIDIA nor ATI had ever passed such scrutiny, as they would never fully surrender their source code for inspection. But Compass did. This point rendered the online claims of scams and infringements completely untenable. The Real explosion occurred on the Tuesday evening at the end of February at 7 o'clock. At that time, Zhang Zhe was holding a regular supply chain meeting in the chip team's conference room when Zhou Hai entered, placing a piece of paper on the table without saying a word, and left after taking a photo. It was a printed screenshot. The image from the CCTV 7 o'clock news was frozen with the date displayed in the lower left corner. The broadcast content only captured a segment of the text summary. The Flash 1600 Pro graphics processor, independently developed by Compass Technology, has passed the safety technical review by relevant national departments, becoming the first domestically produced graphics card to gain full government procurement access. The report lasted 1 minute and 7 seconds. The others in the conference room had not yet reacted. Wu Baolin leaned over to look at the paper, said nothing, and his pen paused on the paper. Shi Wenlong picked up the paper, read it twice, then set it down and looked at Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe showed no expression and flipped the meeting agenda to the next page. Let's continue. We haven't finished discussing the storage and dispatch plan for the third batch of graphics cards. Wu Baolin regained his composure, cleared his throat, and continued speaking. However, that printed paper was quietly tucked into a folder by Shi Wenlong. After the 7 o'clock news, the backend access volume of the order system exploded that night. Shi Wenlong's phone started vibrating at 8 o'clock and didn't stop. Channel dealers, agents, and procurement departments of major manufacturers were calling one after another, asking about delivery time, stock, and the settlement methods for government procurement channels. Among them, 3 calls came from several major manufacturers that had previously been inactive. One was Asus. The tone on the other end was completely different from 2 months ago. They immediately asked about the cooperation matters regarding Flash 1600 Pro, stating that they had internally reevaluated the cooperation priorities. Shi Wenlong did not provide a definite answer, only agreeing to meet for a detailed discussion. After hanging up, he sent the content of those 3 calls in bulk to Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe replied with 2 words, "Got it," then sent another message. Tomorrow, have Wu Baolin reallocate production capacity, a lock in the delivery time for the government procurement line first, and push the channel dealers and new signed OEMs to the back. After the 7 o'clock news aired, the volume of government procurement orders for Flash 1600 Pro quadrupled within a week. In the past, research institutes would call sporadically to inquire. Now the provincial government procurement platform directly announced the inclusion of Flash 1600 Pro, allowing all levels of units to proceed with orders without having to negotiate one by one. The speed of the increase surpassed Zhang Zhe's expectations by nearly 2 months. Wu Baolin recalculated the production capacity gap and brought the numbers to Zhang Zhe. At this rate, the third batch can last at most 6 weeks. The fourth batch of orders needs to be activated immediately. I'll lock in the production line over at Lianhua early. Call Matsushita, send a fax today. There's one more thing. Wu Baolin pushed over another piece of paper. 2 OEM manufacturers are asking if we can provide a complete solution centered around Flash's graphics card for government applications, which includes the machine graphics card and software bundle for sale. Zhang Zhe gave it a glance, but didn't reply immediately. He had considered this direction before. Selling hardware as a standalone product has limited profits. However, combining hardware, software, and services has much greater potential. The key is whether the timing is right. He flipped the paper over. Write it down for now. We'll discuss this once the 4th batch of production capacity is confirmed. We don't have enough production lines right now, so let's not spread ourselves too thin. Wu Baolin nodded and collected the materials to leave. In the corridor, Zhang Zhe could hear Shi Wenlong on the phone outside, his voice not quiet, speaking very quickly. It was likely another channel dealer urging for goods. The backend of Phantom Mall registered another jump today. User registrations for the pass exceeded 35 million. The hundreds of games on the Compass Mall had their rendering engines deeply optimized together with the Flash graphics cards. Buying the graphics card and experiencing the moment of entering the game with unparalleled smoothness is something no advertisement can replace. The public opinion battle still had ripples. Several overseas media were still following up, and occasionally someone domestically would also share, but the voices were getting quieter. Users who had already bought the Flash 1600 Pro would not throw away a graphics card that was working perfectly fine just because of a scam post. Those who paid might not argue online, but voting with their wallets was the greatest support for Compass. The 7 o'clock news solidified the reputation of Compass Technology's first domestically produced graphics card. Later, Shi Wenlong showed Zhang Zhe a screenshot of a post from the forum with the title consisting of just one line. Where are the people who said domestic graphics cards are a scam now? Zhang Zhe glanced at it, said nothing, and returned the phone to Shi Wenlong. When Zhang Zhe was busy at the company, Ma Yu called to request a visit. After landing from the flight to Xianma, Yu took a taxi straight to the Compass Tower. In the office, Ma Yu took a sip of pure tea and slammed the cup down on the table. Zhang, I've encountered a difficult situation. Ma Yu furrowed his brow. Sabeo. Com must go live next month. eBay is making too many moves. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Zhang Zhe refilled Ma Yu's cup with tea. What's the technical holdup? Zhang leaned back in his chair. Concurrency. Ma Yu tapped his fingers on the table. The tech team has calculated that based on our estimates, we could have over 100,000 concurrent users on the first day. With the current architecture, as soon as we surpass 50,000 concurrent users, the database will become unresponsive and the front-end page will go blank. He leaned forward. Since Izifu went live, they've handled massive traffic during Double 11 and holidays without any server issues. Old Zhang, I still want you to intervene. Oh, I trust the architecture you've optimized. I can't let Sabeo Com crash on its first day. That would ruin our reputation. Zhang Zhe gently tapped his thigh. Compass Technology held 30% of Izifu's shares. They were essentially half insiders. Sure. Zhang Zhe nodded. Ma Yu relaxed his tense shoulders. How much? You name your price. How do we calculate the technical service fee? No charge. Zhang Zhe halted his finger movements. He'll personally handle the underlying architecture for Sabeo Com. Not only will I resolve your issue with 1 million concurrent users, but it'll also leave room for tens of millions of concurrent users. He'll set up multi-layer protection for the database, and he'll help you rebuild the cache layer. Ma Yu remained silent. Those in business understand that the free ones are the most expensive. What do you want? Ma Yu stared at the teacup on the table, smiling slightly. I have high hopes for your abilities, Ma. I hope to maintain a long-term cooperation with you, so I want 5% of Sabeo Com shares as a technical investment. Zhang Zhe revealed his trump card. The tea room fell silent for a few seconds. 5%. Sabeo Com is not yet launched, but this project is my long-planned trump card aimed at competing with multinational e-commerce giants in the future. To ask for 5% right from the start. Old Zhang, that's a bit harsh. Ma Yu felt a sting. He grabbed the teacup and then set it back down. Izifu already took 30%. Now you want a slice of Sabeo Com too. Zhang Zhe stood up and walked to the window. Sabeo Com is a retail trading platform. If it goes down, user trust will plummet to zero. 5% in exchange for an uncrashable trading foundation. This deal is not a loss. Besides, who else can you trust besides me? Ma Yu fell silent. He had approached many people. He had inquired with the technical backbones of several major companies in the country, but no one dared guarantee this. This was also why he came to Zhang Zhe last. Zhang Zhe's capabilities in foundational technology were reassuring, especially the underlying architecture of the Izifu system, which was indeed satisfactory. It's 5% then. Ma Yu concluded, the architecture draft must be ready by this Friday. We go live on the 15th of next month. No problem. Tomorrow let your CTO come to my office to collect the technical documents. Zhang Zhe sent Ma Yu off. Chip RD department. Matsushita Koichi slammed a thick stack of yield reports on the conference table. 120,000 defective units. Matsushita rubbed his temples. The wafers from Lianhua have issues with substandard quality, excessive leakage rates, or defects in the shader pipeline. It's all here. Zhang Zhe opened the report to check the specific parameters. Qi Ziyuan was jotting down notes on paper. According to industry regulations, those below the yield threshold and unable to meet our promised performance should theoretically be destroyed. 120,000 units is quite a sum of money. Zhang Zhe closed the report. Who said they should be destroyed? Zhang Zhe looked at Matsushita Koichi. Matsushita Koichi was taken aback. If these defective chips are released into the market making graphics cards, they will blue screen and crash. It will ruin the reputation of the Flash 1600 Pro. Don't sell them as 1600. Zhang Zhe pulled over a whiteboard, quickly sketching a structural diagram of a chip with a marker. Did all the execution units go bad in this batch? Most of the issues are with a few edge pipelines. The central area is fine. Qi Ziyuan leaned in to take a look. Then just shield off the faulty ones. Zhang Zhe marked an X on the edge of the diagram, physically cut off the power supply to those unstable pipelines. Lower the core frequency by 15%. Can this chip still run stably? Qi Ziyuan calculated rapidly in his mind. Yes, but it won't be called Flash anymore. Its performance will only be 60 to 70% of the 1600 Pro. Zhang Zhe tossed the marker onto the table. Then it will be called Flash 1300 Pro. The 1600 is meant for mid to high-end users and internet cafe owners. This batch of 1300 will be targeted at the low-end market. Everyone in the meeting room was stunned. Selling the modified defective chips as low-end cards seemed to be the same strategy used by manufacturers like Nvidia and ATI. With a performance drop of 30 to 40%, how should we set the price? Xi Wenlong from the marketing department was called in and asked, "How much is the FX 5200 Ultra selling for now?" Zhang Zhe asked, "About 800. ATI's Radeon 9200 is about the same price." Xi Wenlong quickly reported the numbers. Then set the 1300 Pro at 660. Zhang Zhe finalized the price. "You all go test the data for the modified version. This card will compete with the 5200 and will not lose on performance. With the optimization from the Phantom engine at 660, I believe it will dominate the low-end market." Matsushita Koichi took back the report, his facial muscles twitching slightly, but he felt much more relieved. 120,000 units that were supposed to go to the shredder had suddenly turned into a powerful tool for penetrating the sinking market. This strategy. Qi Ziyuan shook his head, unable to find the right words. Old Qi have the driver team produce a compatible firmware immediately. The underlying must lock the masked pipelines to prevent knowledgeable players from unlocking them by flashing the BIOS, Zhang Zhe instructed. Qi Ziyuan immediately ran out of the conference room to make arrangements. Xi Wenlong quickly took notes. 660. Xi Wenlong muttered as he wrote, "The builders in Zhongwankan are going to go crazy. With a budget of 2,000 yuan, all future builds must include this thing." On the 17th floor of Building B, the Spark Studio, Chun Feng crumpled an empty can of Red Bull and tossed it into the trash. The 3D scene rendering progress bar on the computer screen was stuck at 80% and the fan was roaring. "This model has too many polygons. The preview is lagging like a PowerPoint presentation." The concept artist next to him complained. "Wait, Compass just sent an email to the whole server." Chun Feng clicked on the pop-up notification in the lower right corner. Phantom Game Engine Driver Optimization Update Notice. Chun Feng opened it to take a closer look. A long list of underlying code optimization items was listed below. The last line was bolded and highlighted in red. "This version is optimized for the Flash architecture GPU at a deep physical layer." What major move is Compass making? Chun Feng clicked to update directly. The 200 megabyte update package downloaded and the engine restarted. He dragged the previously lagging 3D scene back into the editor. There was no lag. The progress bar filled up gradually. The scene loaded instantly. Chun Feng pressed the middle mouse button to rotate the view in the scene. The number on the frame rate display jumped from 35 frames to 65 frames. "Damn," Chun Feng exclaimed. The concept artist leaned closer, nearly pressing his face against the screen. "Did you change the graphics card?" "No, it's still the 1600 Pro." Chun Feng switched to the background to check resource usage. The engine modified the texture pre-reading logic utilizing the dedicated channel for Flash graphics cards. The GPU utilization was maxed out. Chun Feng quickly pulled out a segment of battle scene code he had just written in the past few days and recompiled it with the new version. An executable file was generated. Double-click to run. A screen full of particle effects exploded with monsters piling up all over the ground. Previously running this segment of the test would drop the frame rate to about 40 frames, causing a noticeable jarring sensation. Now the frame rate stabilized at 60 frames with no fluctuations at all, an absolute performance improvement of over 15%. That afternoon, the developer forum for the Phantom engine was in an uproar. Hundreds of posts emerged almost simultaneously. All were screenshots from various studios. "The new version is too powerful. The racing game I made used to be locked at 30 frames, but now it runs freely at 60 frames. Did it completely rewrite the underlying? This rendering efficiency is faster than that foreign Unreal Engine. Has anyone tested with Nvidia and AMD cards?" Tested. The machine at the studio with the 5600 Ultra, using the new engine, only saw an improvement of 2 to 3 frames, basically no change. This optimization is tailored specifically for Flash graphics cards. This created a commercial closed loop. Developing games with the Phantom engine. The Phantom engine only has a significant boost for Flash graphics cards. Do you want to make games smoothly? Buy Flash. Do you want to play these games fluently? Buy Flash. At the end of December, as the new year approached, the temperature dropped sharply. The heating in the Compass Tower was fully on. Zhang Zhe was in his office watching market research videos sent back from Huiqiangbai. In the video at the first floor of SEG Plaza, a mountain of Flash 1300 Pro packaging boxes was being wheeled out by several staff members. A boss with a Chaozhou accent waved at the camera. "Don't ask if there's stock left. The 5,000 units that just arrived have all been taken by internet cafe owners in Dongguan. FX 5200. Nobody wants that thing, but it's expensive and laggy. Isn't the 1300 at 660 a better option?" The video cut to the Digihome Electronics Mall in Zhongguancun. There was a long queue in front of the assembly cabinet. The configuration list clearly stated, graphics card flash 1300 Pro out of stock, please wait. The office door was pushed open. Xi Wenlong walked in with several thick binders without even knocking. Zhang, the final sales data for the flash graphics cards has been compiled. Xi Wenlong handed over the binder with a red cover on top. Zhang took it, but did not open it. How much? 105600 units for both the 1600 Pro and 1300 Pro. As of midnight last night, Xi Wenlong caught his breath. 1,056,000 units. Zhang paused for a moment. 1,056,000. This number meant that Compass Technology had carved out a massive piece of the global graphics card market in the fourth quarter of this year. We are now third. Xi Wenlong's voice was elevated, only behind NVIDIA and ATI, and we are number one in domestic sales. Combining the two of them, we don't have as many as we do. Zhang set down the red binder. How many 1300 Pros were sold? 220,000 units. Xi Wenlong pointed at the notebook. That batch of damaged chips you pulled from the scrap heap sold like crazy. Internet cafes in county towns and computer markets next to schools are all dominated by it. Zhang walked over to the water cooler and filled the cup with cool water. At 660, the performance is just right for running mainstream games and everyday office tasks. It may not be the performance king, but it is an absolute value monster. Waste products have turned into golden egg-laying chickens. Lianhua Electronics now sees Compass order faxes, and the production line director personally supervises the progress. What about OEM? Zhang finished his water. All the machines procured by Fangzheng and Tongfang have been delivered. All are 1600 Pros. Xi Wenlong flipped to the second page. Additionally, several major board manufacturers in the islands, Asus and Gigabyte, officially sent letters of intent yesterday, wanting to obtain the distribution rights for the 1600 Pro chips after the new year. Zhang snorted coldly. They feared offending the Americans before and didn't dare to move. Now they see we've sold 10 million units, and they are jealous. How to respond? Let Matsushita Koichi talk to them. Make the conditions a bit harsher and raise the chip purchase price for them by 5%. Zhang threw the paper cup into the trash can. If you want to eat meat, you have to show some sincerity. 1,056,000 graphics cards. This represents over 10 million computers and over 10 million terminal nodes. On my yes side, Sabeo.com just went live. In its first day, it instantly surpassed 100,000 concurrent users, peaking at 150,000. The foundational architecture that Zhang built didn't even issue a warning, firmly withstanding the flood of traffic. eBay held an emergency meeting overnight, completely baffled as to why a newly launched website had a page load speed 3 times faster than theirs. The 5% stake in Sabeo.com now lay steadily in Zhang's asset report. Old Zhang, Xi Wenlong sat on the sofa. How do we fight next year? Zhang turned to look at Xi Wenlong. The 1600 Pro and 1300 Pro were just testing the waters. While the strategy worked well, it was still utilizing defective products. Zhang walked to his desk, opened the drawer, and took out a Yedo-released blueprint. Next year, I plan to launch a new architecture. I don't intend to just patch things up. Zhang pushed the blueprint forward. Generation 2 of Flash. I want to give these predecessors a little shock from the foundational hardware architecture. Xi Wenlong looked down at the blueprint. He couldn't understand the technical parameters marked on it, but he could understand the code name in the upper left corner. Thunderclap. The next day's regular meeting. Wu Baolin finished reporting on the supply chain situation. Currently, TSMC is also in contact with us. Wu Baolin tapped on the keyboard. Lianhua's production capacity has been fully utilized. If we want to prepare for next year's new chips, the foundry must increase capacity. Have them report the process parameters and yield rates. Zhang finalized the plan, no exclusive binding. Whoever has a suitable price and meets the process standards, the order goes to them. Qi Ziyuan, sporting dark circles under his eyes, walked in. Old Zhang, the new version of the Phantom engine has completely exploded. Qi Ziyuan sat down after pulling out a chair. The developer community is now petitioning for us to release a few official benchmark games to push the engine to its limits. What about those at Spark Studio? Chen Feng has created a demo for a first-person shooter. Qi Ziyuan tossed a USB drive onto the table. Running it on the 1600 Pro, the reflections on the water surface and shadows are incredible. This card actually still has untapped potential. Zhang plugged the USB drive into the computer. The screen displayed in the conference room projected the flames spewing from the gun muzzle, illuminating the textures on the wall. The waterlogged ground reflected the character's shadow. Very smooth. There were no dropped frames. This is the result of hardware and software working in tandem. Zhou watched from the side. The voices online have completely changed now. Those who said we were faking it have all disappeared. No one will oppose a genuine experience. The 1300 Pro at 660 broke into the entry-level market, while the 1600 Pro at 990 effectively nailed down the mid-range market. The high-end market is temporarily left vacant. This is an extremely fatal disparity. While NVIDIA and ATI's high-end cards earn exorbitant profits, they're actually being pressed down by Compass in the largest mid to low-end market. The majority of profits have been sliced away. After the new year, we will hold an official developer conference. Zhangzhe pulled out the USB drive. We will invite the 50 studios that have done the best work with the Phantom engine. Rent a large venue. Are we releasing new products? Xi Wenlong quickly picked up on the information. Awarding prizes. Zhangzhe stood up. We will fund the awards to those who contribute to the ecosystem. The prize pool is set at 10 million. A prize of 15 million is enough to attract all programmers in China to use our products. Everyone gasped. 10 million to invest in developers. This is no longer just a mindset of selling hardware. This is about becoming the landlord of the entire industry. Zhangzhe retrieved the USB drive. The Indofire sales were just the beginning. The counterattack of over 1 million defective units was merely a surprise attack on the battlefield of commerce. The real barrier is built by countless developers like Chun Feng stacked up with lines of code. The Game Development Center on the 7th floor of the Compass Tower. The hall was packed with dozens of people, all programmers and artists who had been working tirelessly for several nights, barely taking a sip of water, all fixated on the large screen at the front. Zhangzhe walked and pulled over a chair and sat down, tapping the table. Come on, give it a run. Let me see what you've been toiling over for 3 months. Director Old Lin of the Phantom Studio rubbed his hands together, sat down in front of the computer, and grasped the mouse. The final version of Conquest beta test was launched. The progress bar flashed by in an instant, taking less than 3 seconds. The screen lit up, revealing a knight clad in heavy armor, standing before a crumbling city wall. Old Lin clicked the right mouse button, and the knight suddenly leaped up, slamming a two-handed axe into a pile of orcs ahead. Blood and guts exploded, scattering everywhere. At the moment the axe struck the ground, the surrounding stone slabs shattered, kicking up an incredibly realistic dust effect, causing the entire screen to shake violently. This was not a traditional 2D game. It was based on the newly rewritten Phantom engine, combining a 2D background with purely 3D character modeling enhanced by fully dynamic lighting and shadow rendering. It was forcefully elevated to next-generation graphical quality. Old Lin held down the skill key, drawing together 60 to 70 monsters from across the entire map. Blizzards, fire meteors, and lightning chains filled the screen with various particle effects. The visuals showed no sign of lag. The frame rate monitor in the upper right corner firmly held at 85 frames, not budging. What kind of graphics card does this machine have? Zhangzhe asked. 1300 Pro, Old Lin replied, turning his head, beads of sweat covering his forehead. The one we sell for 660 yuan, especially for the sinking market. The engine has fully opened up the memory allocation channels. As long as it uses the flash architecture, this game runs as smoothly as Dove chocolate. 2,000 yuan graphics cards might not even achieve this smoothness. Zhangzhe nodded. What about the dual-end replacement system? Show me that. This was also a new feature of the Phantom engine, a multi-language text real-time replacement system, which was specifically designed with a completely different visual graphic template. Old Lin typed on the keyboard, brought up the console, entered a string of code, and hit enter. The screen immediately went black, only to light up again. The once crumbling European castle vanished, replaced by the green-tiled Chang'an city. The knight in armor transformed into a swordsman in white, while the orc opposite turned into a bandit wielding a 9-ring broadsword. The entire game UI's Gothic patterns changed to an ink wash style. A single set of base code, Old Lin explained, pointing at the screen, with 2 completely different art resource packs. The server captures the login IP address and automatically diverts traffic. In the Asia region and Confucian cultural countries, it defaults to loading the martial arts style. In Europe, America, and other regions, it defaults to the medieval sword and magic style. The text library supports synchronization in 36 languages. There was no need for redevelopment, no need for 2 separate teams. The core gameplay and numerical logic remained identical, only the skin changed. Zhangzhe stood up, pushing his chair back. Tomorrow we go live. 10 minutes later, Shi Wenlong sat across from Zhangzhe with the promotional plan and pricing strategy for Conquest. Shi Wenlong pointed at the large text at the top of the document, his fingertip pressing hard against the paper. Old Zhang, completely free. You're not joking with me, are you? Shi Wenlong's voice rose high. Those bosses in the domestic market wouldn't dare to do this. Right now, every profitable game in China relies on selling point cards, and you're going completely free. The server costs and bandwidth expenses for this game are astronomical per day. How will we recoup this? Zhangzhe turned the computer screen on the table towards Shi Wenlong. On the screen was the in-game shop interface. Not selling point cards. Selling appearances. Zhangzhe pointed at the items in the shop. Glowing weapon effects for 30 yuan. Death revival coins for 5 yuan. A top-tier loudspeaker for 10 yuan. Reset water for changing character attributes for 50 yuan. Treasure chest lottery to reset equipment attributes. Shi Wenlong swallowed hard. He had never seen such tactics, feeling utterly unprepared. Is it feasible, eh? Shi Wenlong's confidence wavered. The concept of free online games had not yet emerged in this era. Such a gameplay style seemed like madness to everyone. Let those foreign players experience what true free-to-play means. Zhang Zhe signed his name on the document with a pen and pushed it back, set the budget to 10 million. Not in RMB, but in USD. Shi Wenlong sprang up. Go by top search positions on Google. Advertise prominently on all global gaming portal websites. Pour money into net cafes for promotional subsidies. Zhang Zhe stared at Shi Wenlong. Within 3 days, I want to make sure that everyone with a connected computer in the world can see the pop-up for conquest. Shi Wenlong grabbed the document and dashed out of the office without looking back. A week later, Conquest was launched globally at the same time. The first 3 days showed extremely stable data, even stable enough to make some within Compass feel uneasy. The free-to-play gimmick indeed attracted a massive influx of casual players, with the server's online population rising steadily, yet the income from recharge ports remained unimpressive. But Zhang Zhe was in no rush. He was waiting for the most terrifying aspect of this game model to ferment: human nature's tendency to compete. In the second week, the tide changed completely. Those foreign players accustomed to buy once or subscription models suddenly discovered a brutally simple logic in this game: as long as you are willing to spend money, you can put others under your feet. Skill. Execution. In the face of values created by spending money, they were worthless. At Compass Overseas Customer Service Center, recently they temporarily recruited over 100 fresh graduates proficient in various languages, and the entire hall was filled with the sounds of answering phones. Overseas Operations Department head Li Minghui pushed open the door to Zhang Zhe's office with a thick stack of data sheets. President Zhang, we can't hold it down anymore. What, the server crashed? Zhang Zhe was reviewing documents without raising his head. No, the players have gone crazy. Li Minghui spread the data sheets on the table. On the #1 server in the UK, a player named Arthur emptied all the stamina potions from the shop and is directly paying money in the game. He posted a bounty on the local forum offering a salary of £2,000 a month in real life to hire 1,000 casual players to form a gold farming team. These 1,000 people work around the clock to help him farm materials just to create the only +15 great sword in the entire server. Zhang Zhe flipped a page of the document. Not bad, this player is a good case study. There's more. Li Minghui pulled out a second invoice, the second area in Germany. A player who runs heavy industry treats this game as real warfare. He hired the 2 largest guilds totaling 1,500 people to strategize and battle for castles every night. In order to win the guild war, these people don't even bother with supplies. When they die, they revive on the spot using the shop's revival coins. Last night, in a 2-hour castle siege, they spent a total of 1700 euros on revival coins, spending over 100,000 euros to buy pixels of revival data. This has completely shattered Li Minghui's understanding of gaming. This is only the prelude. The real shock occurred in the deep night 2 days later. At 2 in the morning, the Middle East customer service hotline. Intern Xiao Zhao yawned as he answered the flashing red hotline phone. On the other end of the line was a thickly accented English. Xiao Zhao listened for a long time without understanding, quickly waving over Li Minghui, who was patrolling the area. Li Minghui put on the headset and responded in fluent business English. After 2 minutes, he sat up straight, and the pen in his hand fell onto the table. The other party's meaning was quite simple. He was a wealthy man from Dubai, deeply engrossed in playing Conquest. He found it boring to slay monsters alone and wanted to equip each of the top 100 players on the server with a set of top-end glowing armor. The condition was that these people must be online 247 to serve as his personal guard. Whenever he entered a dungeon, these 100 must line up in front to clear the way. However, he faced a small problem. The game shop has a daily recharge limit security lock. This wealthy man's black card directly exceeded the game's single transaction limit, preventing funds from being processed. What does he want to do? Xiao Zhao asked in a low voice. Li Minghui covered the microphone, his hand trembling slightly. He asked us if we could remove the recharge channel limit. He has his eyes on the most expensive mount in the shop and wants to buy 2,000 top-tier enchantment scrolls. Li Minghui released his hand and cautiously spoke into the microphone. Sir, according to international funds settlement regulations, we need to verify your recharge intentions. How much money do you intend to deposit into your account? A light laugh came through the headset. The voice on the other end was lazily casual. Fill it up. Li Minghui stood frozen. The game account was linked to UBS's international settlement channel with no concept of full. How could numerical codes be filled? Zhang Zhe appeared behind Li Minghui at some point. Tell him we have no upper limit on our capacity. Zhang Zhe spoke. Li Minghui relayed the message into the microphone. Less than 10 minutes after hanging up, the multinational remittance alarm at the finance department lit up. The accountant on night audit duty jumped up from his chair, staring at the screen, double-checking the numbers several times. An account in the Middle East received a direct transfer of $2 million. This was just to buy a set of glowing textures in the game and to pay 1,000 followers. Li Minghui took off his headset, looking at the revenue bar graph on the large screen, feeling dry in his throat. Zhang Zhe patted Li Minghui on the shoulder. Go notify the tech department. Zhang Zhe ordered, make the effects of that mount from the Middle East even more exaggerated. Wherever he walks, there must be golden flaming footprints, and the footprints must remain on the screen for 5 seconds before disappearing. He spent money, we must give him face. Li Minghui nodded vigorously and ran towards the tech team. By March, Conquest had completely set the world ablaze. The existing servers could no longer handle it. Zhou Hai led a team chartering planes overnight to Thailand, France, the United States, Brazil, and Dubai, signing server room contracts as soon as they landed, shoving Blade servers into the server rooms. Every time a new area opened, it turned red within 3 hours. Overseas media began intensively reporting. A local Thai television station filmed an internet cafe, and the camera panned over more than 100 computers, all displaying Conquest. The cafe owner shrugged at the camera. I don't understand what's so fun about this game, but these young people sit here every day without leaving. They say they don't need to buy point cards, and they can sell the best equipment for real money to wealthy bosses. This violent storm rushed back to the domestic market, directly shaking the online gaming circles in China. Hangzhou Wangnan Building. Ding Sancher sat behind his desk, looking at the market research report in his hand, his brow tightly knitted. Not selling point cards completely free. He expects to recoup costs by selling appearances and items. Ding Sancher slammed the report on the table. The vice president across from him turned pale, sweating profusely. President Ding, this measure is extremely effective. Our point card games have lost 30% of active users in the past week. Players have all gone to play Conquest. They don't charge point cards, the graphics are better than ours, and the optimization for graphics cards is taken to an extreme. Even low-spec machines run smoothly. In Shanghai Xingda Network, Wang Tianxiao sat on the sofa in the office, smoking one cigarette after another, oblivious to the ash falling on his pants. Go check it out. Wang Tianxiao extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, rubbing his face vigorously. Use all the connections you have to figure out how much revenue Compass has generated in the past month. I don't believe this free model can support such massive server bandwidth costs. He bets that Zhang Zhe is burning money to attract attention. The vice president stood nearby, not daring to chime in. But there was no way to find out. Compass technology was not publicly listed, and its financial data was considered absolute confidential. But at this moment, the top floor of the Compass Tower was eerily quiet. On the last day of March, the finance director personally delivered the monthly report stamped with a top-secret red seal to Zhang Zhe's office. Shi Wenlong, Zhou Hai, and Wang Wenbin were all present. They stood in various places in the office, no one sitting down. Zhang Zhe tore open the seal, pulled out the report, and laid it flat on the table. In the meeting room, even the sound of breathing could be heard. Zhang Zhe's gaze swept down, resting on the summary section at the very bottom. Take a look for yourselves. Zhang Zhe pushed the report to the center of the table. Shi Wenlong was the first to lean in. He stared at the bold number, his lips moved a couple of times, but he couldn't produce a sound. Zhou Hai yanked the report away, his eyes wide as saucers fixated on the unit label in front. USD. Dollars. The number that followed was 250,000. 2.5. Shi Wenlong stuttered, his voice swirling in his throat. $250 million. Monthly revenue. Equivalent to 2 billion yuan. This was a figure that could flatten all domestic internet companies in 2004. Even the combined profits of BAT would only qualify as a fraction of this amount. This was only the data from the first month after launch. As the number of new servers opened worldwide increased exponentially, and a large number of wealthy players developed spending habits, this snowball would only grow larger. Wu Baolin's legs went weak, and he fell back onto the sofa, gasping for breath. He managed the supply chain and knew all too well how the profits from 10 million graphics cards were generated. Those profits came from factory workers cutting wafers, assembly line workers piecing them together day and night. But what was this $250 million? This was simply programmers typing a bunch of code, artists creating a few light and shadow textures, and then wealthy people from around the world lining up to stuff real cash into their pockets. Old Zhang. Zhou Hai swallowed hard, his voice a bit airy. This money feels a bit hot to hold. Too ostentatious. 2 billion in single-month cash flow. This money could stir up a storm in any game company worldwide. What's so hot about money? Zhang Zhe folded the report, opened the drawer, and tossed it in, locking it up. He leaned back in his chair, looking at the several veterans who had fought alongside him. The free-to-play model, combined with the extreme optimization of the Phantom engine, was a commercial bomb that exceeded this era by a full decade. He had thrown the bomb out, flattening the entire field, leaving no crumbs for the competitors. In the graphics card market, we captured 30%. In the gaming market, we took the largest slice of the cake. Zhang Zhe spoke, his voice not loud, but highly penetrating. But is that enough? Microsoft controls the operating system, Intel controls the underlying instruction set. Right now, we barely have half a life left. Zhang Zhe stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the bustling traffic below. This $250 million will not be used to pay you dividends or buy villas and luxury cars. Zhang Zhe suddenly turned around, slamming his palm on the table. I want to invest it all. Shi Wenlong was stunned. Where do we invest? The foundry of Lianhua cannot meet our subsequent production capacity. Chip development cannot be constrained by others. We must find a way to support our partners' semiconductor companies. Zhang Zhe knocked on the table with his knuckles. Convert all this money into silicon wafers, lithography machine quotas, and imported equipment for top-tier R&D labs. Zhang Zhe turned to Zhou Hai. The developer conference after the new year will proceed as planned. Rent the largest venue. Increase the prize pool from 10 million to 100 million. Most importantly, push the advertising to the world. Oh, I need the best independent developers globally to participate. Everyone in the room gasped. 100 million for third-party programmers. I want all the top technical personnel in the world to rely on our Phantom engine for their livelihood. All base rendering must be locked with us. Every game and software they develop must run on our hardware to achieve the best results. Zhang Zhe walked back to his desk, crumpling the initial promotional sheet for Conquest into a ball and accurately tossing it into the corner trash can. This game is merely a cash machine. With these munitions, the real battle is just beginning. Zhang Zhe's gaze swept over everyone. In the second half of the year, we must fight a hard battle. In May, the city of Hangzhou felt stifling with humid and sultry air. The lobby of the Compass building had a long line that snaked out the front door. A security guard was maintaining order while sweating profusely from his neck. The queue was filled with young people, each holding a resume, many of whom wore thick glasses perched on their noses. Wu Baolin squeezed through the revolving door, clutching his briefcase with a large patch of sweat soaking his shirt's back. He stepped into the dedicated elevator, heading straight for the top floor. In the office on the top floor, Zhang Zhe was reviewing a thick stack of personnel lists on his desk. After a cash flow of $250 million entered the account, Compass Technology pressed the accelerator for rapid expansion. In just a few months, the semiconductor R&D department saw its headcount explode to 600. This influx of fresh talent consisted entirely of master's and doctoral graduates from major universities specializing in semiconductors, along with a portion of technical experts brought back from top overseas laboratories by Wu Baolin and Matsushita Koichi through various connections. The office area downstairs was already bursting at the seams. Wu Baolin pushed the door open, grabbed a paper cup from the coffee table, and took a big gulp of water. It's a bit crowded downstairs. He tossed his briefcase onto the sofa, saying, the HR department doesn't even have enough space for interviews. They've started the process directly in the conference room. Zhang Zhe closed the list and tossed it into the drawer. Shi Wenlong, Zhou Hai, Matsushita Koichi, and Qi Ziyuan entered one after the other. Zhang Zhe pulled over a whiteboard and took a marker. We have some ideas for the chip department. He tapped the whiteboard. I plan to completely separate the chip R&D department and establish it as an independently operated subsidiary. There was a moment of silence in the conference room as several people exchanged glances. Separate. Shi Wenlong pulled out a chair and sat down, asking, is that too big of a step? Zhang Zhe wrote some words on the whiteboard. For now, all departments will share resources with Compass Technology. He wrote down several lines stating, from architectural design, front-end logic, back-end physical layer verification to final chip integration. This line is too long and operates on a completely different system from our current internet business. Mixing them will only decrease efficiency. Once this separation is complete, we will establish an entirely new set of departments for the semiconductor business. However, the legal department will remain fully under the group's shared resources. Zhang Zhe dropped the marker and pointed at the company name he had just written, Needle Semiconductor. The needle of the compass. Zhang Zhe looked at everyone. The internet business and gaming are our body and blood, while the semiconductor business is our skeleton. Without a skeleton, a body cannot go far. In the future, semiconductors will be our spear and shield in the external market. Matsushita Koichi rubbed his hands together, excitement evident on his face. He'll take care of the paperwork. Zhou Hai nodded. The funds will be allocated separately. We'll start clearing out and moving workstations tomorrow. The next afternoon, in the large conference room on the 22nd floor. The newly installed central air conditioning was blowing cold air, but the room still felt a bit stuffy. Over 200 core technical staff filled the entire venue to capacity. In the front row sat the first group of veterans brought in by Qi Ziyuan, while behind them were a sea of recently hired young PhDs and overseas returnees. These individuals were holding notebooks and whispering to each other in discussion. Many were glancing at the empty spot on stage, scrutinizing the young boss who was said to have single-handedly created the flash graphics card miracle. Those in technology only respected technology. Zhang Zhe stepped onto the stage. The discussion in the conference room quickly quieted down. There were no opening remarks or polite welcomes. Zhang Zhe immediately took a pen and drew a diagram of the core structure of a traditional graphics card on the blackboard. Today's meeting is about one thing. Zhang Zhe turned around and wrote a line on the blackboard, the underlying architecture of the next-generation Flash 2000 series chips. The technicians in the audience quickly removed the caps from their pens. Zhang Zhe pointed at the structure diagram on the blackboard. The vertex shader is responsible for geometric calculations, while the pixel shader handles lighting and color. These two pipelines are physically isolated. A PhD from overseas in the front row nodded. This was a rule in the field of graphic computation as stated in textbooks. However, this logic has a fatal flaw. Zhang Zhe made a heavy cross on the diagram saying, for example, if we run a game where the scene is an extremely expansive mountain range with no complex lighting, only a massive number of polygonal geometries. At this point, the data from the vertex shader is maxed out at 100% load, while the pixel shader is idling. Half of the GPU's computing power is wasted, leading to stuttering performance. The audience began to murmur softly. The opposite scenario is also true. If the game takes place in a small room with very few geometries, but numerous dynamic light sources and reflections, the pixel shader gets overwhelmed while the vertex shader is asleep. Zhang Zhe looked at the audience asking, who has a solution for this problem? A young PhD with a buzz cut raised his hand and stood up. Mr. Zhang, the current practice among major manufacturers is to adjust the ratio of the two pipelines based on data feedback from mainstream market games. For instance, this generation of graphics cards adds a few more vertex shaders, and the next generation adjusts again based on demand. I think this method is too foolish. Zhang Zhe interrupted him directly. The buzz-cut PhD froze in place, his face slightly reddening. Once hardware is produced and packaged, it becomes fixed. You never know what bizarre game software developers will create tomorrow. Following software means always being half a step behind, and there's always computing power going to waste. Zhang Zhe turned around, took the eraser, and wiped the vertex and pixel units clean from the blackboard. He drew a massive rectangle in the core area. Then he wrote two letters inside the box: SP. I don't want fixed pipelines. Zhang Zhe threw the chalk onto the table, his voice echoing throughout the conference room. I want a universal scalar computing unit. I call it the stream processor. The room fell silent. In the front row, Matsushita Koichi suddenly sat up straight. Eliminate classification. Regardless of whether it's a vertex task, pixel task, or geometry shading task, throw everything into this universal computing pool. As Zhang Zhe tapped the blackboard with his fingers, he explained, when there are many polygons in the scene, the hardware scheduler allocates 80% of the stream processors to handle geometry calculations. The next second, when there's an explosion effect on the screen, the scheduler instantly reallocates the computing power to handle lighting and shadows. The breathing in the conference room grew heavier. The buzz-cut PhD forgot to sit down, staring at the box on the blackboard with his mouth agape. Dynamic allocation fully utilized. Every pipeline, every execution unit is working every second the game runs. No more idling, no more wasted computing power. The hardware utilization rate of the graphics card will be maximized. This is the unified rendering architecture that NVIDIA would unveil 2 years later on its G80 core. But now Zhang Zhe presented it to these technical enthusiasts ahead of time. The audience erupted. Someone tore up the 2 pages of notes they had just written and started anew. Someone excitedly pulled their colleagues beside them, frantically simulating on scrap paper. A dimensionality reduction attack. This completely subverted the existing logic of hardware development, transforming hardware from rigid assembly line workers into a special forces unit that could be reassembled at any time. If this chip is produced with the same number of transistors, our rendering efficiency could be at least 2 to 3 times better than theirs. Qi Zhuan's voice trembled as he turned to Matsushita Koichi, who swallowed hard, staring intently at the letters SB, unable to say a word. Having worked in semiconductors for half his life, this 10-minute lesson shattered and reorganized his worldview. Once the discussions below calmed down, Zhang Zhe continued to present the second diagram. The new architecture is effective, but the stream processor has an enormous demand for the number of transistors. Relying solely on existing fabrication processes will lead to an uncontrollable chip area and yield rates that will plummet to the Earth's core. Zhang Zhe looked at Wu Baolin beside him. Wu Baolin immediately stood up and took out a document from his bag. Last week, the vice president of United Microelectronics visited our building in person. Wu Baolin raised the document in his hand, saying, their newly established 90-nanometer fabrication line has already passed initial tests, and is currently in the ramp-up testing phase. United Microelectronics has stated that as long as we provide the diagrams, the first phase capacity of this 90-nanometer line will be prioritized for our needle semiconductors mass production testing. The technicians below collectively gasped. 90 nanometers. This is currently the most advanced semiconductor process node in the world. Intel and TSMC are only just beginning to explore its threshold. That United Microelectronics is willing to allocate the first batch of capacity to a company that has been established for less than a year is astonishing. This is the treatment earned by a cash flow of $250 million and a 10 million ship order. In the eyes of the foundry's Compass technology is now a super cash cow that needs special attention. With the 90-nanometer process as a foundation, the area issue can be alleviated, Zhang Zhe continued. However, the risk of wafer processing for a single supercore remains too high. Therefore, for this generation of products, we need to change the packaging method. Zhang Zhe drew two small square boxes side by side on the blackboard connected below by a large rectangle. Dual core parallel, Zhang Zhe pointed to the diagram. We will cut the originally large single chip into two medium-sized cores during wafer processing. During later packaging, the two computing cores will be connected on one substrate with memory communication units laid out below. This way we avoid the yield trap of a large core while still stacking computing power. The group of overseas returning PhDs had completely lost the arrogance they had when they first entered, scribbling down notes as if they were afraid of missing a single word. This young boss foresight in technology and his bizarre approach to solving physical bottlenecks were far beyond what these academics could conceive. Based on this architecture, we aim to launch the Flash 2000 series into the market by the end of this year. Zhang Zhe pulled out the final product line plan. I plan to divide it into three models: Flash 2800 Pro, Flash 2600 Pro, and Flash 2300 Pro. The 2800 will serve as the new flagship featuring dual cores of the highest quality. With all stream processors activated and a larger built-in cache, it will target top-tier gamers and enthusiasts. This market is one we must conquer this year. The 2600 is positioned for the mid-range market. For the wafers produced by United Microelectronics, we will filter out any defective parts with poor quality or edge stream processors, packaging the good parts as dual cores. Sure, Wenlong nodded vigorously below as Zhang Zhe had already mastered the art of turning waste into treasure. What about the 2300? Will it also use defective parts? Matsushita Koichi raised his hand to ask. Zhang Zhe shook his head. The cost of this generation's architecture is too high. Even if we strip it down to the bone, we can't bear that pricing in the sinking market. Zhang Zhe tapped the 2300 Pro with his pen twice, saying, the 2300 will not use a new core. We'll go to the warehouse, retrieve the chips from the previous generation 1600 Pro, repackage them with a new process, and slightly increase the default frequency. Just sell it as the 2300. Qi Ziyuan's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the table. Will the market accept that? Qi Ziyuan asked, somewhat nervous. With a new process, power consumption will be lower, heat generation reduced, and frequency increased. It will be a new card. Zhang Zhe tossed the pen into the pen holder. With a profit margin of $200, I believe players can calculate the pros and cons clearly. The 3-hour technical meeting concluded. As hundreds of experts exited the conference room, many walked with a floating step. The sheer volume of information had thoroughly restructured their understanding of hardware development. Various RD teams immediately formed circles in the corridor, starting to allocate tasks for modular design. The terrifying machine named Needle Semiconductor roared to life at the moment Zhang Zhe pulled the lever. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Zhe did not return to the office, but instead went to the software and game RD center. Old Lin and Shen Feng, along with dozens of core staff from the Phantom Engine and game departments, had already been waiting in the conference room for 20 minutes. There were no diagrams nor physical formulas. Zhang Zhe pulled out a chair, sat down, and opened the projector connecting his laptop to the screen. The screen displayed the current login interface for Compass Technologies Access Pass. This login interface now supported over 100 million active users in the country. Everyone using Compass products must go through this entry point. Zhang Zhe moved the mouse and dragged this interface into the recycling bin. He clicked to empty it. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. Old Lin stood up to speak, but Zhang Zhe gestured for him to be quiet. Our games are increasing and the software modules are becoming increasingly complex. Players need to separately download a client for Conquest. After playing a single-player game, they need to download another one. Each time they must input their Access Pass account and password. It's too cumbersome and scattered. Shen Feng quickly reacted, thinking through the logic. Mr. Zhang means to unify and integrate the entry point. Zhang Zhe opened a wireframe prototype diagram he had prepared earlier. It was a very clean and neat client interface UI. On the left was a long list of games, in the middle was a large shopping mall display, and in the upper right corner were the friend system and community entry. Starting today, we will downplay the concept of the access pass, separate the Phantom Mall, and create a standalone desktop client that manages everything. Zhang Zhe pointed at the sections of the prototype diagram. In the future, players won't need to search for games on the web. As long as they install this client and open the mall display, all our online and single-player games will be listed there. They can click to purchase directly, completing the download, installation, and updates within this client. When opening a game, there's no need for a second login, as the underlying data of the access pass will be directly authorized through the client. Old Lin stared at the prototype diagram on the screen, feeling increasingly chilly down his spine, followed by a surge of joy. This was no mere game launcher. This was essentially an ultimate black hole attempting to consume all desktop traffic. And this? Zhang Zhe moved the mouse to the Developer Options tab, saying, Phantom Engine Department, you will directly implant a lightweight version of the engine as a plugin into the mall's backend. Open developer permissions. All independent game creators in China once registered for a developer account can use our engine to create games and submit them for review with a single click. Once approved, the games will be directly listed in our mall for sale. We can charge according to the agreed-upon commission rate. Chen Feng suddenly slapped his thigh and stood up. Monopolizing the channel. This means we will cover all the game-selling booths. Chen Feng's voice was so loud it rattled the nearby water cup. As long as this thing gains a wide installation base, who would dare to make games without going through us? Not being listed on our mall will significantly increase their marketing costs. Zhang Zhe nodded, looking at Chen Feng. Microsoft collects protection fees by controlling the operating system. We will control the entry points for games and software. Players' desktops are limited in size, and I want the Phantom Mall to take root and thrive on this desktop, making it impossible to remove. The sound of keyboards typing erupted in the conference room. Product managers were rapidly recording detailed requirements, with hundreds of task lines forming quickly in their minds. Put all other tasks on hold. Zhang Zhe stood up and walked to the door. All departments must connect to the network. The client framework draft must be completed within a week. Within half a month, we need to run the database integration successfully. By the end of the year, at the new graphics card launch event, I want to see this client running perfectly on the demonstration machine. In order to attract more game developers to choose the Phantom Game Engine platform, Zhang Zhe decided to organize a developer competition. The advertisement for the Phantom Game Engine developer competition was personally approved by Zhang Zhe. The promotional channels covered mainstream social platforms, game forums, and technical communities worldwide, even purchasing ad slots on YouTube and Twitch. The advertisement copy was extremely simple and straightforward. Create a game using the Phantom Engine, submit it for the competition, and the first place would receive $1 million in investment, while the second to 10th places would also be awarded six-figure investment amounts. All winning entries would have a dedicated promotional area in the Phantom Mall, enjoying a year-long exposure on the homepage. There were no complicated registration processes, no educational qualifications required, and no regional restrictions. All you needed to do was register a Phantom developer account, download the lightweight version of the engine, and create something. This advertisement caused a global sensation. In a university apartment in Warsaw, Poland, 5 computer science students were crowded around a 20-inch CRT monitor. On the screen was the developer page of the Phantom Engine, with a countdown for the competition displayed on the right side. $1 million. One of the tall, skinny guys with messy blonde hair slammed a can of cola on the table, saying, "Dude, let's use this engine for our medieval demon hunting project." I tried the engine yesterday. The editor is much smoother than Unreal system. The chubby guy with glasses was already typing code, saying, "The automatic lighting baking system is really awesome, and the documentation is all in English, written very clearly." The 5 exchanged glances and said no more. That night, the lights in the living room stayed on. Meanwhile, in a 4-person dormitory at the University of Chicago, a similar situation was unfolding. 4 undergraduates majoring in computer science had just returned from the lab, and one of the black students turned his laptop around to show his roommates. On the screen was the competition advertisement. "I'm serious. Our course project from last semester, that space survival prototype, can be slightly modified to enter the competition. Redo it with the Phantom Engine. Yes, it's free anyway, and the lightweight version of the engine is only a little over 300 megabytes. Look at this physics simulation module. It's perfect for our zero-gravity gameplay." The 4 were silent for about 10 seconds. Then someone got up to make coffee, and someone else started digging out old code. The lights in the dormitory also stayed on all night. In a basement bar in Oslo, Norway, 7 or 8 programmers and artists in their 30s sat at a long table in the corner with beer mugs tipped over. Someone was holding up a phone to show everyone the advertisement. "Has anyone tried this engine? I downloaded it last week and made a demo to test it out." A big guy with a red beard took a sip of stout and said, "Honestly, it's way better than I expected. Especially that shader editor. The visualization is very comfortable to use. So should we form a team? The red-bearded man slammed his cup on the table. Let's do it. In Tokyo, Japan, on the second floor of an arcade in Akihabara, 5 or 6 young people in their 20s were huddled on a couch in the break area, and one small boy with silver hair was browsing the internet on his PSP with the competition's Japanese page displayed on the screen. Can the prize money be converted to yen? Someone asked. A little over 100 million yen. The silver-haired boy didn't even look up. The entire couch area fell silent for 2 seconds. What theme should we go for? Horror. Japanese horror. I've studied the sound system of this engine. The spatial sound effects are incredibly advanced, making it perfect for horror games. The few exchanged looks and stood up in unison to walk outside. The arcade owner shouted from behind, "Not playing anymore." No one answered. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously in Sao Paulo, Brazil, Seoul, South Korea, Berlin, Germany, and Bangalore, India. The number of developers registered for the Phantom engine exceeded 20,000 in the first week after the advertisement was launched, doubling in the second week. Every day, new demo screenshots and development logs were posted on the Phantom community forum. This was the effect Zhang Zhe desired. $1 million in prize money seemed substantial, but compared to what he truly wanted, it was almost insignificant. What he wanted was an ecosystem. When the most talented young developers in the world are all using the Phantom engine to create games, when these games flood into the Phantom Mall, and when players develop the habit of saying buy games at the Phantom Mall, this industrial chain would be completely closed. The engine is free, and he only takes a cut after sales in the mall reach a certain threshold. Microsoft collects taxes through Windows while he collects taxes through the Phantom Mall. The logic is exactly the same. However, before the good news could be digested, bad news followed. In mid-October, Hardvita could no longer tolerate the situation and took action again. This time, they did not confront on the product level, but instead targeted the upstream of the supply chain. As Hardvita's largest foundry partner, TSMC, began to pressure ASML to prioritize TSMC's orders for 90-nanometer lithography machines. After a round of internal meetings at ASML's headquarters in the Netherlands, they postponed the delivery time for UMC's lithography machines by a full 4 months under the pretext of adjusting production capacity scheduling. UMC is one of the main chip foundry partners of Jinan Technology. The delay in the 90-nanometer lithography machine means that the tape-out window for the next-generation GPU has been compressed to the limit. Meanwhile, TSMC filed a patent infringement lawsuit against SMIC in California, USA. The lawsuit was over 200 pages long and involved dozens of core process patents for 130-nanometer and below. SMIC had to assign a large number of legal and technical teams to respond, disrupting the entire research and development pace. The lawsuit dragged on for 3 months, and SMIC lost the first battle. The court ruled that SMIC must pay a hefty compensation to TSMC and was restricted from using relevant technologies at certain process nodes. News of this returned to China, and the semiconductor community was in an uproar. Zhang Zhe linked these news pieces together in his office, his expression darkening. The actions of Hardvita and TSMC were not isolated incidents. Upstream supply of lithography machines was blocked, midstream was held back by patent lawsuits against SMIC, and downstream was squeezing Jinan Technology's GPU market share through price wars. This was a coordinated effort aimed at the entire domestic semiconductor industry chain. Their goal was clear: to uproot this budding seed before Jinan Technology had fully established its own foundry capabilities and supply chain system. Zhang Zhe did not stay in the office too long. He spent an entire week intensively visiting over a dozen companies in the domestic semiconductor industry chain. Shanghai Microelectronics, Northern Huachuang, Zhongwei Semiconductor, Changjiang Electronics Technology. From lithography machines to etching machines, from packaging and testing to material supply, he visited each one and had discussions. The situation was indeed not optimistic. Shanghai Microelectronics' development progress on lithography machines was nearly a year behind schedule. The prototype of the 90-nanometer lithography machine had just entered the debugging phase with a yield rate of less than 30%, and mass production was still at least 2 to 3 years away. Northern Huachuang's etching equipment was basically sufficient for processes above 90 nanometers, but it was struggling further down. SMIC was bogged down by patent litigation and could not spare hands to make breakthroughs in advanced processes. After returning to Shenzhen, Zhang Zhe convened the core team of Needlehead Semiconductor for a closed-door meeting that lasted 4 hours. During the meeting, he made 2 decisions. First, Jinan Technology would strategically invest 300 million RMB in Shanghai Microelectronics specifically for the research and development of the 90-nanometer lithography machine. No equity return was required, just one condition: a priority procurement right after mass production. Second, invitations for financing cooperation would be sent to manufacturers like Northern Huachuang and Zhongwei Semiconductor, led by Jinan Technology, to establish a semiconductor equipment collaborative research and development fund where each would contribute technology and Jinan would provide funding. The goal was simple: to establish a domestic equipment alternative solution for the entire 90-nanometer process within 3 years. After the news was released, the reactions in the circle were mixed. Some said Zhangzhe was wasting money. A lithography machine couldn't just be produced by throwing money at it. Others said this kid had sharp insight. It's better to invest now than to wait until being completely choked later. Zhangzhe didn't care about these discussions. He was well aware that this money would yield no returns in the short term. But if he didn't invest in 3 or 5 years, even if Jinan Technology created the best chip designs, it would still struggle to find its own production line. At the beginning of November, an unexpected call came into the reception of Jinan Technology. "Hello, this is Huawei Technology Co., Ltd. Our General Su Wei would like to arrange a time to visit Needlehead Semiconductor. Is that convenient for you?" When the front desk transferred the call to Zhangzhe's office, he was reading the latest tape-out report from UMC. Hearing the name Huawei, he put the report down. "Convenient, very welcome. You set the time, and I will arrange it." After hanging up, Zhangzhe thought for a moment and called the Needlehead Semiconductor factory to have them replan the tour route, ensuring that what needed to be seen was seen, while what shouldn't be seen was sealed off in advance. Business cooperation is business cooperation. There is no need to lay everything bare regarding core processes. The agreed day arrived. Zhangzhe arrived at the entrance of Jinan Building 10 hours early. A black business Buick drove into the parking lot, and as the door opened, Su Wei stepped out first. In his 40s with short hair and black-rimmed glasses, he wore a dark blue polo shirt looking like a typical manager with an engineering background. Then the second person got out of the car. Zhangzhe was taken aback. It was Ren Jingfei, the founder of Huawei, who had come in person. The old man wore a plain gray jacket, black sports shoes, and had graying but spirited hair. After getting out of the car, he looked around the Jinan Building campus, his gaze lingering for 2 seconds on the logo on the building's exterior wall, then turned to Zhangzhe and smiled. "General Zhang, I've long heard of you. I hope my visit isn't causing you any trouble." Zhangzhe quickly approached and extended his hand. "General Ren, you are too kind. It is our honor to have you here." When shaking hands, Zhangzhe noticed that the old man's grip was strong and his palm was calloused. The group entered the campus. Zhangzhe personally led the tour, visiting the wafer testing workshop, packaging production line laboratory, and reliability verification laboratory of the design center, covering all the areas that needed to be seen. Ren Jingfei walked at a leisurely pace, but would stop to ask a few questions at each location, and his inquiries were very detailed, not the superficial kind typical of leadership inspections. In the wafer testing laboratory, he stared at a probe station for a long time and asked the engineer beside him, "What yield are you currently achieving?" The engineer glanced at Zhangzhe, who nodded. "The mass production batch is stable at around 87%. Ren Jingfei responded with a grunt, neither affirming nor denying, and continued walking. After the tour, Zhangzhe invited Ren Jingfei and Su Wei to a small meeting room on the 3rd floor. The tea was ready, the door was closed, and all irrelevant personnel exited. Ren Jingfei picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and put it down, getting straight to the point. "General Zhang, I genuinely admire what you have achieved with Needlehead Semiconductor to this extent. To speak candidly, currently you are the only company in China capable of going head-to-head with Hardvita in GPU chip design." Zhangzhe chuckled. "General Ren, you flatter us. Our scale is still far behind Huawei. We are just pioneering a path in a niche field. Don't be modest." Ren Jingfei waved his hand. "I've had my team test your flash series of graphics cards. While I can't say they completely match Hardvita's products of the same tier, the gap is already quite small. The key is that you have your own architecture, not a copy. This is the hardest to achieve." Zhangzhe remained silent, waiting for the old man to get to the main topic. As expected, Ren Jingfei did not take too long. "I am here today for 2 reasons. One is to visit and learn, and the other is to let you know my intentions." He glanced at Su Wei, who understood, and took out a document from his briefcase to place on the table. Huawei intends to make its internal semiconductor department independent and establish a wholly owned subsidiary. The name has been decided: Shanxi Semiconductor. Zhangzhe picked up the document and flipped through it. It was a draft of Shanxi Semiconductor's organizational structure and business planning outline. "Is the main focus on mobile chips?" Zhangzhe asked. "Mobile SoC is the main line, but not limited to that," Su Wei replied. "Baseband AI acceleration and server chips will also be gradually developed." General Ren's point is that in the semiconductor field, Huawei will eventually have to walk its own path. Rather than waiting for others to choke us, it's better to act early, which is also why General Ren thought of you when he saw your approach. Zhangzhe closed the document and looked at Ren Jingfei. "General Ren, you didn't bring this document to me just to inform me, did you?" Ren Jingfei smiled. "Talking to smart people is straightforward." He leaned back in his chair. "General Zhang, our 2 companies are both headquartered in the high-tech zone, just a 15-minute walk apart. You make GPUs, I make mobile socks, our paths don't conflict. But the upstream supply chains overlap. Who to use for foundry, where to buy equipment, whose EDA tools to use, and how to defend patents. These problems trouble you as much as they trouble me. Rather than each doing our own thing, why not work together? Zhangzhe leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table. How does General Ren propose we cooperate? Let's start with IP licensing and cross-licensing of patents. Ren Zhengfei raised a finger. Some of the patents you've accumulated in GPU architecture overlap with the AI acceleration chips we plan to develop in the future. Similarly, Huawei's patents in communication basebands are valuable for your future work on automotive or IoT chips. Both sides should open up some non-core patents to widen the moat first. Secondly, let's share foundry resources. He raised a second finger. The production capacity you negotiate with UMC and the capacity I negotiate with SMIC. Could we create a framework for joint procurement? If we order in bulk, our bargaining power will increase. Zhangzhe was silent for a few seconds. These two proposals were very practical and precise. Ren Zhengfei had clearly done his homework, understanding the pressures Jinan Technology was currently facing in the supply chain and knew how much leverage could be generated from the two companies joining forces. The first proposal is no problem. He'll have the legal team connect with you to pull out the patent list. Zhangzhe said. The second proposal needs further discussion. Foundry capacity involves specific process nodes and scheduling, and we need to have the data checked by the team below. All right. Ren Zhengfei stood up and extended his hand. Then it's settled. He'll have Su Wei connect with your team later. Zhangzhe shook his hand. As Zhangzhe saw Ren Zhengfei to the car, the old man opened the car door and glanced back at Zhangzhe. General Zhang, let me say a word that may be unnecessary. Go ahead. The people at Hardvita will not just stop with these tactics. Once they block you in the supply chain, once they will do it a second and third time. Your current investment in Shanghai microelectronics and equipment manufacturers is the right direction. But just throwing money isn't enough. There needs to be someone leading to connect the entire chain together. Ren Zhengfei patted Zhangzhe on the shoulder. We've all been choked before. If anything happens in the future, give me a call. The business Buick drove out of the campus gate, disappearing into the traffic of the high-tech zone. Zhangzhe stood at the door for a while, took out a cigarette, and lit one. As he exhaled a puff of smoke, he suddenly smiled. He had already heard whispers about Huawei's plan to establish Shanxi Semiconductor. But Ren Zhengfei personally coming to discuss with a cooperation proposal exceeded his expectations in terms of weight and sincerity. The two companies were indeed neighbors. In the past, they traveled their own paths with no interference. But with Hardvita and TSMC's combination of tactics forcing everyone into the same trench, the enemy's enemy is a friend. Zhangzhe extinguished the cigarette, but, and turned to walk back to the office building. His phone buzzed with a message from Lao Lin. The initial framework of the Phantom Mall client had passed, and the internal test version could go online tonight. He replied with 2 words received. Then he quickened his pace. Zhangzhe returned to Needle Semiconductor, pulling all the core personnel into the conference room. Once the door closed, he wasted no time and directly explained the situation with Lianhua Electronics to everyone. The delivery of the 90-nanometer lithography machine has been delayed by 4 months. Zhangzhe stood in front of the whiteboard, removing and replacing the cap of the marker pen several times. ASML's explanation is that the production capacity schedule has been adjusted, but we all know what that really means. This is the trap set for us by TSMC and Hardvita. We can't expect Lianhua's 90-nanometer production line to be operational in the short term. No one spoke in the conference room. Qi Ziyuan twirled the pen in his hand, then stopped. Wu Baolin leaned back in his chair, his lips pressed into a straight line. Matsushita Koichi took off his glasses to wipe them and put them back on a habitual action he performed when anxious. What about the Flash 2000 series? Qi Ziyuan was the first to speak, a heavy tone in his voice. All our previous product plans were designed based on 90 nanometers. If we continue to use the old process, we won't be able to achieve that transistor density. The final product will be larger and generate more heat. If we can't hold on, we'll have to change our strategy. Zhangzhe capped the marker and tossed it onto the table. This year, we can only continue using Lianhua's 130-nanometer process. Matsushita Koichi's brows furrowed at this statement. 130 nanometers. Matsushita Koichi put down the cleaning cloth. Mr. Zhang, if the same architecture is applied to 130 nanometers, the chip area will have to expand by at least 40%. The power consumption will spike, and the heat generation is another issue altogether. Thermal management will be impossible. I understand. Zhangzhe turned around and drew a rectangle on the whiteboard. Therefore, the thermal solution must be redone. It's not just patching things up, but we need to start from scratch. He added another layer around the rectangle and drew several horizontal lines and arrows on the side. Look at all the graphics cards on the market. How is the cooling done? It's just a bare PCB board with an aluminum block attached and a fan glued on. Anything that uses heat pipes is considered high-end. The entire cooling of the card relies on that small piece of metal and a fan to hold up. Zhang Zhe tapped the diagram on the whiteboard. I want to completely overturn this logic today. We need to find another way to solve the heat problem. He began to draw details. The PCB board was completely encased in a metal shell. The interior of the shell is not just a simple cavity, but a meticulously designed airflow structure. Cold air enters through the inlet at the front, flows through multiple copper heat fins, and is directed past the GPU, core memory chips, and power modules. Every heat-generating node is incorporated into the overall cooling pathway. Hot air is concentrated and expelled through the outlet at the rear. Two fans are embedded in the middle section of the shell, one in front and one behind, creating a continuous airflow channel. From the outside, the entire graphics card looks like a seamless precision device. There are no exposed circuit boards, no random components visible. It's clean and orderly. Integrated cooling. Zhang Zhe set down the pen. The entire PCB board is completely wrapped inside. It's not just about sticking a heat sink on the chip, it's about designing the whole card as a sealed cooling system. The fans don't just blow on the chip in isolation, they drive air circulation throughout the entire airflow channel. Every inch of the metal casing participates in heat conduction and dissipation. Matsushita Koichi stood up from his chair, walked to the whiteboard, and stared at the diagram intently for a full half-minute. The inner wall of the airflow channel here. He pointed to a spot on the diagram. If we use a microchannel structure, the cooling area can be doubled. Exactly. Zhang Zhe nodded. I've preliminarily calculated the spacing of the fins, about 0.3 millimeters is optimal. You can take the specific parameters to run simulations. Qi Ziyuan stood up and moved closer to take a look, becoming increasingly excited. If this thing is made, just the appearance alone can kill all the graphics cards on the market. The current graphics card manufacturers haven't considered the appearance issue at all, or ordinary consumers don't have that demand anyway, since they are all installed in cases. What we present will be of a completely different quality. The appearance is secondary. Zhang Zhe pulled a chair over and sat down. The core issue is cooling efficiency. The power consumption of the 130 nanometer process is over 30% higher than that of 90 nanometers. If cooling can't keep up, throttling is inevitable and performance will suffer. But if cooling is done properly, we can raise the GPU core frequency to a level they can't even dream of. Use cooling to increase frequency, and use frequency to compensate for the process gap. Shi Wenlong quickly jotted down a few calculations in his notebook. If the core temperature can be kept below 70 degrees, there is at least a 15% headroom for frequency increase. That's enough. Zhang Zhe leaned back in his chair. A 15% frequency difference combined with the efficiency advantage of a unified rendering architecture is sufficient to compete head-on with what Hardware can produce using 90 nanometers. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. Then Matsushita Koichi turned around, his expression complex, a mix of excitement and sentiment. Mr. Zhang, I've been in the semiconductor industry for nearly 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone use a cooling solution to counteract process disadvantages. It's out of necessity. Zhang Zhe shrugged. Since they have blocked the 90 nanometer path, we can't just sit and wait for death. If we can't solve it at the process level for now, we'll make up for it in other dimensions. Wu Baolin, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. What about the patents concerning this cooling technology? Zhang Zhe had been waiting for this question. Register them all. His tone was very flat, but each word was heavy. Integrated shell cooling structure, through flow channel design, microchannel fin array, composite heat conduction scheme, involving heat pipes and heat spreaders, as well as the bearing, sealing, and noise reduction structure of the fans. I've already organized all patent application plans on my end, and all relevant technical plans have been submitted for patent application simultaneously in China, the United States, the European Union, Japan, and South Korea. Not a single one can be missed. Wu Baolin was taken aback. Global registration. Isn't that a bit too broad? Just the lawyer and application fees. Spend it. Zhang Zhe interrupted him. If we don't spend this money now, there will be plenty of opportunities to regret later. He stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to everyone. Hardware can choke us in the supply chain today because they have a say in the process and lithography machines. But what about cooling? These people aren't taking cooling seriously at all. They think that with advanced processing and good power consumption control, they can just slap together some basic cooling. But the process cannot be infinitely shrunk. The further we go down, the harder it becomes to control power consumption and the more terrifying the heat generation. When that day comes, thermal technology will be the lifeline. He returned to the table, his fingers tapping on the surface. When Hardware realizes they need integrated cooling, they'll check the patent database. What a surprise, it's all our patents. They'll either have to pay for licenses or reinvent the wheel without us. Shi Wenlong grinned. That's clever. Zhang Zhe smirked. Hardware can block others' paths with their patent wall, so can I. They'll claim the entire road for the next decade, and when they arrive, they'll find toll booths all along the way. Chi Ziyuan slapped his thigh and laughed. I told you working with Mr. Zhang is the most exciting. When others choke you, you not only break free, but also set up landmines for them to step on. Don't just enjoy yourself. Zhang Jia tore the draft of the cooling solution from the whiteboard and handed it to Matsushita Koichi. Get your team to develop the mold for the cooling components and run thermal simulations to give me preliminary results within 3 weeks. Wu Baolin is responsible for liaising with the patent law firm, with the overseas section going through Baker McKenzie and the domestic part through Kingwood Mallisons. The first batch of core patents must enter the substantive examination phase within a month. Both of them nodded in agreement. The door to the conference room opened and closed again, and people left one by one, returning to their stations to work hard. Zhang Jia did not leave immediately. He made a phone call to the Game Development Center of Compass Technology headquarters. What's the progress of Horizon? On the other end of the line, there was the sound of rapid typing on the keyboard, and Lao Lin's voice sounded a bit hoarse, clearly having pulled several all-nighters. The main storyline framework is done, and the open-world map is still being filled out. The racing physics engine was just tuned last week, and the feel is much better than before. At the current pace, releasing a playable complete version before the end of the year won't be a problem. Speed it up. Zhang Jia said, it's not just about releasing a complete version by the end of the year. I want to launch a limited edition of Extreme Horizon at the same time as the release of the Flash 2000 series graphics cards. A limited edition. What does that mean? The keyboard sounds on Lao Lin's and stopped. Users who buy the Flash 2800 Pro flagship graphics card will receive a full activation code for the complete version of Extreme Horizon along with the card. In the game, there will be exclusive vehicle skins and tracks that can only be unlocked by users playing with our graphics cards. Lao Lin took 2 seconds to respond. You want to bundle hardware and software. Not a bundle. It's called synergy. Zhang Jia spoke quickly. When players buy the graphics card, they open the box, and there's a major title inside. The graphics card is hardware, the game is software. Selling these two things together shows the market what 1 + 1 equals. How does Hardware sell graphics cards? By relying on benchmark data and optimizing collaborations with game developers. But those games aren't theirs. We're different. We have our own engine, our own games, and our own store. Everything is self-produced. When players get the graphics card, plug it into their computer, open the Phantom Mall client, enter the activation code, and the game starts downloading directly. The entire experience chain runs completely within our ecosystem without stepping outside at all. Lao Lin was silent for a while on the other end of the line. I understand. His voice was very low. You want every person who buys a graphics card to become a user of the Phantom Mall. Exactly. All right. He'll adjust the manpower tonight and pull out the content modules for the limited edition to work on separately. Lao Lin added before hanging up. However, the art team may have to work overtime until they feel sick. Let them finish up and continue working. The Endofire launch event must showcase Extreme Horizon alongside the graphics cards. Zhang Jia hung up the phone. Before the phone screen dimmed, Ma Yes' call came in. Zhang Jia. As soon as the call connected, Ma Yes' voice came through full of energy. Subo Wang is officially launching next Monday. Congratulations, Mr. Ma. I know what you want to ask. Just launch it. If any problems arise, I'll take responsibility. Ma Yu laughed on the other end. Great. With your word, I feel at ease. He paused, and his tone subtly shifted. By the way, there's something else I want to discuss with you. Go ahead. You should have heard about our Series B financing, right? Zhang Jia certainly knew. Alibaba's Series B financing is an intensive preparation, and SoftBank's attitude is very strong, with Sun Masayoshi stating that he wants to make a large investment accompanied by very harsh conditions, demanding more board seats and a veto right. I've heard. How much does SoftBank want to take from you? Ma Yes' laughter faded. The conditions are harsh. I must bring in new investors this time to boost the valuation and let SoftBank know that they are not the only ones willing to invest. Zhang Jia caught on. Do you want me to come? The launch ceremony for Subo Wang and the Series B financing meeting will be on the same day, both at the headquarters in Hangzhou. Ma Yes' voice slowed down, each word articulated clearly. Zhang Jia, I hope you can come. Not just to be an observer. I hope Compass Technology can also participate in this round of financing and become a shareholder of Alibaba.